Chapter 51. Ma Shi was filled with fear and anger. In his ears, the electronic sound just now, under the appearance of stability, concealed the tiny malice and ridicule of ants. Now there are more and more ants gathering here, and those tiny black insects rustle up his feet, and then crawl along his calves, thighs, and spine, all the way to Ma Shi's throat. Can't get rid of it. If you strangle your throat, those invisible ants will crawl onto your hands. If you want to shake them off, the ants will still crawl back up. His muscles tensed uncontrollably, and his breathing began to become disordered. Those patrolling security guards have eyes that can reduce the sanity of the participants. Although Ma Shi is a combat-oriented player, when he was watched, he completely lost the courage to fight with the plastic model, and only felt that his sanity was being drained away bit by bit. Now, his sanity is almost drained. If Chungting can identify it, he will find that Ma Shi's mental value has already entered the realm of madness. Unlike the tense participants, the clothes in the atrium were flying in a cheerful manner that did not match the atmosphere of the dungeon. The swaying sound of the clothes was rustling, which was disturbing. Ma Shi, who was stiff all over, suddenly moved. He stretched out his hand, relying on the tyrannical strength of the flesh and blood player, grabbed two red clothes, put them together, and then ran to Chinchiajia and others who appeared in the corridor again. Sign! You are a customer. You sign for me now. He was only one step away from the unqualified line, and he had to seize all the opportunities to pass the level. Du Ranching had been shivering, and at this moment he was so scared that he almost cried. How should I sign? Ma Shi lowered his head and punched his temples twice with his fists to calm his chaotic brain. He was already a little unclear, and he had to guess the next response method quickly. Perhaps Chungting's previous behavior gave Ma Shi inspiration. After he calmed down a little, he went back to his shop and searched frantically in the drawer. Ma Shi was best at pure combat dungeons, but he had accumulated a lot of dungeon experience. About 30 seconds later, he found his target item from a pile of miscellaneous items. It was a blank receipt and a pen that was still usable. Ma Shi roughly stuffed the clothes, receipt and pen into Du Ranching's hand and urged, "Everything is ready. Sign quickly." Du Ranching took the pen tremblingly and wanted to sign his name on the list. But after trying several times, he failed. Under the light of the store, her face became paler and paler. I can't do it. Ma Shi's heart was filled with an unquenchable anger. How can I not do it? They are not customers. Of course they can't sign for it. A voice with a somewhat leisurely atmosphere came from the right. It was Chungting. She glanced at Ma Shi and smiled. Otherwise, why don't all the people here compete with you for the quota of having someone sign for the goods? Ma Shi's body was stiff. The electronic voice told him that each customer could only sign for it once. If Du Ranching and others were customers, then the participants could only pass the level with a maximum of 4 people. As the most precious clearance resource, it would definitely attract others to snatch it. It's not because he saw the truth that he didn't fight for the quota. Fu Xi murmured. So they are not customers? Chungting, if they are customers, there is no reason to avoid the security. Wei Shivui and Yi Shijiang heard the words. Their faces did not change. They really guessed the answer in advance. Li Yitai and Chi-Chi's expressions did not fluctuate either, although some ideas are still unclear. The two of them have basic guesses about the identities of Du Ranching and others. As for Yacht, he completely relied on his capital as a senior player and did not fight for the quota. Anyway, even if one was used, he was confident that he could grab one from the remaining 3. As for Kaso, the only reason she did not act was because Chungting did not act. As the scavenger closest to Chungting, she always felt that the attitude of this player, who called himself a screwdriver, temporary worker, was a bit wrong. As the weakest and most likely to be pushed out as cannon fodder among the 3 parties, since Chungting did not take action to grab the customer quota, it was probably because there was something wrong with this thing. Ma Shi's mind was blank, and Chi-Chi's familiar voice sounded in his ears on the other side of the corridor. As a companion, I really want to save you, but your points seem to be about to be deducted below the passing line. For the players who have been immersed in madness, her voice has a strong inducing power on Ma Shi, who is also a member of the Hound. Ma Shi began to tremble, and then looked at Chungting with resentment. As a hound, if you must die, you must bite off the throat of your prey before you die. Li Fusai, who is closest to Chungting, is a little uneasy. Chi-Chi did this, obviously hoping that Ma Shi would risk being deducted points and kill Chungting. Li Fusai felt that Chungting had just made a mistake. She deliberately revealed a way of purchasing goods at the last minute, causing Ma Shi to lose too many points in one breath, and was forced by the store. Just like those people who have one foot on the edge of the cliff, but gradually became unscrupulous. Chung Tingyu also realized the malicious intent from the scavengers and smiled at Ma Shi. Although your score is very dangerous, if your companion is really willing to give you the ownership of this set of clothes, there is still a chance to pass the level. As soon as the voice fell, Kasua's eyes also turned to Chung Tingyu. She and Ma Shi had the same deduction situation, but Kasua was more rational than Ma Shi and was able to keep his hands off. However, after hearing Chung Tingyu's words, all the participants couldn't help but be moved, and the two whose scores were about to fall below the danger line moved particularly obviously. Yacht, do you know how to pass the level? Chung Tingyu, I just have a little idea. The eyes of the scavengers are like those of wild animals. When they stare at others, they will make people feel like they are on edge. Yacht stared at Chung Tingyu with such a look at this moment. If the inspection team was not nearby, they could use force to force this young player to reveal the information they knew. But now they can only be patient. Chi-Chi's ability is related to voice, and she can adjust her tone at will. At this moment, she used a voice that sounded particularly friendly to persuade people, since you know. Why not say it out so that everyone can discuss it? After all, you have companions in this store too. As soon as the words fell, Chung Tingyu suddenly felt an inexplicable joy. She immediately opened the small round mirror she carried with her to observe. Soon, lines of information emerged from the side of her image. She paid special attention to the special status, and found that there was indeed an inspired audience behind her. Considering that Chi-Chi's ability is related to sound, it should be the influence of her ability. Chi-Chi, what are you looking at? Chung Tingyu closed the mirror and answered seriously, appreciate my own wise facial features. Chi-Chi, as a scavenger, she knew very well that when she was puzzled, she didn't need to ask a person who often soaked in the copy whether his brain was normal, because the answer was usually so obvious that there was no need to doubt it. The extra status behind the information bar made Chung Tingyu realize that she had actually been affected by Chi-Chi's words. Of course, this was not a problem for Chung Tingyu, because explaining her ideas to others was what she was going to do next. The second floor of the store. The young man who called himself Screwdriver was talking about the dungeon. The dungeon is not limited to the one we saw. Kasua didn't care. Did you guess it from the announcement just now? After getting the electronic sound and the VIP lounge, it was not difficult to guess that there were other areas. Chung Tingyu shook his head. No. It's because of the plastic model. All the participants left the store after the footsteps of the plastic model disappeared. At this moment, the patrolling security guards could no longer be seen in the corridor. Chi-Chi and others suddenly realized what she meant. Chung Tingyu nodded slightly, as if to confirm the guesses of others. We can't see the existence of the stairs. So where did the plastic model go after completing the patrol mission? Ma Shi wanted to say other toilets, but soon realized that the public toilets at the four corners had been checked by the participants, and the security guards could not be hiding there. Chung Tingyu said slowly, maybe they are taking a break. But considering that we as shop assistants have not been off work, they are more likely to go to other places that need to be patrolled. Halfway through the explanation, the young man's eyes fell on Ma Shi, and he suggested in a friendly way, so when the security guards come to patrol next time, why don't you follow them and go to other floors together to see if you can find a rest room? The other party's smile was quite cheerful, but it made Ma Shi feel like someone was pouring ice water into his chest bit by bit. He completely understood Chung Tingyu's intention. This young player probably noticed the way to go to other floors very early, but she kept silent. She was waiting for a suitable guinea pig to appear. People with strong strength like Yacht would not want to take risks. So if they had an idea, they would definitely force the players with the lowest strength and the identity of shop assistants in the dungeon to test the correctness of the method first. Under the same other conditions, Chung Tingyu is more likely to be forced by the scavengers. She is not a member of the inspection team, and Li Yitai will not make too much effort to protect the employees of Screwdriver. However, the situation has changed now. Everyone is standing at a different starting line. The deductions for the 13 shop assistants are different. Chi-Chi and Yacht can still wait, but he can't wait any longer. As long as there is demand, it can be used. Is this all in your plan? Chung Tingyu was slightly surprised when she heard this, and then laughed and shook her head. Of course not all. Her voice was very soft. Not buying goods will actually be directly deducted 3 points, which is something I didn't expect before. So do you plan to continue waiting for the next round, or take the initiative to try and find a way to break through the copy? Her attitude was not aggressive, But it made Mashi realize that he was like a puppet in her hands, and every move had to be done according to the wishes of this young man. Mashi, I choose to try. He suddenly felt a fear. Even though Chung Ting-yu had been acting so harmless, he still felt a chill. The other party was a calm and curious person. If he had known this, Mashi would have tried his best to avoid the opportunity to impress her. In this round, it was not only Mashi who reached the danger line, but also Kazuya. Without fighting, it was not too difficult to find the target goods from a pile of flying clothes. Of course, Chung Ting-yu, who claimed to be a skilled player, did not go to join in the fun, but just picked up a few ordinary clothes nearby to meet the requirements for purchasing in the electronic notification. In the end, Kazuya got a skirt and a pair of pants. Mashi got a top and a pair of pants. And the other red clothes were hung up by Li Yitai and He Shijiang. She was a little hesitant about whether the combination of skirt and pants met the requirements, but she was soon persuaded by Chung Ting-yu. Only the requirements were tops and summer clothes. No regulations on the style. And if she was really questioned, it could be explained as a fashionable outfit. Chapter 52. While the two scavengers were preparing the red clothes, Li Fusai was busy recording the key points of the clearance. After exploration, mainly one person's exploration, they have a basic understanding of the store copy. The business hours of the clerk are mainly divided into two stages: the inspection period and the purchase period. When the participants are in the inspection period, there will be plastic models to check the status of the store and make a score judgment. During the purchase period, the participants will be more free to act. They can leave the store to fight each other, or beat the clothes flying up from the patio, and take the opportunity to use the hanger to stabilize the clothes and complete the purchase requirements. During the purchase period, participants can find the red clothes needed on the order. If they cannot pass the level temporarily, they can purchase ordinary clothes to reduce the probability of being deducted points and extend their safety time in the copy. Chung Ting-yu has been calculating silently in his heart. Compared with the last time, this purchase period is about 10% shorter. The time in the copy is gradually becoming tight. Kazuo and Mashi each got a set of red clothes, while the other participants only took some ordinary clothes back to the store. After the electronic notification sounded the reminder that the time for restocking was about to end, everyone returned to their own stores. Chi-Chi glanced at his two companions and gently made a grabbing motion. Soon, everyone heard the sound of the plastic model moving for the third time. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of the model's bottom plate kept approaching Mashi. Compared with other participants, Mashi's fear was even stronger. He had packed the clothes he needed and brought the required receipt. At this moment, he clenched and unclenched his fist from time to time, and veins on the back of his hands were stretched one after another. The plastic model stopped at the door of the store, and its dark and dull eyes met Mashi's eyes. The bleak light shone on the face of the plastic model, and the lips of the mannequin were deliberately made to bend upward, revealing a sarcastic smile. In order to reduce the use of materials, this inferior plastic model is hollow in the middle. However, Mashi inexplicably felt that the plastic mannequin had a solid and heavy feeling when it moved. The plastic mannequin stood silently at the door of the store, and then turned its body slowly. Knock, knock, knock. The mannequin in security uniform moved itself clumsily, from facing the store directly to facing the store sideways, and then moved away from the green dolphin clothing store. Mashi had laughed at the cowardice of Du Ranqing and others in his heart, but when the matter came, he found himself uncontrollably afraid. Some unspeakable terrifying power was directly stimulating his spirit. Mashi walked out from behind the cash register. Chung Ting-yu reminded him that when following the plastic mannequin, try not to look around, but to look more at the bottom of these mannequins. Almost all players realized that there was a power of the realm in the store copy. If Mashi paid too much attention to the environment, it would affect his spatial judgment. With his head down, Mashi slowly took his steps. Although he was a flesh and blood player known for his strong physical strength, he felt that his courage and warmth were gradually being drained away. And with every step he took, his body temperature dropped a little lower. Mashi didn't dare to look up at all. As he moved forward, he just stared at the plastic pieces under the plastic mannequin's feet that kept moving in a weird posture. Tap, tap, tap. The heavy body was lifted up and fell down, making a rhythmic sound. The plastic mannequins were the same height as living people. They were clearly shaped into slender and healthy postures, but they made Mashi feel bloated for some reason. It seemed that something terrible was about to overflow from the plastic mannequin's body. The light around was getting darker and darker, and the scene was getting more and more distorted. Ma Shi was originally restraining himself and trying not to look elsewhere. But he didn't know when he could no longer see the scene next to him. This member of the Hound had been wrapped in thick darkness. Bang! The plastic mannequin began to jump up the steps. But the sound of it landing didn't seem to hit the concrete road. But it seemed to fall on something soft like a carpet, making a muffled sound that made people's teeth ache. In the air, the smell of inferior fabrics had disappeared unconsciously, and it was replaced by a damp smell like rotten seafood. The plastic model jumped up the stairs one by one, and Ma Shi followed behind, walking up step by step. Ma Shi was not the only one whose score dropped to the danger line. In addition to him, Kazuo would also come. Where is Kazuo now? Ma Shi did not dare to look around, because he had not raised his head for a long time, and his neck became painful because of being bent for a long time. Just when Ma Shi was gradually unable to calculate the time, the stairs finally came to an end. In the corridor on the couch, he could feel the light outside again. Ma Shi slowly raised his head, and his cervical vertebrae made a light clicking sound. There were 2 glass doors in front of him. A metal sign was hung on the transparent glass door that allowed people to see the internal situation clearly. Hot hypermarket VIP lounge. After checking the business situation, the patrolling plastic model had left the door. Chung Tingyu closed her eyes and listened carefully to the footsteps in the corridor. She was able to quickly break through the visual suppression of the copy, not only because of the power of the dense pupil, but also because Chung Tingyu realized that there were folded and interlaced parts in this space since the first inspection. Every time she patrolled, she only saw the plastic mannequin passing through the door once. However, there were 3 shops on the same side. Chung Tingyu did not hear the mannequin walking back, nor did she hear anyone else say that anyone had seen the mannequin passing through the door twice. So it is likely that some space was folded and hidden by the power of the copy. The patrol security guards are part of the store. They are aware of the existence of the store's building structure. If players want to walk up the invisible steps, they can only follow behind them. Not long after, the footsteps of the plastic mannequins in the corridor disappeared one after another. Unlike before, this time their footsteps disappeared each time, and there was a certain interval between the next one, when the patrol security guards' voices were completely inaudible, and the electronic sound came out to remind the participants to restock. Chi-Chi and others finally confirmed that at least in following the mannequins, Ma Shi and Kazuo did not make any mistakes. Chung Tingyu walked out of her store slowly, and found that there were only 7 players in the corridor on the 2nd floor at this moment. As for Kazuo and Masi who left, they are still alive. As a person who has just awakened his power, Chung Tingyu certainly cannot monitor the situation of other players in other areas. But the order in the store clearly states which stores are open. If the 2 people die, the stores they work in will naturally switch to a closed state. It's time to restock. And colorful clothes fly out of the patio again. Li Yetai looked at the scavenger across the street. Do those 2 people have your bugs on them? Chi-Chi pinched her earlobe and admitted, I did put one. Then asked, didn't you put any bugs? Li Yetai snorted and didn't answer. But from her attitude, it should be tacit agreement. Chi-Chi sighed with some regret, but in this copy, I can't feel too much information. Disaster insects are very useful tools. People who master this power can disassemble and transfer their own power in the form of insects. But without processing, those disaster insects cannot be too far away from the main body. Chi-Chi closed her eyes and focused more on hearing. They should be going up. Li Yetai did not speak. As a plague in the emotional field, she could only capture the growing fear of the 2 people. Yacht looked up at the young man at the door of the little tailor's shop. The latter noticed his gaze and smiled at him. The guess of the young man opposite was correct. Following the patrolling model, it is indeed possible to break through the space barrier in the store. For the new copy, it is a very gratifying progress in this strategy. At this moment, Yacht suddenly realized something else. The number of members belonging to the Hound in the corridor has dropped from 4 to 2. This person drove them to abandon the less important part of the team. What is he going to do next? Chi-Chi opened her eyes and shook her head. I can't hear it. It's beyond my safe perception range, because her ability is related to sound. Chi-Chi will try her best to restrain herself in order to prevent herself from dying on the spot because of hearing something she shouldn't hear. Wei Shigue took the time to look at the order. The store name on it did not change. She wanted to say something, but she finally kept her mouth shut. Instead, He Shijian beside her spoke up. Those 2 people are still alive. Li Yetai, I can still feel their fear increasing. After about 5 seconds, he frowned. The fear of one of them increased again, and the magnitude was very abnormal. The atmosphere in the corridor was a little tense. Lighthouse shook his head. The fear has decreased now. And it has decreased very quickly. Chi-Chi and Yacht looked at each other, guessing that they had discovered something. Without using other props for secondary processing, Lighthouse could only roughly receive the fear emotions of the plague insects. As for joy, excitement, etc., he could not perceive them. So he could only make a rough judgment. Yacht had a blank expression on his face, as if he felt that it was too boring to stand in the corridor all the time. After he bought the goods he needed for this round, he simply returned to the store and sat behind the cashier. He lowered his arm. With the cover of the wooden table, no one in the copy could see that Yacht was holding two props in his hand. One of them was paper, and the other was also paper. On the left was a test report with black words on a white background, and on the right was a thin blue paper. The test report was a very precious prop. Even a big company like the inspection team had to use it with restraint. The report could detect the basic information of the copy and make a certain description. The disadvantage was that it could only be activated in the copy area. The light in the store was so pale that it was weird. Yacht looked at his hand and had the illusion that his skin had been soaked by water. There was a strong perception suppression in the store, and the situation in the store was more serious than in the corridor. Yacht stared at the report. Among the information that had been generated so far, the words behind the level column were M, which represented menace, and the distortion rate was 15%. Behind the description column, there were still only 6 words: a 3-story building. Normally, the speed of generating information on the report sheet should not be so slow. Yacht felt that it was probably because the dungeon occupied too much space that caused some negative effects. When he was thinking about the problem, he habitually pinched the metal coin on his neck with his hand. The other blue thin paper was part of a prop called Office Common Carbon Set, and the rest was composed of 2 white papers of the same size. The way to use this prop is that one person takes the white paper on the top, writes words on it, and then just covers the blue carbon paper on the remaining white paper, and the handwriting on the first white paper can be displayed on the paper below. It is a very useful information transmission prop, but there is a 500-meter usage range limit, so more players tend to directly find a disaster insect with the required ability to enter the dungeon together to help communicate with each other. After Yacht covered the carbon paper on the white paper, the blue thin paper on the top seemed to be touched by some force, and it kept shaking slightly, and at the same time, extremely sloppy and familiar handwriting fell on the white paper below. I have climbed up Sanmu. Judging from the handwriting left behind, Queso's actions were very hasty, and he couldn't even finish writing the last word. Yacht didn't know whether he should feel happy or regretful because his first clearance qualification was taken away. At this moment, he suddenly heard a flat electronic sound from the ceiling. The Green Dolphin clothing store is unmanned, and the store is temporarily closed. After hearing the announcement, everyone on the second floor was stiff for a moment. In the corridor, Chung Tingyu turned his head and looked at the store that originally belonged to Ma Shi. The lights inside dimmed in an instant, and the 2 glass doors seemed to be pushed by something and closed little by little. Chung Tingyu picked up the order and took a look. A bright red horizontal bar was drawn on the Green Dolphin clothing store behind the seller column. Chung Tingyu put away the order and asked Chi-Chi and Yacht with a little regret and curiosity. One of the 2 has been eliminated. Can you contact the remaining one? Chapter 53. Knock. 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 The plastic model is still moving. Kazuo felt that she should have reached the 3rd floor. The surrounding situation was very wrong. Her perception as a player has been suppressed. Kazuo knew very well that this meant that what she saw and heard might be fake. About half a meter away, the plastic model was bouncing and moving forward with difficulty. Kazuo followed the model obediently. Her awakened ability was related to the realm, but it was not a direct attack type and could only play a supporting role in most cases. However, this also determined that although she was also an ordinary member of the Hound, Kazuo's personality was calmer than others. She observed the floor in front of her and always felt something was wrong. Whether it was the steps or the corridor, it looked like the texture of stone. But when she stepped on it, it had a softness that stone did not have. She followed the plastic model all the way, now that she was sure that the plastic model would not suddenly turn around and hug the participants. Kazuo secretly took out the office copy set she carried with her and hurriedly wrote down her current location on it in an awkward posture. Then, before she finished writing the last word, I have reached the 3rd floor. The plastic model in front of her suddenly stopped moving. No time! The hoarse and slightly familiar mumbling sounded like thunder in Kazuo's ears. She felt her heart beat suddenly, and her mind was blank for a moment. After several seconds, She realized that the plastic models stopped not to attack her, but because it had reached the destination. They were motionless, as if they were standing guard here, with a stiff smile on their faces, which made people feel uncomfortable and weird. The sound of the heartbeat became more and more intense, as if infected by the insect of fear. Kazuo was stiff all over, and finally raised his head little by little, as if he was bearing a huge pressure. In front of her was a house with a sign that read VIP Lounge of the Hot Hypermarket. The moment her vision cleared, Kazuo's face lost all expression. Did she really find her target? The structure of the third floor was very similar to that of the second floor, also in the shape of a Chinese character Hui. But the atrium in the middle was dead silent, and there was no trace of the flying clothes at all. Kazuo looked at the VIP lounge. Her expression instantly froze, and her pupils shrank slightly. At this moment, the customers sitting in the VIP lounge were a group of plastic mannequins with similar styles to the patrolling security guards. Each of those plastic mannequins had exaggeratedly large black eyes, red lips made into a smiling shape, slender bodies, and stiff limbs. Their eyes would not move. But when Kazuo looked at the lounge, she had the illusion that she was being stared at by all the customers in the room. The plastic models in the lounge were looking at her, and the plastic models outside the lounge were also looking at her. There were bursts of tingling pain in her temples, and Kazuo could feel her reason burning. She slowly stretched out her hand and tried to push open the door of the VIP lounge. No one stopped Kazuo. In addition to the customers sitting in the lounge, there were also security guards standing guard. After all, they were VIP customers. From the name, we know that they must be treated differently. Drinks are provided on the one hand, and there are stricter security measures on the other hand. The decoration of this room shows a kind of elegance and comfort that is completely different from the store. There is also a floor-length mirror with a golden frame and covered with gauze in the corner. Those customers were dressed gorgeously. Kazuo looked carefully and found that there were certain differences in their facial features, but the outlines of all customers in the lounge had a similar temperament. They sat upright, with straight spines, slightly sideways, as if waiting. Suddenly, Kazuo had a flash of inspiration and understood the source of his familiarity. Drama? She had gone to relatively stable human gathering areas for entertainment and watched dramas. In Kazuo's eyes, the plastic models in front of her were like actors ready to perform on stage. Kazuo had no interest in understanding the professions of the dummies in depth. She just hoped to complete her task as soon as possible. She had now completed the two requirements of finding the goods and finding the customers. The next step was to ask the customers to confirm the integrity of the goods. Kazuo tried to hand the red clothes to the dummy sitting at the outermost. But no matter what she did, the other party did not give any response from beginning to end, which seemed very scientific. She boldly searched around the dummy carefully, and then found a Walkman. Kazuo pressed the switch of the Walkman, and a rustling sound soon sounded inside. After the store staff enters the lounge, please show the goods order and identity certificate. Repeat. After the store staff enters the lounge, please show the goods order and identity certificate. Kazuo of course brought the order for goods. As for the identification, among the things she had, only the work permit seemed to meet the requirements. She took off the work permit and handed it over with the order for goods. Just as the things were put down, the joints of the dummy acting as the customer moved slightly. It lowered its head and picked up the work permit. For some reason, Kazuo felt that the stiff face of the customer in front of him was full of joyful smiles. The dummy's fingers were extremely stiff, and it seemed that it could not grasp the right strength. And the order and work permit were wrinkled. Click. The strength of the dummy's fingers continued to increase, and with an ominous light sound, the work permit was crushed into pieces. There was an electric horn hanging on the wall of the VIP lounge. At this moment, a burst of electric sound came from the electric horn, followed by a report on the current situation. The VIP lounge detected an unidentified person. I reported again. The VIP lounge detected an unidentified person. After receiving the signal, the patrol security guards on duty moved their bodies one after another, their eyes fixed on the only outsider in the room. It was not until this moment that Kazuo woke up from a dream and realized what had just happened. Her work permit was damaged, and she became a person without an identity. Kazuo's face turned pale instantly. She took 2 steps back. The floor in the lounge still felt soft underfoot. Kazuo tried to activate her ability, but her limbs began to become slow and heavy. Kazuo violated the rules of the dungeon. She could not resist the mental attack from the patrolling security guards. The sense of crisis of dying brought great stimulation to Kazuo. Under the urging of some subconscious, she slowly lowered her head. In an instant, Kazuo seemed to have lost her breath. The previous feeling was right. What covered the ground was indeed a substance softer than stone. Her entire vision was filled with endless red blood and meat. The meat seemed very broken and few, and most of it was bright red liquid. Before she died, a light flashed in Kazuo's mind, and she understood the source of the familiar muttering that sounded in her ears when she just climbed to the 3rd floor. Because it was Mashi's voice. Mashi had previously said harsh words to the young man in the little tailor's shop, saying that the hound would remember her breath. The latter was not angry at the time, but just smiled and told Mashi to hurry up. This is indeed a very important suggestion, because from that moment on, Mashi had little time left. Kazuo felt her brain expanding. Her thoughts were clear at one moment, and extremely confused at another. Everything in reality gradually faded away, and the illusions of the spiritual world came and went. She vaguely felt something cold scratching her skin. Crack. Disassembly. Sizzle. Peeling. 1 minute later, the sound of the electric horn sounded again, thanks to the efforts of the security guards. The order in the VIP lounge has returned to normal. The gauze on the floor-length mirror in the corner was uncovered. The flexible legs stepped over the blood and flesh on the ground and stood in front of the mirror. The plastic model who had just put Kazuo on her body turned her flexible eyes, carefully looked at the new clothes she had just received, and then smiled with satisfaction. The 2nd floor of the store. Chi-Chi stared at Chungting-Yu, and after a moment replied, "I can't communicate." Then he laughed and said to Yacht, "Did they give you any news?" Yacht snorted, "Nothing. Just said they went to the 3rd floor." He Shijiang, "It seems that the rule of following the model to go to other areas is valid, but we don't know the situation on the 3rd floor yet." Li Yetai, during the action, they gradually accumulated a lot of fear, and then the fear value suddenly increased, then fell back, and finally rose again until they died. After a pause, he said, "The person who is still alive." The fear increased twice. At the moment when her voice fell, after Mashi, the store of the card was also crossed out. Chungting-Yu concluded, the decline in fear means that they feel safe. But there are actually traps in safety. When they find the trap, they are not far from death and cannot save themselves. Others fell into silence. 2 participants have died, but the distance between others and the clearance has not shortened much. After the store of the card was closed, the restocking time was also declared over. An electronic voice sounded in the store. Next is the notification time. Due to lack of employees, the Green Dolphin clothing store is closed, and the Cupid clothing store is closed. The satisfaction of customers in the VIP lounge with the mall service has slightly increased, and the deduction of points has been suspended. All operating stores have a buffer period of 1 round, and will be uniformly deducted in the next stage. For stores whose scores have been deducted to the danger line, if they cannot make timely rectifications, they will be forced to close after 2 patrol inspections. Due to the progress of store operations, the store has additionally disclosed a new employee training content. If employees from other stores fight in the store, both sides will be deducted the same points. The tense atmosphere permeated the copy. Li Yetai, He Shijiang, Wei Shigui, Yacht, Chi-Chi and others still have 1 round of buffer time. They must either find a way to pass the level immediately or use props to escape. Yacht's face was livid. He had just tried to use props, but it didn't work. Although the inspection report is easy to use, it has the problem of slow interpretation. The distortion rate of this copy is definitely more than 15%. Little Tailor. In the clothing store, Chungting-Yu was not in a hurry to leave. She looked at the mirror in the store, and the person in the mirror was also looking at her intently, with the same black eyes on both sides. "What do you think is the correct way to pass the level?" Chungting-Yu looked at herself in the mirror, smiled after a moment, and whispered to the other party, "Actually, I'm not sure, but we still have a chance to try." Chapter 54. At this moment, the 3 members of the inspection team were still able to keep their composure, while the 2 scavengers had already exposed their temper. The guess that following the patrol dummy could break through the space barrier was correct. But judging from the fate of Kazuo and Massey, there must be many dangers above. Chungting-Yu, who proposed to follow the plastic model to find customers, was the last one to walk out of the store. Without waiting for Yacht to speak, Chungting-Yu said, "We have successfully eliminated 2 wrong options just now." Yacht almost laughed out of anger, but forced himself to hold it back, waiting to hear what she said next. Chungting-Yu, as for the way to pass the level, she smiled apologetically, "I don't have any ideas now. Chi-Chi stared at her and stretched out her hand to pinch her earlobe. Then, do you need our help? From her malicious smile. It was obvious that she was not going to help in a friendly way. The more likely result was that she would be eliminated with Chung Tingyu before the score was deducted below the danger line. When he noticed the other person's gaze, Chung Tingyu also looked up, then curved his eyebrows and said, although I don't have any idea of passing the level, if I just want to survive, there is actually a way. Chi-Chi wanted to ask what it was, but suddenly stopped, with a look of doubt in his eyes. Chung Tingyu said softly, yes. This method can only be done by you. And the screwdriver and the inspection team can't do it. After all, we still have to abide by the city regulations later. She looked at the 4 people who slipped out of the abandoned bathroom again, and said slowly, they are also in the copy. And they are not dead. Bai Wenji and others froze. Chi-Chi, you mean? Give up the identity of the clerk and become the same as them? Chung Tingyu's voice was soft. If you just give up the identity of the clerk, it shouldn't work. She took off her work card and threw it to Li Fusai next to her. After the latter borrowed it in a hurry, she shrugged to others. You see, even if I throw away my work card, my store is still open. So I think what is needed is not to abandon the identity, but to exchange the identity. Chung Tingyu took the work card back from Li Fusai, looked at Chi-Chi and said, find 2 people from inside to replace you and become employees of the store. Li Fusai frowned, you do this. Chung Tingyu glanced at her and explained to the trainee inspector, the scavengers have a different style of doing things from the inspection team. When they are really at their wits' end, they will definitely drag innocent onlookers into the water and do everything possible to make me, who has not been able to think of a way to pass the level, suffer some retribution. This can at least delay the time when they are desperate, and make a desperate attempt. Li Fusai. She felt that Chung Tingyu actually wanted to say that the scavengers would jump over the wall when they were desperate. Anyway, it's a hound, and it's quite correct to use this word to describe it. Chung Tingyu, from the information released, as long as you change your identity, non-store employees cannot take the initiative to destroy other stores. Otherwise they will most likely be hunted down by patrol personnel like those who picked the lock before. And, now I have the highest score. As long as they can ensure their own safety, they will temporarily stay put. In case I suddenly think of a way to pass the level before they are completely eliminated, it will also be convenient for the 2 of them to change their identities again. Li Fusai understood what she meant. If someone without an identity found a way to pass through the customs, they would come and snatch her identity as a clerk. Chi-Chi showed a little sarcasm on her face. Will you give up your identity at that time? Chung Tingyu looked at her and smiled. Of course, I am betting that you can't snatch my identity as a clerk at that time. A very reasonable plan. The only problem is that she did not hesitate to put those 4 people in the position of sacrifice. The eyes of Yi Shijiang and others have become cold. What Chung Tingyu said just now was right. That is indeed a method that only scavengers can use. Chung Tingyu is still perfecting his idea. This copy requires identity proof to log in, and the login method is related to clothing. You can give them your work permit and work uniform, and then put on their coats. Bai Wenji and others, whose fate was changed by a word, kept sobbing, but did not dare to resist, and only begged for mercy in a low voice throughout the whole process. Chung Tingyu glanced over there and ignored it, then crossed Yi Shijiang and walked to Wei Shigui. The 2 who came together had their first close conversation after entering the dungeon. Chung Tingyu, how are you now? Wei Shigui's tone was calm. Thank you for your concern. They came to the dungeon together, but they felt more unfamiliar than other participants, and their communication was just like making small talk. On the other side, Bai Wenji and Ding Xiao were chosen by the scavengers to change clothes. After being forced to change into work clothes, they walked into the corresponding store tremblingly, their legs weak, and seemed to be completely unable to support the weight of their bodies. At the door of Quantum Clothing, Chung Tingyu looked at Wei Shigui with a hesitant expression on his face, wanting to say something but not convenient to say it out loud. Wei Shigui, what do you want to say? Chung Tingyu, I always feel that the confidentiality here is not very good. No matter how we communicate, it is easy for others to find out. Wei Shigui, so? Chung Tingyu, try to figure it out yourself. Wei Shigui was silent for a moment and urged. Have you finished your work? If you have, go back to the store. Chung Tingyu smiled, but was not in a hurry to leave, although others paid a little attention to their conversation. Considering that Chung Tingyu has always looked like she was not in a good mind since entering the dungeon, they did not pay much attention. Dang. The urging electronic sound sounded again. Chi-Chi and Yacht, who had changed their clothes, hid in the corner early. Du Ranqing and Ding Xiao did not dare to stay with the two of them, so they changed to a bathroom and hid there. Bai Wenji stood pale in Yacht's store, while Ding Xiao huddled in Chi-Chi's store, with a look of despair on his face. Wei Shigui glanced at her and said hoarsely, "If you don't leave, you will be caught by the patrol." Chung Tingyu nodded slightly and left Quan's clothing, but did not go to the direction of the tailor. Instead, he ran straight to the door of Sika Deer clothing store, took out the old fountain pen in the cold-proof room, found a piece of clothing and scribbled it, then turned around and ran away. The moment he turned around, the voice of the patrol model rang in Chung Tingyu's ears. The chill full of trembling suddenly hit his heart. Knock, knock, knock. The bouncing sound seemed to be right behind her. Chung Tingyu lowered her head and ran to her own shop at the fastest speed. As she ran, the abnormal cold feeling behind her always followed her like a shadow. The outline of the corridor was abnormally distorted, and the short road was so long that it was almost impossible to see the end. Chung Tingyu stared at the ground, trying to ignore the abnormalities around her as much as possible. You must not look back. If you look back at this moment, you will definitely see something extremely terrible. Above her head, the pale light flickered. She couldn't tell the direction at all, but during each patrol, the plastic dummies would patrol various shops, and when they moved their bodies, they would make the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Chung Tingyu, who was nervous, tried her best to identify the source of different sounds, and rushed to the little tailor clothing store, running through the corridor like a gust of wind, and finally almost staggered into the clothing store. Perhaps because of the intense exercise, or perhaps because of other reasons, her heart was pounding. The blood flowing in her body inexplicably became cold, and the feeling of fear did not dissipate. Her image was clearly reflected in the dressing mirror in the store, and another shadow following behind her. There is a metal threshold at the entrance of the clothing store. When a heavy object rolls over the threshold, it will make a harsh sound. The sound continued to be emitted, as if the heavy object was moving into the store bit by bit. Chung Tingyu stood up straight. The tension turned into an invisible needle, making her feel a kind of mental pain. She took a deep breath to adjust the rhythm of her heartbeat, then slowly turned around and said in the tone of a little tailor, "Employee, this store is already run by someone." Half of the plastic mannequin's body had already crossed the threshold, and a faint red glowed in its exaggeratedly large black eyes. Chung Tingyu glanced at the work ID card she was wearing and added an explanation. Employees cannot always stay in the store. It is also the employee's responsibility to exchange sales experience with peers and sell store goods to others. She didn't know whether the plastic mannequin could communicate, but just wanted to try to influence the other party with words. After all, for workers, verbal deception is an indispensable workplace skill. Crack. The bulky plastic mannequin moved a little closer to the inside of the store again, and the outline of the lips that always kept a smile on the face seemed a little deeper at this moment. In the Shuilan clothing store, He Shijiang felt that the light in the corridor was dimmer than any other time. His store was next to Wei Shigui, also located between the Sika Deer clothing store and the little tailor. He Shijiang could hear the hurried footsteps in the corridor, but he didn't see Chung Tingyu. He thought that the other party's previous inference was indeed correct, and this copy did have hidden and folded space. It didn't last long, and the human footsteps in the corridor disappeared. He Shijiang raised his head and looked at the patrol security guard who walked to his door. He had been deducted 3 points since entering the dungeon, and 1 more point would be deducted when he reported next time. This was his last chance to pass the level. He Shijiang didn't know how much mental energy he had left, but he was probably going crazy. Or, he had already been infected by mild madness. The mall copy was very harmful to sanity. The most fatal thing about this kind of damage was that the participants in it could not realize when they had lost their normal thinking ability. He Shijiang covered his head with his hands. Is he still normal now? The noise outside was very quiet. After more than a minute, the patrolling security guards left, but the sound of their moving bodies did not gradually fade away like before. The knocking sound outside became dense and weird, as if all the plastic dummies were gathered together. Suddenly, He Shijiang heard 2 piercing roars, like trapped beasts struggling to death. Those were the voices of Chi-Chi and Yacht. Their voices were extremely shrill, as if they were experiencing something extremely terrifying. Above them all, a cold and ruthless electronic sound sounded. The patrol officers found 2 thieves on the 2nd floor of the store. Repeat. The patrol officers found 2 thieves on the 2nd floor of the store, in the abandoned public toilet. The scavengers are very powerful. But both Chi-Chi and Yacht realize that they can't play their strength as players at all. The power that restrains the plastic mannequins from attacking the lawful store clerks now falls on them, who are judged as thieves. Why are they thieves? Didn't the 4 people before have nothing to do? The space of the abandoned public toilet is becoming distorted. Chi-Chi and Yacht are obviously running towards the corridor. But they appear in the abandoned compartment. Outside the compartment is a plastic mannequin wearing a security uniform. There is no way to move. There is no way to escape. No matter how you run. It's a dead end. What lies in front of you is rational weirdness and irrational weirdness. If there is only one security guard, there is still a chance to use his companions to attract attention and escape by himself. But there are 8 mannequins surrounding him. A vague thought came to their mind. They were actually 1 round away from being in a deadlock. Why did the young man in the little tailor's shop persuade them to change into the clothes of these survivors 1 round in advance? Before they could finish their thoughts, the 2 hounds felt a chill on their arms. The chill penetrated their skin, bit by bit, until it completely penetrated their flesh and blood. The whole process took a very short time. When they realized what was happening, their arms had already fallen to the ground with 4 pops, like 2 pieces of dead meat. Of course, there were many scars on the scavengers. At this moment, whether they had faded or still remained, they all broke apart. Just like a low-quality plastic bag that was squeezed by the bloated contents and reached the bottom line of its bearing capacity, and was torn into pieces, and bright red liquid splashed out of the cracks. Ah! The severe pain occupied all the still sober thoughts. At the last moment, whether it was Yacht or Chi-Chi, all they could see in their vision was a sticky blood-red color. Chapter 55. An abnormal sweet and fishy smell spread in the corridor. That was the smell of blood. Shijiang felt that the feeling of mental confusion was stronger than any time before. His reason was already shaky, and he could only maintain his surface sobriety. Not long after, an emotionless electronic sound sounded from above. Next is the time for notification. Due to the damage to other stores' materials, the business score of the Little Tailor clothing store will be reduced by 1. Due to the failure to protect the store's materials, the business score of the Sika Deer clothing store will be reduced by 1. The customer satisfaction in the VIP lounge has not continued to improve, and the business score of all stores will be reduced by 1. The business score of the Sika Deer clothing store has fallen below the danger line, and the store will be closed soon, and the relevant employees will be fired. For stores that have reached the danger line, please make adjustments in time. Ding Xiao's face turned pale. His face was distorted, and his eyes were fixed on Cheng Tingyu's direction. With obvious resentment in his eyes, "Why do you have to destroy my goods?" This question did not get an answer. After the electronic voice announced the store's closure, his work permit gradually broke into pieces. Ding Xiao squatted down in a panic to pick it up, trying to piece the broken document together again. Click. Something suddenly fell from his hand. Ding Xiao wanted to grab it, but some indescribable strange feeling came from his right hand. He lowered his head and found that what fell on the ground was not a broken work permit, but a piece of fingertip. A hard fingertip with no flesh and blood inside. Ding Xiao's movements were completely frozen. Before he lost consciousness, he heard the thoughtful voice of the young man. It turns out that after you are deprived of your identity, you will indeed become what you were before. Cheng Tingyu walked out of the shop with a smile as usual, but her face was a little pale. All the participants who went to the Little Tailor clothing store also understood the reason for her poor condition. At this moment, a patrolling security guard was standing at the door of Cheng Tingyu's store. The other participants took a small step back in horror, and then realized that something was wrong. The plastic dummy's work permit had been smashed, and the clothes were torn. Wei Shugui made a reasonable guess. Did it hit you? If it wasn't a fight, it would be difficult for a similar situation to occur. Cheng Tingyu thought for a while. Maybe I have this idea. Without waiting for others to ask, Cheng Tingyu consciously finished the second half of the sentence, but it's hard to be completely sure. After all, I was the first to start. Others, it's not easy for him to survive until now, as he chose to beat up the security guards in the dungeon when the situation was unclear. Cheng Tingyu noticed Wei Shigui's expression and began to make excuses for himself. Of course, before I started, I had already made some guesses about the existence of the plastic mannequins. Li Fusai, the clothes in your store. Cheng Tingyu, because of the fight, I lost a lot of money, so I should be deducted points. But that's all for the next patrol cycle. The inspection team felt that since the other party said so, they should have some ideas on how to pass the level. But before asking her about her thoughts in detail, they still had other things to deal with. He Shijiang and Li Yetai shifted their gazes from the shattered Ding Shile to Bai Wenji. These two were survivors hiding in the abandoned public health center. If one was not considered human, then what about the other? Chung Tingyu smiled slightly, and her voice suddenly became particularly soft. For an actor, there is really no need to continue to perform a performance that has been completely seen through. Although the play has not yet ended, you have been booed by the audience. Bai Wenji's face turned very pale, as if something was being pulled out of this body. Chung Tingyu was polite, since the performance is over early. Then follow the process. Greet the audience, and then go off the stage to remove makeup? Normal words seemed to have a huge killing power on Bai Wenji. Her originally lively expression, like a real person, gradually became stiff. Cracks appeared on her surface, and then turned into countless fragments. Chung Tingyu blinked. It turns out that these actors may be scrapped. Li Fusai looked at Chung Tingyu. Although there is no evidence, she always feels that Chung Tingyu has almost understood the composition of the entire dungeon. He Shijiang looked at the scene in front of him and directly skipped the question of whether he knew how to pass the level. He went straight to the point and said, the purchase period cannot last too long. I would like to ask how to pass the level. Chung Tingyu did not keep anyone in suspense. I have two main ideas. One is simpler, and the other is more complicated. I have almost determined that in the store dungeon, everyone can have more than one identity. Li Yetai and others suddenly understood after hearing this. From the time of logging in, the dungeon has been constantly emphasizing identity to participants. Chung Tingyu, we are shop assistants. But no one has stipulated that shop assistants cannot go shopping in other stores. Smiled. If we can sign for each other's goods, we naturally don't have to take the risk of taking the difficult route. Li Fusai raised his hand. Can I ask how to take the difficult route? Chung Tingyu, follow the plastic mannequin to the 3rd floor. The fear value of the two scavengers will decrease at that time, which means that they are likely to think that they have found customers, but encountered a little problem in the signing link. The two types of existence we have seen so far are actors and patrol security guards. The former has no lethality, and the latter will only attack mentally under normal circumstances, unless they encounter an existence that is excluded by the copy rules, like a thief. They will really take action. Considering that the two scavengers who changed their identities are now silent, it means that the security guards are extremely aggressive after being red-named. Fortunately, they also have very obvious weaknesses. As long as the work permit is destroyed, they will lose their ability to move and become ordinary plastic. Li Yetai looked at Chung Tingyu for a while without saying a word, and finally decided. Clear the copy first, and discuss the copy-related issues after going to the inspection team. She could now especially appreciate the senior's intentions, even though she knew the total amount of work would not be reduced. When there were too many problems to deal with, she would be tempted to procrastinate. The participants were lucky, and the attempt at the simple route was successful. After several rounds of item accumulation and involuntary reductions in the scavenger camp, the red clothes accumulated by the inspection team were enough for everyone to have one set. After signing for each other and giving each other compliments, the electronic sound above finally arrived. All currently operating stores have received 5-star reviews and are closed. Dang dang dang. It's time to get off work. Employees can go to the office, change their uniforms and work permits, and then leave the store. Li Fusai was excited. This really can pass the level. Chung Tingyu didn't say anything. She looked at the bright red fabric of the clothes and gently stroked it with her fingers. A subtle sense of strangeness spread in her heart. Maybe it was an illusion. The fabric seemed to be a little damp to the touch. Chung Tingyu whispered. The clothes all flew up from below. The VIP room is on the 3rd floor, and the operating store is on the 2nd floor. So what role does the 1st floor play? Others thought Chung Tingyu was talking to herself. But she suddenly took out a rope with an iron hook from a space prop, and gently swung it, and hung it on the railing. She held the other end of the rope in her hand, jumped in 2 steps, stepped lightly on the railing to gain leverage, and then jumped into the patio without hesitation, and was instantly swallowed by the darkness below. Everyone! She can pass the level just by walking out. What is she doing? Li Yetai knew Chung Tingyu's information, and she couldn't help but doubt the other party's identity as a flesh and blood player again. Until now she has reaffirmed her confidence for the 2nd time. She shouldn't have doubts, Li Yetai thought. Except for the flesh and blood type. Other types of players rarely rush to the point of committing suicide before passing the level. Li Fusai's mouth twitched, and he said to Wei Shigue, your companion jumped down. Wei Shigue closed his eyes. Yeah. Li Fusai was worried. It's so dark under the skylight. We don't know what the situation is on the 1st floor. And the height of the store itself is not low. She just jumped down like this. Wei Shigue said coldly, basically. If she doesn't die, she will be seriously injured. Li Fusai hesitated for a moment, and made a friendly suggestion. When your companion's life or death is unknown, you can actually say some words of blessing. Wei Shigue's expression was indifferent. I want to too. Her ability type is a curse, and her real name is say the opposite. In short, it was poisonous milk. Wei Shigue looked at the dark skylight expressionlessly, feeling sincerely sorry that he could not bless Chung Tingyu 300 times a day. The darkness under the skylight was so thick that it was abnormal. Chung Tingyu slid down too fast, and the rope brought a burning pain in the palm of her hand. But everything is familiar the first time. She had used the rope to go downstairs abnormally once in the dream copy before. Fortunately, this time at least she did not slide from the 4th floor to the 1st floor. The strong smell of blood floated in the air, making people wonder why they had not noticed it at all. The blood covered the entire ground, and large pieces of broken limbs were soaked in it. The visibility on the 1st floor was very low, and her left eye could not see anything. But the right eye with the power of the dense pupil could see everything around. When Chung Tingyu looked around, her eyes suddenly froze for a moment. To Chung Tingyu, what was more terrifying than the empty pile of corpses was the pile of corpses with people in it. In the place filled with darkness and blood, many beings with human appearance were trying to dye the piled clothes red. Most of those people looked quite unfamiliar. But there were two faces that Chung Tingyu felt very familiar with. His heart beat abnormally faster. The employees who had lost their qualifications to operate the store started to move around on the 1st floor again. The clothes they wore were still the same as before, except that they didn't have their work permits, and the color was infinitely close to deep red, as if a filter made of blood was added. Noticing the guests appearing from above, the one with the same appearance as Kasuo took the initiative to stand up and greeted, "Long time no see." Chung Tingyu looked at the other person steadily. "Have we met?" Kasuo's face, which was still as vivid as a living person, showed a quiet smile that didn't match his character. Not spoiling the show before it starts is a virtue of being an audience. Chung Tingyu stared at the other person and took a step forward. In the darkness, one actor after another stood up. Different faces, almost the same expression. Their faces were facing the uninvited guests, and the expressions on their faces were undoubtedly not welcoming. Kasuo, the audience should not walk around backstage. As soon as the words fell, the invisible pressure in the air increased instantly. Chung Tingyu felt a slight sense of suffocation, but her voice was still soft, in the spirit of responsibility to customers. Store employees should pay attention to the way the goods are made. She stood in a pool of blood, her face shrouded in darkness, and her tone was gentle and cold. Kasuo was silent for a moment, and said, "You have visited now." In the darkness, Chung Tingyu smiled silently, opened the round mirror she carried with her, and casually glanced at the images of the characters in it. Special status, Dream Maker's attention. Fall injury reduction. Off work. Among the 3 states, fall injury reduction is obviously a buff given to her by Wei Shigue. And as for off work, it is aimed at her employee status. When Chung Tingyu noticed this, she did not feel too much joy of clearing the dungeon. It's off work. So how far will it be to go to work? Chung Tingyu sighed deeply in her heart. Her main task suddenly changed from completing the work and going home to killing the capitalist. It's not that she wants to dismantle the dungeon. It's just fate. The store has 3 floors, and the 2 routes she deduced are concentrated on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The plastic model will not take the clerk to the 1st floor, except for sliding down from the skylight, which is a way that people with stable sand value will never choose. The participants seemed to have no way to go downstairs. Chung Tingyu was reminded by herself before, and was full of distrust of the dungeon, since the store strictly guarded and did not allow people to go to the 1st floor. She had reason to suspect that allowing participants to enter the 1st floor might endanger the dungeon store itself. There will be actions if there are speculations. Chung Tingyu, whose SAN value was reduced to moderate madness, but not mild madness, did a bungee jump in front of everyone without hesitation. The actors who had not yet come on stage looked at her silently, and their vivid facial features showed a little mannequin-like coldness. At this moment, the 1st floor of the dungeon only had the outline of a normal store, and more of the distortion brought by the power of the realm. Chapter 56. Chung Tingyu remembered that the copy of Wei Hang's residence slowly disappeared after the owner's body was collected. She wanted to use a similar method to remove the copy of the mall. But where is the source of the abnormal power here? The distorted power that permeates the environment is so strong that it cannot be ignored. The sense of space is suppressed. The hearing is suppressed. and the vision is suppressed. Hot. The mall is a real copy. Except for the scavengers who sneaked in with props. The original participants all came in through the gate, but finally appeared directly in the office. Unlike Wei Heng's former residence, there is a spatial interruption here. Is there anything special about this forcibly cut road? Chung Tingyu had previously speculated that the formation of the copy might be related to the dangerous mask. Wang Xi may have made certain arrangements in the mall before his death to ensure that if he lost contact for some reason, a copy would be born. In the absence of other clues, Chung Tingyu initially guessed that this was an item similar to Wei Heng's corpse, which possessed the power of the realm. The place where the items were stored would not be too difficult to access, so that Wang Xi could come and adjust them from time to time. And most of them were in public areas, so frequent visits would not be abrupt. In addition, it must have a certain degree of confidentiality to avoid unplanned damage. Chung Tingyu wondered, what exactly should be the thing that meets the above conditions and exists on the first floor of the store? As time went by, the sand value gradually decreased, and her thoughts turned slower and slower, as if she was trapped in a spiritual quagmire. Kasu, are you looking for something? Her voice gradually lost its human feel. Are you looking for something? The same words came from all directions, and every actor recited the same lines. Ma Shi stared at Chung Tingyu expressionlessly. Time is running out. Time is running out. Time is running out. Running out. The emotionless voice echoed on the first floor of the store, and the damp bloody smell was annoying and nauseating. Chung Tingyu closed her eyes. She knew very well that the props leading to the outside world would not always be open to an employee who was reluctant to leave work without being reminded by the actors. Suddenly, a chuckle came from Chung Tingyu's mouth. She brushed up the hair that was wet with cold sweat and fell on her cheeks. The color of her pupils seemed to be darker than ever before. I almost forgot that I didn't need to find it. In the world of metaphysics, you don't have to fight wits and courage when you encounter a problem. You can also fight superpowers directly. With the previous conditions, Chung Tingyu has thought that the source of the change may come from a place like a locker. So she gave up continuing to embarrass herself. Her thoughts have been infinitely tending to chaos. Her right eye moved, and her sight fell on the locker near the entrance of the store. Detected things to be analyzed. Can be identified. The remaining number of identifications is 2/4. The copy consumed a lot of Chung Tingyu's physical value. But fortunately, the remaining part is enough for her to run away after launching an ability. The neglected locker 333, a locker that is always neglected. It contains props with boundary power. No one can open it without being watched. Note, you need a key. Or something else. Chung Tingyu has a complex feeling about her awakened ability. As a close pupil, she lacks direct means of combat. On the other hand, she gradually realizes that the results of her appraisals often have a bit of a riddle-like style. At this point, can't you tell her directly what that something else is? Chung Tingyu took a deep breath, and could only be thankful that she didn't have too many props on her. Even if she only used the elimination method, it would not be difficult to sort out the clues. The mountaineering bag, resume and fountain pen could not be replaced. If so, the ones that are more likely to play a role are the stage play water gun and the inspection-free pass. Chung Tingyu decided to try the latter first. The pass itself has a certain domain power, which can be used to break through the restrictions of a specific area. Her attempt was successful. The moment the door was opened, the movements of the actors around her froze, as if the pause button was pressed. In the locker was a picture with the theme of a maze. The style was very abstract. Just a glance would make people feel strongly lost. Under normal circumstances, Chung Tingyu couldn't do anything with props that were too high in level. Fortunately, she borrowed a screwdriver before entering the dungeon. As a temporary worker there, she was assigned a high-end sealed box as an office supply. The mannequin with the appearance of Ma, she looked at her quietly. With an ominous smile on his face, "Lady, the countdown to death has not yet begun. Finding a way to crack it in advance is not an exciting ending." Chung Tingyu kept moving. She quickly stuffed the picture into the sealed box and responded, "Your speech is not like an actor." "Ma Shi, I am not." Then he drew out the long knife. When Chung Tingyu ran to the storage box, he had already come to the place where the rope was hung. Ma Shi raised the blade, cut the rope with one swing, and smiled. "Now it's exciting enough." He gently clapped his hands. The person who discovered the secret sacrificed himself to free his companions. Such a regretful ending is always impressive. Seeing this scene, Chung Tingyu's expression was rarely stiff. She was silent for a moment, and then said with a little puzzlement, "Let me remind you that there is also a gate on the first floor of the store. Normally, Participants cannot leave from the first floor gate. But after the source of the copy mutation is contained, the surrounding space distorted by the power of the realm will gradually return to its original appearance. At this moment, the real exit has been imprinted in her right eye. Chung Tingyu retreated while laughing. Take back what I said before. You are actually very suitable for acting. Such as comedy. Congratulations to the player for clearing the copy. The information representing the clearance flowed into Chung Tingyu's mind. But she could no longer separate her thoughts to pay attention to these issues. Chung Tingyu turned around and ran towards the copy exit. As an ordinary participant who was carried away, Li Fusai had previously firmly planned to wait for Chung Tingyu to come up before leaving together. The plan was beautiful. But Li Fusai did not expect that Chung Tingyu had only gone down for a while before the copy showed signs of collapse. Wei Shigui had a numb face, not knowing whether he regretted not being able to stop his companion before she jumped down, or regretted not sending her blessings. He Shijiang said in a hurry, "Gather around me quickly." It was obvious that this inspector was a realm-type player. An invisible barrier seemed to have grown around him. After approaching, the distortion in the dungeon mostly disappeared. The work for this time was completed, and the door to the office was opened. The wooden doors were originally distorted due to compression. After the signs of the dungeon collapse appeared, the wooden doors shook twice, and actually fell directly from the door frame. There was no time to delve into the solidity of the dungeon decoration. Everyone lowered their heads and filed out of the doorway. When the dungeon collapsed, the internal power began to run wild. The barrier held open by He Shijiang became unstable due to external impact. He Shijiang couldn't help coughing twice. Wei Shigui said hoarsely, "Just give up. You don't have enough strength to get out." He Shijiang, who felt a little bit of energy restored in confusion, closed his eyes. "I thank you." Li Fusai didn't have time to think about the attitude of his predecessors. Anxiously, "Your companion Wei Shigui interrupted and said firmly, "There must be something wrong." Li Fusai, did these two people enter the dungeon together with the intention of dying together? Wei Shigui's throat was already full of blood. Normally, it shouldn't consume so much. But companions always do things unexpectedly. Everyone ran away from the dungeon area, and the picture in front of them began to distort. Wei Shigui could not control the balance of his body, and was urgently picked up by Li Yetai to avoid close contact with the ground under his feet. They crossed the dividing line between the dungeon and reality at a very fast speed. At the exit, Wei Shigui saw a back figure. Li Fusai was surprised. "You come out?" Chung Tingyu took a deep breath and replied, "It's closer to go out from the first floor than from the second floor." What surprised them was not the distance, but that she could actually get out of the dungeon in one piece. Wei Shigui reminded, "Did you bring the gloves?" Chung Tingyu was silent for a moment, and said calmly, "Anyway, the dungeon is about to be released. Just wait until it is released and then go again." At this moment, others suddenly felt a little subtle sympathy for the screwdriver insurance company. "You will have to pay for what you have done sooner or later. Who knows what kind of temporary workers you will hire with the basic commission." Li Yatai breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately contacted his colleagues to drive a car over, and brought Chung Tingyu and Wei Shigui to the inspection team. Zhou Jianyan and Li Yatai often worked together on field missions, but as a civilian staff, in tasks such as dungeon development that cannot avoid fighting, he often retreats to the second line and is responsible for some logistics work. For example, now, he is responsible for external security and related information query. When the inspector first entered the dungeon, the internal and external information communication had not been completely cut off, and the subordinates reported, information came out from the dungeon, and the distortion of the stored dungeon is related to the Immortal Golden Theater. Zhou Jianyan frowned. This is definitely not good news for the participants who entered the dungeon. The owner of the Immortal Golden Theater is called the drama author, and he is also a big shot. Just like dreamers like to create dreams, drama authors will take their own theaters around the world for performances whenever they have time. Perhaps it was because he was a big shot, and his brain was a little abnormal. When the playwright invited people to watch the play, he would intentionally weaken the audience's perception of the performance, striving to make all viewers feel as if they were there. Not only do you have to play you, but you also have to make it impossible for you to notice that you are being played. Just when Zhou Jianyan was worried about his colleagues and felt that the inspection team might suffer another loss of personnel today, he received a text message. The sender was Li Yetai, and the content was the inspection team has no losses. Now bring people to the team for tea, and buy some juice to prepare. Zhou Jianyan? He suspected that his colleague San Value had been lost in the copy, and he had evidence. Chapter 57 Drinking Tea. although the content of the text message was difficult to understand. It was a good thing that no one was lost. Zhou Jianyun drove over personally and sent the two people who were waiting for tea to the inspection team. The inspection team was busy, and they often saw many criminal players who looked like they had lost their parents being arrested. Moreover, even if they were not criminals, it was difficult for ordinary people to hide their panic and fear when being questioned. Comparatively speaking, Chung Tingyu's whole state was like a capital letter of home. He walked quickly to the vicinity of the interrogation room without being guided. Li Yetai, who was following behind, clenched his right fist and put it on his mouth. Ahem. Walk slowly. Chung Tingyu stopped, turned around and smiled. You too. He confirmed again. Are you here to ask questions today? Li Yetai felt his mental state and nodded and shook his head. Not just me. According to the work process of the inspection team, the members who participated in the Dao dungeon development will not immediately engage in brain-intensive work after leaving. She is now mainly helping to provide some information. The main person responsible for the inquiry work is the staff sent by the inspector. Entering the interrogation room, everyone sat down. Zhou Jianyun also specially brought a glass of apple juice in front of Chung Tingyu, according to the request of his colleagues. They generally do not change the drinking habits deeply influenced by the leaders for outsiders, except for the great people who lead all the participants through the dungeon in one breath. The inspection team is very efficient. 3 minutes later, the main interrogator of this time has been called to the scene. Li Yetai and others stood up and greeted Inspector Nie. The man's name is Nie Yusheng, with handsome features, and he is one of the core members of the Outer City District Inspection Team. Like other inspectors, Nie Yusheng has an upright figure, agile skills, and light blue eye circles, which are the symbol of the department. Nie Yusheng nodded to his colleagues, then sat down and quickly flipped through the information in his hand. Without much nonsense, he said directly, the difficulty of the store dungeon is higher than expected. I have read the basic information when I came. Do you have any clues to add? The first to add information were Li Fusai and He Shijiang, and then Li Yetai. The latter showed a little helplessness, and shook his head after saying a few words. Unfortunately, the inspector did not play a very key role this time. Nie Yusheng pointed out a name. The information mentioned Immortal Golden Theater. Looking at Chung Tingyu. Have you heard of this name before entering the dungeon? Chung Tingyu told the truth. No impression. Nie Yusheng nodded, with a slightly fortunate tone. This is a good thing. Immortal Golden Theater often advertises its own performances. If someone hears it more than a certain number of times, they will be forced to watch the performance in the dungeon, and it is difficult to break free from the state of being addicted to the performance. Speaking of this, Nie Yusheng comforted him again. Don't worry too much. The order in F0631 City is relatively stable, and the probability of similar situations is very low. He pulled out a page with the information of Immortal Golden Theater and put it on the table. The content on it was not particularly detailed, mainly because he was worried that people who had read it would be more likely to be targeted by the playwright, because the cooling period did not break through 0. Chung Tingyu was not very confident that he could escape the dungeon capture. He casually glanced at the information and said, So there will be 4 more scavengers in the dungeon? Nie Yusheng, it is not certain yet. Yot and others may have thought about it, but it is also possible that they were driven by some force and entered the dungeon unconsciously. Li Fusai was a little scared. We are lucky. The inspection team has encountered scavengers intruding more than once when passing the dungeon before. According to past experience, there is a high probability that some unfortunate incidents will happen. Chung Tingyu smiled slightly when he heard this. Li Fusai felt that he could understand the other party's smile for Chung Tingyu. The presence of participants from the hostile camp in the dungeon may not be a bad thing, but it will help her confirm her guess. The 3 members of the inspectorate had almost explained the information they had obtained. Next, it was Chung Tingyu's turn. She said straight to the point. After logging into the dungeon, the electronic sound of the store reminded the participants that this was the 13th sale. It is very likely that we are not the first wave of people to come to the dungeon. Before this, the game has already been carried out for several rounds. She took out the hot hypermarket flyer she had found before. The clerks in the photo were all wearing uniforms and wearing work permits. If the way to log into the dungeon is to obtain employee status, then the staff who stayed in the store when the dungeon was formed have actually met the criteria for participating in the game. Li Yetai listened to Chung Tingyu's story, was silent for a moment, and drank a cup of strong coffee. Although her sanity value dropped a bit, she looked at the communication posture of the person in front of her, and intuitively felt that she would not be able to stop working and go back to sleep in a short time. Chung Tingyu, however, the store had played games before, and there were some contradictions with the information given by the survivors. According to their narration, the people who stayed in the copy were beaten by patrolling security guards after being trapped. But patrolling security guards would only attack people without identities. During the communication process, the 4 people who claimed to be survivors revealed 2 rules. The first is that stealing items from the store will be attacked, and the second is that causing damage to the store will be attacked. Survivors are ready-made cannon fodder for scavengers. These 2 pieces of information are not difficult to verify, so no matter whether their identities are true or false, the rules given should have a certain degree of credibility. Li Fusai hesitated to speak. She could hear that Chung Tingyu paused before mentioning the scavengers. Li Fusai suspected that in Chung Tingyu's eyes, the degree of suspicion of other people was proportional to the degree of cannon fodder. But she had no evidence. Chung Tingyu said, if the identity of the survivors is in doubt, then their purpose must be reconsidered. Scavengers, inspection teams, screwdriver temporary workers, and unidentified survivors. There are too many camps. In order to ensure that all parties act more orderly, I plan to stagger the scores of these people. The more points are deducted, the easier it will be for her to lead them later. Li Fusai looked wooden-faced and looked at Chung Tingyu with eyes looking up at the devil. It's terrible. It's obviously an ordinary player who has never heard of Immortal Golden Theater. He can make plans to manipulate participants in other camps and put them into practice in a short period of time. Is this the so-called talent? Li Yitai looked at Chung Tingyu. Sure enough, she didn't figure out the method of purchasing goods until the last second, but deliberately delayed it until the last minute. As for helping Li Fusai, it was not only to help, but also to create a score stratification. Chung Tingyu easily understood the meaning of Li Yitai's gaze and shrugged. There is no way. If the number of people is not reduced enough, the scavengers will not be so obedient later. Li Fusai turned his face away silently while others were still worried about being attacked by scavengers. The boss had already begun to consider how to make the other party more obedient. Nya Yusheng, you suggested that the 2 people go to the 3rd floor, and you already knew that they would fail? Chung Tingyu, there are risks in opening up Wasteland. As for the 3rd floor, there is indeed a hidden route to complete the work. She smiled and said gently. The speculations told to them at the time were naturally true. Lies must be told on the tip of the knife to be effective. Li Yitai recalled the situation at the time. The 2 scavengers who left with the patrol security guards did not happen until some time after they arrived at the 3rd floor. Chung Tingyu, they should have found the customer on the 3rd floor, but encountered danger during the delivery of the goods. The Hot Hypermarket employee code has a total of 5 points. In addition to the 5th point of ending work, the 1st point of finding goods and the 2nd point of finding customers are events that employees need to complete. The 3rd point is to confirm that the items are complete and sign for them. It is a requirement for both parties. The 4th point of giving employee evaluation is a requirement for customers alone. These rules are hinting to participants that there are at least 2 camps in the dungeon, employees and customers. The inspector was also thinking. After leaving the dangerous dungeon area, Li Fusai felt that his thoughts had become much clearer. The 5-point rule. The risks of the 1st and 2nd points can be controlled by employees themselves, so the danger lies in the 3rd and 4th points. Chung Tingyu, the store dungeon is very role-playing. Starting from the login method, it has been emphasizing to participants that they need to maintain their identity as store employees. The Green Dolphin clothing store and the Sky clothing store will be closed directly. There are 2 reasons. Either the 2 scavengers who went upstairs failed to perform their duties as employees, or they have lost their identity as employees. After making a guess, Chung Tingyu did not give a direct conclusion, but said, the 2 scavengers followed the security guards to the 3rd floor, and the security guards played the role of maintaining order in the dungeon. Since the 3rd floor also needs security guards to maintain order, the probability that customers themselves have strong attack power is not too high. As for the patrolling security guards around, what kind of people will they attack? At this point, the inspectors were slightly enlightened. Even if employees have some disputes with customers about sales, they will not be beaten by security guards. However, if they lose their legitimate identity, the plastic models responsible for maintaining order will attack the unknown existence in the store. Chung Tingyu, we become employees by changing clothes and wearing certificates. As long as these 2 items are destroyed, the specific target can be deprived of the qualification to participate in the dungeon. The people who were previously trapped in the dungeon may have been eliminated because their scores were deducted to the dangerous line. Or they may have found a way to go to the third floor and unfortunately lost their qualifications. So when the inspectors entered the store, the previous participants had been wiped out, and the game was restarted. The number of times mentioned in the electronic announcement was a hint to the newcomers and a mockery to the losers. Chung Ting-yu, I have been thinking about the true identity of the 4 survivors on the second floor. The electronic sound in the store gave me a lot of information, involving 3 contents of the VIP lounge, which were VIP lounge customers gave bad reviews to drinks. VIP lounge customer satisfaction with mall services increased slightly, and VIP lounge customer satisfaction failed to continue to increase. Hearing this, not only the inspectors, but also Wei Shigue couldn't help but look at Chung Ting-yu. With such an excellent memory, it's no wonder that she can show observation comparable to me pupil. Chung Ting-yu's lips curled slightly. After comparison, you will find that only when the VIP lounge was mentioned for the first time, the word inside was not added. There is a word game hidden here. I am an employee of the Little Tailor clothing store. Even if I go to other areas, I can be referred to as someone in the Little Tailor store. The prefix here is not a description of the location, but a description of the identity. Similarly, VIP lounge customers do not refer to customers who stay in the lounge, but customers who belong to the lounge. Li Fusai suddenly realized, before the first notification sounded, I had handed drinks to those 4 people. Others also quickly realized the hidden reminders in those electronic notifications. No wonder the drink problem was only mentioned in the first reminder, and there was no specific description in the next 2 times. Li Yitai looked at his colleagues and turned his face to recognize them. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be glad that the newcomers in the team had also developed the good habit of carrying refreshing functional drinks with them, or whether he should be deeply sad that the drinks bought by the team had to be badly reviewed even by the dungeon monsters. Li Fusai, what's the reason for the second increase in satisfaction? Chung Ting-yu thought for a moment and said, since the second time it mentioned in the lounge, it should be that the 2 scavengers took the initiative to deliver the goods to the door, which made the customers very satisfied. Others, sure enough, it's right to ignore customer satisfaction. Li Yitai, in that case, there is no need to discuss the reason for the third drop in satisfaction. It must be that those customers waited too long and got impatient. Li Fusai thought that it was not suitable to think about problems when the sand value dropped seriously. It was not until she came out and was led by Chung Ting-yu to sort it out that she found that the clues in the copy were so obvious. Chung Ting-yu, in addition, we also went to the residence where the survivors hid. As one of the people who followed to check the situation, Li Fusai shook her head slightly at the others. Don't look at her. She really didn't see anything at that time. Li Fusai was a little worried that the senior would be reluctant to give her a permanent position after seeing a talent like Chung Ting-yu. But when she thought that the senior who came to the copy with her couldn't see the clues that the other party saw, she subtly put her mind at ease. Chung Ting-yu, the hiding place of the 4 people is an abandoned public toilet. There are a few coats on the ground. Apart from that, there is no trace of life. Although there is no way to get food, they have to drink water to survive. According to the survivors, they need to avoid patrolling security guards, so it is not easy to run in the corridor. In this way, when choosing a place to live, they have to be as close to the water source as possible, and take into account the cycle of grain. However, there is naturally no water in the abandoned public toilet, which does not look like the residence of survivors who are full of fear but are determined to survive. Kasu, who came in with Chung Ting-yu to check the situation, should have guessed it, but he did not say it clearly. It is not known whether he is too confident in his companions or too unconfident. At this point, Chung Ting-yu is already 80% sure of the identities of the survivors. Chapter 58 2-line supplement. When using sound to attack those who claim to be survivors, Chi-Chi once mentioned that Qin Jiejia and others have good qualities. Now that I think about it, Qin Jiejia and the other 4 were not affected by the power of the copy because they stayed in the store for too long, but because they were not human. Chung Ting-yu used the power of the pupil to observe all the human-shaped beings around him, but could not see anything other than the name, whether it is human or non-human. What is shown is only the identity represented by the skin. Chung Ting-yu suspected that the playwright had been exploited by some players with particularly good vision, so he strictly guarded against similar abilities and tried his best to prevent the participants from seeing the results at the beginning. But soon, Li Fusai thought of another question. Since those people are customers of the VIP lounge, why can't they sign for the goods? Chung Ting-yu, because according to the rules, each customer can only sign for it once. Customers who have already received the goods naturally cannot sign for the clothes twice. Ye Yusheng nodded. In pursuit of the truth and resistance to overtime, He asked, "Do you have any speculation about those customers appearing on the second floor?" Generally, residents who come to the inspection team for tea only need to provide the information they know, and the specific inference will be handled by a dedicated person. But in the case of the young man in front of him, Nie Yusheng felt that the conclusion made by the other party might be more reliable than theirs, and it would definitely effectively reduce the working time of himself and his colleagues. Chung Tingyu, a little bit. The electronic sound at the beginning told the participants that this is a joint sale of the Hot Hypermarket and the Immortal Golden Theater. We have already experienced the part of the store. So where is the theater reflected? The customers who appear on the second floor have signed for the goods. To understand it in another way, only after signing for the goods can the customers go to the second floor. Chung Tingyu, the copy gave a lot of hints. Employees and security guards need to wear clothes and wear their ID cards if they want to move around in the store. What about the customers? Customers are not staff members, so they don't need ID cards. So what they need is clothes. As long as they put on clothes, they can leave the lounge. Li Fusai couldn't help but said, "But the clothes of those 4 people are not red." Chung Tingyu smiled. The description on the order is blood red, which led the scavengers to think that they needed to use the blood of living people to dye and collect them. She didn't finish her words, but everyone else understood the answer. The clothes signed by the customers are essentially the skins of living people. Going upstairs to deliver goods is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, according to the design process of the copy. When the employees on the second floor survived the crazy invasion and finally found a way to go to the third floor, the final result was that their skin and flesh were peeled off and worn on their bodies. Chung Tingyu, in my guess, there are 2 lines in the copy at the same time. One sales line and one theater line. In the sales line, the second floor is the store. We are the employees. The third floor is the lounge, and the VIP lounge is for customers. In the theater line, the second floor is the stage. We are the audience. The third floor is the dressing room, and the customers are the actors who have not yet put on makeup and the actors who are performing. Employees and actors are each other's consumers. We need to complete the work, and the actors need to complete the performance. Both have their own standards. Li Fusai, so the standard of those actors is to deceive us and make us think they are human? Chung Tingyu, almost. But it is too easy to make us mistakenly think they are human. Basically, you just need to do nothing. In the code that involves both customers and employees, only the employees are told how to end the work. I think that if the actors want to completely end the performance, they must first deceive the identity of the employees and then complete the delivery work. Others seemed to understand for a while after listening to her words. Chung Tingyu's lips curled slightly. If you think about it carefully, it's really a very interesting process. Li Fusai was slightly horrified. The actors cannot let the employees of the clothing store complete the work. Otherwise, they will not be qualified to perform. However, after the actors put on the clothes for the performance, they have to do everything possible to deceive the identity of the employees. If they have a chance to succeed, they also need to follow the instructions in the employee code and deliver the goods to the third floor. However, other performers waiting to go on stage will not be lenient to their peers. The skin of the customer who changed his identity was peeled off, and a new reincarnation began. For the actors of the Immortal Golden Theater, this is a performance that will never end. Li Fusai murmured, "If I were to design the dungeon, I wouldn't leave the loophole for employees to sign for each other." Chung Tingyu shook his head and said softly, "That wouldn't be exciting enough." Li Fusai was at a loss. Chung Tingyu, it's more dramatic for employees to complete their work by signing for each other's goods. If you think about it carefully, the way to pass the level that the participants have been pursuing and making great sacrifices for is actually very simple. As long as the number of people is greater than 2, it can be easily done. If I were the designer of the dungeon, I would probably reveal the answer to the other party when there is only one player left. Li Fusai silently put down the cup he had just picked up. His hand trembled slightly while drinking coffee. It is already very scary to be able to pass the level as a pioneer, and the other party can actually grasp the idea of the playwright, which is incredible. Li Fusai has a hunch that from Chung Tingyu's temperament, as long as she doesn't die halfway through, she will definitely become a big figure in the end. Chung Tingyu. This also explains why the scavengers were chased by patrolling security guards after putting on the actors' coats. The inspectors nodded, because those coats, like the skins, are part of the goods. The rules that the actors began to reveal are actually true. If the participants hide things from other stores, they will be chased by plastic dummies. Chung Tingyu, the actors need the identity of shop assistants. So they don't really want us to be eliminated meaninglessly. So when the scavengers started to act, the 4 actors made some noises for Chi-Chi to hear. Later, they didn't stop me from suggesting that both parties exchange identities, because that was their purpose. Li Fuzai suddenly realized. No wonder Chung Tingyu asked Chi-Chi and Yacht to wear the survivor coats at that time. She didn't want to exchange the identities above, but to ensure that the scavengers had the goods belonging to the customers. Nye Yusheng, I have a question. Why did you risk jumping down to the first floor before leaving the dungeon? Chung Tingyu shook his head slightly when he heard this. Nye Yusheng was puzzled. Didn't you choose to jump down to the first floor yourself? Chung Tingyu, I mean, the first floor is not dangerous. Others, Li Fuzai thought. It seems that she doesn't understand the world of the boss. Chung Tingyu, as an employee who has finished work, it is reasonable for me to appear in other areas of the store. And the patrol security guards did not go to the first floor. So the possibility of attacking units there is not high. She was telling the truth. The actors on the first floor did not really attack her until the end. At most, they just cut the rope with a knife. Nye Yusheng was silent for a moment and made a gesture to ask her to continue. Chung Tingyu then elaborated on her thoughts. The dungeon is not friendly to the participants. If the first floor is full of dangers, we should find a way to open a passage downstairs for us. And the participants clearly entered the dungeon from the main door, but were directly refreshed to the office on the second floor. This matter also made me a little concerned. So I jumped down to see the situation. For a mentally unstable flesh and blood player, taking risks is not surprising. Nye Yusheng pondered. Do you think that the things on the first floor will affect the copy itself? Chung Tingyu nodded. I have a prop that can eliminate illusions. In the end, it was with the help of the prop that I found the source of the copy's power and sealed it with sealing paper. She was telling the truth. Even if she took the prop for testing, she would not get a false result. She just played a word game and did not point out that the prop that eliminates illusions is not a prop used to open the locker. The pass is exempt from inspection. Hearing the 3 words sealing paper, Li Fuzai instantly showed the sadness of looking at the dog owner of the Monopoly enterprise. After the inquiry, Nye Yusheng, who felt that the progress of the work had been pushed forward a lot, politely said goodbye to the 2 people opposite. Before leaving, Chung Tingyu said, there is one more thing. Nye Yusheng, who was about to leave, paused slightly. He turned around and smiled. What's the matter? Nye Yusheng's attitude was very polite, but only those who were very familiar with him could see the slight suspicion hidden under his normal expression. Chung Tingyu's performance was really outstanding. As a core member of the Outer City District Inspection Team, Nye Yusheng had to prevent the infiltration of malicious people. He had seen many similar cases. Before invading the inspection team, outsiders would make contributions to gain their trust, and then gradually reveal their true purpose. If Chung Tingyu also had similar ideas, she might ask to join the inspection team later. Before she finished thinking, Chung Tingyu had already spoken. We are all temporary workers and lack security. So can we help reimburse the task items, ordinary tools, and personal injuries we used? Li Fuzai was almost choked. Is this person really just a temporary member of the Screwdriver? Why does he feel like an old employee? Nye Yusheng, please rest assured. We will accurately convey your meaning when we report to the higher-ups. Chung Tingyu looked at the other party and smiled happily. After finishing the last 2 glasses of apple juice, the inspection team sent a car to take Chung Tingyu and Wei Shigui back to their residence. The driver was Hong Yuaning, the intern who was eliminated first. Hong Yuaning, the inspection team will clean up the dungeon area later, but the store will definitely not be able to open again in a short time. Chung Tingyu showed obvious regret. For her, having no place to replenish daily necessities is obviously worse news than having to open a dungeon. Chung Tingyu didn't know much about the dungeon cleaning. But, can you repeat his last sentence just now? She looked at her companion with a very sincere expression. Full of expectations of you set a flag for the store to go bankrupt directly so that it can open quickly. Wei Shigui. Her ability was still a little unstable, and she didn't say anything in the end. She just looked at Chung Tingyu calmly, and expressed her true thoughts with her eyes, that saying the opposite can only add buffs, and can't be used as a wishing pool. And I want to wish you 300 times a day. Chung Tingyu sighed deeply. The 2 lived not far from the inspection team, and soon arrived at the destination. Hong Yuaning stopped the car and said goodbye in a friendly manner. After the basic cleaning is completed, we will deliver the items needed by the Screwdriver as soon as possible. Chung Tingyu nodded and got off the car with Wei Shigui. Wei Shigui was a resident of the Central City District. She should have gone back long ago, But there was a strict access control system between the outer district and the central district. People like her who had been in the copy with the breath of the ancient source need to stay outside for a certain period of time and show no abnormality before they can go home. She had been there for a while, but was dragged to the hot hypermarket. Again, the playwright is naturally not as scary as the ancient source, but he also needs to continue to observe. Room 501 of the residential building. After Chung Tingyu entered the house, she threw herself on the bed. Although it is exciting to pass the copy, lying down also has the joy of lying down. She originally planned to take a short nap, but when she opened her eyes, the sky had unknowingly darkened. The room was very quiet. The sky outside the window was dark, with stars sparsely dotted on it, as if it was a thick black cloth with small holes bitten by ants. Chung Tingyu turned on the bedside lamp and began to check the reward she got after clearing the game. At that time, her attention was away from the copy, and she didn't care about the prop she got. Now she remembered the information that appeared in her mind at that time. Congratulations to the player for clearing the game and getting Immortal Golden Theater leaflet ×1. Lifelike mask ×1. Real curtain ×1. Congratulations to the player for clearing the game and getting the Remnant Lucky Decision coin ×1. The leaflets were of course the handwriting of the drama author. If Chung Tingyu still intends to continue to appreciate the other party's new play, she can consider posting those leaflets on the wall to appreciate them every day, or collect a few more similar items. And soon, she can be captured again by the copy related to the Immortal Golden Theater. As for the lifelike mask, it is a disguise prop. A lifelike mask, a mask made of soft leather. One of the props of the Immortal Golden Theater. Once worn on the face, it can perfectly disguise a person named Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. 4. Note, unless you want to perform in a theater, do not wear it for more than 3 hours at a time. This item reminded Chung Tingyu of the customers who had signed for the items. Plastic dummies can wear clothes for stage performances, and ordinary people can of course. But if they wear them for too long, they will gradually become the same as those actors. Chung Tingyu looked at the mask for a moment and threw it back into the backpack. Real curtain, want to make some adjustments to the surrounding links? Hang this curtain on the stage, and the background required by the actors will appear on it. Chung Tingyu understood the information identified. This should be the reason why the participants cannot see the stairs on the second floor of the copy. Chapter 59 Lucky Decision Coin. The real environment of the store was covered by the curtain, and the participants could only see a changed stage that was more suitable for performances. This curtain was smooth to the touch, and it was heavy beyond its size. The surface had a faint luster, like a handful of silver sand that could flow out of the fingers at any time. 3 of the 4 items can remind people of stage performances. The only difference is the Lucky Decision coin, which is called a remnant. This is a metal coin. Chung Tingyu had seen it on Yacht's neck. The surface pattern is simple and has an indescribable mysterious color. At this moment, the color of Chung Tingyu's right eye seemed to be a little darker. Her eyes fell on the coin in her hand. The completely unexpected pain came from the right eye, and the brain seemed to be pierced by a sharp weapon in an instant. The sickening dizziness enveloped Chung Tingyu. She subconsciously bent down and covered her eyes with her hands. The temples were wet with cold sweat, and bright red blood flowed continuously from the pale fingers, like a wine bottle with the cork pulled out. A series of strange and incomprehensible words flashed through her vision. If she tried to interpret them carefully, the pain would be further enhanced. After about 5 minutes, or even less, Chung Tingyu slowly put down her hand. She had not yet installed mirrors in every room, so she could only communicate with herself through the bedroom window. The picture reflected by the glass was distorted by the slight ups and downs of the surface. Chung Tingyu looked at herself on it and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry. I made you bleed so much." Although she only stared at it for a short moment, Chung Tingyu still captured some information about the coin. In her hand was a prop with the power of a closed pupil. The method of use was very simple. People holding the Lucky Decision coin could judge good and bad luck by throwing the coin, and there was a chance of having a predictive dream if they wore it for a long time. However, as a powerful item, the Lucky Decision coin also has fatal side effects. Although its name contains the word lucky, this item will always lead the user into a pit without knowing it. The last yacht who had the Decision coin chose to enter the hot hypermarket that was completely unsuitable for him. Today, Chung Tingyu is the new owner of the item. After a moment, Chung Tingyu looked away. The severe pain in her right eye just now had a strange familiarity, which reminded her of the moment when she was only 1 corridor away from the ancient source's family in apartment number 6. The similar feeling made her doubt a little. Perhaps it was because of the mixed breath of the ancient source that this item finally produced an ominous change. Rubbing his eyebrows, Chung Tingyu no longer bothered about the situation of the lucky decision coin, and put it together with the first 3 rewards. Now there are at least 2 things to be thankful for. The first is that as long as she doesn't use it, her safety should be guaranteed. The second is that fortunately, she didn't awaken Wei Shigue's ability. Otherwise, he would have killed her with a wave of poisonous milk. After waking up from a nap in the afternoon, the feeling of hunger was particularly obvious. Chung Tingyu wiped the blood off her face and staggered to the living room. The living environment of the rental house can only be considered mediocre. There are only basic daily necessities in it, and the decoration level and the completeness of furniture are not as good as the previous apartment number 6. The slightly comforting thing is that there is a refrigerator in the kitchen, although it looks a bit old. Chung Tingyu, who has gradually become accustomed to life in the outer city, no longer has too many requirements for her living conditions. When she first moved in, Chung Tingyu bought a magnet and made a refrigerator magnet by herself, and posted a note on the door to ensure that she could see the message on it every time she came to find food. At this moment, the words on the note are need to buy staple food and fruits and vegetables. Chung Tingyu raised her hand to take the note off and turned it to the back. There was a string of scribbled words on it. 1919-09-12-05-1420. This is the reminder Chung Tingyu left for herself when her mental value was normal. She was worried that she would be too suicidal and would not remember to restrain herself at that time. Once the sand value drops too much, the player will gradually find it difficult to control his behavior. However, people who are eroded by madness cannot clearly realize their own status. Among them, 90 is the bottom line of the sanity value. If it really drops to 70, she is probably so lively that she can't control herself. The following 6 numbers are not passwords, but unprocessed English letter numbers. 19 is S, 09 is I, and so on. Combining the 6 letters together is silent. This string of numbers is Chung Tingyu's own warning to herself that if the sanity value drops below 90, she must remain silent. If she wrote 90 silent directly, if someone entered her room and found the content behind the note, they would inevitably wonder why Chung Tingyu knew the detailed data of her sanity value. Chung Tingyu glanced at the mirror in the living room and identified the current detailed data from it. Sanity value, mild madness 83/125. It's not a very surprising result. After resting, her sanity had recovered a little. But she was hit by the lucky decision coin just now, and her spirit value, which had not been fully restored, became more and more shaky. In this world full of weirdness and danger, it is too difficult to keep a normal mind. There is a mirror in the living room. Chung Tingyu turned around and communicated with her image face to face. I don't think I have fallen into madness. She still has normal thinking. In the afternoon, she even communicated with the inspectors about the copy problem. She would sleep when she was tired and eat when she was hungry. All her actions were supported by sufficient reasons. Chung Tingyu walked to the mirror, stretched out her hand and pressed the position of the eyes of the person in the mirror, and whispered, "Do you think so too?" Although she felt that it was not necessary in her heart, Chung Tingyu still respected the opinions given by herself when her brain was still normal, and decided to stay silent for 2 days to restore her sanity. Since you want to be silent, you should try to keep silent. Sleep when you want to sleep, and play when you want to play. In a word, you can do whatever you want. Chung Tingyu stood at the refrigerator door and thought for 3 seconds. He felt that cooking was an extremely risky behavior, so he turned around and knocked on his neighbor's door. 2 minutes later, Wei Shigue opened the door and said expressionlessly, "What's up?" Chung Tingyu said sincerely, "I just read my fortune, and it's not suitable to cook today." As a person who must choose his words carefully, Wei Shigue's emotions towards the player who can talk nonsense are quite subtle. He glanced at the visitor and went back to his room to get a bag of dry bread and threw it to him. Before closing the door, he hesitated for a moment and reminded, "You go through the dungeon too frequently. Pay attention to rest and relax your mind recently. Even if the player does not break through the dungeon, but just stays in it, he will gradually draw strength from the dungeon. Once the strength drawn exceeds his own limit, he will become deformed." After a period of getting along, Wei Shigue also understood the state of this companion who lived opposite him. Chung Tingyu sometimes behaved quite sophisticated, but sometimes seemed to lack necessary common sense. The latter point is in line with the background of a visitor from the desolate area, facing the neighbor who suddenly spoke a long paragraph. Chung Tingyu raised her eyebrows slightly. "Are you ready to talk now?" "Wei Shigue, You won't activate your ability all the time. Chung Tingyu reminded him friendly. If I were you, I wouldn't say this. Wei Shigui. Careless. It's not that she is not cautious enough, but the attack of the dungeon is all-round and multi-angle. Even if she has been silent and has little sense of existence, she has not been spared. Chung Tingyu, who successfully obtained the dry bread, lay back home peacefully. The afternoon sleep only slightly relieved the fatigue of the dungeon. After finishing dinner, Chung Tingyu fell into a deep sleep again and didn't wake up until 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Chung Tingyu originally browsed a wave of forums to pass the time, but according to her habit, even if she read the spam posts, she couldn't help thinking about something. So she simply found the outer city map she bought before and searched for a suitable place to pass the time. The entertainment activities around are really outrageous, considering that it is not suitable to go to the downtown area at present, and you can't use your brain. In summary, the most suitable activity for her at present is to see the scenery. Chung Tingyu intended to go to the park for some fresh air, but the Camellia Park, which was closest to her, was just opposite the Capsule Hotel. It was a crowded area and normally not dangerous. But if she went there by herself, she would be in trouble. After searching for a long time, Chung Tingyu finally found another more remote Riverview Park, which could be reached by taking bus number 67. 45 minutes later. Under normal circumstances, bus drivers would not care too much about the whereabouts of passengers. But today, they could not help but watch the young man who got off the bus for a while. There were few entertainment facilities in the outer city area, and not many people went out to visit parks during normal working hours. And people who chose to visit abandoned parks were naturally even rarer. Carrying bottled water and dry bread, Chung Tingyu walked towards the direction of Riverview Park with the mentality of winter travel. Not long after, she finally heard the sound of a vehicle starting behind her. Bus number 67 finally drove out of the station slowly. The weather was too sunny, and the blue sky seemed to have been washed by water, clear and transparent to an incredible degree. Groups of fluffy white clouds floated slowly. The warm sun shines on the lush golden lawn, and the wind carries the sweet and intoxicating fragrance of flowers. Chung Tingyu gazes at the beautiful scenery around him, and then sighs slowly. Slowly. Sure enough, going out for a stroll is not actually silent. Even if you write a message to yourself and remind yourself, your daily actions will unconsciously deviate due to madness. Chung Tingyu explained to herself in a low voice. This is also unexpected. According to the density of tourists in Riverview Park, the dungeon should not be triggered here at all. While speaking, Chung Tingyu rarely showed a guilty expression. In fact, simply visiting the park is not a dangerous behavior, even if there is a mental problem, as long as she can stick to the purpose of viewing the scenery. Take a look and leave. It is not difficult to get out of it. Chung Tingyu should not have relied on her excellent eyesight with the power of dense pupils to see the book in the flower bed at a glance. The name of the book is a boring storybook, and the information identified is consistent with the title. A boring storybook. Books with boring stories are not worth reading. Chung Tingyu thought that she was indeed a little rebellious in her mind. If she said something interesting or exciting, she would just leave, with the mentality of since it's boring, I have to take a look at it. Chung Tingyu picked up the storybook, which was about 1 centimeter thick, and gently opened it. The next moment, she landed in an endless golden grass. In the center of the golden grass, there was an open space, on which stood a neat and tidy cabin. The roof was made of straw, and the walls and windows were made of wood. Each of the wooden boards was sawed into the same shape, and there was a beautiful square chimney on the roof. The blue sky, white clouds, blanket-like grass, and the cute cabin were all vividly reflected in Chung Tingyu's eyes. From an aesthetic point of view, this is really a beautiful scenery that can be used as wallpaper with just a shot. Chung Tingyu lowered his head, pushed aside the golden grass, and checked the soil below. Nothing. The insects that should theoretically exist in the soil were nowhere to be seen. Chung Tingyu never thought that the soil with grass growing in the wild could be as clean as if it had just been unpacked. On the soil, countless small blades of grass swayed gently, and there was no difference between each blade. Chung Tingyu closed her eyes. She could only hear the sound of the wind and the grass leaves. This was not a completely quiet world, but the overly monotonous source of sound had a strange feeling similar to dead silence. The wind was endless, and the grass leaves rustled. Chung Tingyu's hearing was average, but in her perception, each sound was no different from the previous one. The breeze always blew at the same angle and the same wind force, and the grass leaves swayed at the same amplitude. This is a beautiful world. This is also a monotonous world. It was as if a scene was captured and played endlessly. Chung Tingyu opened her eyes again and looked at the cabin in the distance. Her pupils shrank suddenly. The chimney on the roof of the wooden house, which was originally like a static oil painting, had already emitted curling white smoke. Wooden house in the golden grass, a standard house. The main body is made of wood, and there are people living inside. Since there are people, there will naturally be traces of human activities. The breeze seemed to have become a little colder. Chung Tingyu looked at her hands. The temperature around her did not change, but she herself had a little cold sweat. Chapter 60 Storybook. Humans are very complex creatures. When there was no sign of human activity around, Chung Tingyu wanted to break the unchanging state in the copy. But when she noticed white smoke rising from the chimney, the strange feeling in her heart increased instead of decreasing. Chung Tingyu looked ahead quietly. Except for the wooden house, she seemed to have no other place to explore. Just as Chung Tingyu was thinking about how to make the next decision, a strange cool feeling came from the cheap and beautiful mountaineering bag. Chung Tingyu reached into the space props and determined the source of the cool feeling. The lucky decision coin suddenly became a little different. The color, size, and shape of the coin were no different from when she first saw it. But at the moment when Chung Tingyu wanted to make a decision, it became particularly attractive. As if she could know the answer to the question as long as she picked it up and threw it. At this moment, the curiosity and worry about the unknown swelled abnormally in her heart. She felt like a person who could only eat porridge every day, and suddenly saw a greasy and fragrant hot chicken leg. Even if she didn't look at it or think about it, the fragrance of the chicken leg would float to her nose. After a long while, Chung Tingyu slowly moved her eyes away from the coin and said to herself, "No, this is too boring." The white smoke floating from the cabin was blown into an oblique line by the wind. Chung Tingyu stuffed the coin back into the backpack and walked towards the cabin. The participants' refresh point is about 1,000 meters away from the cabin. When she was about 20 meters away from the destination, with a creak, the wooden door was pushed open from the inside. Two young people came out of the door. On the right was a woman with black hair and slender eyebrows, and on the left was a man with brown curly hair and a pair of round eyes that matched the temperament of the dungeon environment. Both of them were about the same age, about 24 or 25 years old. The girl showed no surprise at meeting a stranger, and said happily, "It's been a long time since we've had a guest here. You must have walked a long way. Come in and rest." A distance of only 1,000 meters did not make Chung Tingyu feel tired. However, when she heard what the two said, her legs really felt sore from walking for a long time, as if she had really walked for a day and urgently needed to find a place to rest. "Boy, please come in. Please come in. We have cooked today's meal." Chung Tingyu did not comment on the invitation of the two people, but only said, "It's nice to meet you. What should I call you?" The expression on the girl's face did not change. "My name is Shujia." "Boy, my name is Shi." Chung Tingyu's eyes moved back and forth between the two people's faces, and then slowly said, "Why do you call yourself this?" She now deeply doubted the naming ability of the author of a boring storybook. The reason why the word boring is in the title of the book is that the name of the character is completely unable to attract readers to read it. And finally decided to give up? Shujia looked at Chung Tingyu with a warm smile on his face. "It's been a while since we had any customers here. You must have walked a long way. Come in and have a rest. Xiaoyi, please come in. Please come in. We have cooked today's meal." They repeated their initial answer. Chung Tingyu's question just now seemed completely meaningless to these two people, so they could not give an answer and could only repeat the words of welcome. The wind around seemed to become colder. Chung Tingyu was quiet for a moment and whispered, "Don't worry." Xiao Jia and Xiaoyi did not urge. They still stood at the door with smiles on their faces, facing Chung Tingyu with impeccable enthusiasm. It was Chung Tingyu's habit to check the copy environment. She turned around and walked around the house. There was no golden grass growing on this circle of open space, but there was a haystack in the backyard, and there were some farm tools on the side. Chung Tingyu did not go into the wooden house. He looked inside through the doors and windows and roughly knew that it was a layout of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Xiao Jia and Xiaoyi each had a bedroom, and the other house was of course provided for guests to live in. After a week, Chung Tingyu came to the door again. Xiao Jia and Shi stood there. Their movements were not much different from before, like 2 NPCs on standby. When they saw Chung Tingyu, they repeated the words they had just met for the 3rd time. Chung Tingyu's hunger became more severe. She went out today with the idea of winter travel, so she naturally brought food and water. However, just now, Chung Tingyu suddenly found that she could not reach into her backpack. Chung Tingyu raised her head and looked at the two young men in front of her silently, and then moved her eyes to the small wooden house behind. She looked for a long time, but finally saw nothing. The ability of the appraiser was the same as the props on his body, and all lost their effect. Xujia and Xiaoyi stood in front of the wooden door, with warm smiles on their faces, turning a blind eye to all the strange things about the visitors, and issued an invitation to come in for dinner for the fourth time. The two young men in front of him did not look like normal humans. Chung Tingyu skipped the communication process and went straight to the point. Why did you invite me in for dinner? Xujia, it is our responsibility to provide food for guests. Chung Tingyu changed the way of asking. Is there anything here that needs help from others? She had to figure out her purpose in the dungeon as soon as possible. Xujia, it is our responsibility to provide food for guests. Chung Tingyu. She now felt like she was facing an AI customer service. But what was worse than AI was that the two people in front of her seemed to have even fewer optional communication items. Chung Tingyu asked the same question to Xiaoyi again, and the answer given by the other party was no different from that of Xujia. The sky was still blue. The warm sunshine shone on the golden grass, and the breeze blew slowly. The scenery around, which was originally refreshing, had become stiff and monotonous. Chung Tingyu rubbed his eyebrows and asked, then where should I go after eating the food? She still didn't get an answer. For Xujia and Xiaoyi, this still seemed to be an unanswerable question. The aroma of hot milk and toast wafted out from the door, and the hunger in Chung Tingyu's abdomen was burning her stomach. Even when she thought she had just crossed over, she had never been so hungry when she ate a small amount of steamed buns and vegetables in the hotel every day. Besides being hungry, Chung Tingyu was also getting more tired. Her muscles began to ache, and her limbs seemed to be shackled. Even if she took just one step, she could feel the heaviness of her limbs. Xujia and Xiaoyi were still standing at the door, looking at Chung Tingyu with a smile. Monotonous background, monotonous characters, monotonous direction of action. There were not many choices for the participants. Chung Tingyu was quiet for a moment, and smiled at the two young men. In that case, I'll go in and rest first. Xujia and Xiaoyi looked at Chung Tingyu and made way for her. The layout of the wooden house was similar to what Chung Tingyu had guessed. Behind the entrance was a small living room, and then a dining room connected to an open kitchen. There were 3 bedrooms in the building, 2 facing south and 1 facing north. Xiaoyi took Chung Tingyu to the dining room. Xiaojia said happily, after dinner, we will make the bed for the guests, and then you can go and rest. Chung Tingyu did not say anything, but this did not seem to affect the joy of Xujia and the others at all. The table in the restaurant was covered with a snow-white tablecloth, on which there were 3 beautiful plates, 3 knives and forks. In the center of each plate, there was a piece of freshly baked soft bread, and on the side was hot milk with honey. Chung Tingyu stayed outside for quite a while, but the food in the restaurant did not get cold, and it still maintained a temperature just right for eating. Xiujia and Xiaoyi gave the middle seat to the guests from afar, but facing such a thoughtful host, Chung Tingyu did not show similar grace. She picked up Xiujia's plate, picked up Xiuyi's milk, and exchanged it with the food in front of her. The two saw Chung Tingyu's actions, but did not react, as if this was a very normal behavior for the guests. Chung Tingyu thought, this is not a good thing. If the two wanted to stop it, or at least showed some intention to stop it, it would prove that the problem was with the food. Unknowingly, the exam had already begun, and she hadn't even found her topic. The beautiful scenery and the warm hospitality that was so peaceful and safe that there was no danger made Chung Tingyu feel restrained. If you can't sense danger, you can't respond. Xujia laughed. It's time to eat now. She picked up the glass and drank a mouthful of milk. Xiaoyi, who was opposite, picked up the glass and drank a mouthful of milk. The two did the same action. After drinking the milk, they opened their mouths synchronously and bit off the bread with their white teeth. Until this moment, the two owners of the cabin finally had a clear sense of weirdness. When Xiaojia and Xiaoyi were eating, their eyes were always aimed in the direction of Chung Tingyu. Loud, numbing chewing sounds came from their mouths. Chung Tingyu didn't look at them. She stared at the bread on the plate and suddenly remembered a story she had read before. The fairy who lived on the ground had to stay there forever because she ate food from the underworld. There were 3 rooms in the cabin. If she ate the food here, would she become Xiaobing? Chung Tingyu's hand just touched the bread and put it down immediately. Her resistance did not affect the mood of the other 2 people to eat. Xujia and Xiaoyi ate the bread and milk cleanly, without even a crumb left. Then they put down their cups and turned to look at Chung Tingyu. Have you finished eating? Chung Tingyu, what if I answer no? Xujia and Xiaoyi, have you finished eating? Chung Tingyu. Okay. I got the answer. Looking at the two people with enthusiastic smiles. Chung Tingyu nodded, I'm done. Xiaojia, after eating, you should rest. As she announced, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The sunlight outside the window became dim. The temperature dropped. And even the wind direction changed. The fragrance and warmth in the wind disappeared completely. It blew in from the window, making Chung Tingyu feel obviously cold. Chung Tingyu realized one thing. In this copy, time follows the plot. The temperature of the food will never drop before the meal, and the sun will never set before the meal ends. Xujia and Xiaoyi lit the candles and said happily, we have prepared a soft bed for you. Please go and rest. Their expressions became normal again, as if the weird posture during the meal, just now, was just an illusion of Chung Tingyu. Chung Tingyu glanced at the two of them, and said pertinently, going to bed right after dinner is not a healthy lifestyle. Xujia looked at Chung Tingyu and smiled widely. The candlelight shining on her white teeth. Guests need to rest more to eliminate fatigue. Chung Tingyu thought for a moment, stood up from the chair, and smiled at the two of them. In that case, take me to see the bedroom. When the owner of the cabin became weird, she seemed to suddenly become a polite guest, took the initiative to step forward, took the candlestick from the other party, and then bowed to Xujia and Xiaoyi. Please lead the way for me. Chapter 61. The bedroom on the north side was assigned to Chung Tingyu. The bedroom was not big, but the furniture was neat and tidy. There was a single bed against the wall, covered with soft snow-white sheets. There was an ordinary window on the wall, without anti-theft devices, and it looked easy to break. Chung Tingyu's emotions were a little subtle, based on her experience of reading various literary works. When arriving in a strange place, if the windows of the room were locked, then at midnight, there would most likely be hostile forces breaking in from the door. However, if the windows could be opened, the windows could replace the bedroom door and become the invasion site for external enemies. In short, the possibility of finding an absolutely safe house structure in a story is not high, and the specific probability depends on the creator's writing ideas. Chung Tingyu placed the candlestick at the head of the bed and got a box of matches from the two owners of the wooden house. Xujia and Xiaoyi were at the door, smiling happily and saying good night to Chung Tingyu. Dear guest, I hope you have a good dream. Then, they closed the door considerately for her. Chung Tingyu sat on the edge of the bed, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. There were too few clues in the copy, and her heart seemed to be divided into two halves. One half regretted not hanging the lucky decision coin around her neck. Otherwise she might have a precognitive dream, and the other half clearly realized that those thoughts were not her own will, but more likely that the lucky decision coin was taking advantage of the owner's sand value to make trouble. The white bed was very soft, and it had an unusual attraction for tired travelers who had walked all day. After sitting for a while, Chung Tingyu stood up reluctantly, blew out the candlelight, and closed the curtains of the bedroom. The bedroom fell into darkness. Chung Tingyu whispered to comfort herself, actually, I'm not very hungry. She wanted to convince herself not to recall the voice and smile at the milk and bread in the afternoon. But as a non-spell player, her words had no effect on her. The texture of the curtains was like cotton. Chung Tingyu pulled them casually. The moonlight shone in through the gaps in the curtains and fell on the floor, like a thin silver-white line. Slowly, the silver-white line on the ground shifted. The windows of the bedroom were clearly closed, but the coolness of the night penetrated in through every hole. In the darkness, Chung Tingyu sat motionless, and his eyes never left the floor from beginning to end. Time is flowing. She clearly did not fall asleep, but the plot was still slowly advancing. So the next plot will still happen no matter what stage she is in. Chung Tingyu's heartbeat is exactly 50 times a minute. She listens to the sound of her heartbeat, and carefully feels the degree of fatigue in her body. The fatigue brought by the long journey is like a shadow. Chung Tingyu can feel that her physical strength is constantly weakening. Although Chung Tingyu could not use the ability of appraiser, her right eye's vision bonus was still there, and she could see everything in the room without lighting. However, after standing up, she still walked to the table and picked up the extinguished candlestick. Her footsteps were very light, and there was no sound throughout the whole process. There was nothing unusual happening in the room, so it can be roughly assumed that the plot point that caused the continuous passage of time was not in the bedroom in the north. Chung Tingyu turned around and walked towards the bedroom door. Perhaps because of the age, there was actually a tiny gap in the crack of the bedroom door. Theoretically, the candlelight in the corridor would leak into the bedroom through the gap of the door. But from Chung Tingyu's perspective, he could only see darkness. Perhaps because the night was too dark, Xiu Jia and Xiaoyi had extinguished all the candles in the wooden house. Cheng Tingyu walked to the bedroom door and stopped quietly. At this moment, she was only one step away from the crack of the door. In order to grasp the situation outside the door, she lowered her body slightly. Then, she quickly pulled out the candle and stabbed the pointed end of the candlestick through the crack of the door. Ah! A shrill female voice sounded from outside the door. The bedroom door was knocked open from the inside, and it hit Shi heavily before he could push it open. Guarding the door of the guest's bedroom is a rare way of hospitality. After entering the dungeon, Cheng Tingyu's physical fitness actually declined, but some basic muscle memory was still there. She was worried that Xiu Jia and Xiaoyi could fight together, so she took the initiative to attack and pierced Xiu Jia's eyeball that was attached to the door. At this moment, the two people had completely lost their original enthusiasm, and their faces were full of murderous ferocity. That was the ferocity of a living person. Cheng Tingyu stared at the two people at the door with a smile on his face. Why are you surprised? You clearly knew that I was not asleep. When hearing Cheng Tingyu's words, Xiaoyi's face flashed a trace of unconcealable horror. Seeing the other party's expression, Cheng Tingyu knew that she probably guessed part of the rules of the game correctly. After she entered the room, the two people had been squatting outside, waiting for a suitable time to take action. Cheng Tingyu had a guess that if she had fallen asleep, the plot would jump directly to the moment that Xiao Jia and Xiaoyi determined needed to take action. But if Cheng Tingyu didn't fall asleep, whether the two sides would clash next, and when would they clash would become an unknown matter. That's why the time in the dungeon would slowly move forward. The current situation is somewhat different from the time jump of the previous meal. At present, there are not enough clues. Cheng Tingyu inferred that the meal was something that had been decided and would inevitably happen, while the conflict at night was related to the self-performance of the story characters. In addition, she has been thinking about the role of the cabin for herself. First of all, it should not be for supplies. Cheng Tingyu was not hungry, and did not feel tired at all. The reason why she got the current series of debuffs was because she heard what Xiu Jia and the others said. During the subsequent meal, Xiao Jia and Xiaoyi showed a weird eating posture that any vigilant participant could hardly ignore. Cheng Tingyu felt that the other party did not want her to recover her strength, but was doing everything possible to weaken the guest's state. So before the sleep phase, Cheng Tingyu took the initiative to pick up the candlestick. Although there are farm tools behind the house, it is still too conspicuous to use them as weapons. When she entered the bedroom, Cheng Tingyu was actually still unsure about what would happen next, until she found that time was actually moving forward. This means that the story has begun. She couldn't see the light outside through the crack in the door just now, not because Xiu Jia and the others had extinguished the candle in the room, but because they had never left and blocked the light source in the corridor with their bodies. Cheng Tingyu shook off the blood on the candlestick and said slowly, "The plot of seeing the enemy's eyes through the crack in the door has appeared in many literary works. I think it's time to add some novelty to the plot later." Xiaoyi took a step back and made a vigilant gesture with a look of shock. He didn't look like AI at all now, and said hurriedly, "You haven't eaten or slept. You must be sleepy and tired now." Cheng Tingyu's condition was indeed not good, but she did not lose the most basic judgment ability. If you were completely sure, you wouldn't try to weaken my condition before taking action. After all, a traveler who is capable of traveling long distances is always stronger than two children staying at home. After she finished speaking, she suddenly paused. At the same time, Xiao Yi's face turned ashen. Cheng Tingyu still felt hungry and tired, but her weakened physical fitness had obviously recovered a little. She moved her wrist and thought, so that's it. The words here have power. So after she determined that she should be stronger, this became a fact in the story. Cheng Tingyu's combat power was not extremely outstanding, at least when facing the scavengers. She would simply choose to run away. However, her analysis just now was correct. Xiao Jia and Xiao Yi would desperately reduce the status of the guests before taking action, making the other party suspicious and unable to eat and sleep at ease, precisely because they lacked confidence in combat. And Cheng Tingyu herself, at least, was able to fool the inspection team with her own combat power, making the latter regard her as a flesh-and-blood player. Xiao Yi was not her opponent. Originally, with Xiao Jia, the two actually had the strength to fight, but after the eyes were severely injured by a sharp weapon, Xiao Jia's combat power was also weakened by half due to confusion and severe pain, almost directly reducing the number of personnel. Bang! Xiao Yi, who wanted to escape, flew up and fell to the ground, face down, almost flattened. Cheng Tingyu stepped on his back. making him unable to move. Xiaoyi struggled. But soon, he had no strength to struggle. His nose was broken and his bones made an unbearable creaking sound. Cheng Tingyu whispered to himself, "This is also a way of verification." When attacked, Xiao Jia and Xiao Yi could not continue to pretend to be NPCs. However, under normal circumstances, participants who had just entered the dungeon would not attack Xiao Jia and Xiao Yi without figuring out their identities, except for those who were not very normal in their behavior. For this reason, Cheng Tingyu felt that her mental state was normal now. She chose to take the initiative after noticing the abnormality of the dungeon. Xiao Jia, with an injured left eye, stood up shakily, and took advantage of Cheng Tingyu's attention not being on him, and quietly moved to the end of the corridor. They were wrong in their judgment. The one who came in today was not a prey that could be killed at will, but the most terrifying hunter. "Please wait a moment." Xiao Jia heard the young man's voice coming from behind, and the words were still polite. The other party was clearly looking at Xiao Yi on the ground, but the dark eyeball on the right face turned strangely in a different direction from the other eye, like a snake looking at a frog, staring at herself who wanted to escape. There was a moment of blankness in her mind. For some reason, Xiao Jia felt a sense of horror that made her back numb. But just when she was brave enough to confirm it again, the young man's eyes returned to normal. She kept looking at Xiao Yi, and only glanced at Xiao Jia with her peripheral vision, as if everything Xiao Jia had just seen was an illusion caused by being too scared. Cheng Tingyu casually turned the candlestick in his hand with blood stains, and said helplessly, "It is not convenient for me to control two people at the same time now. You'd better not walk around." Xiao Jia, who already felt fear, was at a loss for a moment, and didn't understand why Cheng Tingyu would directly tell her not to walk around. The two sides were obviously in a hostile relationship. Since the opponent could not control two people at the same time, wouldn't it be a great opportunity for the other side to escape? Why should he tell the story? However, soon, a thought that made Xiujia tremble slightly emerged in her mind. She stared at Cheng Tingyu, and then looked at the bloody candlestick in the other's hand with difficulty, and then nodded slightly stiffly. She always felt that if she or Xiaoyi made any unusual movements, the other party would pierce their heads with the candlestick. Cheng Tingyu curved the corners of his lips. "That's good. Although it's late, since no one has plans to rest, I have a few questions to ask. The first question is, why are you here? From the performance of the two and the law of time advancement, Cheng Tingyu has been completely sure that they are not NPCs of the cabin, but participants who entered the dungeon before him." Hearing the enemy's questions, Xiujia and Xiaoyi opened their mouths almost at the same time and wanted to speak. Among them, Xiaoyi had difficulty opening his mouth because his face was pressed on the floor, which reminded people of the fish blowing bubbles on the chopping board. However, before they could explain the situation, they were interrupted immediately. Cheng Tingyu made a silent gesture. "Don't make any sound. Just write it down where you are." Xiujia understood that the other party was trying to prevent them from colluding with each other. "But we don't have paper and pen." Cheng Tingyu reminded him friendly. "The texture of wood is not very hard." Xiujia was surprised. "You want us to write on the floor with our fingernails?" Cheng Tingyu thought about it and said gently, "The only parts of the human body that are harder than fingernails are bones and teeth. If you think fingernails are not easy to use, I can also help you pull out a tooth." Xiujia froze. She hesitated, squatted down, tried to ignore the pain in her body, and wrote on the floor with her fingertips dipped in the blood on her face. Cheng Tingyu did not say anything to stop her. As long as she could achieve her goal, she didn't care much about the other party's writing method. Soon, Xiujia and Xiaoyi gave their answers one after another. The distance between them was not close, at least ensuring that each other could not see the words around each other. However, Cheng Tingyu's right eye had a visual bonus brought by the dense pupil, and could clearly recognize what Xiujia wrote. Chapter 62. Xiaojia, I just opened a book, and then I came in. Xiaoyi, I came in when I was about to read a book. The answers they gave were the same as Cheng Tingyu's experience. Cheng Tingyu, second question. How long have you been here? Xiujia, a long time. I can't remember. Half a year or more than a year. Xiaoyi, it's been a long time. Probably more than a year. Or maybe less. Cheng Tingyu's eyes swept over the answers of the two people and continued, third question. The order in which you came in? Xiujia, I was the first. And Xiaoyi was soon to come. Xiaoyi, a little slower than Xiujia, but almost at the same time. While writing, Xiujia looked at the young man not far away. Perhaps because of the candlelight. Cheng Tingyu's facial features showed a kind of unpredictable and cold temperament. Chung Tingyu's eyes paused on the handwriting on the ground for a while. And then he spoke. Fourth question. How thick is the book that let you in? Compared to other contents, the thickness of the book is not a question worth hiding. Xu Jia and Xiaoyi also gave the answer quickly. Both of them answered about 1 centimeter. Chung Tingyu did not speak. The faint candlelight fell into her eyes, as if it was completely swallowed by her deep pupils. Xu Jia's eyes were still bleeding, but she did not resist Chung Tingyu's questions because of her injuries. When she realized that she was not a match alone, Xu Jia had been very cooperative. But it did not mean that she had given up the plan to be an enemy of Chung Tingyu. For her own consideration, Xu Jia must kill the newcomer in the dungeon, or kill Xiuyi. On the floor, Xiuyi's breath became a little weaker because of the huge pressure on his back. The new young man sighed softly. The situation is worse than I thought. Xu Jia had an ominous meaning in his heart. Chung Tingyu looked at the 2 participants who had disguised themselves as NPCs and told them a message. When I came in, I saw that the thickness of the book was also 1 centimeter. Xu Jia listened to Chung Tingyu's words and vaguely grasped something very scary. But he couldn't think too clearly in a short time. Isn't it normal that the thickness of the book will not change? Chung Tingyu didn't explain directly. She looked at the 2 participants in front of her, smiling, and reminded, the time between us is very long. But the thickness of the book has not changed. Since the number of pages will not increase, there must be a limit to the length of the story. Without waiting for Xu Jia and Xiaoyi to sort out their thoughts, Chung Tingyu said again, the 6th question. What is the name of the book you saw at that time? Xiao Jia originally wanted to conceal some content, but the other party's demeanor made them have some bad associations. The mentality of the 2 participants who entered the copy first has changed a little, especially Xu Jia, who feels that she has made some mistakes. After a while, Xiaoyi tried to raise his head, but he just moved a little, and his whole face was forced to stick to the blood-soaked floor again, and his sternum made a tooth-grinding click. The young man who controlled him just looked a little more amiable. Xiao Jia couldn't help shaking, lowered his head, and began to write down the answer. This time, the answers they gave were the same again, a warm storybook. Chung Tingyu brushed the hair that fell on his cheek. The answers of the 2 were very valuable. The name Chung Tingyu saw was a boring storybook. The change from warm to boring means that the name of the book will change. When Chung Tingyu fell into thought and stopped talking, the corridor immediately became very quiet. Xu Jia looked up again and glanced at the young man quietly. She always felt that the other party was a little scary. And this scary was not entirely because of the young man's behavior. There was a subtle sense of incoordination in the other party's facial expression. She should be smiling, but her eyes were emotionless. Or, Xiao Jia couldn't understand the emotions in her eyes. Chung Tingyu thought for a while, and finally released his control over Xiaoyi. You can stand up now. Xiaoyi didn't look like he could still move, but Chung Tingyu's tone was very firm, as if he had confirmed that he could stand up. This was because Xiao Jia's escape was not smooth enough at the time. After seeing her companion being knocked away, she did not immediately run away with all her strength, which made Chung Tingyu suspect that the other party thought that Xiaoyi still had the strength to fight even after being hit hard. Xiaoyi supported the wall and stood up unsteadily, with blood on her coat soaked. Xiao Jia suddenly spoke, breathing a little hurriedly, as if he suddenly reacted. You just said that there is a limit to the length of the story. Chung Tingyu, you have been here for almost a year. No matter how concise the plot of this year is, it will occupy a lot of pages. When all the pages are filled with content, whether the story has come to an end or not, it must end. Guess, will the participants appear directly outside the copy at that time? Or will they be trapped in the story and can never leave? Xiao Jia and Xiaoyi both stopped breathing for a moment. Their expressions were slightly distorted by the other's words. The first assumption was very beautiful. As long as they waited, they would be able to pass the level. However, the dungeon was never a kind existence. If they had good expectations for such things, they would be very likely to die without leaving any trace. Xu Jia and Xiaoyi both believed that once all the pages that could be used for writing were used up, they would be completely frozen in the unfinished story. So you are also very unlucky. You are obviously very powerful, but in the end you have to die in the storybook like us. Xiao Jia stared at Chung Tingyu, with a little madness and despair in her expression, and the young man seemed to be completely unaware of his situation. So she couldn't help but want to say more. Do you know why this book is called a heartwarming story? Chung Tingyu glanced at her and said politely, I would like to hear more about it. Xiao Jia stayed in the dungeon for quite a long time, and she naturally had some speculations about her situation. Have you read fairy tales? The endings of those stories are mostly that the protagonist lives a happy life, And this dungeon is the same. Chung Tingyu smiled. It doesn't sound like a bad thing. Xu Jia's eyes had stopped bleeding, but half of his face was still mottled with bloodstains. Under the dim candlelight, he looked particularly terrifying. That's because you haven't experienced the so-called happy life yet. In that happy life, you will gradually become a solidified story character, unable to think or act. Chung Tingyu's eyes stayed on Shijia's face for a moment, and he suddenly realized, this is why you kill people. There are 3 rooms in the cabin, so there should be 3 people living here happily, trapped in a solidified state. If the happy ending of the 3 people cannot be achieved, the copy will naturally add new characters. She thought for a moment and guessed. At that time, you can also regain your autonomy? Xiaojia admitted readily, yes. That's why we want to kill you. But think about it. It's been a year since I came here, and there should be only a few pages left to finish the book. Even if you kill the new character, you won't live long. Chung Tingyu glanced at Xiaojia and shook his head. You haven't read a warm storybook. Xiaojia knew that the other party was questioning based on the words that he entered the copy just after opening the book, and explained, we have all been here for a long time, and we must know more. Chung Tingyu smiled and explained his ideas to Xiaojia patiently and politely. I'm not denying your understanding of the copy, but the so-called ending is just your personal summary, and it doesn't mean that the content about the ending on the page is just this line of words. Xiaoyi, who was released, had been silent until now. Finally spoke, you mean? There are other plots in this story? Chung Tingyu, too simple a plot is not worth carrying in a 1 centimeter thick book. Xiaojia shook his head vigorously. We thought so at the beginning. But no matter what we do, the cabin can't expand more plots. Chung Tingyu, what about places outside the cabin? Hearing her words, Xiaojia and Xiaoyi showed a strange expression on their faces at the same time. After a while, Xiaojia said slowly, do you know how we discovered the rules of the copy at the beginning? Her voice was a bit gloating and a bit desperate. Xiaoyi, I and another person, you can call her Xiao Bing, were the first 3 people to enter the dungeon. At the beginning, we were all studying the dungeon mechanism and wanted to clear it early. When we found that the cabin could not play any other role except providing a place for players to eat and rest, Xiao Bing planned to explore other areas. At that time, our relationship was not very good, so we did not act together. Xiao Bing left the cabin alone and disappeared in the distance. Xiao Jia's facial features twisted slightly, and he whispered, I saw that scene. She was moving too fast and had no time to stop. After leaving the cabin for a certain distance, the color on her body faded rapidly, and then the whole person disappeared on the spot, as if she was wiped out by some force. Chung Tingyu had a guess in his mind Xiao Bing disappeared because she was too far away from the story plot, so she became a non-existent character. After that, we gradually fell into a rigid state of happiness and joy until the 4th person was added to the copy, and then we regained our ability to act independently. We did not attack her at first, but lived together anyway. Food appeared every day, and everyone did not need to fight for daily necessities. 1 day, 2 days passed, and nothing went wrong. On the 3rd day, we noticed that the feeling of being a character in the story reappeared. Xiujia and Xiaoyi also have some experience in dungeons. Although they did not completely understand the structure of the storybook dungeon, they realized some rules of this place. For example, reasonable text descriptions have power. For another example, when there are less than 3 characters living in the cabin, the dungeon will absorb new characters, and the appearance of new characters will break the feeling of rigidity of the participants. Xiaojia, after killing that person, we got another piece of new information. Simply reducing the number of characters can restore our ability to act autonomously for a certain period of time. Without explanation, Chung Tingyu can imagine the behavior of these people later. In order to get out of trouble, keep repeating the cycle of stuck in rigidity dash add new characters dash unstuck dash stuck in rigidity dash kill new characters dash unstuck dash stuck in rigidity. Chung Tingyu, the further you go, the shorter the time it will take for a new character to break the stiffness. Right? Xiao Jia's eyes showed surprise and vigilance. She nodded and asked, why do you know? Chung Tingyu casually said, your goal is to maintain as much autonomy as possible. If stiffness only occurs on the 3rd day, then you can maximize your benefits by taking action 2 days later. The new information seemed to give her some inspiration. Chung Tingyu stood in the corridor, slightly lost in thought. Xiaoyi looked up and winked at Xiao Jia. They had been in a dungeon for too long, and they had a full understanding of each other's desire to survive. Xiao Jia nodded slightly, but pulled out the knife hidden in her sleeve without leaving a trace, and suddenly attacked. The tip of her knife stabbed Xiao Yi. Chapter 63. Xiao Jia wants to live. Although there may be only a few pages left in the storybook, she still wants to live soberly to the end. There are already 3 people in the copy. It is too difficult to kill Cheng Tingyu. Moreover, this newcomer has clear ideas and is very valuable. So she chooses to kill Xiao Yi. The silver knife light drew a half arc in the air, and then was kicked out by Cheng Tingyu. Xiao Jia was stunned, and she didn't understand why Cheng Tingyu wanted to help Xiao Yi. Cheng Tingyu's lips were slightly curved, and his tone was so kind that the other 2 people shuddered. The copy requires 3 characters. If you don't need to die too urgently, you might as well wait until you pass the copy before killing each other. She looked at Xiao Jia, and her deep eyes made the latter feel creepy. Cheng Tingyu thought that the speed at which the story characters fell into a rigid state was probably faster than she thought. Otherwise Xiao Jia would not have to attack Xiao Yi immediately. The 2 have cooperated for a long time. But this does not mean that there is much trust between them. Shi Jia's eyes moved. You already have an idea to pass the level. I think so. Cheng Tingyu wanted to say something, but suddenly stopped and smiled. Let's discuss it tomorrow. After thinking for a while, he added, I am a vigilant traveler. It is reasonable to wake up first after a fight. After adding the settings, Cheng Tingyu did not give the 2 a chance to speak. He stabbed Xiao Yi and Shi Jia's feet moved, but he didn't dare to run away in the end. He closed his eyes and stayed where he was to accept his fate. After Jia and Yi had lost consciousness, Cheng Tingyu threw them on the beds in their respective rooms, then returned to his bedroom and lay peacefully on the bed. The plot progressed quickly. After making sure that everyone fell asleep, whether they were really asleep or forced to lose consciousness, the time went straight to the next day. Cheng Tingyu was the first to open her eyes as she said, after half a night's rest, her physical strength recovered a lot, but her hunger became more serious. Cheng Tingyu walked out and took a look, and found that the food in the restaurant had been refreshed. The glass was filled with hot milk, and white steam rose from the mouth of the cup. At this moment, Xiaojia and Xiaoyi were still asleep. She walked around the house and called them up. After realizing that Cheng Tingyu did not want the participants in the copy to fight each other, Xiaojia and Xiaoyi maintained superficial harmony today. Xiaojia walked into the restaurant. Yesterday, she chose to attack Xiaoyi, not only to keep the number of people, but also because she thought Xiaoyi would attack her. So she decided to take the initiative. But today, Xiaojia's thoughts have changed a little. The new young man told them that the thickness of the storybook will not change with the passage of time, and there are not many pages left for the participants to fill in the plot. Originally, Xiaojia did not understand why Cheng Tingyu revealed the information that only he knew. But now he has figured it out if the method of relying on killing the third person to survive is always effective. The 2 people who are used to the copy life may not have the courage to make changes. Exploration has always been a risky thing. If the benefits of breaking through the copy cannot ensure that others choose to cooperate, use the fear of death to force the enemy to stand in your camp. The morning breeze is refreshing, blowing slowly over the meal, bringing the mouth-watering aroma to everyone's nose. The best lit places in the whole house are the dining room and the kitchen. The 3 people sitting around the dining table can see the endless golden grass outside through the window. Xiaojia stared at the food on the table and hesitated to start. The new young man yesterday was very perceptive and immediately guessed something from her hesitation. Will the stiffness appear after breakfast? Xiaojia nodded. The other party is a person who is difficult to be deceived by lies, and honesty seems to be the only choice. Moreover, her cooperation with Xiaoyi has been quietly broken without her knowing it. Even if she lied, it is hard to guarantee that Xiaoyi will not tell the truth to win the trust of this young man. Thinking of this, Xiaojia immediately revealed some more information. After breakfast, participants can do whatever they want. This period will not be skipped, and we can still retain most of our autonomous behavior capabilities. Then it's lunch. By the time of dinner, the stiffness will increase to the point where it is impossible to resist. Cheng Tingyu nodded, looked at the milk on the table, and said thoughtfully, as a traveler from afar, it is normal for me to bring water with me. As soon as she finished speaking, bottled water and bagged dry bread suddenly fell out of the unusable backpack. After only 1 day, she was already able to skillfully use the rules of the dungeon. Xiaojia saw that Cheng Tingyu was only willing to eat the food she brought with her, and a barely perceptible sneer appeared on her face, as if mocking the other party's suspicion. But she couldn't help wondering if it was because she ate the things in the dungeon that she gradually became a character in the story. This conjecture frightened her. Cheng Tingyu seemed to have never cared about the emotional changes of the people around her, and her eyes stopped on the bread in her hand. She had succeeded 3 times, and failed once, by relying on language to change her state. The time she failed was last night in the north bedroom, when she said to herself, "I'm not really hungry either." The reason why what she said at that time didn't work was because the protagonist of the story was not next to her. Chung Ting-yu, I've just seen it. And it's really unlikely that there is a plot in the cabin that needs to be triggered. After breakfast, go explore outside. Xiao Jia was puzzled. You already know Xiao Bing's situation. Chung Ting-yu, in addition to seeing Xiao Bing disappear, have you ever personally tested the disappearance of people beyond a certain range? Xiao Jia's expression was a little strange. We have tried it later. Once a new person came in, we tricked her into exploring far away. When she exceeded the range, part of the girl's arm disappeared first. But the good news is that after she returned, the place where she disappeared before would be restored again. Chung Ting-yu thought of himself and asked, "Are all the recent participants after you women?" After getting up today, the other party's attitude has been very polite. But Xiao Jia still can't forget yesterday's experience, and answered honestly, "They are all women." And we asked some of them, and they found that the locations of the storybooks are all located in places suitable for viewing the scenery. This is the same as Chung Ting-yu's experience. Based on the above situation, Xujia and Xiaoyi both believe that the character configuration set in the storybook is 2 women and 1 man. Many copies have different login restrictions, which is not too strange. While Xiaojia was answering, Xiaoyi kept staring at Chung Ting-yu, and the clothes on his back were stuck to his skin by cold sweat. The morning wind was obviously a little warm, but it made him want to shiver. The new young man was gentle and friendly, but he could not forget the way the other party held a bloody candlestick last night. He was originally a very courageous person, but he was crushed by the endless story. As a participant, he did not see any tangible monsters in more than a year. Xiaoyi hoped that the young man would be unlucky, but was afraid to see the other party unlucky. If he couldn't do anything to the other party, one of him or Xujia would definitely not live to the day when the pages of the book ran out. The young man was leaning back in his chair at this moment, his dark eyes motionless, as if in a trance. Neither Xiaojia nor Xiaoyi tried to attack at this moment. They were very worried that the other party was deliberately using the current posture to select the most treacherous person to attack. Chung Ting-yu said, "Actually." She paused for a moment. At that moment, Chung Ting-yu felt that Xiujia and Xiaoyi's spine seemed to have springs installed, and they jumped slightly uncontrollably, as if they would run away immediately if she showed any abnormal movement. She realized the fear in their hearts, but she didn't quite understand it. From the time she came in until now, Chung Ting-yu has been working hard to break through the dungeon. Since the story requires 3 characters, she obviously won't do anything too extreme. Chung Ting-yu put her voice a little more gentle and said, "In fact, there is something that should exist in the background setting, but we have never seen it." Xiujia and Xiaoyi looked at Chung Ting-yu together, their eyes full of questions. Chung Ting-yu closed his eyes slightly. There should be flowers in the dungeon. But where are the flowers? Hearing each other's words, Xiujia and Xiaoyi couldn't help but look at each other. They could understand every word the young man said, but when they were put together, it was even more confusing. Chung Ting-yu would propose the hypothesis that there should be flowers in the dungeon. Of course not, because her sand value was too low now, and she was so lively that she had no basic thinking ability. The temperature, direction and smell of the wind will change over time. Chung Ting-yu explained to the two. When I first came in, I smelled the fragrance of flowers. But when the wind direction changed, the fragrance disappeared. The golden grass that was like copy and paste around the wooden house was different in only one direction. From the unchanging scenery, it can be seen that the creator of this story only spent more time adding settings where necessary. Where the fragrance of flowers came from, there should be a plot worth exploring. Hearing Chung Ting-yu's words, Xujia and Xiaoyi's faces turned worse. Xiaoyi completely collapsed, like a piece of dead pork overnight, and Xujia's face was pale as if blood was drawn. Her body shook slightly, as if she couldn't believe it, and her lips trembled slightly. After a long time, she made a sound that was enough for people to hear. Xiao Bing ran in that direction at the beginning. They finally figured it out. No wonder Xiao Bing sneaked away at the beginning. She obviously thought she had found an important clue and wanted to take advantage of time. Chung Ting-yu didn't show a look of shock when she heard it. Instead, she smiled, because at that time, you were still in the cabin. Since it was a plot that required 3 characters, of course, the 3 characters had to be together to trigger it. She now gradually figured out many of the rules hidden in the copy. When Xiao Bing ran away, because there were more characters left in the cabin, the plot perspective always stayed at Xiao Jia and Xiaoyi. Once a character was too far away from the plot point, it would disappear directly. This was also the reason why she failed when she tried to change her state with words for the first time. If all three characters went in the direction where the fragrance of flowers came from, then the plot point could only move with them. Chung Tingyu's point of view convinced Xiao Jia and Xiao Yi. The two finally left the cabin and decided to explore deeper into the copy. Xiao Jia followed Chung Tingyu and left the building where he had lived for a year. After walking a few steps, the young man suddenly turned around, glanced casually at the place behind the house where farm tools were placed, and asked, "Will the dungeon environment be refreshed after being damaged?" Xiao Yi did not understand the meaning of this question, and answered honestly, "Big damage will be refreshed, and small damage will be retained." Chung Tingyu nodded slightly. Xiao Jia's heartbeat quickened for a moment. Then he lowered his head and looked at the land under his feet. The new young man paid great attention to details, so the other party must have guessed where the participants who died before were finally placed. Chapter 64. Chung Tingyu also felt that the copy would not refresh all traces. Otherwise, there would not be a gap suitable for observation on the north bedroom door. Since it cannot be refreshed with one click, it is necessary to deal with the corpse. She had noticed that there was an open space around the cabin, and the farm tools placed behind the house also had traces of use. Chung Tingyu thought, maybe the bodies of those people were buried under her feet at this moment. The soil is a natural barrier, silently separating the third person who has died from the third person who is still alive. The blank pages became increasingly scarce, and all the characters left the cabin. Xu Jia and Xiao Yi followed Chung Tingyu honestly, walking neither fast nor slow. The farther they were from the cabin, the faster their heartbeats became. Xu Yi was always silently calculating the length of the journey. He felt that he had walked to the place where Xiaobing disappeared, and then subconsciously slowed down by half a beat, almost at the same time when he made a delaying move. The young man looked in his direction. The other party did not turn his head. His face was still facing forward, but he turned his black eyes. In just one glance, Xiao Yi felt cold all over, as if he was suddenly thrown into a freezer. He did not dare to hesitate any longer, and even slightly accelerated his pace. Xiao Yi did not dare to look back, but he could feel that the young man had withdrawn his gaze, although the other party no longer paid attention to him. The chill on Xiao Yi's body still lingered for a long time. The three walked in silence for a long time. "We have passed the place where Xiaobing disappeared," Xiao Jia spoke, and she did not realize until she spoke that her palms were full of cold sweat. Chung Tingyu's inference was correct, and the fragrance in the wind was indeed the guidance left by the storybook to the participants. The morning sun was warm and bright, gently shining on the golden grass. When the three passed by, the fluffy grass spread out in all directions, and when they left, the grass closed again, leaving no trace. Xiao Jia walked forward, and from time to time, he looked back in the direction he came from. The outline of the wooden house gradually blurred until it completely disappeared from her sight. The previous venue was completely invisible, and the familiar dungeon became unfamiliar. At this moment, Xu Jia and Xiao Yi were very grateful for the existence of the sun. At least from the angle of the sun's offset, they could determine that time was slowly passing. The young man walking in the front laughed, as if he was very happy to be close to nature. The fragrance of flowers is getting more and more obvious. She was right. During the time they were trapped in the dungeon, Jia and Yi only regarded the fragrance as a background setting that did not need to be paid too much attention. Now the scent of flowers has become so clear that it cannot be ignored. They can not only feel the fragrance of flowers, but also imagine the crystal dew dotted on the petals, and the vibrant green leaves around them. Chung Tingyu closed his eyes, felt the direction a little, and then accelerated his pace. A forest appeared in front of the three people. A forest that was out of tune with the golden grass and looked particularly beautiful. The gnarled roots of the trees protruded above the soil, and the branches dotted with emerald green leaves stretched out. The wind blew from the end of the field, blowing through the treetops. A drop of dew dripped from the tip of the leaf and happened to fall in the center of a rose. Xu Jia and Xiao Yi stood still, looking at the new scene in front of them with incredible eyes. The forest appeared very abruptly. They did not see the outline of the forest directly. Just when they felt that they were about to touch it, the new map appeared in front of them without any warning. Chung Tingyu raised her head. She now realized very clearly that she was in a storybook. Real life is continuous, but stories are different. Chung Tingyu thought with interest that when the creator needs to add a new scene to the story, the scene will appear. The sense of separation she felt at this moment will not be noticed by people outside the story. The forest appeared in the story, so the character naturally had to enter the forest. At the moment when approaching the boundary from the grass to the woodland, Xiui suddenly felt unspeakable panic. Unlike the previous fear of death, this is the fear of the unknown. He and Xiaojia are veteran participants, while the young man has a strong fighting power and is likely to be a flesh and blood player. When newcomers cannot be pushed out to be cannon fodder, the probability of him and Xiaojia becoming cannon fodder is much greater. Although it is not clear what kind of outline the creator of the story has arranged. The three of them will not wander around like headless flies. There is a trail at the entrance of the forest. Cheng Tingyu observed it briefly and walked up briskly. Xiaojia and Xiui dared not follow. They are not too slow, since they know that there is a plot element in the copy. After the new map appears, the plot has obviously entered the node where the characters walk into the forest. If they want to escape back to the cabin, they may disappear completely in the story like Xiaobing did at the beginning. The main color of the previous map is golden yellow, and the main color of the new map is lush green and bright red mixed in it. The roses near and far grow among the bushes, and the flowers melt into the endless green. Cheng Tingyu specially pulled the flower stems to see, and found that the soil below was as clean as before. The author of the storybook did not describe the state of the soil in detail, so the soil naturally did not show the relevant details such as stones and insects. There was only one path in the forest, and the three of them walked quietly on it. Xiaojia felt that the stiffness of becoming a character in the story after breakfast had disappeared with the appearance of the forest. She completely recovered her ability to act independently. But along with these, she felt more and more hungry and tired in her body. Yesterday, Xiui and I were still using walking for a long time to weaken the state of the new young man. And today we encountered the same situation. The trees in the forest grew particularly lush, as if they were giant green umbrellas, with dense leaves lying across their heads, blocking the sunlight, and only occasionally would there be spots of light like broken gold leaking from the middle. The path in the forest was so narrow that only one person could pass through. Every once in a while, Xiaojia would use a dinner knife to scratch the tree trunks on the roadside. The number she carved now was 249. Xiaoyi said, "How long have we been walking?" The forest was as quiet as a grave. The only movement they could sense was the slight sound of walking. When Xiaoyi spoke just now, he was actually startled by his own voice. Cheng Tingyu, less than 6 hours. Xiujia and Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, we can take a break first. Cheng Tingyu stopped and smiled. Okay. Xiaojia sat down against the tree. The excitement of discovering the new map had been completely worn out by the long journey. Xiaoyi suddenly suggested, since we have walked such a long way, shouldn't we eat something? As the only character with food, Cheng Tingyu immediately understood what he meant and threw a bag of dry bread over. As a character in the story, the act of eating can not only replenish physical strength, but also be regarded as a plot point. Xiui wanted to try whether the unchanging situation around him would change after completing a plot point. After he got the bread, he did not rush to eat it all at once, but gave a portion to Xiaojia. Only when everyone said that they had finished their meal, the plot point of eating was considered over. Xiaojia swallowed the bread in her mouth. I'm done. Her voice was quickly swallowed by the dense bushes. Xiui quickly made the same move, and Cheng Tingyu naturally cooperated with their attempt. But nothing happened. The plot stagnated. When sitting down, the three characters were made smaller by the surrounding trees, and Xiujia felt as if she was trapped in a huge, dark green cage. She had been trapped in the story for too long, and she almost forgot what real life was like. Xiaojia said to herself, "Why not?" The new young man looked at her and gave an explanation. When there is a gap in the necessary elements of the story, the copy will automatically fill it, which is why I was involved. However, the food in the cabin will only appear at mealtime. If eating in the forest is an indispensable part of advancing the plot, there must be food that can be carried in the cabin. Xiaoyi whispered next. Do we still have to continue on our journey? Cheng Tingyu, no hurry. She raised her head and looked at the treetops above her head, and said slowly, I'll climb up and take a look first. Cheng Tingyu thought that her life after crossing should be very exciting. After all, in her memory, she had no experience in climbing, but the muscle memory of her body allowed her to easily reach the position of the treetops. The sunlight above was bright and brilliant, and the outlines of the leaves were outlined with a layer of light edges. Compared with the position of the tree roots, it was almost two worlds. Cheng Tingyu glanced at the direction of the sun. Sure enough, compared with when they entered the forest, the position of the sun was only slightly offset. The timeline solidified again. The plot of entering the forest has been completed, but the next plot has not been triggered yet. After coming down from the treetops, Cheng Tingyu told Xiujia and Xiaoyi the news. and the expressions of both of them were not good. Xiujia, what else can we do now? The green of the forest, the bright red of the roses, and nothing else. Xiujia tried to look far away, but her vision was blocked by the trees, and she could only barely distinguish the flashing red roses. If the cabin can still carry out some activities related to daily life, the current forest map has no other options except to keep going down. Along the way, Xiujia not only carved marks on the tree trunks, but also picked flowers several times, but did not get any clues related to the new plot. Shui took a deep breath and shook his head dejectedly. The smells in the 4 directions were the same, and the previous experience could not be applied again. The young man did not seem to be in a hurry at all. Chang Tingyu, the character has been in the forest for a long time. If you have rested well, you can start again. The forest is a new map. Since we came in, we have not explored other areas except the trails. Chapter 65. A description emerged in Chang Tingyu's mind. 3 people walked along the path into the forest with roses. The act of walking into the forest certainly takes a certain amount of time. At first, she thought that the characters in the story might have walked along the path and arrived at a certain place. But the stagnation of time broke her hypothesis. The sun that stopped moving above her head told the participants one thing. Staying on the path, whether moving forward or eating, would not have any effect on the plot. Xiao Jia frowned. You mean, leave the path and explore other places? Compared with the topic of the previous scene, the topic of the forest scene does not look difficult. But as participants, they must ensure their safety as much as possible. Xiao Yi hesitated. If you walk on the path and find something wrong, you can find a chance to turn back. If you leave, we will easily get lost. After all, the scenery in this forest does not look much different. Even if you can use a knife to scratch the tree trunks along the way, there is no way to ensure that they can find the way back. It's better to get lost. When Xiujia and his friend heard the voice of the new young man, they realized that they had unconsciously expressed their inner confusion. Chang Tingyu, generally, there are 2 modes of switching maps in novels. One is that the character knows where he wants to go, and then takes the initiative to go to the new map. For example, in the previous scene, we followed the scent of flowers to find the forest. If the next location also needs to be reached in the same way, there will be enough guidance. However, the only path around that can be regarded as a guide cannot promote the plot. Chang Tingyu, the second way of switching is to accidentally enter a new map for some reason when you don't know the destination yourself. For example, after a shipwreck, you were washed onto an isolated island by the water, or you accidentally fell off a cliff and entered a valley. Or for example, you accidentally got lost in the forest and then mistakenly entered a place. Xiujia and Xiaoyi listened to Chang Tingyu's thoughts and felt a chill suddenly rush up their backs. The other party's idea is indeed worth a try. However, the most terrifying thing is that this hypothesis cannot be confirmed under the condition of ensuring their own safety. If they really get lost, they can't turn back. Is it really okay to leave the trail? The young man smiled. For me, it's okay. Xiaoyi felt that he should be relieved by the other party's answer, but for some reason, he was still a little uneasy. Xiujia, excuse me. Can you confirm that there is really a 3rd map in the copy? Chang Tingyu did not answer directly. The location where you 2 found the storybook should not be in a place suitable for viewing the scenery. Right? Xiujia and Xiaoyi did not give an immediate reply, but from their expressions, Chang Tingyu's guess was correct. Chang Tingyu, you mentioned that the places where they found the storybooks were all located in places suitable for viewing the scenery. If everyone found the storybooks in a similar environment, then the personal pronoun used in this sentence should be we. So where did you find the storybooks? If it were before, Xiujia and Shui might not be willing to tell the whole truth. However, at this point, they had no other choice. Both of them had followed Chang Tingyu to the forest, seeing that the blank pages in the storybook were about to be written, and the whole story was coming to an end. They had to tell the truth to avoid the other party making a wrong judgment. Unknowingly, they had handed over the initiative of the customs clearance copy to Chang Tingyu. Xiaoyi was silent for a moment, and was the first to confess. I found the storybook in the study. He didn't feel strange that he saw a book he had never seen before when he saw a warm storybook. Shui's bookcase was like the bookcases in many other people's homes, with many books that had never been opened and only existed as background. She flipped the storybook casually, and then appeared in the endless golden grass. When I came in, there were no other participants in the dungeon. Xiaoyi said, I should be the first player to come in. Chang Tingyu suddenly said, Xiaoyi was the first person to come in. And what about Xiao Bing? Which one is she? Xiao Jia, Xiao Bing. She is the second one. Many people will arrange the order of their entry into the dungeon according to the order of A, B, and C. But in fact, Xiao Yi was the first person to come in. Xiao Bing was the second. And Xiao Jia was the third. None of them conforms to the default order of the heavenly stems. Xiao Jia, as for me, it was. She hesitated for a moment, and finally told the truth. On the way to escape to Endless City, I was caught by scavengers. And then I found this storybook with the prop disposable search engine. Disposable search engine is a prop used to find things. What Xiao Jia searched for at that time was exit. Xiao Jia didn't understand why a warm storybook was related to the exit. But she was eager to escape at the time. So she took a risk. Cheng Tingyu, that's right. The three people correspond to three different scenes. The study represents home. The scenic spot implies the existence of the forest. And the place where you found the storybook contains a hint of the third scene. Xiao Yi's face still had a look of surprise. He and Xiao Jia were locked in the same copy for such a long time. But they didn't know each other well. Although finding the entrance to the next scene was the most important thing at this time. He couldn't help but express his doubts. You are from Endless City? Xiao Jia shook his head. It's not the real Endless City. It's the corresponding city on the ground. She glanced at Cheng Tingyu, and couldn't feel any emotional changes on his face. She added a few more words. In non-urban areas, humans themselves are a resource. The gathering place where I stayed before was destroyed by the copy. If you want to survive, you must find a new urban area. Generally speaking, places close to the city are also considered part of the urban area. Xiao Yi seemed to think of something and said slowly, I heard that Endless City is a city built in dreams. Xiao Jia, of course. Residents in Endless City will also need to trade with outsiders. The Endless City I mentioned is the closest human gathering place to the Dream City. Although the people there are not real Endless City residents. They are also blessed by the Lord of Dreams. While Xuzhou was talking, Shui couldn't help but observe Cheng Tingyu's expression with his peripheral vision. The other person still had the kind of smile that made it difficult to tell the emotions. But since she didn't make a negative expression, it proved that Xujia's statement was likely true. Cheng Tingyu thought that as the one with the least knowledge among the three, she must pay attention to skills when speaking. I have a blank resume of Endless City in my hand. Resume. When the two words fell into her ears, disbelief, and so it was appeared alternately on Xujia's face. She took a deep breath and whispered, You didn't use a resume? Is the rumor about Endless City true? Cheng Tingyu didn't know what the rumor was. He said truthfully, I can't confirm it now. Xiao Yi looked at the two people in front of him who were all silent. And his expression was anxious. He felt an ominous feeling that could not be ignored and made him shudder. Although many people believe that since the end of the 100 years of silence, the entire human society is changing for the better. Those who know a little bit know that the whole world is still affected by indescribable terror. And he needs to get more information to avoid being involved in unpredictable dangers. Xiao Yi hopes to know more information. He wants to ask Xiao Jia further. But he doesn't know what price he should pay. The copy has a suppressive effect on the props on the player. And there is only a little remnant of his own ability. Xiao Yi doesn't have many cards to play. In addition to information, he has nothing to use as currency. Xiao Yi, if you are willing to tell me the rumors about Endless City, then I can also tell you a secret. He used I when he spoke. Obviously assuming that Cheng Tingyu already knew the content of the rumor. It won't earn interest to keep the news in your hands, since the other party has made a request for exchange. Xiao Jia didn't hesitate and said directly, Legend has it that the ruler of Endless City, the one called Dream Maker, has fallen into madness in pursuit of more powerful power. The three fell silent for a moment. Cheng Tingyu immediately thought of his special state. When a crazy being pays attention to others, will he transmit his abnormality? Dream Maker is a super-process existence that Tingyu understands at this stage. She can't draw a conclusion for the time being. Moreover, when she received the attention of the Dream Maker, her own San value was seriously damaged. So it is not easy to judge whether the attention of the other party will affect the spiritual value of the person being paid attention to. Xiao Yi couldn't understand. Then you still choose to go to the Endless City? Xiao Jia sneered. The person who told me the news once said that the madness of great beings is gradual. Even if they become abnormal, they will not cause fatal consequences immediately, but will infiltrate the world little by little. If he goes crazy after 100 or 200 years, what impact will it have on me now? Xiao Yi was speechless. After a moment, he said, the information I got is related to an organization called the White Tower Research Center. They once lost a very important manuscript. Xiao Jia questioned. That's all your information? Xiao Yi, of course not only that. But I can't be 100% sure of the following content. It is said that the content of the lost manuscript is related to the perfect form of life. The other party's news reminded Cheng Tingyu of two things. The first is the lantern man who came to the dungeon in apartment number 6 to recycle dream seeds. And the second is the actor who appeared in the previous hot hypermarket dungeon. Whether it is a dream maker or a playwright, it seems that they are trying to create new intelligent creatures. Among them, the lantern man is a living being in the dream, neither alive nor dead. And the actor in the immortal golden theater is made of plastic and the flesh and blood of the players. And the mannequin will naturally not age. The common point between the two flashed in Cheng Tingyu's mind. The other two heard that the young man leaning against the tree laughed and said slowly, "For the living, powerful power and eternal life are particularly worth pursuing goals." Her words made Xiao Jia's scalp numb. Chapter 66. Cheng Tingyu said nothing more. She had been in contact with the subordinates of both the dream maker and the playwright. In Cheng Tingyu's opinion, the lantern man was in a better condition than the actor, and seemed more. After a short blank, a word flashed through Cheng Tingyu's mind. Perfect. She intuitively thought that the lantern man was a life form close to completion, while the structure of the actor seemed much rougher. The secret communication seemed to give Xiaojia and Xiaoyi some confidence. The two quickly made a decision that they would follow Cheng Tingyu to leave the trail and explore the exit of the copy. Xiaojia and Xiaoyi stepped into the deep bushes one after another. They thought that the path in the forest was tiring enough. But after leaving, they realized that the previous journey could be described as relaxing. The slender branches of the bushes had sharp barbs, which ruthlessly scratched the clothes of the three people, and even left many wounds on them. Of course, Xiaoyi didn't care much. Whether it was the beating he suffered last night or the scratches left while rushing on the road today, they didn't have much impact on him obviously. This is the characteristic of flesh and blood players. The suppressed abilities of the players in the dungeon still retain some remnants, such as Cheng Tingyu's excellent eyesight, and Xiao Yi's recovery ability. In the thick green, countless red roses bloomed enthusiastically, and the bushes grew unscrupulously and bustlingly. Cheng Tingyu didn't have much knowledge about plants, but she vaguely remembered that if the shade of the trees was too dense, the plants below would not grow too high due to lack of sunlight. However, the rose bushes in this forest were so lush that it was unreasonable. Cheng Tingyu looked back casually, and could only see a piece of green that could not be dissolved. They had left the path for a long time, and even if she looked back with her eyes, she could no longer see the forest road she came from. Xiujia became more and more silent. She didn't speak, but her heartbeat became more and more intense. The unknown is always terrifying. Maybe Cheng Tingyu's guess was right. But no one stipulated that after they arrived at the third scene, the ending of the story must be a happy ending. About 3 hours later, or even longer, the new young man finally spoke. And his attitude was as gentle as when he was in the cabin. "The place is almost there." She looked up and looked in the direction of the shade. Cheng Tingyu felt that her vision had changed again. She could even see the scene in the sky through the gaps in the leaves. Since the characters left the trail, the sun on the dome has shifted significantly, and the stagnant plot has been continued. Cheng Tingyu was a little suspicious that the suppression of the player's ability in the copy began to loosen. But soon she realized the reason. For me, Tom, this may not be a good thing. Staying in the copy area for a long time, even ordinary people can draw strength from it. Cheng Tingyu has now cracked a map, and her strength has naturally improved. Suddenly, Xiaoyi quickened his pace. He stepped on the bushes in front of him and broke them. The rose flowers on the bushes fell down, and the juice was crushed by the soles of his shoes. Among the three people, he was the one who rarely looked up and rarely looked back. Xiaoyi always felt that since the map was to be changed, the danger might be waiting in front, waiting for the participants to fall into the trap. When Cheng Tingyu observed the changes in the light above, he saw the end of the forest. There was a village there. If Cheng Tingyu were to comment, the handling of the scene switching in this story was really not gentle at all. The village in front was closely connected with the forest in the back, as if two completely unrelated maps were forcibly pieced together. The scale of the village was very small, and the overall shape was round, with a strange artistic sense that did not match its prosperity. The place where the road should have been was full of weeds. The wooden boards had long been rotten, and weeds grew tenaciously from the gaps in the stone bricks. Large patches of creepers gently covered the dilapidated buildings, like green paint that was halfway flowing. There were no villagers and no signs of human life. The surroundings were unusually quiet, and the participants could only hear the slight sound of the wind blowing from the north. When they approached the new map, even the sound of the wind disappeared. The village in the new map was really small. All the houses in it added up to no more than 10. Xiaoyi wondered, why are there so many stone sculptures in the square? The three noticed that there was a square in the center of the village, with a circle of human-shaped statues kneeling, praying and crying. Many conjectures emerged in Xiaoyi's mind. He thought it might be a reproduction of some kind of sacrificial activity. After all, it is storybook, and any fictional plot is reasonable. Xiao Jian murmured, the third scene should be related to the exit. So what should we do now? Zhang Tingyu was carefully observing the small village in front of her. The number of houses was indeed too small. She had reason to suspect that the creator did not want to spend too much time on places that were not related to the main line. So he reduced the size of the village. Xiaoyi, now we can only check the situation inside the house. When he spoke, he couldn't help but secretly glance at the new young man's face. For a moment, he regretted it and felt that he should be like Xiao Jia, just asking questions without giving a specific action plan. Xiaoyi wanted to exchange glances with Xiao Jia, but the latter immediately looked away when he met his eyes. Although the three of them came to a new scene together, Xiao Jia and Xiaoyi were even trapped in the cabin for a year at the same time. But they showed a hostile sense of alienation from each other. Xiao Jia rubbed his arms gently with both hands and suggested to Zhang Tingyu again, aren't we going in? Zhang Tingyu nodded, let's go in now. When she spoke, her eyes that were difficult to discern emotion swept over Jia and Yi, and the smile on her lips seemed to be a little stronger. The three of them first entered the first house closest to them. The most reliable exploration method at the moment is, of course, for some people to go in to find clues, and some to stand guard outside. But the current players obviously lacked trust in each other. The items in the house were placed in a disorderly manner, judging from the tools left on the ground. The first family seemed to be farmers, in addition to the naturally old parts. The rest of the building structure also has obvious signs of damage. It should be the surface of the wall in the living room, which has been repeatedly beaten by external forces. Xujia, has the house ever been fought? Zhang Tingyu shook his head slightly, not really. If there was a fight, the main purpose of the two sides in the fight would naturally be to attack the enemy, and the probability of the weapon accidentally hitting the wall would not be too high. But from the traces left, the stone wall was obviously hit a lot of times. Continuously launching frantic attacks on the same place is more like venting emotions. Xujia and Xiui heard the young man's almost self-talking narration. What happened here was beyond the ability of the owner of the house. Zhang Tingyu's voice was already inaudible at the end. She shook her head and turned to the next house. There were very few clues left in the first abandoned house. But fortunately, the three found unclassified books in the second family in the village. Books mean text, and they can learn the background of the story from them. Xiaojia couldn't hide her eager hand, but she just touched it lightly, and the book turned directly into powder. Xiaojia, who failed in his attempt, took 2 steps back silently. Zhang Tingyu didn't think it was a bad thing. If the books were complete, the participants would have to check them carefully one by one. It was like the creator was actively helping the players to eliminate irrelevant clues when they broke them at the touch. After the 3 people checked, only half of the notebook remained in the wooden house. Xiaoyi flipped through a few pages. It's fragmented. You can read it yourself. The notebook records some magic experiments done by the owner of the house, but most of them ended in failure. The owner of the house believes that other residents in the village reject him because of this. X year times month times day. Failed again. The changes in the village. I can hear the laughter outside when I sleep. X year times month times day. The crystal ball told me that there was an evil atmosphere in the village. X year times month times day. The situation is very critical. I need to study more deeply. X year times month times day. An ominous prophecy appeared. I told others, but no one believed it. But it doesn't matter. They will believe it soon. Zhang Tingyu has good eyesight, so she doesn't need to get too close to the pages when reading her notes. It was winter outside the copy, so her coat was naturally long-sleeved. At this moment, Zhang Tingyu's fingertips covered by the sleeves trembled unnaturally, and then quickly regained their composure. No one was talking around. Perhaps it was an illusion. Xiujia felt that the environment was getting colder. The sun was not very warm, and the weeds and creepers were a bleak dark green. She quietly touched her elbow, then quickly glanced at Xiui and the new young man. In the abandoned house, their faces were as dark as if they were covered with a layer of dust. Xiui gently put the notebook back. The house of the magic lover has been explored, and they continue to move on to the next location. The distribution of scene clues is not even. And there is no harvest worth mentioning in the third, fourth, and fifth houses. Chung Ting-yu couldn't help but diverge his thoughts, wondering if the creator of this storybook would describe their search process in detail, or would he just brush over all the unimportant content. The sixth and seventh houses in the village are connected, and this is the last place they need to explore. The house is so quiet that it is suffocating. Xiaoyi wants to loosen his collar, but just when he raised his arm halfway, it quickly fell down. Chung Ting-yu and the other two do have their reasons for not talking. In the abandoned house, which should theoretically be a restaurant, there is a human-shaped stone sculpture lying upside down. It is a crying peasant woman, with her legs bent, sitting in a dead despair on her face. It is like a statue that was originally built according to the height of a chair. But because too much time has passed, the chair has gradually decayed and finally fell down. Chung Ting-yu reached out and straightened the stone sculpture of the peasant woman. Because too much time has passed, the appearance of the statue has been damaged. Chung Ting-yu glanced at it and found the fragments of the stone sculpture's fingers from the rotten wood on the ground. Although it is a fragment, this stone sculpture has rich details. Not only are fingerprints engraved on the surface, but even blood vessels and bones are carved on the fractured surface. So meticulous. So detailed. Chapter 67. An ominous fact lies before everyone. All the stone sculptures they saw were not works of art carved from people, but living people petrified after being cursed. Not only the flesh and blood in the torso, but also the clothes of the statues turned into a dull gray. Chung Ting-yu reached out and touched the cheek of the stone sculpture. Its cheek had already sunken, as if only a thin layer of skin was left when it was petrified. The seventh house is connected to the sixth house. The two buildings are both related and independent, and the construction styles are not similar. But there is a passage inside, as if the neighbors on both sides wanted to take care of each other more conveniently. So they opened up the wall in the middle. Chung Ting-yu stepped into the passage. Xujia, who was half a step behind, looked at Shui quietly. However, this time, it was the latter who refused to meet her eyes. The details of life in the seventh house are rarer than all other houses. The whole house is extremely empty, as if it was specially emptied. There were two beds, one large and one small. In what should be the bedroom, there were more items left in the bedroom than outside. The desk squeezed between the two beds should be a desk with paper and pen on it, as well as a slightly yellowed letter. Chung Ting-yu bent down and picked up the letter. Her movements were extremely gentle, as if she was afraid of breaking it into dust. But she also realized that even if she was a little stronger, the letter would not be damaged. The letter paper was relatively solid, very similar to the texture of the paper in the notebook, and it was specially placed on the table, surrounded by dry things, not so easy to rot. Chung Ting-yu carefully opened the envelope. Inside was the message left by the owner of the seventh house for the later ones. Before leaving with my sister, I will write down what I found. If anyone enters the village, as long as they act according to the requirements of the letter, they can survive. Maybe it was an illusion. After reading this line of words, everyone felt that the atmosphere around them was abnormally tense. This is a nameless village, where the villagers live a peaceful life. But 3 days ago, a curse suddenly appeared in the village. Chung Ting-yu looked at the letter quietly, with no fluctuations in her dark eyes, as if all the movements in the outside world would be swallowed up without leaving a trace when they touched her eyes. Generally speaking, story creators always keep a secret when mentioning the core settings. But this copy directly wrote the content of the curse on the letter. But this also proved that discovering the existence of the curse was not the copy goal of the participants. I went to ask Miss Shan at the other end of the village. She is a person who likes research and has a wealth of knowledge. Miss Shan showed me her book. The book mentioned that language is weight. After refining, they can become secret medicine. Only one bottle is the antidote, and the others are highly toxic. Everyone who speaks in the village will be infected with the petrification curse. Remember one thing: don't talk. Don't talk. And I summarized the methods to avoid the curse in the village. 1. People who don't speak won't be poisoned. And mutes are people who don't speak. Mutes can leave alive. 2. Children's hearts are pure, and children won't be poisoned. 3. The more you speak, the faster you will be petrified. Now I'm going to take my sister away. Stranger, I wish you good luck. The three of them read the text very quickly, and they almost finished reading the last line at the same time. Xiaoyi had been restraining his arm from moving subconsciously, but at this moment, he suddenly froze for a moment. Xiao Jia's movement of touching his elbow also stopped abruptly. The light in the room was unusually gloomy. There was no wind outside, and the whole village was as quiet as a grave. At this point, it seemed that there was no need to hide it anymore. After entering the village, each of them had spoken at least once. The creeper covered the surface of the stone wall motionlessly, reminiscent of a large pool of moldy paste or asphalt. Although Xiao Jia hated the plants around him, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he could hide his body with these things. 5 minutes ago, she intentionally separated from the other two participants under the pretext of searching for clues separately. The three did not directly tear their faces apart, but Xiujiao was relieved after leaving the two. If not being able to speak is the key to survival, then there is no doubt that she has lost the qualification to take this easiest path to pass the level. However, after making a mistake, she quickly realized the way to remedy it. And this method was learned from the new young man. The new young man once casually mentioned that it was okay for her to leave the trail. Xiujia did not understand it at the time, but now she reacted. If they cannot find the next scene after getting lost, as long as someone in the team dies, the remaining two people will most likely refresh in the cabin and wait for the copy to automatically fill the missing characters. Similarly, in the petrified village, as long as someone dies first, the remaining two can escape. Xiujia touched his elbow. The place where his fingers touched was numb, and more areas on his body began to expand continuously. When the joints moved, he could even hear abnormal crackling sounds. Xiujia tried to recall that she had said neither too much nor too little since she entered the dungeon. Anyway, she certainly had not said as much as the young man, so she would not be the first person to be petrified. As long as she was not discovered. As long as she was not discovered by the other two, she could return to the first scene. Wait for the dungeon to fill in the missing characters. Come to the village again, and leave the dungeon without saying a word. Xiujia hid in the weeds behind an abandoned house, motionless, with complex emotions intertwined in her eyes. After a long while, she shook her head at herself in her heart. If she just waited, it might not be enough. If she wanted to ensure her survival to the end, she should be more active. As a veteran player, Shui was not particularly stupid. She understood the meaning of the words on the paper almost at the same time as she read the letter. All the stone sculptures were transformed by living people. At the moment of speaking, the villagers had been infected with the curse of the village. A very obvious conclusion is that since the village is dangerous, it is safe outside the village. After leaving the others under the pretext of searching for clues separately, Xiao Yi sneaked out of the village along the way he came. The cursed part of his body did not disappear as he stepped out of the village, and it was still eroding the rest of the body bit by bit. The forest was full of roses. Xiao Yi never knew that he would hate the scent of roses so much. The branches of roses had sharp barbs, which seriously hindered Xiao Yi's actions. He stepped on the branches that were in the way while thinking about the mechanism of the game. Since leaving the village, he has been a little uneasy, worried that he would ignore some clues. Xiao Yi also slowly realized what Xiao Jia realized, although he still didn't know how to find the antidote. As long as one person died, it would probably trigger the reset of the dungeon scene. Right? Fortunately, he was a flesh and blood player. Although he couldn't use his original abilities, he naturally had a stronger resistance to things like petrification curses. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi's movement suddenly paused. That new young man was also a flesh and blood player. Can he really guarantee that he is not the first character in the story to be petrified? Xiao Yi slowed down his pace as he went deeper into the forest. He should go back to the village to take a look. He didn't need to get too close. He just needed to take a few glances from a distance. After all, the village was not large. As long as the two people kept moving, he would be able to see them. Xiao Yi thought that if the two people were lucky enough to find the antidote, he would be able to pass the level. If they were still clueless, he could find an opportunity to give Xiao Jia a knife and try to reset the scene. Large clumps of roses blocked the way forward for the people in the forest. The bushes squeezed Xiao Yi's body, making him spend a lot of effort every step he took. There was no road in the forest. Everything looked the same. Even if Xiao Yi left traces of walking along the way, it was not obvious now. Xiao Yi stopped. He had not yet made up his mind to go back to the village to take a look, but his steps had already stopped unconsciously. Xiao Yi lowered his head and saw that the position of his toes had become blank. At this moment, he finally realized what he had overlooked. Characters that are too far away from the plot point will disappear from the story. In the second scene, the rose bush represents a place without roads. If the third scene gives people the impression that they will turn into stone once they speak, the rose bush will affect people's perception of direction. The forest that covers the sky and the bright red roses made him walk to the edge of the plot without realizing it. Don't worry, Xiao Yi said to himself hurriedly. Just retreat immediately. After making the decision, his body did not move. The curse of the village will first appear on the limbs of the person who speaks. His heels and knees have already had a stone SHL. At this moment, the forest seemed to become quieter than the village. Xiao Yi's chest began to rise and fall, and he felt that the whole person was seized by a huge fear. As long as I stand still, I still have a chance. He couldn't finish his words. His body was losing its center of gravity. Xiao Yi lowered his head and found that the transparent parts of his body began to increase rapidly. The plot point of the story was moving. Xiao Yi disappeared in the storybook. It seemed that even the sunlight in the nameless village was different from the other two scenes. A young man sat quietly on the dilapidated roof. The durability of the tiles below was not high, and perhaps they would be completely destroyed in the next second due to the pressure from above. The young man sat here not entirely because of his cheerful personality, but also because he felt that the high place was conducive to observation. The person who wrote the letter was able to leave with his sister, which meant that there was a passage leading to the outside world in the village. The young man standing on the high place also saw the passage at this moment. The target was not difficult to find. But strangely, before realizing this, she did not feel the existence of the passage at all. So the previous scene hint was correct. The place where Xiao Jia found the storybook implied the two meanings of cage and exit. Chapter 68. On the roof. Zhang Tingyu thought very easily that not all stories have an ending. However, the story in which she participated should soon come to an end. She looked up at the sky. Although the sunlight in the copy was not bright, it could still be seen that the sun was moving to the west. It takes a certain amount of time for a person to be completely petrified from being cursed. It is difficult to guess the specific duration, but only a rough range can be drawn. The person who left the letter left the village with his sister on the third day. The two were able to pack their luggage calmly, and it was obvious that they were not stopped by external forces. However, if the villagers who were emotionally unstable due to the curse saw a normal person, they would definitely be like a drowning person seeing a straw. Even if they knew it would not help, they would not let go easily. Since there was no obstacle, it meant that the villagers had basically been petrified and completely lost their ability to move. And this is not the only point worth questioning. The participants did not find stone sculptures in other houses, but only found one in the sixth house. Why didn't the villager leave the room like others and go to the square to cry? Zhang Tingyu gently lay on the roof, watching the sun in the sky. Now her two eyes don't feel how dazzling the sun is. Zhang Tingyu put herself in the perspective of the villagers and carefully figured out the logic of their behavior. After discovering something wrong with their bodies, they would panic, which is why the first room left traces of venting. Of course, after confirming the symptoms, people who have regained some reason will definitely look for a solution. The villagers gathered in the square and began to pray. Praying is of course useless, but those villagers can no longer try other ways to save themselves. They stayed there for a long time, in the form of stone sculptures. Zhang Tingyu raised his hand. Judging from the situation of their three characters in the story, the curse will first appear on the limbs. The villagers gathered in the square may not have turned into stone all over their bodies, but the stiff joints and ankles greatly limited their mobility. Even if they realized that the attempt was useless, they could not adjust their strategy. Zhang Tingyu remembered the touch of the stone statue's cheek in the sixth room. The statue's cheek was only a thin layer. Is the peasant woman thin to begin with? Or did the fat on her cheeks decrease due to hunger? A secret thought flashed through Zhang Tingyu's mind. If the resident of the sixth room was forced to stay in the house, the plot of the story would be smoother. The resident might have thought that it was the most dangerous thing not to be cursed when other villagers still had the ability to move. People with petrification symptoms would want to get a solution to their problems from themselves. But the method known by the owner of room number 7 could not solve other people's problems at all. Those who don't speak can live, but those who have spoken must get the antidote to survive. Zhang Tingyu recalled the contents of the letter. Language can be refined into secret medicine, and the way to be cursed is to speak. Then the act of speaking can be equivalent to taking the secret medicine. The words uttered by the characters in the story are the bottles of secret medicine they took. Most of them can only increase the degree of petrification of the speaker. Only one word can be the antidote. As long as that word is said, the curse on the cursed person will disappear. Zhang Tingyu, lying on the roof, smiled slightly, and her lips moved silently. If Wei Shigui was beside her, he could probably judge that the words she said were, "It is indeed a warm story." The village was dead silent. There was no wind, no human voice, and Xiaojiao walked on the road with heavy steps, feeling extremely tired. Her arms were wet with blood, The petrification first appeared on the skin, and then gradually penetrated into the flesh and blood. She was indeed a cruel person. In order to get rid of the difficulties, she cut off the part that turned into stone with a dinner knife. Her ability to move was slightly restored. Xujia has not been able to find the traces of the other two characters in the story. It seems that from the moment they separated, she was the only one left in the scene. The abandoned house, the creeper, the weeds, everything stopped. The wind was filled with chilly chills. Xujia felt that she should shiver, but she failed. According to the data, her petrification degree had reached 30%. Xujia's fear grew stronger and stronger. Shui was a flesh and blood ability user, and the new young man seemed unfathomable. If these two could survive in the end, she would be the only abandoned child in the third scene. Thinking of this, Xujia no longer worried about the danger of being exposed and ran to the square at the fastest speed. Under normal circumstances, Xujia should not be so anxious. But the degree of erosion by the curse was so deep that people lost their normal mind. Since the villagers gathered here, they should think that there was something in the square that could help them get out of trouble. Dragging the heavy body to the square, the sky had already darkened. It was very strenuous to move. Xujia felt that she was not moving her feet, but two large stone blocks. The stone sculptures formed a circle, and their faces were full of despair. Xujia squatted down quietly next to a statue. She was curious about what she could see if she imitated the perspective of the stone sculptures. She guessed wrong. The surrounding scenery was no different from before. In this case, why did the villagers circle around the square after being cursed? Maybe it was because there was a person who could save the villagers standing at the center of the circle, and left the square after everyone else was petrified. A familiar voice sounded behind Xujia like thunder. She wanted to turn around, but there was only a rubbing sound from her neck. Slow down. You should be petrified to a very deep degree. If you move too violently, aren't you worried that you will break? The new young man walked in front of Xujia and stood precisely at the center of the circle. Xujia opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. She was silent for a while, and finally asked a question that had nothing to do with the current situation. Where did Xioi go? Chengtingyu. He has left the village. She had excellent eyesight and chose a superior position. Xioi's actions could not be hidden from her from the beginning. Xujia, you don't stop him? Chengtingyu. I don't really interfere with other participants' actions when I don't need their cooperation. Xujia didn't really understand what the other party said. In their view, people are always useful. Whether in the wilderness or in the dungeon, people are very precious resources. Especially in this dungeon. As long as there is a shortage of people, the remaining participants can refresh in the first scene. Xujia didn't hide her expression. The young man seemed to see her thoughts and smiled, because no matter where Xioi goes, it will no longer affect the clearance of other participants. Xujia noticed the other party's words no longer will. In other words, it was before. But now the situation has changed. The young man didn't let her confuse for too long, and patiently explained, now it's the third scene. After entering the nameless village, the structure of the whole story is complete. New characters will be added before the dungeon because there are still plots to be unlocked later. When Xujia said this, she suddenly understood the mechanism of the entire copy. But she would rather not react. The young man, what we need to do is only 3 people living in a cabin, 3 people entering the forest, and 3 people getting lost and entering an unknown village. And the name of the book can be changed. You should have gotten the answer from the malice of later generations. The adjective in front of storybook can change from warm to boring, which means that the main plot of the book can be affected by the character's self-consciousness. Since it is not necessary to take the warm route, it means that breaking the curse is not the ending. Turning into stone, or fleeing the village in terror, and getting lost in the forest forever can also be the ending. The young man smiled, I'm still here. Just want to finish the story myself. The setting sun added a touch of blood to the sky. After entering the dungeon, Xujia had never watched the sunset as seriously as she did today. The sun was about to set, and the story was about to end. She was now petrified by more than 50%, and her limbs had basically lost the ability to move. She truly felt the numbness after being cursed seeping into her internal organs. Why was that young man still able to move freely? The idea of killing one person first, and then causing the remaining participants to be refreshed back to the initial scene, was broken by the previous inference. If the other party wanted to survive, they had to find an antidote. The question is, what exactly is the antidote? Xujia raised her head with difficulty. She did not realize that her posture at this moment was very similar to the stone sculptures next to her. The young man in front of her had incredibly deep black eyes. Just meeting his eyes made Xiujia shudder. You should be able to guess it. After all, the person who wrote the letter actually made a very similar mistake to you at the beginning. Xiujia tried her best to turn her thoughts around. Mistake? What mistake did they make? She had not realized the nature of the game before, and just relied on constantly killing new characters to regain her self-awareness. The young man's voice came from above her head. The other party did not move. But the voice that fell on Xiujia's ears seemed to be getting farther and farther away. You summarized the phenomena you observed and regarded the subjective summary as the essence of the game. Xiujia and Xiui believed that the purpose of the story was to make the three characters live happily. So once they entered the stage of the family living together warmly and happily, they would completely solidify into characters without independent consciousness. In order to maintain their sanity, they had to attack the newcomers and repeatedly break the state of happiness. However, this was not the case. The reason why they solidified was that they did not continue to promote the plot. Xiujia and Xiaoyi successfully stuck themselves at the beginning of the game through their judgment of the copy. The information left by the letter writer can be divided into two categories: the knowledge from Miss Shan's book and the rules summarized by herself. The knowledge is more credible, while the three summaries in the letter are the personal conjectures of the parties involved. It's not that children won't be poisoned. It's that my sister, as a child, hasn't been poisoned. The reason why my sister hasn't been poisoned isn't because her heart is pure, but because she has taken the antidote. Cheng Tingyu looked at the stone sculpture in front of her with a gentle attitude. You told me the information about the copy. So as a reward, I will also tell you the clues I found. Xiaojia couldn't react to her words. The glimmer of the setting sun was like the embers on a charcoal fire, which could be extinguished at any time. A gentle voice rang out in the dead silent nameless village. The word that serves as the antidote is sister. The question that the participants need to think about is, what words are most likely to be shouted out unconsciously by the sister, but other villagers are unlikely to say them out loud? When Miss Shan met the sister who came to ask questions, she quickly figured out the answer to the question. The sister is dumb and was not poisoned at the beginning. The sister is the one who took the antidote and escaped from the curse smoothly. Cheng Tingyu, in fact. The storybook also gives a hint that the three people living in the cabin should be brothers and sisters. The newcomers added to the dungeon are always female. Not because the gender composition of the participants must be 2 women and 1 man, but to ensure that there are 2 women in the role, so that there will be at least 1 sister. The person who calls the sister can lift the curse, and the other 2 can also be reminded and get rid of the petrified state. Speaking of this, Cheng Tingyu couldn't help but chuckle. The earlier the title, the closer it is to the original plot concept. This is indeed a warm storybook. Congratulations to the player for clearing the dungeon. Chapter 69 Ordinary. Congratulations to the player for clearing the dungeon and obtaining an ordinary storybook ×1. Bottled poison of words ×1. After her vision stabilized again, Cheng Tingyu found that she was still standing in the Riverview Park, holding a storybook about 1 centimeter thick in her hand. It was still morning when she went out. And now, it was almost morning. The time displayed on the phone was 3:57 in the morning. When 1 day passed in the dungeon, the time outside also moved forward 1 day. Cheng Tingyu put the reward back into the backpack, admired the sunrise in the park without saying a word, and then took out the small round mirror she carried with her to check her status. Mental value, moderate madness 67/128. The unstable sand value is really a distressing thing. Cheng Tingyu expected that there was something wrong with her brain, but she didn't expect the problem to be so serious. She reached out and pressed her temple, and could feel the blood vessels under her fingertips throbbing. If she hadn't been confident in Mi Tong's ability, she would have doubted the correctness of the appraisal result. She still had the ability to think. So why could she be considered moderately crazy? Cheng Tingyu thought for a moment, then sat quietly in the bushes. The sun gradually rose in the sky. Even the breeze in winter was very cold, but fortunately the sun could still make people feel warm. Cheng Tingyu sat for a while, and her mood slowly calmed down. She reached into her backpack and took out a bottle of soda, then found a coin to pry open the lid, and raised her head to drink 2 sips. Although she didn't feel anything when she pried the lid. After a while, she slowly realized that the thing she used as a bottle opener was the reward she got in the store copy. Cheng Tingyu silently stuffed the lucky decision coin back into her backpack, and said to herself, it looks like a prop that will tempt the owner to use it. It's really hard to guard against. Even I will be tricked unconsciously. Maybe it was an illusion. After she finished speaking, the coin in the bag vibrated weakly, as if protesting against the word tricked. If Cheng Tingyu could understand the information of the lucky decision coin's owners, she would find that this prop had never tempted others to use it in the direction of opening a beverage bottle. Chung Ting-yu sat motionless in the grass, like a human-shaped mushroom. It was not until noon that her spirit value slowly rose to 74 out of 128. The feeling when she was attacking the dungeon faded away, and she gradually realized that she was shrouded in a special emotion. At this moment, silence was the best choice. However, Chung Ting-yu was already tired of the scenery of Riverview Park and decided to go home immediately. Even if it's me, I shouldn't have to encounter 2 copies in a row. Chung Ting-yu muttered to herself, and couldn't help laughing. Fortunately, my ability is not a curse. Before awakening her ability, Wei Shugui was not a talkative person. After awakening her ability, she became even more taciturn. However, her living habits would inevitably be broken when she saw her neighbors. Where did you go before? Why haven't you been home? The resident of 501 opposite always keeps a smile on his face. Wei Shugui is used to it, but he can't help but raise his eyebrows at this moment. The smile on the other person's face is not so friendly as to remind her of those dangerous street elements who drank too much and just went out to chop 2 people. Chung Ting-yu looked at her neighbor, and the arc of her lips deepened. I went out to relax yesterday. Wei Shugui glanced at her and commented, it seems that the result of your relaxation should not be very good. Chung Ting-yu, so now I feel that I need to rest and keep silent as much as possible. Closed his eyes and sighed. Going out should not be considered silent, Wei Shugui thought. If only he had a prop that could check the detailed mental value of others. The other party's situation, even if it is implicit, is also a moderately crazy start. It seems that you can no longer maintain your sanity because of his own ability characteristics. Wei Shugui usually does not keep silent when he has a bad guess. After experiencing the blessing of curse, say the opposite. Chung Ting-yu does look a little more normal. At least she realized that when communicating with others, she should first pick up the key information and said, everything was going well. But when I was relaxing, I accidentally triggered a copy. Wei Shugui began to think about whether there are any types of abilities that are easily captured by the copy. F0631 is at least a city with stable order. The other party can enter the copy as if it were home. If it was a wasteland, wouldn't she have to live in the copy every day? Chung Ting-yu, I'll go to sleep for a while and come to you after I wake up. Wei Shugui, I would be happier if you didn't say the second half of the sentence. Since experiencing the dream copy of apartment number 6, Chung Ting-yu has never dreamed when she sleeps. According to the information she got, her dreaming ability during this period has been paid as a reward. She slowly closed her eyes, and the whole person seemed to sink into the deep water. There was no light around, and the boundless darkness enveloped Chung Ting-yu. Chung Ting-yu was used to reviewing her experiences in her mind when she was half asleep. But after she stopped dreaming, similar situations became less and less. Her thoughts began to drift, and those unsolved and confusing questions were all placed in a small box in her mind. And they would not be opened again until the day when she got the answer. After the neighbor next door came back, Wei Shugui ran to the convenience store 6 times in one day. It was not because of the lack of supplies, but because she felt a little uneasy staying at home. She was also quite puzzled as to why she could not hold back. But she soon figured out the reason. If the player's mind was not stable enough, it was easy to be deformed. And the state of the next-door resident obviously looked a bit strange. So she needed to be vigilant at all times. The neighbor slept for a long time, and it was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that 502 heard the movement from the balcony opposite. Why did you sit on the railing again? Wei Shugui stared at Chung Ting-yu, with big doubts in his big eyes. Chung Ting-yu supported herself with one hand, turned sideways, and blinked at the visitor. After I woke up, I thought it was too late now. If I knocked on the door, you might not be awake. Wei Shugui. So? Chung Ting-yu. So I should first confirm whether you are asleep now. Wei Shugui expressionless. Are you planning to come in from the balcony to see? Chung Ting-yu spread his hands. But reason tells me that knocking on the door directly is certainly not a good idea. But choosing to come in from the balcony may also bring you other scares. Wei Shugui glanced at Chung Ting-yu. Thank you for retaining basic reason. She thought that it was indeed a correct decision to rest later today. Although the way the other party appeared could easily leave a shadow on people. Since they had agreed to meet, Wei Shugui finally let the neighbor into the living room. Chung Ting-yu noticed that the lights here had been repaired. Wei Shugui, so, what kind of dungeon did you enter today? Chung Ting-yu replied, a mediocre storybook. Added, maybe the previous plot was delayed too long, resulting in a low overall score for the story. She took out the reward and handed it to Wei Shugui. As Wei Heng's niece, Wei Shugui has a rich knowledge reserve on various props. She looked at the book for a moment and gently turned the page. The finished storybook did not pull people into the dungeon again. Wei Shugui read the content above and had a rough guess about Chung Tingyu's previous experience. The people living in the cabin live happily. During the day, the brother, sister and sister worked together. At noon, they drank milk and ate bread. At night, they fell asleep sweetly. During the day, the sister returned home. At night, the sister and the brother killed the sister. The people living in the cabin live happily. During the day, the sister returned home. At night, the sister pierced the sister's eyes with a candlestick. During the day, they crossed the fields and entered a forest full of roses. The brother, sister and younger sister were attracted by the roses and left the path in the forest. In the depths of the forest, they found a village without a name. The brother, sister and younger sister drank the poisonous secret medicine. The brother ran into the forest. The younger sister cried in the square. Only the sister who found the antidote successfully left the village. Wei Shugui closed the storybook and looked up at the neighbor in front of him. Chung Tingyu smiled. I am the sister in it. The storybook did not mention Xiao Jia or Xiao Yi. Such titles. Obviously, they were just pseudonyms given to themselves by the two players. Wei Shugui did not find it strange. The behavior of being able to pierce the sister's eyes with a candlestick was particularly consistent with the personality of the neighbor opposite. She thought for a long time and finally concluded, this book should be the work of the White Tower Research Society. Chung Tingyu, I have always been curious about what kind of organization the White Tower Research Society is. Wei Shugui felt a little surprised. She was not surprised that Chung Tingyu was interested in the White Tower Research Society. But she thought that someone like him must have known about the White Tower Research Society a long time ago. The White Tower Research Institute is a very old organization that has played a huge role in promoting the restart of human civilization. Wei Shugui recalled and explained to her. They are also one of the earliest initiators of the city council, and have always had a seat. Chung Tingyu paused imperceptibly. She realized that her previous thinking was wrong. Not only places like Endless City or F0631 City can be called cities. Organizations like the White Tower Research Institute also have the characteristics of a city. Wei Shugui, this organization had problems before and lost a lot of research materials. But few people know what they are. Chung Tingyu, I heard a little that the White Tower Research Institute lost a manuscript related to the perfect form of life. This news did not surprise Wei Shugui. She showed a thoughtful look on her face. Players have a tacit fact that those big figures at the top are no longer considered human beings. They are beginning to transform into a higher form. Speaking of this, Wei Shugui suddenly paused and said to Chung Tingyu, there has always been a speculation among players. Unlike games, different types of abilities are not balanced with each other. There are differences in strength and safety. And this difference may contain the secret of transformation. I learned from my aunt that the president of the White Tower Research Institute is a realm-type ability user like the Dream Maker. Chung Tingyu paused and confirmed, only realm-type ability users can complete the transformation of life forms? Unexpectedly, Wei Shugui shook his head. It is impossible to be sure. Because the manufacturer of the screwdriver insurance company is probably a plague bug. And the city owner of F0631 City should be flesh and blood. And they can all be called big shots. However, the realms are still different. To maintain the stability of an area, either there must be a powerful realm player in charge, or a prop with realm power. It is rare for her to say such a long string of words in one breath. And she drank half a glass of water directly after she finished speaking. Chung Tingyu, is this also the news your aunt got from the dangerous mask? Wei Shugui, not really. It's mainly the investigation done by my aunt herself. Chapter 72 Pieces of News Supplement. Wei Hung did a lot of investigations privately before his death. But he did not tell the organization's top leaders about the information. This is also the reason why Wei Shugui can now sit safely opposite Chung Tingyu. If he feels that the information held by the peripheral members is too important, Dangerous Mask will come to retrieve the suspicious elements at all costs. My aunt once speculated that the ability of the realm is very special, and can have an impact on a certain area. In the end, it may be able to construct a complete world. The more obvious evidence is Endless City. This city has no real form. But it does exist, and is completely controlled by the Dreamer. Wei Shugui, among other abilities. Flesh and blood is considered a relatively safe force. But my aunt told me that common sense may not be correct. Once my aunt got drunk and told me that flesh and blood are generally not prone to accidents. But after having secret pupils, flesh and blood will also be affected. But the next day, when I asked my aunt again, She didn't admit that she had said these words, but only warned me that if I awaken the realm or flesh and blood, I must be extra careful. There was a hint of confusion in her words. Chung Tingyu smiled and asked, "What if the secret pupils are awakened?" Wei Shigue glanced at her and replied, "Eat something good and do whatever you want." Chung Tingyu. From the other party's attitude, I may have drawn the worst fortune after awakening as an appraiser. Chung Tingyu, so, the safest thing is actually the curse or the plague? Wei Shigue nodded and shook his head. There is no truly safe ability in the world. But the bad luck priority of the curse and the plague is lower. Chung Tingyu, there is one more thing. Wei Shigue looked at the other party and said nothing. But his eyes clearly expressed his personal emotion of why do you have so many questions. Chung Tingyu smiled. I want to ask. Do you know a prop called Lucky Decision Coin? Wei Shigue. I've heard of it. She stared at the smiling neighbor next to her, and couldn't help but sarcastically said, "You can often consult others about important issues when your spirit value is not high in the future, and you will definitely not encounter accidents." Chung Tingyu's deep black eyes like the night curved, and said seriously, "You are a reliable person. I chose to ask you questions, and the danger is very low, so I am just emotionally unstable now. But my thoughts are still clear." Wei Shigue. She sighed and answered helplessly, "It is a very dangerous prop. It will induce the owner to actively throw himself and make a choice. But the problems that can be decided are not decided by the owner himself, considering that there are too many voice exchanges, and it is unknown which sentence will trigger her ability." She found a piece of white paper and quickly wrote down 2 sentences. For example, if the owner is in a maze and wants to know whether to go left or right, he may not be able to directly cast the ball on this question. The more likely question to appear is the left side closer to the exit? Chung Tingyu reacted quickly and immediately understood the dangers of the Lucky Decision Coin. The 2 questions seem similar, but there are fundamental differences. The direction closer to the exit is not necessarily the direction to go. Suppose the left side is closer to the exit, but hides a danger that the owner cannot solve. The person concerned will be led to a dead end by the coin. After the exchange, Chung Tingyu did not stay next door for too long. Just after Wei Shigue told her some information about the White Tower Research Society, Chung Tingyu captured a line of information in her consciousness. The ability is improving, and things to be analyzed are detected, and they can be identified. Remaining identification times, April 4th. The book-like prop in her hand triggered her ability prompt. An ordinary storybook. The Close to Nature series of books depicts the story of the brother, sister and sister's adventure in the forest. Because the main line is not clear enough, and there is a lot of redundant content at the beginning, it has received a low evaluation. Produced by the White Tower Research Society. Remaining number of uses, October 10th. How to use. Say do you want to read a storybook to the target, and specify the role to be brought in for the other party. Effective use. It can make the reader have an immersive experience effect, and the specific impact depends on the story experience of the role brought in. Note 1. After every 10 people fail to create, the number of times the storybook can be used will increase. Note 2. The reading time depends on the reader's comprehension ability. If you encounter a situation where you cannot continue to experience the storyline, the reading process can be interrupted. Although the wording is vague, it is an explanation given by her own ability after all. And Chung Tingyu quickly understood the meaning of the identification information. If she wants to use this prop on someone, just say, "Do you want to read the storybook?" to the other person. She can pull the person into the story. The whole reading process is equivalent to giving the other person a short period of stiffness. After the reading is over, the target will be given various states. For example, if the character brought into the reading by the other person is Shujia, the final action ability will become stiff. For Chung Tingyu, this can be said to be a powerful prop second only to the music box lullaby. As for the bottled speech poison, Chung Tingyu basically had no intention of using it after identifying some information. After this thing is released, people within a certain range must remain silent. Otherwise they will be poisoned. The detoxification method is the same as in the storybook, but the word that acts as the antidote may not be sister. Generally speaking, it is a prop that is particularly suitable for reducing environmental noise, and it can also have the effect of disabling skills for players of the spell type. The night outside the window is like water. After putting the 2 props away, Chung Tingyu lay back on the bed again. She definitely couldn't sleep, but unfortunately her spirit value only rose to 87. And she had to stay silent for 2 more days before she could go out. Chung Tingyu, who had just escaped from the storybook, thought that in order to avoid similar tragedies from happening again, she would stay at home and be a salted fish for 2 days. Wei Shigue breathed a sigh of relief. Since the tragedy of the neighbor opposite going out to relax, and then turning a book into a copy, she has paid some attention to the dynamics next door. Perhaps she really learned some lessons from past experiences. Chung Tingyu has not gone out these days. The only 2 contacts with the outside world are to come to 500, and 1 for meals, or answer calls from the inspection team. Hot. The cleaning work of the hypermarket is still going on. Probably because of the worry about Screwdriver. The insurance company is in a hurry to get the goods. And the inspector will communicate with Chung Tingyu from time to time about the progress of the copy cleaning. According to the normal process, the information in the inspection team should not be disclosed to ordinary residents. But after experiencing several copies, Qin Luosong, Li Yitai and others obviously feel that communicating more with a player wearing a flesh and blood vest is more conducive to long-term cooperation between the 2 parties. The aroma of pepper wafted in the kitchen. Wei Shigue poured the instant curry into the stainless steel rice cooker and thawed it with the stove. The kitchen space is limited, and it seems even smaller at this moment. Because early this morning, the neighbor across the door came to visit very uninhibitedly, and is currently heating milk next to it. The food variety of the convenience store is limited, and the quality is average. Fortunately, Wei Xusheng, who returned to the central city, was worried that his sister would not be convenient to eat. So he specially sent a lot of convenient cooking packs. Chung Tingyu didn't come here just to get a free meal. The inspection team told me that the rating of the hypermarket has been released. After considering the degree of distortion of the copy and the overall strength, it was finally determined to be M level. But it is only a little short of H level. M level means menace, threat. And H level means horrible, horrible. The inspector who passed the message was Li Fusai. She was afraid in her words. If she had known that it was a copy close to H level, the interns would never have been sent to step on the mine. Wei Shigue, does the inspection team agree that you can disclose the copy consultation to outsiders? Chung Tingyu smiled. They said they would not allow it. He said, but with the sound insulation of the house, it is purely force majeure for the neighbors to hear the content of the phone call. They should be able to understand. Wei Shigue felt that the inspection team was not easy. Chung Tingyu, Wang Si should have obtained a lot of inferior seal paper from the dangerous mask. He used these papers to wrap the props with domain power, and put the props in the lockers on the first floor of the store. Wei Shigue understood a little bit about the cause of the store copy. Domain power is the cornerstone of the copy. Screwdriver, the seal paper produced by the insurance company, can control the power of the props from leaking out. But since the name of this thing contains the 3 words inferior, it means that it is more likely to fail than the regular seal paper. As long as Wang Si is alive, he will go there regularly to reinforce it. After his death, the domain power will be completely leaked, and the store will become a copy area. This news cannot be covered up. Then the members of the dangerous mask recovery department, who are hiding somewhere, will get the signal, realize that a member of the organization has died, and start the recovery work. Of course, all these assumptions are based on the fact that the inspection team has not discovered Wang Si's identity. Now that the inspection team has made some discoveries, the dangerous mask in the gray area will definitely choose to lie dormant for the time being. Chung Tingyu, if there is only the power of the realm, the difficulty of passing the hot hypermarket will not be too high. But for some reason, it is combined with the power of the playwright, which has caused a terrifying distortion. Wei Shigue was thoughtful for a while when he heard Chung Tingyu's words. Chung Tingyu actually had the same consideration as the other party. In addition to the 2 of them and the members of the inspection team, there were also 4 scavengers who entered the dungeon at that time. The dungeon mutation was a coincidence, and the involvement of outsiders was also a coincidence. Different coincidences superimposed together have different meanings. While heating milk, Chung Tingyu's mobile phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the inspection team. Qin Luosong on the other end of the phone said, "It's still about the store. Don't worry. We have already reported it, and will speed up the processing of the remaining items in the dungeon, so that you can get the antique gloves as soon as possible to avoid your commission being deducted." Chung Tingyu, does the Screwdriver insurance company often deduct employee commissions? Qin Luosong's voice was hesitant. I suggest you consult other Screwdriver employees, he added. Although the insurance company has good treatment, the inspection team is still more stable. After you get the official resident status, do you want to come and apply? You can go directly to the final interview. Room 501 of the rental house. Chung Tingyu looked at the phone inside. When I first came to the city, I was worried that I couldn't find a job. Who would have thought that after crossing, she actually became a freelancer, passing dungeons plus collecting rent. A temporary worker at an insurance company. a person scheduled for the final interview of the inspection team, and a resume holder of endless city. Job opportunities are like hair on a comb. The person involved never knows how much he can pull off. The credibility of the inspection team has always been guaranteed, since they said that they would expedite the handling of the antique gloves. Chung Ting-yu will be able to get the required task items in 1 working day at least and 3 working days at most, provided that there is no accident. A day and a half later, the phone rang again. Chung Ting-yu looked at the 3 words Li Fusai on the caller ID and had a bad premonition. After the call was connected, Li Fusai on the other end laughed twice. I have 2 pieces of news. 1 good and 1 bad. Which one do you want to hear first? Chung Ting-yu stared at the phone for a long time and told the truth. My intuition tells me that hanging up now is the most correct choice. Chapter 71 Experienced Antique Gloves. Li Fusai. Don't worry. Chung Ting-yu, in that case, let's hear the bad news first. Just to take precautions. Li Fusai felt that the other party's reaction was different from what he imagined. After a long pause, he said weakly, but I prepared a speech to start with the good news. Chung Ting-yu smiled, then I'm all ears. Li Fusai, the good news is that the reporting process has been completed. Inspector Qin got the antique gloves yesterday, and is going to visit you today. Chung Ting-yu, so the bad news is that the antique gloves disappeared overnight? Li Fusai felt that the ordinary citizens on the other end of the phone understood the routine of communication better than himself. In fact, the inspection team knows where the gloves are, but it is not convenient to take them out for the time being. Chung Ting-yu was not very surprised. After all, handing the things to the target tomorrow morning is a flag in itself. The more important the things are, the higher the concentration of the flag. Li Fusai, Inspector Qin shouldn't have left work early yesterday. On time. Chung Ting-yu couldn't help but laugh again. She listened to Li Fusai's words, and felt that it would be better to lower the priority of working for the inspection team as much as possible, unless it was absolutely necessary. Li Fusai, it's just that Grandma Qin died suddenly, so she can't leave home for the time being. When Chung Ting-yu heard about the death of an acquaintance's elder, he naturally expressed his regret first, and then said, that Grandma Qin? Li Fusai, she is also a capable person. She sighed. So the Qin residence has now become a copy. Chung Ting-yu, so even if the pair of gloves is trapped in the copy area again, it's not strange. Li Fusai implicitly admitted the other party's guess, for safety reasons. When Inspector Qin went home, he specially put the task items in the main house. Chung Ting-yu didn't know what expression to use to face his temporary job duties for a while. And after a while he sighed, this pair of antique gloves has a rich experience. The matter has been explained clearly. Although the things were not obtained as usual, it can only be regarded as an unfortunate accident. After Chung Ting-yu finished communicating with Li Fusai, he called Xinxingliu again. Xinxingliu's voice was quite complicated. If it's about Grandma Qin, I already know about it. After a pause, he said, to be honest, consider coming down to interview with Screwdriver. As an insurance company, we really need employees like you who can bring accidents wherever they go. Chung Ting-yu felt that the other party had cheated her luck and asked, are you not in a hurry about the antique gloves? Xinxingliu was very open-minded. There's no point in being anxious, today is the deadline. He added, but don't worry too much. There are special circumstances for this extension. If the customer really asks for compensation, we Screwdriver can send the breach of contract bill to the inspection team. As a salesperson of an insurance company, Xinxingliu has rich experience in handling such matters. Chung Ting-yu did not speak for the time being. The sound of knock 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 came through the phone, as if someone was knocking on the table with his knuckles. After a moment, Chung Ting-yu's voice sounded again. Do you know the type of ability of Grandma Qin? Chung Ting-yu wanted to get some information. She felt that the other party was willing to take the initiative to provide a solution to the delay of the items. Perhaps for some purpose. The voice on the other end of the phone became distant. And at the same time, there was a rustling sound of rummaging. The old lady doesn't have much information, and her ability type should be a realm. If you plan to go to the Qin family to take a look, then why don't you quit your temporary job, and we can share some information. Chung Ting-yu, I'm a little curious. Why does Screwdriver need temporary employees? On the phone, Xinxingliu's voice became clear again, and the explanation he gave was direct enough to outsiders. Both are considered members of the company. But for the financial department, if a formal employee has an accident, he will receive a higher amount of compensation. So the company will share the risk through various methods. Chung Ting-yu understood instantly. After all, she was someone who had found a job before, and knew the difference between outsourced personnel and internal personnel. Xinxingliu. But this time it's the home court of the inspection team. And they may not leave room for people from other forces to intervene, so, do you still want to go over and take a look? Of course. You have to go over there. Cheng Tingyu vaguely felt that before she lost her memory, she was probably a person who liked to go to danger. Xinxingliu seemed to be happy to see this. Of course. Before Cheng Tingyu made a decision, she still said low to the neighbors. This is the situation. Do you want to go over and take a look? Wei Shigue first glanced at the door next to him, as if he regretted opening the door for someone else as soon as he heard the noise outside. If something happens to Grandma Qin, Bu Wuxian will definitely go over there, Wei Shigue said slowly. Do you really want to move under her nose? She told the news about Bu Wuxian in a straightforward manner, not worrying that this sentence would cause the inspector's car to break down, saying the opposite of what she said was not a 100% poisonous blessing, but just increasing or reducing the probability of an event. And Bu Wuxian was too far away from them at the moment, so Wei Shigue's ability could not take effect. Cheng Tingyu smiled. As a law-abiding resident, I don't need to feel guilty even if I see the inspector. Wei Shigue held back and swallowed the complaint. Even if you are not a law-abiding resident, you may not feel guilty when facing the inspector. She calmed down, seemed to be thinking about something, and finally nodded to her neighbor, indicating her attitude. The Qin family's house is located at number 777 Mumian Road. As the vehicle drove to the Qin's house, the scenery outside the window seemed to span decades of time. Compared with this residential area, other places in the outer city can only be called slums at most. Even if the rich people in the central city come here, they dare not guarantee that they can have better living conditions. For those who know the inside story, this matter is very reasonable. The Qin family was originally a veteran of the Pioneer Association and was responsible for the expansion of the city. Therefore, although this family lived in the outer city, they first came from the inner city. The Qin family's mansion is vast, and the parking area specially provided for social idlers is as large as 2 football fields. A car with a screwdriver pattern painted on its surface drove into the parking area. Xinxingliu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, stopped the car steadily. Most of the time, he had a warm smile on his face, which rarely showed a trace of lingering fear. He turned around and persuaded the person in the back seat, if you drive without a license and something happens, the insurance company will not pay for it, even if you say you can drive. Cheng Tingyu, I actually passed the driving test. Xinxingliu, what about the driver's license? Cheng Tingyu said with regret, buried in the dust of history. Xinxingliu looked at Cheng Tingyu for a while, then turned his gaze to Wei Shigue, as if he wanted to get an explanation from another person. But Wei Shigue just turned his head and said coldly, "Huh." He sighed and handed over 2 work permits. Temporary workers can also accumulate resumes. When the resume meets the standards, submit the application directly, and I can help you become a regular employee. This may be the communication skills of a senior salesperson. Xinxingliu skipped the question of whether to work as a screwdriver and talked to the 2 temporary workers in a sincere tone about how to work as a screwdriver, just like the common words used by the breakfast stall owners before Cheng Tingyu crossed over. When they greeted customers, they would not ask the other party if they wanted to eat breakfast, but ask, do you want noodles or wontons? Cheng Tingyu took it and said casually, is screwdriver particularly short of people now? Xinxingliu smiled. Every organization is increasingly short of people now. Cheng Tingyu paused and looked up at Xinxingliu. When each organization recruits members, the first choice is naturally players. Cheng Tingyu thought, if each organization is increasingly short of people, does it mean that the probability of ordinary people becoming players is decreasing? She said slowly, the number of players seems to be quite large. Xinxingliu replied, awakening ability is not difficult, but it is getting easier. But the growth rate of new players is getting slower and slower when the 100 years of silence just ended. Even Secret Eyes had a big figure. Looking at Cheng Tingyu, he smiled warmly again. A player who can frequently enter and exit the dungeon without the help of an old man and survive until now. Any organization will be willing to extend an olive branch. The mansion on Kapok Road became particularly noisy because of the guests coming and going. Qin Luosong did not return home after receiving the news of the old lady's death. The reason why she was able to get off work on time was originally to rush back to celebrate the birthday of Grandma Qin. Unfortunately, the birthday party that was supposed to be held today could no longer be held, and all the preparations for the birthday at home were directly changed. Fortunately, the house is large enough. Even if part of the area becomes a copy, the remaining space can accommodate all the guests. There is an endless stream of people coming to pay their respects. The periphery of the mansion is so lively that it seems as if the birthday party has not been cancelled. But the closer to the center, the quieter it is. The all-black vehicle drove into the inner house area. The uniformed inspector opened the car door for the superior, Inspector Bu Wushang, the highest commander of the outer city inspection team, who is called by his subordinates as either working overtime or on the way to overtime. Also took out some free time at this moment and went to the Qin family's mansion to pay his respects in person. My condolences. Nie Yusheng handed the gift from the inspection team to a member of the Qin family and said, about the copy. The Qin family member made an interrupting gesture. Sorry. We still need to discuss this matter. In the outer city area, it takes great courage to refuse the interference of the inspector. When the Qin family member spoke, he was a little glad that it was Nie Yusheng who handed over to him, not Bu Wushang himself. Before Nie Yusheng could question, the Qin family member added the second half of the sentence. The inspection team from the central district also sent people here. Nie Yusheng's expression did not change, because this was not something unexpected. The jurisdiction of a matter is usually determined by the jurisdiction and the identity of the people involved. Grandma Qin is an important member of the Pioneer Association and has a wide range of friends. The people who came in advance to celebrate her birthday involved 3 districts in F0631 city, and even many guests from outside the city. Of course, under normal circumstances, the various departments in the district would not necessarily take extra work into their own hands. However, the current copy was obviously created on the death of Grandma Qin. Chapter 72 Bubble Theory. In a reception room on the second floor on the left side of the Qin family mansion on Mumyan Road, Grandma Qin was a veteran of the Pioneer Association. She was naturally one of the most important people in the outer city when she was alive. Her funeral was like a glass light bulb in the corridor at night, attracting all the flying insects of all sizes around. But not every flying insect will be immersed in the atmosphere of the funeral. The inspector in black uniform opened the door of the reception room, waited for the superior to enter, bowed in the direction of the door, and then quietly withdrew. Bu Wushang said to the person sitting on the sofa, "Uncle." Her tone did not change at all. Even if she replaced the uncle in the words with stone, or can, or something, it would not have any effect, and it might be more appropriate. The two had not seen each other for a long time, but after meeting, they had nothing more to say. Bu Wushang did not waste time with the other party in silence. He found a chair and sat down and started working on the spot. After a long time, Bu Chueming's voice came from the other end of the room. "Are you planning to stay in the outer city?" Bu Wushang stopped what he was doing, said nothing, and a trace of sarcasm flashed across his face. The other party's silence seemed to make Bu Chueming, the uncle, even more irritated. He paced back and forth, and finally said, "Grandma Qin is a person with the ability to enter the realm of dusk. Not to mention what she means. We must also recover the body alone," he said. "We can join forces first. At least we can guarantee that the things will fall into the hands of the inspection team, and will not be taken away by the Pioneer Association. Bu Wushang, the inspection team is fighting with the Pioneer Association. And then let the screwdriver be the Oriole?" Bu Chueming, the screwdriver is not on the F0631 ship. We are just too close, so people mistakenly think we are a whole. He put his hands in his pockets, and his voice was full of sighs. The peak season is coming, and everyone is looking for their own way out. As a temporary worker of screwdriver, Cheng Tingyu received a very normal reception in the Qin's mansion. When she was taken to the room by the waiter, she felt that the wind outside was getting louder and louder. When Cheng Tingyu observed the environment, her eyes happened to glance at the gray stone placed in the corridor. Stone? The vague description made her look at the stone twice more. And at the same time, she felt that her ability in coding was getting lazier. Xin Xingliu followed her gaze and praised, "You have a very good eye, Cheng Tingyu." She actually didn't know what this thing was, so she paid more attention to it just because its identification result was vague. It's civilized to imagine. Cheng Tingyu didn't admit or deny it, but just said in a casual tone, "You're welcome." She deliberately looked at the stone more and said, "These?" Xin Xingliu casually said, "Well, the Qin family has the background of the Pioneer Association, so it's normal for them to come up with so many stone-suppressing stones now." When he described it, he perfectly avoided the specific effect of the stone-suppressing stone. Under normal circumstances, Cheng Tingyu could ask more about what the stone-suppressing stone was for, but she didn't speak. F0631 city is very repulsive to the identity of Mitong. If she asks further, It will inevitably make others realize that without knowing the effect. Her eyes have already realized the specialness of the item. Of course, there are some clues hidden in the other party's words. The Pioneer Association is an organization responsible for the expansion of the city. As for the cincture, it is a thing that needs to be used in the current occasion. And the current situation is naturally that a copy has appeared in the mansion, and guests have come to pay their respects. Like Wei Hang's former residence, this kind of copy formed by the power of the realm will continue to expand over time. During the period of mourning, relatives and friends come and go, and there are many important people among them. Who knows who will be affected? The owner of the mansion must take some measures to prevent guests from mistakenly entering the copy. Chung Tingyu said unintentionally, if the cincture is missing, you can also buy sealing paper from the screwdriver? Seal paper is a prop that can isolate power. Xinxingliu nodded, but now the inspection team has too many competitors. They probably don't want to give us an excuse to intervene. His words revealed a meaning. The props between different forces are obviously not circulated. In addition, the relationship between the various departments of F0631 City is also very complicated, on issues that do not involve his own abilities. Chung Tingyu asked without any psychological pressure, who are the competitors of the inspection team? Xinxingliu thought for a while. In the outer city area, it is mainly the Pioneer Association. But in the middle city and inner city area, even if they are the same inspection team, there is a competitive relationship between each other. The funeral lasted more than one day, and the Qin family arranged rooms for the guests who came, regardless of whether they looked like they came to join in the fun or eat for free. Chung Tingyu and Wei Shigui were originally arranged to live separately, but for safety reasons, they squeezed together. Wei Shigui had a blank expression. I think you are the most dangerous factor here. Chung Tingyu said sincerely, with the current situation of the Qin family, I should not be missing one more. The wind had stopped, and a light rain fell outside the window unconsciously. The raindrops were as fine as cotton wool, with a hazy feeling that did not belong to winter. Chung Tingyu put her arms on the windowsill, as if she was enjoying the scenery. Wei Shigui looked in her direction from time to time, wary of his neighbor's relapse, and ran to sit on the railing again. There was a knock on the door outside the guest room. Wei Shigui went to open it. The person standing outside was Xinxingliu. Xinxingliu had a little regret on his face. There are unexpected expenses and said, there are more guests coming to Qin's house than expected. According to the rules, temporary workers need to be issued with screwdriver field props. There are not many things in the props package. Only a patch and a hollow plastic box. Xinxingliu introduced. This is a Shujing Huishua patch and a disposable ability carrier, since it is considered a prop package produced by screwdriver. The quality is of course guaranteed. Among them, the function of the muscle relaxation and blood circulation sticker is to increase ability. For example, Wei Shigui can stick it on the throat to make the poison more efficient. Xinxingliu said to Chung Tingyu, you are a flesh and blood player. As long as it is stuck on the skin, it should be useful. Chung Tingyu silently glanced at the sticker and felt that this thing might be a weapon for Mi Tong to kill suddenly. God knows what kind of things he will see that he shouldn't see after his ability is amplified. Xinxingliu, as for the disposable ability carrier, it is a prop that can store abilities. The shelf life is 15 days. It is most adaptable to the disaster insects, followed by the curse. Each time an ability is stored, the owner of the ability will be weak for a period of time. He added, it's like a curse, which can store one's own ability and give it to another flesh and blood to use. Hearing his introduction, Wei Shigui's eyebrows moved slightly. Xinxingliu just came to deliver the prop package. After confirming that the two temporary workers understood how to use the props, he said goodbye and left very straightforwardly. He just reminded him, before leaving, the player's corpse is a rare resource. Now, there are more than just the screwdriver family who want to get it. Chung Tingyu lowered his eyes and gently threw the small plastic box in his hand. Wei Shigui glanced at his neighbor, pressed his finger on the plastic box, and said, after storing, my ability is only 90% of the original. She threw the disposable ability carrier to Chung Tingyu and said, this thing is of average quality, except for disaster insects and curses. Storing other types of abilities is easy to fail, even with buffs. Chung Tingyu caught the plastic box. She seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment, she spoke. Do you feel that the atmosphere in the mansion is a little wrong? Wei Shigui did not speak. Chung Tingyu, after Grandma Qin passed away, the inspection team and the screwdriver immediately sent people over. Suddenly paused and asked, when your aunt passed away, neither side came to deal with it immediately. Is it because of the different ability levels? Wei Shigue looked at her. Chung Tingyu gave her a very subtle feeling. Wei Shigue sometimes felt that the other party was unfathomable and had a mysterious background. Sometimes, she felt that the other party was a young man who grew up in a comfortable environment and lacked the necessary common sense. Wei Shigue finally explained, at that time, my aunt paid a large sum of insurance premium. But it was not for the screwdriver to come and reclaim the body immediately after her death, but to ask them not to reclaim the body immediately. Even if they did, they had to hand the things over to me and my brother. Compared to money and props, the bones with the power of the realm are what my aunt wants to leave us. Chung Tingyu seemed to realize something. Wei Shigue said slowly, and mentioned that the peak season is coming soon. If the original order fails, then each realm is equivalent to a lifeboat. Chung Tingyu suddenly realized something. Although she had not lost her memory for a long time, she had accumulated a lot of dungeon experience. Whether it was a dungeon in the present world or a dungeon in another space, they all had an independent set of rules inside, and there was a clear sense of boundary between them and the outside world. Wei Shigue poured a glass of sparkling water. The White Tower Research Society has proposed a theory that all stable and orderly areas can be regarded as a bubble, like F0631 City, which is a big bubble, and the dungeon, which is a small bubble. Bubbles that are too large will break more easily due to their thin bubble walls, while small bubbles are much more stable. Wei Shigue said, the power of the realm can be used to construct small bubbles. At this point, Wei Shigue reminded his neighbor, although there are many players who know this information, it is still not public information. When you go to the forum, don't mention it easily without confirming the other party's situation. Chung Tingyu's knuckles gently tapped the windowsill. She already knew that realm was the cornerstone of building a copy. According to Wei Shigue, each copy can be regarded as a small world. Ordinary people want to avoid copies because it is safer outside. But if reality is no longer safe, those copies with simple rules can become a refuge for humans. Chung Tingyu thought of herself again. Before she lost her memory, what was her purpose in arranging the current her to enter F0631 City? Was she also looking for a more stable bubble? Chapter 73 Visitors or Guests. This is a small suite with 2 bedrooms. Although it is not yet night, Wei Shigue has gone to bed early, leaving Chung Tingyu alone in front of the window. Before going back to rest, Wei Shigue reminded her that they had better pay attention to replenishing their energy because they didn't know what would happen in the mansion. Chung Tingyu did not hesitate. Well, I will stay up all night today. Wei Shigue. Just when Wei Shigue was thinking about whether he accidentally activated his ability, Chung Tingyu smiled again. It's not because of you. I didn't plan to rest. The physical fitness of the ability users is very good, and she has entered the dungeon many times and has been trained. Her physical strength is obviously better than Wei Shigue, especially suitable for night watch. The sound of rain outside the window is subtle. Chung Tingyu looked into the distance and suddenly felt a little dazed. Just as this body has muscle memory, she inexplicably felt that the current scene brought her an indescribable sense of familiarity. This feeling only flashed in her mind for a moment. And then, like all the questions that have no answers for the time being, she locked it in a small box in her spiritual world. In the reception room, if there were other inspectors around, they would definitely think that this was the least efficient communication between their boss and others. Bu Wushang's attitude was very clear. Since it happened in the outer city, there was no room for others to intervene. Inspector, follow the rules. Uncle, don't make it difficult for me. There was no embarrassment in her tone. Instead, it made people feel that if there was a conflict, she would be very happy to kill her relatives at the first opportunity. Bu Chuiming heard this, and actually shut up, and turned to look out the window. If Bu Wushang was more familiar with her uncle's expression, she would know that the other party was suppressing his emotions at the moment. It's almost time for dinner, Bu Chuiming said. The people I brought have already entered the dungeon. Bu Wushang heard this, without any surprise on his face. It seems that uncle is very confident in the ability of your subordinates. The words of his niece made Bu Chuiming realize something. In Qin's mansion, she was not the only one who made arrangements for the dungeon. At this moment, Bu Wushang's phone rang, and the caller ID was Nie Yusheng. Just before the call was connected, the call was suddenly hung up, and the phone showed a no-signal sign. This was not normal. However, Bu Chuiming, who should theoretically be able to perceive the situation around him, did not react to it. Bu Wushang walked towards his uncle. During her action, another figure in the room remained motionless. Bu Chuiming was completely frozen in place. Bu Wuxiang touched the hem of Bu Chuiming's coat with her finger. And soon, the end of the coat turned into liquid, dripping onto the ground. She recognized that it was melted wax. Not only people, but also Show AI's tables and chairs, paintings on the wall, and door frames, all turned into wax products. Bu Wuxiang himself was a domain-type ability user, and he immediately realized that the entire space he was in had changed. This safe reception room turned into a dungeon area. Her ability is called Boundary Dissolution. It is not very powerful in the early stages, and is generally believed to be an ability used to make holes in boundaries. In other words, the copies that exist in the real world can rarely trap Bu Wuxiang. She raised her hand and stretched out her palm, as if there was an invisible air wall there. Nothing changed. Only the realm-type ability users could notice that the barrier covering this place had broken a hole. Normally, Bu Wuxiang could temporarily leave the copy through the gap he opened. In a place invisible to ordinary people, the abundant energy like melting snow suddenly surged out from somewhere and spread outward from the gap. At this moment, the small channel opened by Bu Wuxiang was no longer important. She immediately felt that the copy area had a second expansion. The stronger the power of the copy, the wider the scope of influence, and it will stabilize at a certain limit. Bu Wuxiang used the same method to help herself get out of the copy area before. The channel she opened would not cause a large-scale leakage of power. But this time was an exception. It seemed that someone had been planning for a long time in secret, waiting for the moment when Bu Wuxiang used realm dissolution and poured out more power, prompting the expansion of the copy range. Bu Wuxiang stopped moving, and then narrowed his eyes slightly. She was already standing here, and any changes in the surrounding situation could not be hidden from her ears and eyes. Bu Wuxiang stared at the front, and after a moment, the door was pushed open from the outside. A dummy wearing a top hat, and with traces of stitches on his face walked in with a cane, took off his hat, and bowed to Bu Wuxiang. "Your Excellency the Inspector of F0631 City." When the inorganic voice of the dummy sounded, Bu Wuxiang's thoughts had an uncontrolled manic feeling. She looked at the dummy in front of her and recognized the other party's identity. It was the puppet of the playwright. All areas that can be called cities essentially have a certain degree of realm power. Those unwelcome big figures will be strongly repelled when they approach other cities, and they will also be easily discovered by the local city guards. However, big cities are like big bubbles. The wider the scope of influence, the more likely it is to be unstable. The replica that the Qin family mansion has become is like a small bubble that is splitting from a big bubble. City residents rarely bump into an unwelcome big man when walking on the road, but they can feel their presence in the replica. Now, the playwright has exploited such a loophole and ran to the Qin family's mansion. In order to reduce the risk, he did not come in his original form, but used a carrier called a threaded fake body and stood in front of Bu Wuxiang. The strength of the fake person in front of him is probably less than 1/10 of the playwright's original form, but the pressure that is leaked out alone makes people's spirits shaky. The cane of the threaded fake body tapped the ground lightly. After about 3 seconds, he said, "I'm going to come and kill you." As an inspector, Bu Wuxiang certainly would not sit there and wait for death. She understands the gap in strength between herself and the big man, but she doesn't think she will be powerless to fight back. Not to mention that this is an F0631 city, the home court of the inspectorate. However, the young inspector did not have the opportunity to take action. The characters in the family painting hanging on the wall all turned around and sighed in the direction of the puppet. If Bu Wuxiang was as good at complaining as Chang Tingyu, he would definitely think that the oil painter's sigh was not a sigh, but a pause button. The face made of various materials showed emotions that Bu Wuxiang could interpret. It was astonishment and fear. The waxy environment became hazy, like an old photo that had been washed by time. The whole room was shrouded in a soothing twilight. Bu Wuxiang's mood relaxed for a short time, but she immediately realized that the relaxation in her mind was just as abnormal and out of control as the mania just now. The existence of big people is full of dangers. Even if they don't intend to hurt you, their existence itself will bring huge impact. The puppet of the playwright. Why are you here? Maybe it's because the place where the playwright is called Immortal Golden Theater, and the words he said are like a stage performance, becoming particularly infectious. In just 7 words, Bu Wuxiang clearly felt the complex emotions of unbelievable, reluctant, and indecisive. The family portrait on the portrait consists of 8 people, each of them doing their own thing, just like the oil painting turned into a cartoon after being trained by the copy. After hearing the question of the puppet, the child in the lower left corner, who was playing rock paper scissors with the cat, stood up and answered casually, "Because I'm looking here." There was nothing strange about the tone of the oil painting. But Bu Wuxiang became more sleepy with every word he said. She knew that she had to stay alert. But her spirit was irresistibly relaxed slowly, as if she had slid down the slide into a large ball of cotton candy. The eyelids of the puppet were also drooping. It loosened the cane it was holding, and its legs completely lost the ability to support itself, and sat down on the ground. "Can I trouble you with something?" The mother in the painting put down the book in her hand, and said to Bu Wuxiang politely, "It's not convenient for me to go over there. Can you send the body of that guy to the painting?" If Bu Wuxiang's mind was still normal, she should have made a different choice. But now the inspector just walked to the side of the string mannequin with an erratic step, picked it up, turned around and walked to the front of the painting. The place where the string mannequin touched the painting became flatter little by little. And finally, it completely became a part of the painting. The grandfather in the painting was responsible for taking over the things. He placed the mannequin in the living room, walked 2 steps away to admire it for a while, and didn't know whether he was satisfied or not. Bu Wuxiang's body moved. Her brows frowned, as if reason was competing with instinct. And finally she stepped back a few steps, pulled out a dagger, and cut her left forearm. Pain-enhanced knife. People stabbed by this knife can feel 10 times the pain under normal circumstances. Bu Wuxiang suddenly opened his eyes and gasped. She was still sitting in the reception room. There was no dagger in her right hand, but blood was flowing from the wound on her left arm and dripping down her fingers. The wax figure of Bu Chuiming not far away was still lifelike. Bu Wuxiang turned around and looked at the wall. There was indeed an oil painting hanging there. But at this moment, there was no one in the portrait. The red light shone in through the window, making people mistakenly think that it was dusk in the copy at this moment. Bu Wuxiang's face sank. It was not the sky that turned red, but the rain. Outside the window of the copy, a bloody rain was now falling. Except for the sound of rain, the whole mansion was as quiet as sleeping. Bu Wuxiang thought that the high-level domain remains placed in the outer city were like a tempting bait. Cheng Tingyu slowly opened her eyes. She was slightly surprised that she had fallen into a deep sleep without knowing it. Cheng Tingyu stretched out her hand to press the corner of her forehead, trying to recall what had just happened. She seemed to have had a dream. Cheng Tingyu remembered that after she entered the dream copy of apartment number 6, her dreaming ability for a period of time was taken away as a price. Is it gradually recovering now? She fell asleep in front of the window, and at this moment, she could see the scenery outside with a glance. I don't know when the light outside turned into a thick dusk. Cheng Tingyu wanted to move her body, but she felt that she was not very flexible. Her body was covered with a layer of wax SHL. It was said that the stone could prevent accidents for guests passing through your precious land? Why did she feel like she was going home when she entered the dungeon now? Cheng Tingyu thought about it and said to herself, "Do you want to read a story book?" Chapter 74 Find a Way. Cheng Tingyu can specify the role that the target person will bring when reading the story. She designated herself, of course, as the sister who finally escaped. The prop took effect instantly. She felt that her mind was in a trance, and her attention was involuntarily attracted by something. The whole person seemed to be pulled into the story book. There was a clear sense of separation in her mind. Part of herself was still sitting in front of the window, quietly looking at the rain curtain outside, and the other part of herself was immersed in the story, experiencing the experience of the sister. During the reading process, the reader cannot be distracted to do other things, and must patiently experience all the plots. After about 10 minutes, Cheng Tingyu regained her ability to move. She stood up easily, and the wax SHL covering her body fell off, as if she had escaped from a layer of transparent cocoon. The stiffness caused by the story lasted longer than Cheng Tingyu imagined, because she did not start experiencing it from the moment she entered the copy, but felt the whole story from the perspective of all the sisters. Cheng Tingyu clearly experienced the change from unfamiliarity to proficiency of Xiujia and Xiaoyi's actions in removing the third person. She pressed her abdomen and chest. Although she had been separated from the plot, she seemed to still feel the pain left in her body. In the early and middle stages of the story, Sister had been experiencing death repeatedly. Cheng Tingyu took out the small round mirror she carried with her and looked at it. She found that she had 2 more special states: temporary regeneration and curse escape. As long as Cheng Tingyu focused on the state, she could see the detailed description of the notes. Among them, curse escape is naturally related to the ending of the story. It is a dispel buff that gets rid of the negative state. As for the other one, temporary regeneration, Sister who has experienced various ways of death can continue to appear beside her family. It can be guessed that she must have the special ability of continuous regeneration. There was a knife in the mountaineering bag. In order to verify the approximate strength of the regeneration ability, Chung Tingyu cut his fingertips. The wound left by the knife healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After only 3 seconds, it was completely healed. Chung Tingyu nodded slightly, feeling that her vest as a flesh and blood player was becoming more and more solid. The state added by the storybook to the reader will not last forever. For her, it can only last for about half an hour. Chung Tingyu turned her head and looked carefully at the guest bedroom where she was. The coffee table, carpet, sofa, and even the fruit on the tray have all become wax products that are exactly the same as the real thing. Chung Tingyu knocked on Wei Shigui's bedroom door. There was no movement inside, so she acted in a hurry and kicked the door open, with a loud noise that was enough to wake up the residents inside. The wax bedroom door broke into pieces in an instant. However, there was still no sound coming from inside, although she had a premonition when she was at the door. Chung Tingyu couldn't help sighing when she saw the wax figure with Wei Shigui's appearance on the bed. She took out the props again and said to the person above, "Do you want to read the storybook?" There was no reaction. The prop did not work. Chung Tingyu rubbed his right eye, got close to the wax figure to observe, and even reached out to knock it twice. Bedroom human wax figure. A wax figure that replicates the form of a real person may mislead people who see it. She turned her head to look at the table lamp on the bedside table, and the information identified was similar. Bedroom bedside table lamp. A wax figure that replicates the form of a table lamp may mislead people who see it. Chung Tingyu raised her eyebrows and accurately captured the keyword copy. She originally thought that sleep could make people wax figures, but according to the current situation, there is a certain force in the space that imitates the original environment, replicates a wax house, and then throws her into it. This is indeed a more reasonable speculation. Chung Tingyu did not ask how many props Wei Shigui had, but judging from the past performance of this neighbor, self-defense items must be indispensable, so that he would not be tricked without knowing it. With the help of the power of her right eye, Chung Tingyu quickly collected clues in the guest room and then opened the door. In fact, before pushing the door, Chung Tingyu had a premonition of danger, as if a knife tip was slashing along the place just 1 millimeter away from her spine. But she still chose to push the door. Courting death is a life attitude. In theory, there should be a corridor outside the door. But when Chung Tingyu opened the door, she saw at least 3-digit corridors stretching across the space outside, and a line of artistic words "find a way" with the characteristics of night market neon lights was floating in the air. The ability of the dense pupil allows her to quickly capture the characteristics of unfamiliar environments. Chung Tingyu saw that those corridors were still waxy. She took a tentative step forward and immediately felt a suction force coming from the front, pulling herself to the top of the corridor. And at the same time, with a bang, the door was directly closed. After coming to the corridor for a while, Chung Tingyu noticed that the soles of her shoes had changed. It seemed that they were changing from normal leather to wax blocks. However, every time a part of the wax was produced, it would be eliminated by the state of cursed detachment. If she kept walking, the waxing process would basically stop. Chung Tingyu was a little confused. She turned back and wanted to open the door of the guest room, but as expected, she failed. Compared with going out, staying in the room honestly seems to be a safer choice. But once you step into the corridor, there is no option to return. The room represents safety, while the outside means danger. Although in the same copy space, it seems that two different forces are pulling each other. Chung Tingyu paced back and forth in the small space at the door while analyzing her situation. Combined with the phrase "find a way" in the air, she should find a way out. Just as Chung Tingyu was thinking, the familiar coolness came from the position of the mountaineering bag again. Whenever you encounter a need to make a choice, the lucky decision coin will tempt the owner to use itself. The first time is new. The second time is familiar. Chung Tingyu, who had experienced similar situations, patted the backpack twice, as if to remind the props to stay in place. Since we have to find a way, different corridors are of course different. Chung Tingyu stared at the intersecting passages for a while, and suddenly felt that her vision had changed. Most of the corridors were in a state of phantom, and about 30% were intertwined. These basically led to the south, and only a few extending to the west had entities. Chung Tingyu stood still, and then realized something. She raised her hand and covered her right eye. Sure enough, the corridors that had different shapes just now lost their illusion in an instant, and they looked no different. She understood. This level is the happy level of the secret pupil. At this moment, Chung Ting-yu had a kind of happiness of the teacher forgot to tear off the standard answer at the back of the winter vacation homework. However, this is not an omission of the designer. Who would have thought that a secret pupil who was rejected by F0631 could swagger into the mansion of Grandma Chin? Those corridors that appeared in a state of phantom obviously had some problems. Chung Ting-yu recalled the various props he brought with him, and finally took out the lucky decision coin. Since this thing could be hung on Yacht's neck before, it can naturally be used with a hanging rope. Chung Ting-yu lifted the lucky coin and placed it on the phantom corridor. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In an instant, the lucky coin was suddenly swallowed by the hot wax pouring out from below. And then, the wax liquid no longer looked like wax liquid, but seemed to have become an oil pan dripping into clean water, with signs of explosion, as if two groups of forces were violently colliding. And finally, the wax oil was swung violently, spraying out the lucky coin fiercely. Chung Ting-yu didn't wait for the lucky coin to fall to the ground, and reached out to catch it accurately, and then said to the powerful prop in his hand seriously, "Let me clarify. You just tempted me to use it." The lucky decision coin vibrated weakly twice. Chung Ting-yu comforted the prop. "Since you want to make the owner unlucky, you have to take some risks." But it was also bad luck for the lucky coin. Chung Ting-yu remembered that the melting point of paraffin was only about 50 degrees, and some industrial waxes had a high melting point of more than 100 degrees. The hot wax liquid that just sprayed out from the corridor was identified by her as 200 degrees high temperature. After reaching a consensus with the prop, Chung Ting-yu used the same method to test the corridor in a semi-real and semi-real state and the physical corridor. The physical corridor will not cause any impact on people or objects that step on it. It is so normal that it does not look like a road in a copy. As for the corridor that changes in the virtual and real state, it has both dangerous and safe characteristics. It may be safe in the last second, and the wax liquid that can scald people will be sprayed out in the next second. Just before making a decision, Chung Ting-yu heard an extremely distant scream in her ears. She turned her head and saw nothing, as if the sound just now came from another space. There were so many guests coming to Chin's house to pay their respects, but she couldn't see a single living person now. What were the other guests doing at this moment? Ji Sherwoo from the central city almost cried. He had many brothers and sisters, so there was usually no shortage of people visiting the homes of old friends. However, after 2 of the 3 cousins who had come to the outer city to challenge their fate with their heads held high, and one of them went crazy. The good job of coming to celebrate the birthday of Grandma Chin fell on the head of Ji Sherwoo, who lacked a sense of existence. Fortunately, he did not come alone. He was accompanied by his bold cousin Ji Shershur and several good friends, who were also from Midtown, and had a certain status in their families, but did not have much status at home. Ms. Ani shook her head, as if she wanted to sober up quickly, but in the end, she had to admit that she was not hallucinating because of drunkenness, but really fell into the dungeon. In the suite where they were staying, there were 3 wax figures and 4 living people at the moment. Director Gu frowned at first, then spread his hands. "I think everyone should understand why they were put together." Ms. Ani nodded and raised her wrist. There was a red rope tied on it. The bad red rope of Bix.com. There are always various barriers between people, but people who are tied with the same set of red ropes can find each other along the solid fate. P.S. Because this set of red ropes has a very bad setting, more than 2 people can be tied at the same time. Ji Shershur, although there were 7 people drinking, only 4 of us had anti-getting lost props tied to our hands. She grabbed a handful of hair and wanted to wash her face to sober up. But what came out of the faucet was actually transparent wax liquid. Even though it looked very confusing, it was completely unsuitable for splashing on the skin. Chapter 75. There was nothing worth exploring in the room. Ms. Ani was vomiting desperately. She had just accidentally poured a large amount of wax liquid into her throat, as if it were wine. Now, the wax liquid began to solidify, and her esophagus seemed to be completely blocked by the lump. Gu Xiaodao stood by without any sympathy, carefully observing Miss Annie's situation. The 4 of them were more like acquaintances, who happened to be able to travel together than friends. Although they had made preparations for an alliance, there was no trust worth mentioning between them. Ms. Ani vomited for a long time, and finally vomited a pile of white wax blocks with blood. She touched the cartoon-colored necklace on her neck, and calmed down for a long time. This is a prop used to add buffs. Blue magic wand. The person wearing the magic wand can slow down the erosion of negative effects. Press the magic gem on it, and choose one of the 3 gains from blood recovery, mental stability, and luck improvement. It can be used only 3 times within 24 hours. Note, every 3 days. The wearer will be randomly given a debuff, which lasts for 3 hours. After Masani's condition improved, Gu Xiaodao spoke, if you didn't wear the props, you should have died just now. Ji Sherwu said cautiously, what should we do now? He looked at the door, wondering whether to go outside to take a look. Gu Xiaodao said indifferently, go and take a look. No one knows whether staying in the room all the time will trigger the death mechanism of the copy. He said this, but his feet did not move. Ji Sherwu raised his hand. I suggest tossing a coin or playing rock paper scissors to decide the first person to go out and explore. She was not in a hurry to understand the rules, but as a person who knew very well what kind of people she was traveling with, Ji Sherwu believed that if Gu Xiaodao and Mizani were given a little more time, these two companions who were full of props would definitely ask one of the two brothers and sisters of the Ji family to go outside to investigate the situation, so as to prevent Ji Sherwu and Ji Sherwu from forming an alliance. Choosing to toss a coin can at least set a fair tone for this exploration, where no one will privately favor anyone. Mizani said weakly, I agree. Gu Xiaodao didn't care, then toss a coin. There was nothing wrong with Ji Sherwu's idea, but her luck was particularly bad today. The result of the coin toss came out soon. She was the one who needed to go outside to explore. Ji Sherwu, who knew that protesting was useless, stood up with a sad face. Her movements were very cautious. She first carefully pushed the door of the guest room open a line. The moment she stepped into the corridor, she suddenly felt a huge suction force coming from outside, causing her to fall out involuntarily. What the hell is this? It was not Ji Sherwu who was forced to leave the guest room who screamed, but Gu Xiaodao behind her. The moment Ji Sherwu left the room, the other three people also came to the corridor inexplicably. Mizani moaned drunkenly, it's the red string. Ji Sherwu reacted, it turns out this door is a one-way passage. Once she entered the corridor, she could never look back. And because of the inappropriate effect of the red string on her wrist, the four of them had a strange fate that they would definitely find each other, which eventually led to the unfortunate incident of 1 to 3. Ji Sherwu quickly looked around and saw a lot of corridors in the space in front of her, and the words find a way floating in the air. There are too many corridors, and not every one of them can be walked. We need to find a way to identify the safety. If Chengting could see the scene, he would probably think that human ideas are indeed similar. Ji Sherwu and his four friends naturally did not go up rashly, but chose to use various props to test. He took out a bottle of water, tied it with a rope and threw it up. The next moment, the wax oil that suddenly gushed out swallowed the water bottle and the rope on it. If Ji Sherwu did not let go fast enough, he would be swallowed up. Gu Xiaodao has been leaning against the wall, encouraging others spiritually. This road should not be walked. You can try another one. Mizani was impatient. Don't just talk. Why don't you come and try it? Gu Xiaodao did not answer, with his hands in his pockets, looking out of the way. He didn't want to stand by and watch, but he didn't know when his legs had been firmly stuck to the corridor. Gu Xiaodao wanted to ask his companions for help, but he was not sure whether the other three would help him. In fact, as long as he could help, he felt that his situation was not too bad. As long as he could help, he could get out of the predicament. He decided to induce his companions to touch him. Gu Xiaodao knew other people's personalities quite well. The more he acted as if he had nothing to do with it, the more angry Mizani would be. She walked over impatiently and reached out to pull the young man standing against the wall, trying to pull him over. Just when she was about to touch her companions, Mizani suddenly stopped. She lowered her head, looked at her feet, and then took 2 steps back. Ji Sherwu, what's wrong? Mizani continued to retreat. Don't come over. Don't touch him. Gu Xiaodao's expression became reluctant. What do you mean? Mizani stared at the other person quietly. You haven't moved since you left the house. Do you not want to move? Or can't move anymore? Gu Xiaodao couldn't answer. After a long while, he put on a forced smile again. You just need to give me a hand. There will be no danger. Mizani retorted. If there is really no danger, why don't you just say it directly? Gu Xiaodao, I'm worried. Before he finished his explanation, Mizani had already turned his head and didn't intend to pay any more attention. It is normal for people to die in the copy. They don't have the energy to show their sympathy to all acquaintances. Ji Sherwu and the other two also turned around and pretended that they were standing outside the door. There were only 3 of them from beginning to end. After about 5 minutes, Gu Xiaodao's side was completely quiet, and Ji Sherwu also made a new discovery. Ji Sherwu, this road is safe. The thing she threw into the corridor showed no signs of being engulfed by the wax. And Ji Sherwu and Mizani finally breathed a sigh of relief. The three had discovered that the area at the door could turn anyone standing on it into wax. So they didn't dare to stay in front of the door, and quickly walked up. The one walking in front was Ji Shishir. Mizani was second, and Ji Shirwu was third. Suddenly, Ji Shishir heard a scream very close to her. She turned her head, and the hot wax almost brushed her nose and fell. The wax engulfed the person above, and Mizani instantly disappeared in the passage that was considered safe. She was standing right between Ji Shishir and Ji Shirwu. In another space, Chung Tingyu had already made a plan. Of all the corridors, the parts that would not become virtual were of course the safest. And those corridors that alternated between virtual and real were not impossible to walk. But you had to pay attention to the time of virtualization. Chung Tingyu observed carefully, and soon realized that the state switching of the virtual and real corridors was regular. If the first 20 meters of a corridor were divided into 4 areas, APDEF, then between 0 and 10 seconds, ABCD were all in the real state, and between the 10th and 20 seconds, BD would become a virtual state that could spew wax. From the 20th to the 30th seconds, BD would return to a safe entity, and AC would become virtual, and from the 30th to 40 seconds, ABCD would all become dangerous virtual states. And at the same time, EFGH would all be in the real state. From the 40th to the 50th second, ABCD returned to the entity, and the state of EFGH was the same as that from the 10th to the 20th second. As long as you remember the rules and be more flexible, even if you are not a close pupil, you may still pass through. Chung Tingyu thought that the people in the mansion could be roughly divided into 2 types. One is the guests, and the other is the internal staff of the Qin family. For the guests who are not familiar with the mansion and accidentally enter the corridor, it is of course the safest to walk in the physical corridor. And the corridor whose state changes itself is not a dead end for those who have mastered the rules. Chung Tingyu pressed his forehead. She still remembered that as a domain-type ability user, Wei Hung could influence the copy formed after his death, and on the basis of retaining the safe passage of Wei Shigui and the other 2, send the members of dangerous mass to death. So did Grandma Qin also make similar arrangements, arranging 2 roads in the mansion, one for outsiders and one for people who are familiar with the rules. That is, the internal members of the Qin family? The 2 corridors lead to the west and the south respectively. Chung Tingyu raised her legs high on the spot, taking the opportunity to get rid of the wax figure, and sighed, sometimes, I also feel that my personality is not very suitable for survival. As she spoke, she stepped onto the corridor on the south side without hesitation. The area that can switch between dangerous and safe states really tests people's reaction ability. Chung Tingyu is now very grateful that she was given the state of temporary regeneration by the storybook. After several struggles, she successfully reached the end of the corridor. There is a door there. When deciding whether to enter the door, Chung Tingyu patted her backpack with a little doubt. Why are you so quiet now? There was no movement at the position of the lucky decision coin, as if it had given up on tempting the owner to throw. The prop can't speak, and others can't know whether it can't give opinions, or in the process of getting along. It has clearly realized that Chung Tingyu is a since you have found danger, you must get closer to the danger. Suicidal ability user. There was nothing strange about the door at the end of the corridor, and the result of the appraisal was also very normal. A heavy door, a door with beautiful carvings on the surface. It looked expensive, and it was not locked. The last sentence in the appraisal information was simply telling everyone that they could go in any time if they wanted. At this point, Chung Tingyu was not so anxious. The power of the copy dispersed the people inside into different spaces, as if consciously avoiding them from bumping into each other. A thought flashed through Chung Tingyu's mind. Perhaps this was because, for the participants, the more people on their side, the easier it would be to pass the test. She opened the door in front of her, and in an instant, the strange strong suction appeared again, almost pulling her in instantly, as if this place did not allow anyone to stay on the threshold. Chapter 76 Not a Gift. Muscle memory allowed Chung Tingyu to adjust her body in time to avoid falling headfirst. When she stood up, the door behind her had closed without any surprise. The room in front of her was completely different from the door just now. It was at least 500 square meters in style. There were no windows. The inner walls were as smooth as paper. Whether it was the walls, floors or domes, they were all polished without a single gap, which reminded people of a bank vault. Such a large room made Chung Tingyu feel like she didn't know where to go, because there were too many things in the room, except for the small open space where she was. There were all kinds of items in other places, most of which were very precious, such as the crystal clear white jade longevity peach, the mahogany carved rocking chair, the large clock that looked like an antique, the sandalwood beads, the pure gold birthday star ornaments, etc. Chung Tingyu raised his eyebrows, and immediately realized that there was a certain characteristic of the items in the room. Of course, compared to other things, the easiest thing for all participants who came in through the gate to see was the gray bunny doll in the middle. The rabbit's eyes were a pair of black buttons. The two buttons on the left and right faces were exactly the same size and shape, but the positions were not symmetrical, as if they had fallen from their original place once and were sewn back casually. The rabbit's mouth was not the common three-petal mouth, but a horizontal red line with dozens of short vertical lines interlaced, which was so long that it extended directly from under the nose to the side of the ears. Chung Tingyu stared at the rabbit. Although everything in this house could not identify information other than the name, she inexplicably felt that the doll in front of her might be a living thing. After all, she was the one who took the vehicle with the ability of spell say the opposite and didn't speak out her doubts. She was worried that if the ability was leaked, her self-talk would easily make her guesses come true. The rabbit doll moved its two short legs, stood up straight, and bowed politely to Chung Tingyu. Hello, Chung Tingyu. Now it has become a reality. In the corridor, there is a prompt find a way. And in the room, the rabbit doll itself is the object of communication. Chung Tingyu looked at the rabbit and didn't speak immediately. As for the latter, it seemed that she didn't need to say anything. It opened the rabbit mouth sewn with red thread and said, "The warehouse is filled with birthday gifts." The rabbit turned around and motioned Chung Tingyu to look at the items carefully. Among all the things, there is only one thing that is not a gift. Please find the one that is not a gift before the time returns to 0. After explaining the requirements, it moved its short arms, climbed onto the large clock, and turned the minute hand to the 15th minute position. Tick, tick, tick. The hands of the clock began to move backwards. Chung Tingyu was not in a hurry for a moment. She moved her lips, but did not say anything. She just stared at the doll and said slowly after a moment, "I think you should have some hints that you haven't finished." The rabbit doll shook its long ears during the search process. The seeker can ask a question once. At the same time, the seeker also has the right to inspect the items, but cannot cause irreversible damage to the items. Chung Tingyu, please tell me the characteristics of the items I need to find. The rabbit's mouth became flat, and it was aggrieved as if someone was going to pull its rabbit hair. All information related to the target object needs to consume the number of questions to obtain. If the content of the seeker's question is too general, it will be regarded as a failure of the question, and the number of questions will be reduced by 1. After listening to this, Chung Tingyu nodded, looking at the rabbit doll, who looked tired of chatting and wanted to sit back in place, and said, "Don't rush to rest. You still haven't told me the consequences of finding the items." The rabbit doll, which originally had an aggrieved expression, became more and more unhappy, but finally gave an answer. It said slowly, "After finding the thing that is not a gift, you can of course leave the warehouse and go to the next place. But if you don't find it, or find the wrong thing," the rabbit's button eyes seemed to flash a strange light, "you will stay in the storage room and become a birthday gift." Chung Tingyu shrugged. A standard reward and punishment setting. If there is anything else I should know, I hope I can tell you all at once. The rabbit doll's reaction was to protest with silence. Chung Tingyu sighed with a hint of regret. She did not miss the change in the rabbit doll's actions. From the moment it turned the clock, it had been tempting Chung Tingyu to ask questions. It can communicate and can also actively communicate with participants. But after the countdown really started, it did not take the initiative to speak. As someone who is looking for an item, Chung Tingyu naturally wants to know what characteristics the item has. But she paused immediately when she was about to ask the question, and then changed her daily speaking habits and chose to use imperative sentences. She was betting that it was harmless to ask the rabbit doll to tell her detailed information, and the problem was in the questioning. The next moment, the information given by the rabbit doll immediately proved that Chung Tingyu was right. Then, Chung Tingyu used the same method to get more information step by step. In the middle of the room, the rabbit doll sat with legs stretched out dejectedly. Chung Tingyu could see a hint of sullenness on its simple face. The mood of the game introducer was not within her consideration. Chung Tingyu just walked into the pile of gifts and carefully observed the conditions of different items. These gifts are indeed precious, but they should not be all the birthday gifts given to Grandma Qin. After all, there are many capable people in the Qin family. Chung Tingyu has not seen anything that looks like a prop so far. She picked up a greeting card, opened it, and glanced at it. Times wishes Grandma Qin a happy 294th birthday. The handwriting on the greeting card was twisted, and should be the handwriting of a child. Chung Tingyu sighed softly, even though she had shared some information from the screwdriver insurance company before. Chung Tingyu couldn't help but sigh in her heart that Grandma Qin was very old. It's no wonder that Qin Luosong and others didn't expect that the important elders in the family would die suddenly for powerful players. Lifespan is not limited to the short 100 years of ordinary people. She had heard gossip from acquaintances in the inspection team, saying that most of the Qin family's children felt that given their grandmother's health, she would definitely live to attend their funeral. Time flows slowly, and the hands of the grandfather clock approach 0. Tick, tick, tick. The frequency of the movement of the hands overlaps with Chung Tingyu's heartbeat strangely. Chung Tingyu remembers that her heartbeat is 50 times per minute, which means that the time left for the player to search the room is not the scheduled 15 minutes. She walked through all kinds of gifts, and even found a bag of chocolates with gold foil on the packaging, in addition to food and various gifts that focus on sales value. Chung Tingyu also found some cloth dolls in doll form. Chung Tingyu pinched the doll's arm, which felt very soft, probably filled with cotton wool. The appearance looked quite vivid, and some of them reminded her of guests living nearby. After the failed seeker becomes a gift, will the form also change? She once had a small hope that the pair of antique gloves that were unknown in some corner of the copy could appear in the gift pile, so that she could confidently make a choice that would definitely score points. Just like a student who was just passed the answer before the exam. Unfortunately, after searching around, she still didn't see any trace of the familiar things. Chung Tingyu looked at the huge clock again. Although Grandma Qin lived a long life, and everyone expected her to live longer, it was still not a good idea to give her a clock on her birthday. Right? Ji Shishir and Ji Shiwu found it hard to believe that they had walked through the corridor alive. The strength was only the most insignificant part of their survival, and the main reason was luck. The two were somewhat fortunate that they had the right props with them. Standard skates. A pair of the most standard skates for skating on the ice. Most people would think it was an acceleration prop when they saw it for the first time. But in fact, the function of standard skates was to cool down the area they touched to below 0 degrees. The speed of the high-temperature wax liquid gushing was slowed down by the low temperature, which just gave the skates time to pass over it. Ji Shishir slid quickly along the corridor, not daring to look down at the road the whole time. While sliding by instinct, he had the thought of "I have to die here today" countless times. The two people in the corridor screamed loudly from time to time. If there was a hidden condition in the copy that could not exceed a certain decibel, they would have been killed long ago. It was not until he slid down the corridor for a long time that Ji Shishir slowly recovered from the adrenaline rush. They saw the door at the end of the corridor. And you looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing whether you should go in and take a look. Ji Shiwu, since we are here. Ji Shishir bent his index finger and hit his cousin hard. Even if we come here, we don't have to rush to reincarnate. Ji Shiwu rubbed his head. Then we should wait outside? Ji Shishir frowned and did not answer immediately. In fact, staying in the suite at the beginning was the most correct choice. But they're out now. Ji Shishir's expression was bitter, and she felt that her mouth was bitter too, according to the general rules of the dungeon. We have already left the safe area, so it is best to move forward along the normal mission route. Although he was reluctant, Ji Shishir said this, which meant that he had decided to go inside the door and take a look. Ji Shiwu didn't really want to fight for the third place in the acquaintance team. But last time it was Ji Shishir who went out first. And this time, it was his turn to go first. Even if there were only 2 people left, neither of them wanted to be the first to violate the exploration tone set before. However, there are always accidents in plans. Ji Shiwu had just pushed open the door, and Ji Shishir, who was 3 steps away from him, suddenly felt that her collar was grabbed by something and dragged forward at the same time. The whole person rushed into the door involuntarily. At this moment, there was only one thought left in her mind: hack. We still forgot to take off the red rope this time. As the two fell into the room one after another, the door closed, and Ji Shishir also saw the warehouse in front of him full of various precious gifts. There was no difference in the game process for the participants thrown into different spaces, except for being scared by the rabbit doll. The initial experience of the 2 Ji family members was basically the same as Chung Tingyu's. Ji Shiwu was stunned and said, "What are the characteristics of the item you asked for? How can we find it?" Hearing his words, the rabbit doll seemed a little happy. All information related to the target object needs to consume the number of questions to obtain. If the content of the participant's question is too general, it will be regarded as a failure, and the number of questions will be reduced by 1. Ji Shiwu was shocked. Consume 1 question? How many times do we have in total? realizing that his cousin had a bad start and had no idea about their current situation. Ji Shishi's face suddenly turned pale. Before Ji Shiwu finished asking the last question, he quickly reached out and covered his mouth. The rabbit doll stood in place, its long ear shaking, and the long red line representing its mouth seemed to have become longer. After Ji Shishi was put down, her expression twitched. She pointed at her cousin, her fingers trembling for a long time, and finally said what she had been holding back. For the sake of our lives, from now on, you shut up. Chapter 77. Ji Shiwu also reacted, squatted down without saying a word, and left the venue to his cousin. He had just asked 4 questions. Strictly speaking, 3.5 questions. After the rabbit doll gave an answer, it did not continue to respond. In other words, each person can only ask once. Ji Shishi frowned and restrained his intention to ask questions. Finally, he understood the rules of finding items from the rabbit doll. The searcher has 15 minutes to search. But in contrast, there are simply too many things in the warehouse. Ji Shishi saw a pure gold birthday peach. The gift we sent is also here. On the birthday peach was a painting about 1 meter long. The frame was very thick and looked very heavy, making people wonder if the peach below would be directly crushed. The painting was given by Ms. Ani. Ji Shiwu stretched his neck and muttered. Although he was ordered not to speak, he also understood that time was limited, and he had to follow his cousin to find things. He couldn't help but think of the familiar faces in his mind. But soon, Ji Shiwu suppressed his thoughts. He never thought deeply about the loss of personnel in the copy. As if as long as he didn't think, he wouldn't realize what death really meant. Ji Shishi, it's too strange to put peaches under the painting. Ji Shiwu, are they arranged in the order in which the gifts were sent in? As soon as he finished speaking, he consciously covered his mouth and secretly glanced at the rabbit doll. The rabbit doll on the other side just shook its ears. Ji Shishi thought that there were 2 people on his side, which was originally a great advantage. But now there was only one question left to ask. Look for other gifts, you know. If there are no problems, just arrange them in the order of storage. They found some items they had seen before, and it was basically confirmed that the assumption just now was correct. Suddenly, Ji Shishi's eyes stopped moving. She hurriedly called her cousin and motioned him to look at the big clock placed in the middle of the gifts. There were no other objects on or above the clock. It stood alone there, with the pointer moving backwards towards 0. Sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Ji Shishi had always felt that something was wrong with the clock. He looked at it for a while before frowning and saying, the second hand sometimes moves in sync with my heartbeat. Under the influence of his cousin's system, Ji Shiwu also noticed something. Sometimes it moves in sync with my heartbeat. The two looked at each other and had some guesses in their hearts. Ji Shishi, do you think you have heard of this item somewhere? Ji Shiwu nodded and tried to recall. It seems to be related to Endless City. When he mentioned a certain place name, he couldn't help but lower his voice. Ji Shishi's expression was like a sweet party who suddenly had a spoonful of perverted hot sauce stuffed into his mouth. As a resident of Midtown, she knew since she was a child that it was more dangerous to fall into a copy with traces of big people than to fall into an inexplicable copy. For big people, they are just doing their own things normally. But the fluctuations caused by inadvertently can kill passers-by who pass by accidentally. The hands of the clock are moving closer to 0. Ji Shishi had a lot of questions, but she could only choose one in the end. What I want to ask is, she said to the gray rabbit word by word, are you a gift? The button eyes of the rabbit doll moved, as if a little happy. I'm not a gift. In another space, Chung Tingyu put down the golden bowl in his hand, and opened a drawer on a mahogany table, and found some small gadgets made of precious materials and delicate workmanship. The warehouse in front of him looked so crowded, because the things were not placed scientifically at all. Many large gifts were placed on top of small gifts. Chung Tingyu whispered to herself, so, the things here are placed in the order of storage. She looked at the big clock that was constantly going backwards, and the time on it was 4 minutes and 39 seconds. There was not much time left. Chung Tingyu was not without thoughts, but because of too many thoughts, she could not make a decision. The clock in the middle was not presentable. The warehouse itself might not be a gift, and the rabbit that was talking to the participants was also questionable. But the most important thing was indeed. She walked to the middle of the warehouse, bent down, reached out and flicked the long ears of the rabbit doll, and asked her own question, is the answer to the gift unique? Chung Tingyu stared at the gray rabbit doll below. She had good eyesight, and the existence of no item in the warehouse could really be hidden from her. After comparing all the items, Chung Tingyu admitted that at least in appearance, it was difficult to find anything wrong. After a while, the rabbit doll slowly gave the answer, which sounded reluctant. The answer to the gift is not unique. The young man with dark eyes smiled slightly. Is that so? Then, I am not a gift. The moment the voice fell, the almost living aura of the bunny doll seemed to be sucked away by some force. At the same time, a message flashed in Chung Tingyu's vision. The ability is being improved, and things to be analyzed are detected and can be identified. The number of identifications remaining, May 5th. The target detected is the bunny doll. Fair bunny doll, a bunny doll that is good at acting. Made by a playwright. Chung Tingyu smiled. One side decides the content of the game, and the other side decides who will become a gift. It is indeed a fair bunny doll. Congratulations on your success. As the bunny doll's weak announcement sounded, the three hands on the clock all stopped, and a dark hole cracked under the clock face. Chung Tingyu asked, is this the entrance to the next location? The rabbit doll ignored it. Each participant can only ask one question. Chung Tingyu has already used up her chance. It is most normal not to answer at this moment. So Chung Tingyu changed the question. What will happen if I put you into the black hole above? Rabbit doll. Chung Tingyu took out the lucky decision coin and smiled. You can act, and I can use you to explore the way. This is fair enough. The lucky decision coin can be used to make decisions, although it often fools its owner. The rabbit doll knows that the more people rely on this coin, the more they will be deceived. If a person has just become an owner, he can get very valuable information. The rabbit doll stood up reluctantly, climbed up the clock with its hands and feet, and then used its short forelimbs to turn the pointer on it to 0. Tick. The second hand continued to move back one grid. Chung Tingyu had a very special feeling. The passage of time became extremely slow. The scene in front of her seemed to be transforming. Her thoughts were constantly stretched, and the whole person seemed to fall into a slowly unfolding scroll. In the warehouse, Ji Shishir and Ji Shiwu looked at each other, and for a moment, they couldn't believe that they really got the answer. The two were skeptical. They suspected that the rabbit doll was lying. But if it would lie, they had no solution. Ji Shiwu whispered, do you have any suggestions? Ji Shishir looked at his cousin and said sincerely, if I were a decisive person who could give constructive suggestions, I would not be here with you now. The clock was still ticking backwards. When there was only 1 minute left, Ji Shishir scratched his hair irritably and said to the rabbit doll, you are not a gift. The rabbit doll shook its ears happily. After listening to Ji Shishir's words, its expression seemed to become more vivid. Correct answer. Looked at Ji Shiwu again. What's your answer? Ji Shiwu said and didn't expect that both of them would answer. Ji Shishir's heartstrings were very tight beside her. She was inexplicably a little resistant to her cousin answering like she did. But she couldn't explain the source of the resistance. I think you are not a gift. Just like her. Very correct. The rabbit doll jumped on the ground. If it weren't for its short tail, it would probably shake it a few times. As a reward, I will open the entrance. The rabbit's mouth was still moving, but the other two could no longer hear its voice. Ji Shishir's hearing was rapidly deteriorating. She wanted to touch her ears, but found that her arms had no strength at all. The place where the fingers were originally had now turned into cloth and cotton. Ji Shishir suddenly woke up. Her scalp was numb, and the blood was rushing up. But the next moment, she felt cold all over, as if even her soul was frozen. If there was only one thing in the warehouse that was not considered a gift, then how could they be considered? The speed of the living people turning into toys was very fast. But just when half of Ji Shishir and the other person's body was in the state of plush toys, the change suddenly appeared. Ji Shishir pounced on the rabbit with all his strength, trying to attack the doll. At the moment when the plush toy suddenly jumped up, Ji Shiwu also moved. He rushed to the clock in the middle and reached out to turn the hands. They were not sure, but if this thing was really related to Endless City, then they might still have a chance of survival. The hands passed 15 minutes and went all the way to 16 minutes. The next moment, Ji Shishir and the other person felt a flash in front of their eyes. The skates slowed down the wax flow, and Ji Shishir stumbled down the corridor, relying on his remaining consciousness to cancel the use of the props. They panted and sat on the ground, waiting for their bodies to slowly recover from the adrenaline rush. The two had reached the end of the corridor, and there was a big door in front of them. Ji Shiwu, how strange, he muttered to himself. I always feel like I've seen this scene before. After the pointer returned to 0, Chung Tingyu did not immediately switch to the new scene, but heard a series of voice narrations. Few people know that Qin Jinhong's ability to live to 200 and 94 years old is not entirely due to her ability level. When she was about to die, she was received by the owner of Endless City. Qin Jihong didn't want to be a lantern bearer, so the owner of Endless City gave her a birthday gift. The clock of time, with the date of death as the date of rebirth. Every time the time reaches the birthday, it will go back to a week ago. The clock was assembled on the first day, stayed in the warehouse for another 5 days, and was delivered to Qin Jihong on the 7th day. Chapter 78 The Clock of Time. The voice that came from nowhere spoke slowly and finally said the last sentence. Unfortunately, on the 7th day, the clock was damaged. Now, as the only designated craftsman of the clock of time, you need to repair it. Note, the shortest time unit on the clock is 1 second. The distorted image in the field of vision was like a pile of colorful candies that were boiled and melted. After repeated stirring, it finally tended to stabilize. Chung Tingyu exhaled a long breath and felt her existence clearly again. For some reason, when the scene changed, she realized that her internal organs were tightening, as if some special emotion was pressing on her lungs. It was as if she had had similar experiences before. Chung Tingyu stretched out her hand and pressed her forehead to stabilize her thoughts. She occasionally thought about the reason for her amnesia. Chung Tingyu thought, since the spiritual world exists here, as her abilities improve, sooner or later, her spirit will be strong enough to restore her memory. Right? So she would constantly enter the dungeon, quickly walking from no light to dusk. And from time to time she would feel familiar with the people or things around her or the situation at a certain moment. But that familiarity would never stay for too long. Whenever Chung Tingyu was about to think carefully about it, it would quickly pass away like the fine sand in her hand. Chung Tingyu put down her hand. She casually looked at the scene of this level. The empty old study room had neither the repair tools nor the clock mentioned in the voice. She walked around the edge of the room patiently, carefully identifying every corner she could see. 3 minutes later, Chung Tingyu made some additions based on her previous judgment, except that the tools and items to be repaired were missing. This was a room with no danger, no exit, and no network signal, which was particularly suitable for facing the wall and thinking about one's mistakes. If there is no clearance hint in the environment, then the clue should be in the voice just now. Qin Jihong was received by the owner of Endless City when he was about to die. Chung Tingyu said to himself, so the prerequisite for seeing the clock is confused consciousness? Chung Tingyu thought for a moment and felt that in order to ensure that she was in a state of blurred consciousness, beating her own blood bar below the danger line was certainly an option. But with the example of apartment number 6 in front, sleep was a more feasible way. There was no bed or blanket in the old study. She took off her coat and spread it on the floor, and lay down comfortably, just like lying on the bed in the guest room. Bu Wushang had never thought that after she finished packing the rabbit doll, she would be thrown out by the copy without mercy. The copy in Qin's house that obviously brought the power of the dreamer gave the inspector a sentence. After testing, you do not meet the conditions for participation. The specific reason is unknown. It was really an explanation with the temperament of a great man. After being thrown out ruthlessly, Bu Wushang randomly appeared in a warehouse in Qin's house. The sound of rain was still ringing outside. The air was cold, and the surface of the wooden box was damp to the touch. Fortunately, it was not affected by waxing. Although the environment was not good, it was normal enough. Bu Wushang did not leave. She was not sure whether her current situation was stable. The power of the copy still enveloped the mansion. Perhaps if she took a step outside, she would be dragged into the copy again and start from the beginning, even if they were forced to separate from their subordinates. The experienced inspection team naturally had some means of cross-copy communication. One of the ways was based on the plague insect, which was assisted by the manufacturer, the screwdriver he built. Most of the employees in the insurance company were people of this type, and they also liked to attract new people with generous treatment. Sometimes recruitment advertisements would be posted on the door of the municipal hall, as if missing one of the same kind would be a huge loss. Bu Wushang took out a meeting record paper with a moth pattern from the spacecraft prop. Meeting record paper, record information in a timely manner, and pay attention to deepening the understanding of the content of the meeting. Note, it would be too strange for employees from different companies to meet together. So the manufacturer added a setting for this prop, that only members of the same organization can use it normally. Although the meeting record paper is expensive, it is extremely necessary for the inspection team. The holders of the same batch of paper can share the meeting information. The function is similar to the office commonly used carbon copy set, and the effect is more stable. The disadvantage is that there is a higher probability of hearing abnormal mumbling when using it. Bu Wushang took out the record paper, which was already filled with information reported by various teams. The main content was still the cracking method of the wax corridor and the various characteristics of the Qin's house copy. At this stage, most inspectors have entered the level with the rabbit doll. It was also at this level that many colleagues found that the content on the meeting record paper was lagging behind. In a level where questions can be used to eliminate wrong answers, if participants in different spaces are allowed to communicate, it is too easy to crack. The designer obviously did some shielding. However, the sharp knife team led by Nye Yusheng still managed to deal with the gray rabbit neatly, and then wrote down his strategy experience. Only one person is allowed to pass this level. All colleagues, please note that you should not enter the level together. Warning: the rabbit will set a trap during the conversation. It will tell the participants that among all the things, only one is not a gift. Please find the one that is not a gift. However, the truth is that the participants need to choose one between themselves and the rabbit doll as a birthday gift. If the participants think that the rabbit is not a gift, they will become a gift. Nye Yuesheng's handwriting is very sloppy. Obviously, he was in a hurry when taking notes. The writing time was 1.5 minutes ago. The next few lines of words are different from Nye Yuesheng's handwriting. They are all left by other team members, because there is a lag in information transmission. There are many repeated contents on the document paper. At this time, a new line of handwriting appeared at the end of the meeting paper. Entered a new level. The task is to repair the clock, but the task items cannot be found in the copy area. On the day when the commander went to Qin's house to pay his respects, every one of the on-duty personnel of the inspection team was engaged in the tense and exciting overtime work. They searched all the keywords containing clock within their authority. All the information about the dream maker was retrieved. Li Yitai clamped the phone between his ears and operated with both hands so fast that his 10 fingers almost became a phantom. At the same time, he did not forget to report the work results to his superiors in a steady voice. So far, the dream maker has not shown the ability to roll back the time of a certain area on a large scale. So what he traced back should only be the time of a specific life form. That clock can turn Grandma Qin on the 7th day back to Grandma Qin on the 1st day. At the same time, the status of other people around the grandma is not affected. At the same time, the information department believes that this kind of retracing is not a complete reset, because Grandma Qin's own strength is still improving. After reporting the work, Director Li Yitai breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately stood up to sort out the information on the table. Her expression was full of disgust for overtime work, but her movements were particularly light, for fear of damaging a corner of those precious information, and she sorted them out and put them back into the metal cabinet in piles. The information Li Yitai obtained was also passed on to the inspectors in the copy along the file paper. They completely understood why the dream maker suddenly appeared. This big shot would get Qin Jihong an incredibly powerful prop on the premise that Qin Jihong refused to become a lantern bearer. Obviously, he did not suddenly develop an interest in doing good deeds. The dream maker saw Qin Jihong's potential and was willing to lend him some time. When the clock of time was damaged, Qin Jihong finally embraced the death that followed him like a shadow, and the dream maker came to collect his price. Bu Wushang lowered his head and wrote his guess on the file paper. She was thinking, compared with other colleagues, what was wrong with her that did not meet the entry conditions of the copy? Bu Wushang had the same early experience as most of the participants involved in the copy, with the only difference being that she accidentally bumped into the puppet of the playwright, and then watched the two big shots confrontation in the air, or the dream maker's ruthless crushing of the playwright. The interference of big shots in other cities usually relies on a certain carrier. The carrier of the dream maker is actually a dream. The sigh from the painting pulled Bu Wushang into a dream, although she quickly got out of it. Strictly speaking, she did visit a dream copy. Entering the dream copy is not without cost. It should be that my dreaming ability was taken away, so I can't enter the next link. Bu Wushang paused and continued to write. Colleagues who receive the task of repairing the clock can try to fall asleep. A widening gap appeared in the center of the black vision. Cheng Tingyu took a while to react. It was because she opened her eyes. The study is still the same study, but whether it is the half-read comic book spread on the table, the old tea in the cup that was forgotten to be cleaned, the third-rate novel stuffed into the cabinet, or the ballpoint pen that was never put back after the pen cap was removed, all indicate the rich atmosphere of life in the room. She stood up from the ground. As a person whose physical fitness is enough to hide from the eyes and ears of the inspection team and make the other party think that she is a flesh and blood player, Cheng Tingyu immediately felt that something was wrong. This is not her body. Cheng Tingyu's breathing was not smooth. She felt that her strength had obviously weakened. Her lung capacity had been cut in half, and even her vision had decreased a lot. When she had the dense pupil bonus, Chungting could see everything clearly. But now, everything in the study seemed to be covered with a layer of dust that could not be wiped clean. After several hard observations, she finally saw the mirror placed by the wall. And the mirror also clearly reflected Chungting's current appearance. She was wearing a clean blue robe, and the place where her face should be was covered by a mask with facial features painted on it. Whether it was her eyebrows, eyes, or the corners of her mouth, they were all curved like a crescent moon. Although this look was strange, it was not unfamiliar. The lantern bearer that Chungting saw in her dream looked like this now. Chapter 79. Chungting tried to take off the mask. She raised her hand and stood there motionless, sweat dripping down her hair. It wasn't that raising her arm was too hard for her, but when Chungting had the intention to take it off, she would have a strong resistance in her heart. It was like wearing a mask on her face was a strong and irresistible setting for her. From the beginning of her birth, the facial features of the lantern man should be covered by this thing. Raising her hand and putting it down again. After 3 times, Chungting had to temporarily give up the idea of separating from the mask. Fortunately, there was a hole in the mask, so she could see her eyes in the mirror. Chungting stared at the mirror intently for a while, and then the identification information appeared in her field of vision. The ability was suppressed, but not completely suppressed. After the special status bar, there were 2 more messages, all attributes weakened and lazy skilled craftsman. Chungting clenched his fist. The originally abundant power disappeared unconsciously, and Chungting intuitively felt that this body was definitely not good at fighting. Before she fell asleep, the room she stayed in was empty, and there was no area worth exploring. After she fell asleep, there were so many items in the study that she wanted to hire a housekeeper across space to show her skills. If she sorted these things out one by one, it would take 1 or 2 days. Chungting actually didn't have much idea about the living conditions, but she couldn't accept staying in an environment like a pile of junk for a long time. She opened the magazines piled together and found that the clock that needed to be repaired was buried underneath. She lay on the carpet and saw the wooden toolbox under the sofa. Chungting used the stick in the mountaineering bag to get the toolbox out and slapped the wooden box hard. The dust accumulated on it suddenly flew up like surging smoke, which made people hold their breath. At this moment, Chungting began to be glad that she had a mask to cover her face. She casually pulled over the small rug used for decoration on the sofa, wiped the toolbox carefully, and then patiently studied the items inside. As the only designated watchmaker of the clock of time, the tools in the box must be closely related to the things to be repaired. Most of the tools are very common, such as screwdrivers, wrenches, hammers, nails, etc. Chungting used his right eye to look at the things one by one. Among all the identification results, there were only 2 items with special information. Even if Chungting was not a close-eyed player, he could find this point: the owner of the tool did not tear off the product introduction on the outer SHL of the item. Cuts quickly. Saw. A saw that cuts everything quickly. Please keep it carefully. If it is determined to be used for something other than repair, the clock knights will send someone to recycle the props. Parts can be glued well. Adhesive. A special adhesive made by mixing starch, carbolic acid, and other things together. Just a light touch can stick 2 items tightly together without any gaps. Chungting put the toolbox on the sofa and moved the clock over. She should have repaired it as soon as possible, but she couldn't do it now. The dial and hands of the clock were gone, and the place where the time should have been displayed looked empty. She took a deep breath. No wonder the copy had to restrain the participants' vision. Probably because they didn't want them to find the missing parts of the clock too quickly. Chungting just had the above thought in her mind, and she caught a glimpse of a fluorescent color from the corner of her eye. It was the label paper attached to the chandelier in the middle of the room. Whether it was the color or the position, it exuded a sense of publicity of "please come and see me." Chungting peeled off the label paper, and there was a line of words written on it. If you find that something is missing, please look for it along the usual life track. Chungting looked around and said honestly, although I can see the life, I really can't see the track. After complaining, Chungting also understood the hint in the words. Although the sundries in the room were numerous and messy, they were generally surrounded by the desk. She could almost imagine the scene where the owner of the study leaned back in a chair, casually took out a book to pass the time, and then threw the book to the side in boredom. She stepped over the pile of debris on the ground and walked to the work chair. Judging from the soft cushions, lumbar support, pillows and flat brackets on the chair. This chair was obviously expensive. There were various miscellaneous books around the chair to kill time. Chung Tingyu looked at it, and only found a book that might be related to the owner's profession. Clock Maintenance Guide. As soon as she opened it, she saw the book Genius Little Mortal Master, a 200-year-old child playing in another world hidden inside. It's okay. Chung Tingyu squatted down and patiently pressed down the cushion on the chair with her hands. Her fingertips touched a sharp object. It was the hour hand on the clock. Chung Tingyu stood there speechless and remained silent for a long time. Luckily, the tip is facing downwards. It must have fallen in accidentally. After eliminating the parts that might cause the plot, she sat on the chair, laid the backrest flat, and gently turned over. When Chung Tingyu maintained her lying position, her line of sight was just level with the second to last grid of the bookcase next to her. In the grid was a copy of Red Swan Bedtime Story and a familiar white plate with waste newspapers. And the second hand was stuffed in the gap between Red Swan Bedtime Story and the wooden grid. She picked up the second hand and the waste paper plate. Sure enough, the waste paper plate was actually a dial that was turned over and the numbers could not be seen. And the missing minute hand was hanging on it. Chung Tingyu thought that it would be more appropriate for the clock knights to come and confiscate the repair tools of this lantern man. She had found all the parts. But she was not in a hurry to do the task. Any player who knows a little about Endless City can realize that they are now entering a copy as a lantern man. And the copy space seems to be a replica of the lantern man's residence. Even the items inside are the same. So a large part of the books in the room should come from that city. This is a very suitable opportunity to learn about Endless City. Chung Tingyu always feels that since she lost her memory, traces of this city have always appeared around her. Sister B's Hard Day. The Ugly Duckling Beats the Frog. Basics of Painting and Sleepwalking. A bunch of books that have no similarities from name to category are piled up in a mess. Chung Tingyu quickly flipped through the pages and looked at the dense pupil. After her power was suppressed, she was forced to slow down her reading speed. She could only be patient and turn the pages one by one. After quickly turning 2 books, Chung Tingyu opened the waste newspaper found on the dial. From the marks on it, it can be seen that this piece of paper had been folded into a paper airplane. The newspapers in Endless City looked no different from those in Chung Tingyu's impression. What was printed on them were nothing more than some news and notices. The sudden decline of the manufacturing industry in the city will cause a temporary shortage of various props. The management team sincerely recruits all kinds of manual workers. Those who are interested, please board the number 208 pumpkin carriage at 6:14 in the current area time to go to the job fair. Recently, we received a letter from a citizen. Due to the boredom of city life, it is recommended that the Puppet Theater build a large theater for citizens to entertain themselves. Please note that the Green Library will be temporarily closed for repairs due to a thief's intrusion. The opening time will be notified separately. Citizens who need to borrow books can go to the Candlelight Library. The wrinkled newspaper, like other scattered items, formed a strong atmosphere of life in the study. When Chung Tingyu was flipping through the book, she sat on the large, soft and elastic work chair that originally belonged to the owner of the study. Although the room was messy, there was no strange smell. In addition, the chair was soft and elastic enough, so she had a rare feeling of leisure and comfort in the dungeon. After browsing through the book, she crumpled the newspaper in her hand into a ball and threw it aside indifferently. She also randomly picked up a book titled The Life of a Rhinoceros and prepared to look for clues. Chung Tingyu's index finger touched the book cover, but just as she was about to open the book, her finger suddenly stopped, and then her body trembled very slightly. After a minute, the person who was originally lying comfortably on the chair suddenly turned over and stood up. Gasping for breath, Chung Tingyu, whose attributes were weakened, held the edge of the table to stabilize her body. If she had not just entered a dungeon because of flipping through a book, she would have been subconsciously wary of opening a book, and might not have been able to break free from the abnormal state as soon as she felt the violation. In fact, she could have discovered it long ago, when she found the resistance to taking off the mask. She should have realized that the role she was playing at the moment had an irresistible internal setting. This is a skilled craftsman who loves to be lazy. Bu Wuxian was able to rise to prominence at a young age, so he was naturally a very capable person. At this moment, the people who had the above sentiments in their minds were not only the subordinates of the Outer City District Inspection Team, but also those brought by Bu Chuiming. They secretly copied a copy of the other party's meeting minutes, followed Bu Wuxian's advice, tried to fall asleep, and really entered the real dungeon area. Zhang Jiao is such an inspector from the Central City District. Unlike his colleagues in the outer city district, their work rhythm is not so tight, and they can go to get off work on time most of the time. But their promotion speed will not be slowed down. He quickly searched through the pile of garbage in the study, and found the clock and toolbox. After paying the price of being pricked by the hour hand, he put together the dial and hands. So what should be done next? At the bottom of the meeting minutes, a line of words appeared. Try to read the book next to you as much as possible. Outside the copy, Bu Wuxiang glanced at the meeting minutes. In theory, these inspectors in the outer city should be under her command. But when encountering a critical situation, the inspectors must have sufficient mobility. If they are trapped in the copy and only know how to act according to their official rank, it won't be long before her subordinates will be wiped out. So she didn't object to the instructions on the paper, but only made some supplements. Record the content about Endless City in the book in a timely manner, and pay attention to the time when reading. The ink left by the pen tip was damp and had not been absorbed by the paper. This was a sign that it had not yet been synchronized to other meeting minutes. After a long time, the ink that had just been left finally seeped into the paper, and then disappeared bit by bit in front of Bu Wuxiang. Chapter 80. Bu Wuxiang realized that the copy was not unable to stop the participants in each space from exchanging information, but that it was unnecessary. After they became more and more confident in their own means of communication, they suddenly jumped out and stabbed them in the back. Since Endless City is a city located in the dream, it certainly needs some embellishment. On the outskirts of the city, there are all kinds of dream creatures wandering around. The sources of dream creatures are different. Some are monsters infected by the breath of the ancient source. Some are criminals expelled by Endless City. And some are outsiders who have mistakenly entered the dream, but have not been able to leave for a long time. The description of the study on the meeting minutes should be credible. Unlike apartment number 6, if the participants choose to stay in the copy at this moment, there is no risk of death. This is not a good thing. Not dying means that they will not wake up from the dream due to external forces. Bu Wuxiang guessed that after being thoroughly immersed in the identity of the Lantern Man, the participants will not really become the Lantern Man. The Dream Maker is not so kind, and the ticket to Endless City is not so easy to get. In a moment, there are more than 10 pieces of information on the meeting minutes. Some inspectors found the parts of the clock and the toolbox, and the other inspectors looked through the books in the room and wrote down the names and general contents. They started reading one after another. In another space, Nie Yuesheng's fingers were trembling slightly. The pain enhancement knife is really a very useful prop. It can not only deal with enemies, but also keep them alert. The Lantern Man didn't have much blood in his body, but the pain still existed, just weakened a little. Relying on the continuous pain in his hands, Nie Yuesheng finally broke free from the state of lazily reading idle books like soaking in a bathtub. He bent down and pulled out the meeting minutes that he had just thrown away from under the Red Swan bedtime story. If his brain was still normal, he would never throw away important information transmission props. When Nie Yuesheng looked at the minutes of the meeting for the last time, a sentence just refreshed on it. Try to read more of the books next to you. He waited for a while, but did not receive any negative instructions from his superior. In addition, he also wanted to understand the situation of Endless City. So he sat on the chair and began to read the books around him. The work chair of the lantern bearer was too comfortable. He was just sitting at first, but later he unconsciously turned into lying. The elastic backrest fit the shape of the spine tightly, making people feel that it would not be a problem to fall asleep directly on it. However, Nie Yuesheng must not fall asleep. Red Swan bedtime story depicts the customs of Endless City. There are different divisions in this city. If outsiders enter, they usually start from the building block area. The recovered meeting plan has a lot of content related to the books in the room. From the perspective of the inspector, most of them are useless descriptions. But there is only a little bit of dry goods, which urgently needs to be sent back for redoing. Nie Yuesheng immediately realized that he was not the only one affected. Under normal circumstances, they would assign some people to study the task of repairing the clock, and others to collect information in the study. However, now, most members are in a state of casual reading. You can imagine that state. Lying on a chair, flipping through books leisurely. Most people forget their duties in the enjoyment. Only a few people still remember to add a few strokes on the meeting minutes. Nie Yuesheng's fingers pinching the edge of the record paper began to exert force unconsciously. There is a problem with this prop. The inspector outside the copy has been unreasonably declared out of the game 1 round in advance. She must have discovered the problem, but did not write her thoughts on paper. Either Bu Wuxiang can't write now, or the meeting minutes paper refuses Bu Wuxiang's writing. No matter which situation, It is troublesome enough. Although space props are not common, they are also standard equipment for on-duty team members. Nye Yusheng brought a lot of emergency props with him. He searched for a while, and finally found the target. Nye Yusheng whispered, "I hope it can be useful." Gulyalu. Chung Tingyu clamped the second hand with pliers, and carefully moved it to the dial. She actually felt that the current operation did not require tools, but just wanted to make the things in the wooden box work as much as possible. At the moment when she put the second hand together, she heard the sound of something rolling towards her. For a second or two, all the muscles on Chung Tingyu's back tensed up. She had already confirmed that there was no one in the room except herself, and she had not touched anything that she shouldn't have touched just now. That is to say, it was completely caused by external forces. Chung Tingyu clenched the pliers and turned calmly. A ball of paper rolled from the direction of the wall. She was very sure that there was nothing there 5 seconds ago. Perhaps because Chung Tingyu stared at the ball of paper for too long. Her ability of closed pupils finally played a role slowly. The small ball of paper in the examination room. It is normal to encounter difficult questions during the exam. If there is really no way, write the questions on the ball of paper and throw it out to ask for help. Note 1. Please be careful when throwing. The ball of paper will first approach the existence that is most likely to provide help to the examinees in the same examination room. Note 2. Throwing too many times will increase the probability of being discovered by the examination room. Chung Tingyu blinked. She had reason to suspect that the person who threw the paper ball was someone who was working hard to repair the clock like herself. Chung Tingyu opened the paper ball. There were 4 simple words written inside. Seek communication. She blinked. For Chung Tingyu, the 4 words seek communication did not have any special meaning. But the guy who threw the paper ball would write such a line of words, which meant that the other party thought it was very important. In the quiet room, the sound of a round object rolling appeared out of thin air. Nye Yusheng picked up the paper ball that was thrown back, opened it, and then froze involuntarily. In the judgment criteria of the small paper ball, participants in the same copy are all considered candidates in the examination room, although Bu Wushang was just thrown out of the copy. According to Nye Yusheng's experience, his boss had also taken the exam after all, and the small paper ball might still follow the standard of most likely to provide help for the exam, and roll to Bu Wushang's side. But now, Nye Yusheng only saw 2 lines of unfamiliar and flying handwriting in the paper ball. Observe the examination room records, and put an end to cheating. P.S. Who are you? For a moment, Nye Yusheng felt that his attempt was discovered by the copy. But reason reminded Nye Yusheng in time that if it was really the power of the copy that blocked it, it would never add that line of notes. The other party would not be Bu Wushang, or even a member of the inspection team. But since the props thought that this was a possible existence that could provide help, Nye Yusheng planned to take a gamble. He picked up the pen and wrote a reply on the blank space of the paper ball. After Chung Tingyu threw the paper ball out, the thing rolled away slowly and consciously until it disappeared from her sight. After another 5 minutes, it rolled back again. The newly rolled back paper ball seemed to have gained weight, and its volume expanded to twice the original size. Chung Tingyu unpacked the paper ball and found a folded meeting record paper from it. Since it was a small paper ball in the examination room, it was normal to mix some reference materials. First class Inspector Guard, Nye Yusheng. Except for the 6 words of the surface identity, there is no new content on the paper ball. Chung Tingyu looked at the meeting minutes paper, and then looked at the seeking communication when the paper ball was thrown for the first time. The situation is obvious. The inspectors are trying to attack the copy. They have a means of communication, which is the meeting minutes paper. While Chung Tingyu was thinking, 2 lines of introduction about the Green Library were added on it. However, Nye Yusheng was still seeking communication obviously. There was a problem with the meeting minutes paper. Chung Tingyu had an idea in her mind. She picked up a pen and prepared to write on the meeting minutes paper. However, at this moment, the paper that was originally in normal state suddenly became dark, and a line of warning appeared on it. Non-organization members were detected snooping on the meeting content, and the screen was locked. Chung Tingyu sighed. It seems that Nye Yusheng can only verify it himself. She added a line of words on the small ball of paper and threw it back. Nye Yusheng thought that this was probably the last time the 2 sides would communicate. It was actually quite risky to use a small ball of paper to carry the meeting minutes. For the participants, the rules and power in the copy could be regarded as invigilators. His behavior just now had already attracted some attention. I hope the reply I get will be really useful. He opened the paper ball and added a new line of words at the bottom. Right. And try to read the book next to you as much as possible. If there was no extra right in front. Nie Yusheng almost thought that the copy power had tampered with the reply of the person who could be helped. He pondered for a moment, roughly understood the other party's intention, and added this line of words on the meeting minutes. Try to read the book next to you as much as possible. Qin Luosong, lying on the chair, felt as if her brain was torn into two pieces. Part of herself was already indulging in enjoyment, while the other part was shouting and yelling, asking her to stand up quickly. Her eyes swept across the meeting minutes, and then stopped suddenly. There was an extra line of words on the paper. Qin Luosong's instinct as an inspector was still retained. She looked at the line of words and stood up from the chair in a daze. Something was wrong. The area of the meeting record paper is limited, so they will try to avoid nonsense when recording. If they just want to emphasize something, colleagues will directly draw a horizontal line under a sentence. Choosing to rewrite the message again is mostly because there is a problem with reading a book. After throwing the paper ball back, Chung Tingyu didn't think much about the person who asked for help. If her guess is correct, the content that can be displayed on the meeting paper will be affected by the power of the copy, and the information that already exists on it has obviously been screened and can appear. Based on her understanding of the working people, Chung Tingyu believes that repeating a sentence will never be a common way for the inspection team to emphasize. If the abnormality of the message can arouse their vigilance, these inspectors may be able to get out of the state of laziness. The same reminder was also synchronized to Bu Wushang's hands. She quickly understood this obscure reminder method. But Bu Wushang frowned and smiled again. This is probably only useful for inspectors in the outer city. Chapter 81. Repairing a clock is a test of patience. The state of a skilled craftsman who loves to be lazy finally played a positive role. Chung Tingyu felt that her hands were very steady, as if she knew how to assemble the pile of parts naturally. Gears, then springs, metal sheets, without looking at the instructions. The intuition of the body helped Chung Tingyu put all kinds of delicate gadgets in the right place one by one, and the broken clock showed a normal appearance. Chung Tingyu installed the dial, and the time displayed on it was exactly 0.01 seconds. She stared at the dial for a while, and touched her chin. There were no windows on all four sides of the study, although there was a door. Its existence was more like a sticker, which could not be opened or moved to other places. It was difficult for Chung Tingyu to know the exact time in the outside world, and she suspected that the concept of time in Endless City might be different from other places. She stared at the clock without blinking. If there were eyes on the dial of the clock, they would definitely be staring at her at this moment. The two sides looked at each other for a while. Chung Tingyu's instinct as a skilled craftsman made her realize that the seemingly complete clock in front of her had defects that could not be ignored. The three hands on the dial seemed to be frozen and motionless. She searched the entire room and found no power source. The place that should have been the central hub was left empty. The power source that Chung Tingyu was more familiar with was probably the battery. But there was obviously no such thing in the study. She tried to move the pointer with her hand, but nothing happened. The time always stayed at 0.01 seconds without any change. The clock of time, incomplete version obviously. It is missing something now. Chung Tingyu nodded. Obviously, her identification ability gave another nonsense. However, combined with the information from the previous level, Chung Tingyu already had some guesses about how to completely repair the clock. She seemed to want to sigh, but finally laughed. It's a bit difficult here. The most dangerous place in the study copy is actually invisible. As long as you don't do your work for a while, the laziness in the craftsman setting will gradually erode the participant's will. A peaceful, comfortable, and non-dangerous room is really hard to make people nervous. In addition, there are books piled around that attract people to kill time. Maybe you will lie down on the chair again if you are distracted. Chung Tingyu looked serious. She walked to the mirror and looked into her eyes. After a long time, the appraisal results slowly appeared. Health value, health 110/120. Physical value, abundant 124/125. Mental value, normal 108/125. Except that the mental value dropped beyond expectations. The other two attributes can be called full. Chung Tingyu shrugged. You always have to make some choices in life. At that moment, Chung Tingyu made a decision. She planned to read books upside down. The risk of reading books in this study is that participants can easily forget their purpose unknowingly while reading. However, she believed that if a person who was standing upside down really wanted to be distracted, he could also wake himself up by falling down. The book Chung Tingyu chose to read was Red Swan Bedtime Story. If you only look at the title, This book should be warm and gentle fairy tale style. But after Chung Tingyu opened it, he found that it was actually a tourist guide for scenic spots. It's quite reasonable. After all, Endless City is a city located in a dream. Falling asleep dreaming traveling in the city. The logical chain is smooth and smooth. She turned 2 pages and immediately felt that the author was probably a professional poet. He wrote less than 100 words per page in 1 sentence. But it was better than reading poetry because he didn't need to extract the central idea. Block District is the urban area closest to the edge. Occasionally there will be people from other cities who have received sightseeing tickets. Come here to visit. She stood upside down against the wall, maintaining the most alert posture, and patiently read Red Swan bedtime story. 1/3 of the content is praising dreaming. Another third is bragging about the long history of the building block area. And the last third is telling readers that having the opportunity to enter the Endless City, even the outer area, is a great thing that will make their ancestors' graves smoke up. When she finally turned the last page, Chung Tingyu immediately turned over and stood up, moving her hands that were a little stiff due to long-term pressure. After all the attributes were weakened, it seemed a bit difficult for her to stand upside down. But Chung Tingyu did not fall down because she could not support herself while reading. She turned around and looked at the mirror again. Health 110/120. Stamina, abundant 124/125. Spirit, normal 99/125. Except that the spirit value has always maintained a downward trend. The other items have basically not changed. If the physical energy consumption was slow before, it could be explained that she had not encountered any projects that required intense activities. But she had just stood upside down for at least half an hour. And now she still maintained abundant physical strength. Chung Tingyu stretched out her hand to press the position of her heart. In the previous session, the participants had already received a hint. In the rabbit doll level, Chung Tingyu realized that his heartbeat was exactly the same as the frequency of the clock's hands. The clock was driven by their hearts. Because the clock had not moved, the time on him was frozen. The study was just messy. But there was no unpleasant smell. Chung Tingyu said to himself, because I don't need to eat. And I don't metabolize. So is it my heart that acts as a battery? Chung Tingyu said his guess. And then looked down at the 2 special props in the toolbox with instructions for use. Cuts quickly. Saw and parts can be glued well. Adhesive. The introduction of products with fantasy colors also hints to participants that they have special value. The body of the Lantern Man is different from that of ordinary people. Although the appearance of this creature is similar to that of humans, and has similar behavior patterns as humans, the internal structure is not so delicate. When Chung Tingyu used a saw to open her current body, she felt that the Lantern Man seemed to have no difference between skin and flesh. The outer sh.I was like a thick box wall, with brackets that acted as bones and lines that acted as blood vessels inside. However, this does not mean that the Lantern Man has no sense of pain at all. Chung Tingyu thought that if she could sweat coldly, she should be able to take a cold sweat bath now. Her muscles have already shown obvious physiological tremors. If she does not try to restrain herself, her right hand holding the saw will definitely shake violently. The idea of using the heart as a battery is not complicated. But Chung Tingyu was still a little surprised that she could actually open the chest cavity of this body smoothly and without any mistakes. There was only a little blood left at the incision of the saw. Inside the body of the Lantern Man, there is an extremely bright red heart, which does not look like a piece of meat, but something more artistic. It is as if someone has painted a piece of heart-sized on white paper, and then blew air into this red piece, letting it slowly expand. Chung Ting opened the adhesive, and the place that the mask could not cover had become pale. Since she decided to do this, she did not stop at all. But before she was about to take the heart off, Chung Tingyu almost habitually raised her head and looked at the mirror in the study. Chung Tingyu felt a little regretful that she couldn't take off the mask. She was curious about what kind of expression she would see in the mirror of this special heart. After removing the heart of the Lantern Man, Chung Tingyu felt that her health and physical strength were still full. However, just after she installed the battery on the clock, her health and physical strength began to drain away rapidly, just like a full water bag that was suddenly pierced by someone. Chung Tingyu, who had lost her important organs, almost fell on the carpet involuntarily. The severe pain and weakness made her mind confused. Her neck became heavier and heavier. Her vision gradually darkened, and the coldness of death spread from her chest to her whole body. Chung Tingyu never thought that a second could be so long. The silent second hand began to move. The current time was 0 o'clock. 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Chung Tingyu supported her upper body with her hands, gathered the last strength, and rushed towards the clock again. Although she'd lost her heart, she didn't think she would definitely die in the copy. Chung Tingyu held on to the thought just now. If her judgment was correct, there must be something in the clock from the 2nd day to the 6th day. It seemed that there was a lead block tied to her eyelids, which kept falling down. Only the last bit of clarity in her vision remained. Chung Tingyu stretched out her hand as hard as she could, and her almost numb fingertips finally touched what she wanted. It was a warm heart. As a craftsman, her instinct came into play again. Chung Tingyu felt that she had lost most of her consciousness, but her hands still followed the steps she had thought of in her mind, and successfully put the heart back, and smoothed the gap with adhesive. According to the introduction, the assembled clock was stored in the warehouse for 5 days. In other words, during these 5 days, there was always a normal power source inside the clock. According to the content of the previous level, the clock of time runs backwards, and the shortest time unit is 1 second. After the craftsman repairs the clock of the 7th day will become the clock of the 6th day, and naturally the heart of the lantern bearer will no longer be needed. After assembling the desk clock and then assembling himself, Chung Tingyu sat on the ground and relaxed for a while. Her life and physical strength, which were originally full, did not recover. The pointer was still moving backwards diligently, and when Chung Tingyu's heart had not yet jumped, it moved back one more time. She looked at it quietly for a while, and suddenly laughed softly. So that's how it is. This clock has a total of 7 days, and the first 6 days are the time of Grandma Qin. At 0.01 seconds on the 7th day, it became the time of the Lantern Man. The clock of time can probably trace back the time of the object it is bound to. For Qin Jihong, she needs to wait until the 7th day to be reset, and the first 6 days have been completely reset, but the 7th day has not been reset. From the first second, the clock's binding object was changed to the Lantern Man. That second was Qin Jinhong's death knell. Her life, which was already very little, just walked to the end one by one, very slowly and firmly. Chapter 82. For every 6 days and 1 second, Qin Jinhong's lifespan will be reduced by 1 second. Although the reduction is not much, sooner or later, it will be completely reduced to 0. The dreamer still gave Qin Jinhong the props when she refused to become a lantern bearer. Chung Tingyu felt that this was probably a kind of loan. I don't know what the owner of the Endless City has in mind. She supported the wall and slowly stood up. The life value consumed in the copy could not be recovered for a while, but the physical value was slightly restored to 35 out of 125. She would be killed directly if there was a final battle plot. A crisp sound of click was heard from the direction of the door. The door that looked like a map had been opened a crack without her noticing. Her eyes were naturally attracted by the sound and looked towards the crack of the door. At this moment, 3 lines of information were captured by her consciousness, like a drop of water passing through a sponge. The door to reality has been opened. Dreams are fragments of reality. Dreams are silhouettes of time. Chung Tingyu had a similar feeling in the dream copy of apartment number 6. However, at that time, the information she captured was still dreams or silhouettes of the future. It is not so easy to pass the level. Each copy has its own temper. According to previous experience, the hints felt in the dream are basically correct. After repairing the clock, the door to reality has been opened by myself. In the study room in the dream, Bu Chueming clearly felt that he was one step closer to the end. Even if he could peek at the meeting minutes in the outer city, he was completely stuck. Reading is useless, and it even makes Bu Chueming mentally tired. If he hadn't been stabbed by the pointer hidden in the chair, he would probably have to lie comfortably for a while. Compared with Bu Wushang, Bu Chueming seemed particularly lacking in vigilance. After all, as an inspector of the Central City District, he relied more on reading materials to accumulate dungeon experience. He could sit in his current position thanks to the fact that the inspection team would include employees' family background and written test scores in the assessment scope when they were promoted. However, after really entering the dungeon, Bu Chueming truly felt that theory and practice were not so easy to combine together. He could rely on his high authority to increase his knowledge reserves. F0631 City has a long history. It can be said that it is one of the earliest cities established after the end of the 100 Years of Silence. It stores a large amount of dungeon information. Therefore, Bu Chueming has come all the way smoothly to the present. However, for an inspector like him, there is a situation that is the worst. That is to open up new dungeons. Facing a new dungeon that he had never seen before, Bu Chueming didn't know how to start for a while. It's all because of the peak season. With the arrival of the peak season, various forces began to become restless. and the central city district was no longer so safe. Bu Chueming had to take some risks and find a suitable bubble for himself. He took a deep breath and took out the props he had prepared. The offline booster is back. If you encounter a problem that you can't solve no matter what, just call for a booster to come and help. Note 1. This product is a one-time item. Note 2. This product has 2 modes, leveling and summoning leveling. Note 2. During the operation, please pay attention to keep in touch with the target. Bu Chueming looked at the props and felt a little relaxed. This is what he spent a lot of money on. Bu Chueming suddenly stopped. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he bought the props at a high price. Forgetfulness is a common phenomenon in life, especially for working people. Bu Chueming shook his head and stopped struggling. He fiddled with the light silver silk threads in his hand and passed the demand for leveling to the unknown leveler. In the dungeon, any unexpected situation may occur. Chung Tingyu stared at the light silver silk thread wrapped around her hand and sighed softly. There are endless props in the world, and there is always one that can drag people into the pit. She had no intention of helping others to play, but she was dragged to the account by the props. It was very bold. As an appraiser, she quickly understood the function of the light silver thread and her current situation. Normally, each participant can only move in their own copy space. But the thread pulled Chung Tingyu into another parallel dream to make suggestions for other players. As a passive power leveler, she is not the lantern holder now, but not the real body, but a floating black shadow. Chung Tingyu glanced in the mirror and saw that she had a special status of black household. Bu Chueming introduced politely. Hello. I am the inspector of Zhongqing district. I am very sorry to interrupt your strategy process. Under special circumstances, citizens of this city are obliged to cooperate with the inspector to attack the copy. This is also a very normal rule. Chung Tingyu, then why don't you go to Inspector Nie to discuss it? Under the cover of the mask. Bu Chueming's frown was well concealed. He was not very happy, listening to the tone of the power leveler in front of him. The other parties seemed to think that Nie Yuexing's rank was higher than his. Bu Chueming, the Central District Inspection Team, and the Outer District Inspection Team are not subordinate to each other. Chung Tingyu smiled. I know. But you are also citizens of this city. If you encounter a problem that cannot be solved and choose to call for help, the Outer District Inspection Team will not turn a blind eye. Her words were not sharp. So when Bu Chueming heard this, he couldn't be sure whether the other party was mocking him. Bu Chueming explained, the partner is determined by the props, not by me. The light silver silk thread was wrapped around Bu Chueming's hand, and the end extended out, connecting to the existence of other spaces. Chung Tingyu carefully bypassed the silk threads in the room and walked to the front of the clock, while motioning Bu Chueming to stand over. Chung Tingyu glanced at Bu Chueming, and then quickly retracted her gaze. Since you have to come here to play for me, let's make a quick decision. She briefly explained her thoughts, and then said, the difficulty of repairing the clock is only after the repair is completed, and then take the heart back and assemble it. Don't worry, I will help you complete this step. Bu Chueming hesitated. No matter who suddenly gets a guide that requires digging out the heart to pass the level, they will hesitate. Chung Tingyu's lips curled up slightly. If you have any objections to my thinking. Bu Chueming looked at her. Chung Tingyu, you can also change to a more suitable substitute. Bu Chueming, just try it according to your idea first. This is a dream copy after all. Even if you die in it, it does not mean that reality will definitely end. Bu Chueming opened the body, but the step of cutting off the heart was too much of a test for his theoretical ability. So Chung Tingyu had to do it for him. Chung Tingyu took the saw and removed the other's heart without any mistakes. Then put the power source in the clock. And after watching the pointer jump 1 grid towards 0, he immediately took out the extra heart and put it back to Bu Chueming. The separation of important organs took away a lot of health and physical strength. Bu Chueming also took a long time to stand up from the ground with a pale face. His fingers flicked the light silver silk threads lightly, and the whole room was shining with sparkling silver light. He operated the props in his hand and asked casually, why don't you put down the saw? Chung Tingyu blinked. So you noticed it. Bu Chueming looked up. Chung Tingyu, I was thinking, since this saw can cut anything, it should be able to cut the silver wire on my wrist. Bu Chueming's tone was full of doubts. He spoke word by word, trying to express his intention more clearly. Why do you want to saw the silver wire? Chung Tingyu took a step back gently. She deliberately distanced herself from Bu Chueming, and said thoughtfully, maybe it's because you look too stiff now. As soon as the voice fell, the silver wire in Chung Tingyu's hand suddenly broke, and the whole person disappeared in the study. Bu Chueming's mind was a little confused. But that emotion was like foam on the sea, quickly dissipating. He didn't have much energy to think about issues unrelated to the copy now, since the method to pass the level is already in hand. Bu Chueming doesn't have to stop the power leveler from logging off. And as an inspector, he has more important things to do. Bu Chueming plucked the silver threads that were still intact, and the other end of the silver thread was tied to his subordinates. The power leveler, who was offline, logged in, and the second mode started. Bu Chueming is usually a person who pays attention to his appearance. If he pays attention to the changes in his body, he will find that his limbs have unconsciously developed a non-human feeling similar to that of a dummy. In Qin's house, Bu Wushang received news from the inspection team. After testing and verification by external personnel, the power of the playwright in the copy is increasing, and the rate of increase is sea level. Headache is the norm for the outer city inspection team. Bu Wushang thought that the previous line-pulling fake body withdrew too quickly, and it was indeed just a cover. It was probably because the playwright wanted to reduce his presence in front of the owner of Endless City. So he deliberately went over to give away a wave of heads, hoping that the dream maker would pay less attention to him. It wasn't a very detailed plan, but it was useful enough for the big shots. The value of the puppet was that it could carry more of the playwright's power. After this thing was solved, the playwright's remaining power was not enough to attract the attention of the Endless City master. He might go to see the bird on the windowsill, but when the bird turns into a lacewing, even if it is still a small life, it has lost its value of being watched. However, in this metaphorical system, the members of the inspection team can only be regarded as aphids at best. If they get close to the lacewing, they will be easily eaten. Ring. Bu Wushang's phone suddenly rang. The content on the caller ID is Zhang Jiu, Inspector of Central City District. The copy has a natural suppression on electronic devices. Zhang Jiu can call her, which proves that he has left the copy. Inspector Bu, we just passed the dream copy a minute ago. The inspection team in the Central City District and the Outer City District are two systems. As the leader next door, under normal circumstances, Bu Wushang should not receive reports from Zhang Jiu. At least not so early. Even if he can't contact his boss or colleagues now, he should at least wait a while. After repairing the clock, the door to reality opened to us. Outside was indeed reality, and everyone returned safely. Bu Wushang, just returned safely? Yes, just returned safely, but didn't get any rewards, and didn't feel like they had completed the dungeon normally. At this point, Zhang Jiu's voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 83. Bu Wushang thought that the inspectors in the Central District should really learn how to report as much information as possible in the shortest time. She stretched out her hand, and the invisible force spread outward from her palm. The original space was dissolved, and a gap appeared in a place that could not be observed by the naked eye. Only Bu Wushang could feel it. In the case of the existence of a copy in Qin's house, Bu Wushang's actions were actually very risky. The gap she opened might send her back to the copy, but the reliable inspector still jumped into the gap decisively. The next moment, she appeared beside Zhang Jiu. The inspector in the Central District lay motionless on the ground. His skin was so white that it seemed that the blood had been drained. Yet he could not feel the weak heartbeat. He could be treated as a deceased person. He had lost a lot of vitality. And it was not only Zhang Jiu who looked like a corpse, but the other inspectors around him also had a similar appearance. And they obviously had similar experiences. About 3/5 of these people died. A familiar voice sounded behind Bu Wushang. Bu Wushang turned around. Not surprised. Just nodded to the person who came, Inspector Luo. The young man in the cotton coat also waved to Bu Wushang. His name is Luo Zigui, an inspector affiliated with the security department. Whether it is the outer city or the middle city, when two big figures are found in the copy at the same time, the situation must be reported immediately and the emergency plan must be activated. Luo Zigui, who had just resumed his original position for 2 days, was also reassigned to the outer city. Bu Wushang, only you came? Luo Zigui, it's the peak season, and Captain Zhua can't leave for the time being. Bu Wushang, what did you see when you came here? Luo Zigui lowered his head. His eyes fell on the inspectors lying on the ground, and then replied, they appeared suddenly, which meets the characteristics of leaving the copy. Although they were a little abnormal at first, their vitality was full. When talking to you on the phone, they suddenly seemed to be shriveled up. Bu Wushang imagined the scene in his mind. I remember that there seemed to be a time before. She paused after saying a word, and a very brief doubt appeared on her face. Luo Zigui sighed. The dreamer has once again strengthened the blockade of information related to himself. If he had not gone crazy and could not be comprehensive. We would not have been able to preserve the relevant information of Endless City. Just as the two were talking, the space produced a slight fluctuation. An invisible door was opened, and Bu Chueming walked out unsteadily. There seemed to be a certain delay in his actions. His arms maintained the posture of pushing something away, and he slowly put it down after a while. The muscles on his face seemed to be frozen and stiff, and the whole person had a clear sense of disharmony. Bu Chueming looked at his subordinates lying on the ground, showing a look of regret and unfamiliarity. Sure enough, it's still wrong. Bu Wushang stared at his uncle in front of him, and the power of the realm around him began to stir. Bu Chueming showed a stiff smile, facing his colleagues and uncle. You won't show mercy? Bu Wushang raised his hand directly, expressing his intention of considering our old friendship. I will definitely give you a quick death, with practical actions. Luo Zigui took off his contact lenses. There was a faint silver in his pupils. Bu Chueming explained, it's actually a dense pupil. Forget it. Although I didn't get the realm, the fact that the Dream Maker would interfere with Qin Jinhong's life and death is itself a valuable piece of information. As soon as the words fell, accompanied by a strange crash sound, Bu Chueming's whole body seemed to fall apart and collapse to the ground. In the dream study, Cheng Tingyu thought that she was too optimistic when she passed the dungeon before, and she didn't expect that there would be a day when she would live by counting her life value. She leaned on the clock and watched the pointer go back one by one, with a peaceful expression that could be directly regarded as a portrait of a deceased person. The current clock is the clock of the 6th day. As a lantern bearer, her time is no longer stagnant. In other words, whether it is life value or physical value, it will gradually pass away. Cheng Tingyu looked at the door of the study room that had been opened, and tapped the ground with her fingers. She definitely couldn't leave. According to the current situation, it was only a matter of time before she failed to pass the level. So what else could she do now? Cheng Tingyu slowly stood up, stared at the clock in front of her, and reached out to move the pointer on the dial. Her attempt was successful. After the clock was repaired, the pointer could also be moved by external force. Cheng Tingyu turned the hour hand counterclockwise for 5 consecutive circles. Click. When the time was turned to the 1st day, the intact clock was broken into pieces again. Looking at the scene in front of her, Cheng Tingyu smiled silently. She fully understood that what she needed to complete in the copy was actually the entire assembly process of the clock of time. According to the prompt, the clock was assembled on the 1st day, stored for another 5 days, and unfortunately damaged on the 7th day. So as the only designated craftsman of the clock of time, there are actually 2 events that she needs to complete, namely repairing the clock on the 7th day and assembling the clock on the 1st day. The open door is indeed the door to reality. However, if she chooses to leave the room when she has just repaired the clock, then when the timeline of the dream copy flows back to the 1st day, a paradox will appear. The craftsman is gone, and no one assembles the clock. Since the clock was not assembled on the 1st day, it is naturally impossible to be stored in the warehouse in a complete form from the 2nd to the 6th day. The work completed before will be erased from the source. Cheng Tingyu bent down, opened the wooden box, took out the tools again, and patiently put the parts in the correct position one by one. She has seen the finished product. As a skilled craftsman, Cheng Tingyu's assembly process is incredibly smooth. The craftsman finally completed the work. The moment Cheng Tingyu received the new information, the clock of time, it turned into a light golden streamer, spreading out with a dreamy color, gently covering the entire field of vision. The light of dusk shines through the window onto the floor. Grandma Qin sits on her recliner. Her face is faded, like a flower that is about to wither. Although her expression is still peaceful, it cannot hide the breath of old age. This is a room that is not too big, but warm enough. Various beautiful blankets are hung on the wall, sofa, and chair. On the surface of the blanket on the wall facing Qin Jinhong, a silhouette of a person wearing a black cloak is outlined with wool. This should be a very artistic blanket, but there is a hole in the middle that looks like it was cut by a sharp weapon. A steady stream of paint flows down from the hole, but if you look closely, you will find that it is not liquid that flows out, but strands of flowing wool. Hundreds of wool strands are separated from it, and a white hand that reminds people of noodles that have been soaked in water for too long is stretched out. The white hand came out first, then the black sleeves, and finally the whole person staggered to the ground. This is a person like a wave number. It is not surprising that the image chosen by the big man is too bad. The main factor is Qin Jinhong himself, who actually hung an abstract blanket in the room. Wave observed her current image and didn't seem to be too dissatisfied. Then she sat opposite Qin Jinhong. Qin Jinhong put his hand on his heart and bent slightly to the visitor. Greetings to the Lord of Dreams. Until now, Qin Jinhong was still a little confused and didn't understand why the Lord of Dreams appeared in front of her. However, a faint voice kept ringing in her heart. No. It wasn't the Lord of Dreams who wanted to see her, but she wanted to see him. The Dream Maker understood her desire and came to her. This was a scene that Qin Jinhong had never expected. She had been staying in F0631 city, and the other party still appeared easily, as if he was not rejected by the city. That's because I'm watching you. Wave's face, which originally had only eyes, cracked like a mouth, and a strange voice that made people trance came out of the crack, explaining Qin Jinhong's doubts. Qin Jinhong, have you also mastered the power of secret pupils? Wave spread out his palm, and there was a key fragment in it. This is one of the remains of the Great Sage's eye. Great Sage. The three words are not unfamiliar to Qin Jinhong. She murmured to herself, I have always wanted to know why the previous dense pupils can grow into dusk. Wave seemed to smile. Not only dusk. The earliest dense pupils are almost as safe as other types of ability users. Qin Jinhong, won't they go crazy? Waves explained like a patient scholar. The ancient sources were not so close to our world at the beginning. The closer they are, the more dangerous the dense pupils are. Qin Jinhong, is it because the dense pupils can see them? Waves, dense pupils can be regarded as passages. Beings trapped in another world can use passages to go to other areas. Qin Jinhong's lips moved, and she was about to say this is why they will execute the dense pupils. But the words rolled in her mouth. But she didn't spit them out, because she had realized something. So, you can appear in front of me. Dream Maker holds dense pupils. The relic of the ability user has mastered the method of building a channel. He will look at certain people, leave marks on them, and then come with the help of the marks. Qin Jinhong felt both enlightened and confused. She could understand why the dreamer built a channel, but she had no value worthy of the other parties coming, because she would die soon. Qin Jinhong could feel the loss of vitality in her body. It was the characteristics of the ability user that allowed her to maintain a clear mind before her death. Not now. The dreamer is an existence that has mastered the dream realm, and it seems that he is particularly good at capturing the thoughts of others. I will extend your time and keep you there until the time of need comes. Perhaps sensing Qin Jinhong's nervousness, the weighty number added, you can disagree. I still have enough time and reason to find the next target. Chapter 84. Qin Jinhong had been sitting on the recliner. She slowly stretched out her hand in the direction of the wave. The distorted human figure full of abstract style seemed to smile, and put the object in his hand into Qin Jinhong's palm. The key-shaped fragment had a coolness like broken ice. Chung Tingyu lowered his head. The dust-like light disappeared, and everything around turned into the dream study again. However, the key fragment in her hand did not disappear with the illusion. During that period of time just now, Chung Tingyu watched the whole memory from Qin Jinhong's perspective. It was a very wonderful feeling. She could not only feel the unique sense of decline of Qin Jinhong, but also feel some of his thoughts. Qin Jinhong was hesitating. She had huge doubts in her heart, and was afraid because of that doubt. In the end, she chose to accept the arrangement of the other party when she could not understand the Dream Maker. Chung Tingyu recalled everything just now and stroked the fragment in her hand. She had an intuition, as if the dreamer had extended Qin Jinhong's time just to give her the remains of the Great Sage. Chung Tingyu had always felt that she came to F0631 city to find something. So, this fragment was her goal? Chung Tingyu did not use her power as an appraiser, but inexplicably thought that she knew how to use this thing. She lowered her head and slowly and firmly put the fragment into her right eye. The hard debris touched the soft eyeball, and the dark pupil sank, as if it was not a human eye, but soft plasticine. The sunken right eye swallowed and wrapped the key-shaped fragment, tightly sealed it, and then turned into a normal sphere again. If Chung Tingyu looked in the mirror now, she would find that the black in her right eye was spreading and shrinking irregularly. After about 5 minutes, all the abnormalities finally calmed down. For some reason, when putting the new item into her eyes, Chung Tingyu had an illusion that she was trembling. The key fragment is different from the lucky decision coin. This is a power that has not been polluted and eroded. As long as she digests this power, she will definitely be able to step into the dusk smoothly. But the gift from the big man cannot be without cost. The ancient source can establish a channel to the present world through the secret pupil, and the Dream Maker has also demonstrated similar abilities. So can it be considered that they already have a similar essence? considering that she has a special state of the dream maker's gaze on her body. Then, Chung Tingyu lowered her head and stretched out her hand to press hard on her temple. Her brain swelled and her blood vessels were beating actively, involving those indescribable thoughts. Just thinking about them will reduce people's sanity. Chung Tingyu is used to sealing up all the things that confuse her, but cannot think of the answer for the time being, and putting them in a small box in her mind. Just at that moment, she felt that her small box was opened a little. In the real world, in Qin's house, Luo Zigui was holding a palm-sized antique silver mirror in his hand, carefully examining his own appearance in the mirror. He is also a player with dense pupils, and it is easier to activate the awakened ability with the help of a mirror. Luo Zigui, I will try to enter the dungeon through the back door later. Before they could say a word, the two raised their heads at the same time. They felt that the power of the dungeon was fading. Bu Wuxian did not find it strange. The Qin's house dungeon is based on the power of the realm of Grandma Qin herself. If the Dream Maker successfully takes away Qin Jinheng's bones, the dungeon will naturally be gradually lifted. Luo Zigui smiled, relax. Although the recovery failed, it is not a big problem. F0631 City certainly hopes to control more of the power of the realm. But considering which big figures have been attracted to this dungeon, as long as a few more of their own people can survive, they will be satisfied. The two stood there and waited for a while, accompanied by the shouting of ouch. Ouch. Two young men who looked somewhat similar fell down one after another. Ji Shishir did not expect that the biggest obstacle to his survival from the dungeon was actually the way to log out. She and her cousin Ji Shiwu were refreshed in the air about 5 meters high. If a huge air cushion had not suddenly appeared below them before they landed, they would have had a chance to reunite with Ji Shiqi and the others on the spot. After Ji Shishir, Nye Yusheng fell down. He looked a little confused, but his instinct as an inspector made him stand up straight from the air cushion as soon as he saw Bu Wuxian, and then distributed numbers to the survivors around him and asked them to stay where they were for the time being to collect information. When Chung Tingyu logged out of the dungeon, Nye Yusheng was about to pack up and leave. The inspector called out, "Inspector Nye, there's one more here." Nye Yusheng looked at his watch and said, 14.5 minutes. There shouldn't be any more after that. Chung Tingyu was curious. What do you mean by 14.5 minutes? Inspector, if the instance is suddenly released, people who can still leave will generally log out within 15 minutes. If they don't come out after the time limit, they will basically never be able to come out again, although they failed to break into the instance. The inspectors did a good job of maintaining order in the instance area. The survivors were all arranged to stay in another mansion on Mumian Road nearby. When Chung Tingyu went there, she heard from the people next to her that this was the private residence of the inspector, Bu Wuxian. As an unknown person in the outer city, Chung Tingyu was arranged to stay in a small guest room. She asked the inspector in the mansion and successfully met up with Wei Shigui. Wei Shigui, where have you been? Chung Tingyu glanced at her neighbor, who was in good shape, and smiled. It seems that you didn't take risks in the dungeon. Wei Shigui, most people didn't leave their rooms. She looked at Chung Tingyu and felt that the safest thing about the Qin's dungeon was that everyone was divided into different spaces. Warm light emanated from the chandelier. Chung Tingyu gently rested his arms on the windowsill. The rain hadn't stopped yet, and the sky outside was already completely dark. Although she had been tired for most of the day, Chung Tingyu was not sleepy at all now. She chatted with Wei Shigui until there was a knock on the door, and the inspector came to count their experiences in the dungeon. Zhou Jianyan was a little surprised. It's you? His memory is actually quite average, but he has been in contact with Chung Tingyu too frequently during this period, and he passively remembers the other party's name. Zhou Jianyan recalled the information of the person in front of him and sighed. You have entered so many dungeons. In fact, Muqian Road is quite safe. Your luck is too bad. Wei Shigui, heh? As a spell-type ability user, Wei Shigui has always been taciturn, and did not say this is just the beginning. After all, the inspection team only knows part of it. Recalling the feat that the neighbor once went out for a walk and flipped through a book casually, Wei Shigui couldn't help thinking that maybe it was not that they were unlucky to enter a mansion that became a dungeon, but that the Qin family had unfortunately welcomed a special existence, who triggered dungeons wherever they went. Chung Tingyu smiled. Don't worry. After all, this is the outer city area, and it's the peak season, so it's inevitable to encounter dungeons on weekdays. Zhou Jianyan felt that although this girl was unlucky, she was quite reasonable. No wonder she always managed to escape unscathed despite entering many dungeons. Probably because of kindness. Zhou Jianyan, I want to record your experience in the dungeon just now. He first asked Wei Shigui. Please describe it briefly. Wei Shigui just woke up. Zhou Jianyun? The doubt on the other party's face was too obvious. And Wei Shigui also reluctantly explained, I was resting before the dungeon appeared. When I woke up, the mutation was over. Chung Tingyu, I fell asleep at that time. Zhou Jianyun, you two are lucky. Chung Tingyu smiled, then I woke up when the mutation appeared. Zhou Jianyun. He took back his words just now. Chung Tingyu, I found that everything in the room turned into wax products. When I approached the corridor, I always felt that the outside gave people a very dangerous feeling. Zhou Jianyun looked at his notebook. He had just made a record for a screwdriver employee named Xin Liu. After discovering the abnormality in the room, the other party also felt the danger in the corridor. So he stayed in the bedroom firmly, and did not move out, and successfully survived until the end of the dungeon. Zhou Jianyun thought. Although this person unfortunately didn't sleep through the dungeon, he could always. Before he finished thinking, he heard the young man in front of him finish the second half of the sentence, then he left the room. Zhou Jianyun, you just said that you felt there was danger outside. Chung Tingyu said seriously, that's why we have to find out the reason for the danger. It's well reasoned and convincing. Zhou Jianyun thought. Maybe the fundamental reason why the other party always wandered around in the dungeon was not good or bad luck, but a personal choice. Chung Tingyu, there are many corridors at the door. After passing through the corridor, Zhou Jianyun had to interrupt. Did you pass the wax corridor? Chung Tingyu smiled. The physical fitness and reaction of flesh and blood players are usually stronger. This is a big truth. After all, she just stated the basic settings of such abilities. Zhou Jianyun checked and found that the information of the person in front of him did have the mark of flesh and blood. Nodded, signaling the other party to continue. Chung Tingyu, then it's the rabbit gift quiz game. Although this level is a bit dangerous, it is not difficult as long as you react to the trap in the rabbit doll's words. Zhou Jianyun felt that it was almost done after writing this step. Even if the other party didn't say it, he could guess the next situation. It was nothing more than being immersed in the setting of the craftsman and lying on the chair to read a book. For players with relatively firm will and not too bad luck, they will escape from the copy before they are completely transformed into dream creatures due to the collapse of the copy. Chung Tingyu, the fragments of the clock are scattered in every corner of the room. Zhou Jianyun paused slightly. The other party can say this. Obviously he really tried to do the main line, not being affected by the lazy temperament of the craftsman. This young man's willpower is obviously very outstanding. If his identity is not a problem, it is very suitable to be pulled into the inspection team to shine and contribute to their overtime career. Chung Tingyu, the role of the participant in the copy should be an expert in maintenance, and it is easy to assemble the fragments of the clock. Chapter 85 Substitute. The other party can reach the stage of assembling the clock in the copy. In Zhou Jianyun's judgment standard, Chung Tingyu's strength is equal to or greater than the official inspector of the outer city, and far exceeds the level of colleagues in the inner city. Zhou Jianyun reread the record just now, and said solemnly, please wait a moment. I need to contact my superiors. Inside Qin's house, the study room was decorated as an office from the beginning. Bu Wusheng looked at the news he had just received and glanced at his subordinates. Nie Yusheng stood up consciously. I'll go there. He had thrown a small paper ball in the copy and successfully got help. And according to the other party's reaction, this person is most likely not a colleague of the inspection team. Non-inspection team members. It is rare to get through the last level. Luo Zigui stood up and said seriously, I'll go over and take a look. Nie Yusheng glanced at Luo Zigui. Although they are all outstanding young people, unlike the serious Lord Bu Wusheng, Luo Zigui is probably just pretending to be serious. Although he was also questioned. This time, the inspection team not only changed Chung Tingyu's room, but also brought 4 bottles of juice. Chung Tingyu's index finger tapped the table unconsciously. Noticed Wei Shigui's gaze, smiled, and lowered his hand. Although the participants were scattered into different spaces by the power of the copy, Chung Tingyu still had contact with the inspectors under the effect of the props. With the previous contact as a foundation, these people will most likely realize that someone other than the inspection team has made it to the last level, and the probability of being discovered that the person is themselves is very high. Chung Tingyu considered playing dumb and not describing the experience in the copy in detail. However, this copy has traces of a dreamer. The investigation of F0631 City must be much greater than before. She has entered Qin's house and left information in the inspection team. It is difficult to get rid of the investigation site. The issues that she was worried about were mainly her real ability type and the forgotten experiences in the past. However, since Chung Ting-yu got the key fragment from the dream maker, her thoughts changed. Even if she faced the inspectors directly, the latter might not find anything wrong. From the situation in the copy, Chung Ting-yu felt that it was probably not an accident that she would appear here. Considering the preciousness of the key fragment, the dream maker should have done something to prevent the power of the pupil from being exposed. In other words, if Chung Ting-yu could get away with it after accepting the questioning of the high-level inspector, it was basically certain that she, like Qin Jinhong, had accepted the arrangement of the dream maker. In addition to the intern Hong Yuaning, the person in charge of the questioning was the inspector Nie Yusheng, who had met after the hypermarket copy, and a strange handsome boy with flowing hair and a cotton coat. Chung Ting-yu couldn't help but look at the stranger next to Nie Yusheng, who had a very healthy temperament. The other person's eye circles were normal, without the faint dark blue that was the hallmark of the outer city district inspectorate. Either he had outstanding physical fitness and was no longer affected by overtime, or he had a more relaxed working environment. The strange inspector introduced himself, Luo Zigui. Then, he pulled a chair and sat down beside him. Chung Ting-yu's eyes gently passed over Luo Zigui's eyes. The eyes of the visitor gave her a clear sense of concealment, as if he had deliberately disguised himself. If she hadn't just obtained the power of the key fragment, she probably wouldn't have noticed it. Nie Yusheng, you mentioned before that you tried to assemble a clock in the copy. Chung Ting-yu nodded. The fragments of the clock are hidden in the corner of the study. But after the assembly, only a semi-finished product that can't be operated was obtained. Nie Yusheng observed the other party. He and many of his colleagues were stuck at this level. However, although it was very embarrassing to be stuck, it was not a good thing to continue to move forward. The inspectors from the central district seemed to have broken through this level in some way, and then reached the incorrect ending of losing vitality. Chung Ting-yu smiled. In the bunny doll level, participants will find that their heartbeats are equivalent to the movement frequency of the clock hands. In addition, in the dream copy, their own time is stagnant. Obviously, there is some connection between the clock that cannot rotate and the character. So I tried to cut off the heart and install it in the power area. In the process of removal, I did not feel a significant loss of life value. It was not until the heart was completely installed that I began to feel my own exhaustion. Nie Yusheng. He stopped writing halfway through, and subconsciously looked at the companion of the girl in front of him, and found that the other party's expression was more complicated than his own. And her eyes were full of "can still be like this, and worthy of you." Luo Zigui was originally just a background board. But at this moment, he couldn't help but say, "Aren't you worried about the failure of the attempt?" The young man in front of him smiled. "I have been in contact with dream copies before, so I have some experience." Nie Yusheng hesitated. Considering the illogical nature of dreams, it is not easy to summarize the rules of the copies related to the dream maker. Chung Ting-yu, and the risk of the attempt is not high. Since the time of the watchmaker is stopped, there are only two results. Either the attempt fails, the pointer does not move, and the health value remains unchanged, or the attempt succeeds, the pointer starts to move backwards, and the health value decreases due to the loss of the heart. Hong Yuaning whispered, "That's also quite dangerous." Chung Ting-yu recalled the laziness that comes with the craftsman setting, and shook his head slightly. It's safer to do some risky actions than to wait and do nothing. Nie Yusheng nodded. He originally thought that Chung Ting-yu was just brave, but now he found that from the other party's thinking, cutting off the heart is not a very dangerous attempt. There was a knock outside the door. Nie Yusheng glanced at Hong Yuaning and nodded slightly. The latter went to open the door. Standing outside was Li Fusai. Li Fusai held a pile of documents in her arms and bowed politely. "Inspector Luo." "Inspector Nie." Some of the colleagues in the central district, who were covered with negative emotions, have already woken up. Adhering to the principle of not being too polite to colleagues in the central district, she followed Yu Shisho and went to record the confession as soon as possible. Li Fusai handed over the documents. "Inspector, you asked me to send a copy." Nie Yusheng flipped through a few pages, with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Luo Zigui stretched his neck slightly. Although the replica had not been delivered to him yet, it was only a short distance of 1 meter. He could completely rely on the powerful vision bonus of the pupil to be self-sufficient. The content written on the document was exactly the same as what the young man named Chung Ting-yu said. With the help of his superiors, the colleagues in the central district opened the body, took out the heart, and successfully installed it on the clock. After completing the repair work, the door of the study was opened, and the inspectors left the copy and returned to reality. According to the records in the document, their initial state was normal, except for not getting the reward. It felt similar to clearing other copies. But after 10 minutes, All the inspectors who cleared the copy had a crazy loss of vitality. Luo Zigui looked at the young man who was talking. At most, the other party looked a little tired. Compared with Nie Yusheng, he looked healthier than Nie Yusheng, who worked overtime continuously. So, going out directly is not the right way to break the situation. Nie Yusheng continued to ask, "What happened after you repaired the clock?" Cheng Tingyu, after repairing the clock, time went back one grid, and a second heart appeared at the power hub of the clock. Participants need to hurry up and recycle the original heart to avoid the health value returning to zero. The other party's attitude was too natural. Those strategies came out of her mouth. Just like the sun rises from the east and sets in the west. It was completely a matter of course. Luo Zigui, you seem to know in advance that a second heart will appear? Cheng Tingyu, the clock broke on the 7th day. So on the 7th day, there was a broken clock and a complete clock repairer. So on the 6th day, there should be a complete clock and an equally complete clock repairer. Pause for a while. And then said, although the copy prompts are given in chronological order, the timeline in the copy is backwards. When Nie Yusheng heard her words, the hand holding the pen began to exert force unconsciously. He vaguely felt that he realized the key to passing the level. Cheng Tingyu, after repairing the clock and reinstalling the heart, the door of the study opened. I got a hint that I could return to reality as long as I stepped through the door. Luo Zigui, who was sitting next to him, continued, saying in a tone that seemed to be about to sigh, "Then you didn't leave." Cheng Tingyu's eyes slowly swept across his face. The sight of the person in front of him made Luo Zigui feel strange. He worked in the security department and had seen countless vicious scavengers. However, Cheng Tingyu's eyes still made Luo Zigui feel as if his heart was touched by ice. As if he would fall into an unknown dangerous copy if he looked at her for a little longer. "Of course I can't leave." The young man spoke in a soothing tone, and even smiled. "If I leave now, who should be assigned to complete the assembly task on the first day?" I turned the pointer to the first day, and the clock was broken into pieces again. And the entire timeline ended here. Luo Zigui and Nie Yusheng looked at each other, both feeling a little dazed. Li Fusai and Hong Yuaning also looked at each other, both feeling that they couldn't keep up with the boss's pace. With the leader nearby, the interns were not in a position to talk. So Hong Yuaning quietly gave his colleague a look, indicating that if it were him, he would definitely walk out without any vigilance when he saw the door open, and then follow the steps of his colleagues in the central city district and lie down peacefully. Li Fusai thought about it and shook his head gently. It was impossible. With the ability of the interns, they could not push the main line of the task to the link of the door opening at the beginning. Nie Yusheng, I have another question. He tried to make himself look normal and resolutely did not show a trace of embarrassment. When you were going through the dungeon, did you receive a request for help from others? Cheng Tingyu shook his head. Nie Yusheng was surprised. The other party was not the one he asked for help. The small paper ball in the examination room will automatically find the most suitable target. Listening to the details of the other party's operation, Nie Yusheng couldn't believe that there were more powerful participants in the dungeon. Cheng Tingyu, it's not one request for help, but two requests for help. Nie Yusheng and others. He now understood why the colleagues in the central city district could get out of the door one step faster than those in the outer city district. Did they also ask someone to play for them? Chapter 86 Memory Gun. Playing for others is a bad civilization, especially when the person being played for others does not have a deep understanding of the dungeon. So after the proxy was offline, the inspectors in the central district consciously stepped into the trap one by one. Nie Yusheng, let me confirm. The first request for help should be a small paper ball. Right? Cheng Tingyu nodded. Nie Yusheng, what about the second request for help? Cheng Tingyu, my hand was suddenly tied by some silk threads. And then I appeared in another study. And then I helped the other party to repair the clock very well. And then cut the silk threads with a saw and got out of the study. The inspectors also reacted. No wonder those colleagues in the central district made the wrong choice in the end. Cheng Tingyu smiled. It seems that they left the study room in advance before waiting for the time to return to the first day. Nie Yusheng, after those participants left the copy, everything was normal. But then suddenly a lot of vitality was taken away. Luo Zigui next to him made some supplements, probably because of the time paradox. Those people were equivalent to having 5 to 6 years of life taken away. But the inspectors from the central city district are basically players, so the loss is not too serious. If a lucky player who is rare in a lifetime can really live to the end of his life, he will find that his lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary people, even if he has just awakened his ability. So only 5 to 6 years of lifespan is not an unbearable price. Nie Yusheng thought that the copy of Qin's house can be roughly classified as the kind of heart-friendly type. There is no risk in squatting in the guest room and not going out. Even if you make it to the last level. If you don't repair the clock, the risk is not great. Nie Yusheng, thank you for your cooperation and help. I will contact you again later. Cheng Tingyu, you're welcome. Actually, I have something to do now, and I need the help of the inspection team. Nie Yusheng paused and said, please go ahead. He was a little nervous. As a person who can handle a copy with dreamers and playwrights, even if she is so kind and gentle, her own strength must be very outstanding. If even she can't handle it, she needs to seek help. Cheng Tingyu smiled, regarding the pair of antique gloves in the hands of the inspection team. If it is convenient, can you give it to me as soon as possible? In the office in the mansion, there are always problems that need to be dealt with one after another. As the chief of the outer city inspection team, Bu Wushang seems to never have a moment to rest. Nie Yusheng stood opposite the desk and reported seriously, after measurement, the degree of distortion of colleagues in the middle city has exceeded the threshold and needs to be dealt with urgently. While he was speaking, he glanced at Luo Zigui, who was doing nothing next to him. Those people, led by Bu Chueming, should have been infected by the power of the playwright. Although the big man abandoned all the extras and left after realizing that he could not really break the copy, he still left a lot of influence on those inspectors. Luo Zigui yawned. Inspector Nie seems to want to use some props to protect those deformed colleagues in Zhongqing district. An application needs to be submitted. I have signed as a representative of the security department. Nie Yusheng held out a box with a gun inside. Luo Zigui, what is this? Bu Wushang said briefly, it's the memory gun. Nie Yusheng placed the props and documents on his boss's desk, then quietly stepped back a few steps. The orange light softened the outline of the room, and Bu Wushang's shadow was reflected at her feet. The young inspector was flipping through the investigation results that had just been handed over. What did you see when you faced her? Bu Wushang didn't look up when he spoke. But Luo Zigui knew very well that this sentence was obviously addressed to him. Luo Zigui, I didn't see it. Bu Wushang stopped what he was doing. Please explain what you mean by not seeing it. Luo Zigui gently pushed back his black hair, which was so beautiful and elegant that it could be used in shampoo advertisements. It was a long time later that I figured out how to really use my ability. His real name is Secret Eye's Identity Proof. Luo Zigui said slowly, I can issue an identity certificate with basic information to the ability user's IC. And then the certificate will be kept with me, so I can learn about other people's information. Bu Wushang nodded. She knew before that there was a type of person whose ability Luo Zigui could not see. That is, those who had just awakened and did not know their real names. In addition, it was Luo Zigui, the dense pupil, and the realm restrain each other. If the target person is covered with a layer of rich realm power, the result will be equally unclear. This is my situation in the lightless period. Bu Wushang stared at Luo Zigui, and his voice became floating. You have now ascended to dusk. Luo Zigui pulled his collar, as if to relax himself. Yes, I have ascended to dusk. So compared with the lightless period, I can feel a person's characteristics more clearly. My intuition tells me that the man surnamed Cheng is also a dense pupil. But there is no evidence. An A4 paper appeared in his hand. The content on paper A was Cheng Tingyu's profile. But apart from her name, there was only a vague shadow in the age, photo, and other information columns. Bu Wushang, Dream Maker's attention? This is also a widely circulated special status name in the information related to Endless City. Luo Zigui, it's possible. He raised his hand and made a cutting gesture at his throat. Smiling. So, Inspector, do you want to start the emergency cleanup process? Bu Wushang thought for a moment and shook his head. Not yet. He said, just limit her range of activities to the outer city area. Luo Zigui looked at Bu Wushang. The latter took out a document and wrote limited range of activities and other words on the treatment plan. Luo Zigui nodded. In fact, my suggestion is to try not to do it. He said, the power of the Dream Maker is very troublesome. In February of this year, the White Tower Research Institute captured a dying person who had a high probability of transforming into a lantern man and killed him. The person responsible for the killing never woke up again after falling asleep. The Research Institute used a special method to delay the life of the person responsible for the killing. His body gradually became deformed and very similar to the followers of the ancient source. Luo Zigui sighed softly. The city is alive. So there is the saying of the city master. The man surnamed Cheng has been caught by Endless City. Bu Wushang, What about the other person? Luo Zigui recalled. Are you talking about the curse? Her ability is very interesting. If she grows up, she will definitely be very useful. If you don't recruit her, I want to apply and take her back to the security department. Bu Wishang, give me the identity certificates of both people. Luo Zigui had no opinion on this. He shrugged and put 2 pieces of paper on Bu Wishang's desk. Bu Wishang hummed, then glanced at the office door, and the meaning in his eyes was very obvious. Luo Zigui was also very conscious. I won't disturb you from working overtime. Contact me if you have anything. He turned around and walked out. The light in the office was not bright. The umbrella-shaped lampshade was over the light bulb. The orange light only dispelled part of the darkness, and the other part covered the study. Behind Luo Zigui, Bu Wushang stood up silently, took out the memory gun from the box, and pulled the trigger at the back of his colleague's head. Bang! The inspector's shooting was very accurate. Blood-like things splashed from the place where Luo Zigui was shot. The huge impact caused him to fall forward. The beautiful black hair flew up one by one, then slowly fell down, and finally fell to the ground with the owner. Bu Wushang lowered her arms. She looked at her colleague on the ground without blinking. Her facial features seemed to be buried in the shadows, and she lost all expression for a while. Nie Yusheng stood against the wall without saying a word, staring at the small piece of floor in front of him, as if he had never heard anything and saw nothing. Bu Wushang picked up the file again and pressed his right hand on the treatment plan. Soon, the line of words restricted activity area began to dissolve and finally returned to a blank. Bring the person here, Bu Wushang said to Nie Yusheng. I think I have something to ask her. As an inspector in the outer city who is used to working overtime, Nie Yusheng is always quite efficient in his work. When the superior beats someone, he is responsible for destroying the evidence. When the superior calls someone, he goes to be a pager. Just 15 minutes later, Cheng Tingyu, who had already fallen asleep, put on his coat again and sat in the office that had just been cleaned. Nie Yusheng brought a cup of espresso and a cup of apple juice, and then placed them in front of Cheng Tingyu. Cheng Tingyu, are you sure both drinks are mine? Nie Yuesheng's voice was a little proud. Your Excellency, the inspector does not need coffee now. Cheng Tingyu recalled the dark night outside. Understand. It was not yet midnight, and for the inspection team, it was normal working hours. Nie Yusheng put down the drink and left the office, leaving the space for the leader and the leader's guests. Bu Wushang, I have no ill intentions. The moment the voice fell, Bu Wushang felt that the eyes of the person in front of him had changed significantly. There was a vague sense of danger in the air. The young man smiled. Did the inspector do something that would make me feel malicious? Cheng Tingyu was talking to Bu Wushang while thinking. The other party would emphasize this sentence, most likely because he noticed something. The current point worthy of attention is that he has either been watched by the dream maker or his real ability is the closed pupil. Bu Wushang skipped the topic. I once made a deal with Qin Jinhong. She has a very useful prop that can show hints for certain questions. Cheng Tingyu thought of the key fragment. She originally thought that the dreamer had crossed time and space and used the copy to hand the thing to her. Now it seems that the key fragment has actually been kept by Qin Jinhong. Bu Wushang, the hint I got told me that I should hand something to you. And then after a while, I will know the answer to the question. Cheng Tingyu confirmed. You mean? I will use this thing to let you get the answer? Bu Wushang shook his head. It may not be related to you, nor to that item. The so-called hint is just some signposts of fate. She explained patiently and gave Cheng Tingyu an example. Once a person used this prop and wanted to know the answer to the first multiple-choice question in the exam tomorrow in advance. The hint he got was to take a bus. Nothing happened on the bus, but when he got off the bus, he happened to see a letter A painted on a red balloon on the side of the road. And A was the answer to that multiple-choice question. Cheng Tingyu understood. Instead of telling the question or the answer, the prop would mark the nodes of fate. As long as the person touches those nodes, he will meet the answer. Bu Wushang handed Cheng Tingyu a hot spring reception ticket. As a participant in the question, you will also get the answer to a question. Cheng Tingyu blinked. Does she have any questions? Of course. And there are many. What memories did she lose? And what exactly was she going to do here? All of which weighed on her nerves like a weight. Cheng Tingyu picked up the hot spring reception ticket. Inspector Bu, there should be a way for me to enter the central city? Bu Wushang nodded. Here are 2 more IDs. You can also take them. Chapter 87 Hot Spring Villa. Cheng Tingyu felt that the power on the 2 IDs was somewhat familiar. Bu Wushang confirmed her guess. This is a creation condensed from the power of the pupils. After the holder chooses to use it, He can temporarily obtain the ability recorded on it. Chung Tingyu glanced at the contents of the A4 paper. The one on the top was her certificate. Except for her name. All the information was covered with a shadow. The other one was Wei Shigue's. Behind the real name column was written curse say the opposite. Wei Shigue didn't seem to have concealed her ability. But the inspection team had successfully obtained her detailed information. She picked up the ID and smiled. Okay. After a moment, she suddenly said, the inspectors in the central city don't seem to be particularly smart. Chung Tingyu's evaluation was actually quite implicit. From the results, those people were simply sending warmth to the copy automatically and consciously. Bu Wushang's face was always expressionless. But now, he seemed to be a little bored and exhaled. Worker bees certainly don't need their own brains. Communication with Bu Wushang was quite efficient. The two of them determined the subsequent plan at the fastest speed. Chung Tingyu was not without doubts, and did not completely trust the inspector in front of him. However, the other party's attitude of harboring secrets made the two tacitly choose not to explore in depth. Chung Tingyu walked back with a hot spring invitation ticket. She was actually not opposed to taking risks, and would take the initiative to rush to the front line of death from time to time. But now she also vaguely felt that her schedule was too tight. She felt that she understood the true meaning of freelancers. Not the freedom of working hours, but the freedom to go to work at any time. Writing is flexible, which can be read as 24-hour standby. Chung Tingyu thought. Since the past memory ends when she graduated and found a job, does it mean that she is destined to work hard after traveling through time? While patting the pillow, she called the sleeping Wei Shigui. The moment the other party opened his eyes, the room was suddenly shrouded in a low pressure called morning grumpiness. Wei Shigui sneered from the corner of his mouth. Although I rested in the afternoon. It's 2 o'clock in the morning now. She stared at her neighbor's face, her eyes like two dark clouds containing a storm. As if the other party couldn't give a reasonable reason for the midnight alarm, she would immediately select 300 different words and give the other party sincere blessings. Chung Tingyu, I have something to do in 2 days, and I have to go out. During this period, if someone comes to the door, Wei Shigui, what's the matter? Chung Tingyu, please help me collect the rent. Wei Shigui. Chung Tingyu looked at Wei Shigui's expression and felt that the other party should not be the type who is used to scolding people on weekdays. Wei Shigui took a deep breath and finally grasped the key point from his neighbor's unreliable remarks. So where are you going? Chung Tingyu answered seriously, going on vacation. Wei Shigui felt that the neighborhood relationship in the outer city really benefited him a lot. At least it greatly expanded the upper limit of the anger tank. Chung Tingyu, and the pair of antique gloves. The people from the inspection team promised me that they would give it to Screwdriver as soon as possible. Wei Shigui reminded, if I remember correctly, they promised you the same thing last time. Chung Tingyu, since it was an accident, they wouldn't keep staring at one person and appearing over and over again. Wei Shigui said calmly, I hope you have the ability to drive me when you speak. She waited for a while, confirmed that the neighbor had nothing else to say, and finally closed her eyes again and fell into the soft quilt. After talking with Wei Shigui, Chung Tingyu began to make some basic preparations for the upcoming hot spring trip. When she just woke up, she didn't have much luggage around her. After living in the city for a few months, she didn't save much. The important items were placed in the space props, and the remaining clothes were packed in a backpack. Chung Tingyu easily boarded the special car arranged for her by Bu Wushang. The outer city to the central city needs to pass the inspection at the checkpoint, and the inspection team helped update Chung Tingyu's ticket data and approve temporary access rights. Driver, occasionally, residents from the outer city are invited to the central city. Your authority is limited to activities near Anhu Mountain. If you leave the designated area, you will be shot or repatriated by the inspectors of the central city. Being able to put shooting before repatriation. The central city attaches more importance to the qualifications of residents than the outer city. Chung Tingyu looked at the scenery outside the car window. The rapidly receding roadside trees and street lights one after another weaved a long road in the dark night. The scene in front of her and the fragments of memory overlapped infinitely. For a moment, she felt that she had not traveled through time, but just took a nap in the car. The driver was still chattering, I will take you to the designated location, and you have to walk the rest of the way by yourself. Chung Tingyu, can't you drive to the entrance of the hot spring villa? No. The driver looked at Chung Tingyu and answered very seriously. At some point, he had turned his head silently, and the bones and joints on his neck did not make any sound, as if his head had been hollowed out, and then loosely put on his neck, and he could turn it any way he wanted. Without the invitation ticket, You can't go to the villa. It's winter now. There are no lights or heaters in the car. The coldness permeates the air. Every breath is like swallowing a mouthful of snow into the stomach. The car slowed down and stopped on the side of the road. The driver opened the door for her and said in a buzzing voice, "I can only take you here." Chung Ting-yu put on the hood of her coat and nodded to the driver. An Hushin Hot Spring Villa invitation ticket. This is an invitation ticket from An Hushin Hot Spring. The holder of this item can enter the villa area. Note: obtained by Inspector Bu Wushang from her old classmate Luo Zaigue. After putting the key fragment in her eyes, Chung Ting-yu's identification ability also changed. She can now even occasionally see traces left by the previous owner on the item. 4:56 in the morning. After Chung Ting-yu left the special car, the black, ghost-like vehicle drove away silently from the foot of the mountain. The Anhu mountain in front of them was shrouded in pale white mist, and the shadows were unclear. There was a road sign in front of them, with the words Hot Spring Villa written on it. Chung Ting-yu took out the invitation ticket, and the map of the hot springs was printed on the back. She carried her luggage and followed the instructions on it, walking step by step towards her destination. Although the whole mountain was shrouded in fog, her vision became clearer after she walked into the thick fog. The trees on both sides were still blurry, but the mountain road in the middle was clear and winding into the distance. From Chung Ting-yu's perspective, she could only see that the road stretched far up the mountain. She turned twice and finally saw the gate of the Hot Spring Villa. The first impression of this building complex on Chung Ting-yu was that it was brand new. It was as if this Hot Spring Villa had just opened and had not officially welcomed guests. Your guess is right. We are indeed not officially open yet. A teardrop-shaped or tadpole-shaped employee, who was 4 times the size of a human head, was respectfully introducing the situation of the Hot Spring Villa to Chung Ting-yu. As for why he could accurately judge the identity of the water tadpole in front of him, it was not because Chung Ting-yu had excellent observation or rich imagination, but mainly because the other party had a sign of receptionist on his chest. Chung Ting-yu followed the tadpole and walked a step into the villa, then stopped and said thoughtfully, "A receptionist like you?" She frowned, as if she had encountered a difficult problem. The receptionist in front of her was obviously surprised. His chubby body shook because of nervousness, and a sharp voice came out of his throat. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I suddenly remembered something." The tadpole stretched out translucent tentacles from his round abdomen while speaking, and hurriedly retreated. Chung Ting-yu's eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. She stood there without saying a word. Just before the new guest asked a question, another receptionist came out from nowhere. Seeing the appearance of the new employee, Chung Ting-yu's doubts quickly disappeared. The one who replaced Shui Tadpole was a haggard woman with a sign on her body that read in turn receptionist. She bent down and bowed deeply. "Welcome to the Hot Spring Villa." The woman spoke with obvious friction sounds, as if she was biting her back teeth hard. Her sleeves covered her hands and her clenched fists. After a long time, the woman slowly handed over a piece of paper. "This is a map of the villa. Please accept it. I will take you to check in," she hurriedly added. "In fact, when you walked into the villa, you were already a guest of the villa. But if you check in, you can get more comprehensive services." Chung Ting-yu took the map. The haggard woman in work clothes quietly raised her head. Her eyes quickly rolled around the visitor's face, but after only a moment, she lowered her head deeply again. At that moment, the visitor also looked in her direction, and the other person's eyes were so dark that it seemed to bury a deep nightmare. And Hushin Hot Spring Villa has a front desk area that is large enough for a disco. After the intern receptionist said Chung Ting-yu over, he hunched his shoulders and stood far away by the wall. There was a big red arrow painted on the wall next to the front desk, pointing to the lost and found place. The tadpole on duty said softly, "Customers' lost items are often found in the villa, and they will eventually be put into the lost basket at the front desk." According to the receptionist's experience, new guests don't care too much about the normal configuration of the villa. But Chung Ting-yu stopped and glanced at the top information. She didn't think there was anything unusual at the front desk. She just habitually observed the situation. Chung Ting-yu felt that the lost and found looked similar to the flyers she had seen on the street before. B087 Cleaners Towel Storage Fee, 5 by 0.1 yuan/day. Chung Ting-yu asked the front desk. She didn't seem to think these water drop employees looked strange now. "Why do you multiply by 0.1? The chubby water tadpole front desk said, as a matter of course, since it is a villa employee who lost something. Of course there should be some discount price. Chapter 88. Chung Ting-yu nodded, no longer looking at the lost and found notice, but yawned. "Tadpole front desk, We are here to check you in now. Your room number is 104. Please take it. Next, we will take you to experience our hot springs. Chung Ting-yu was really sleepy. She had been on the road for a whole day and had not rested well before. She rubbed her tired eyes. Must you experience it? The trainee receptionist, who was almost sticking to the corner of the wall, finally found her chance to speak. Your vacation is a total of 7 days. The service for the next 6 days is optional. But you must soak in the refreshing spring on the first day. Chung Ting-yu sighed and accepted the arrangement of the villa staff casually. She was taken to the room. The living environment was not inferior to Qin Jinhong and Bu Wishang's private residence. All kinds of items were prepared, making people feel that if they chose to visit this hot spring villa, they didn't have to prepare any luggage at all. The accommodation area and the spring area are connected to each other. There is a single hot spring of about 20 square meters in the backyard of room 104 where Chung Ting-yu lives. She changed into a loose white nightgown. The warm water vapor blew gently into the room with the wind. Without the greeting reminder, the visitor naturally knew where he should go. It was early morning when Chung Ting-yu came. The sun had not risen from the forest for a long time. A layer of dew condensed on the stone road in the yard. She stepped on the afterglow of the night and stepped into the spring water step by step. Since she lost her memory, her life has been very hurried. She was either passing the dungeon or on the way to the dungeon. She rarely enjoyed her vacation leisurely like now. For this new world in front of her, Chung Ting-yu always maintained a sense of alienation and tension. Those hard emotions quietly melted in the hot air of the hot spring. She sank herself into the water, and the undulating microwaves above her head gently broke the light, and her black hair slowly spread out, floating like water grass. Chung Ting-yu let herself sink to the bottom of the water. She felt the hot spring swaying gently until the last bit of air in her lungs turned into bubbles and flew out of the spring water quickly. Then she burst out of the water again with a bang. Drops of water fell into the spring water one after another along the ends of her hair, breaking into ripples. Chung Ting-yu used her fingers as a comb to comb her wet hair back to the back of her head. Her eyebrows and eyes were moist and bright because they were soaked in the spring water. A drop of water hung on her eyelashes and fell down as she moved. The dark and terrifying eyes under her eyelashes were like sharp knives wrapped in satin, silently announcing her strong and stable presence. She looked at her reflection on the water surface, and after a while, she laughed out loud as if she couldn't help laughing. At this moment, her laughter was also like bubbles in the water. It only rolled briefly in the air and completely disappeared. It turned out to be such a copy. Chung Ting-yu didn't have enough props in her hands, so when she passed the copy, she would habitually look at the surrounding environment more. However, the Anhushan Hot Springs instance quickly blurred Chung Ting-yu's perception when she first entered. When she first saw the water drop workers, Chung Ting-yu still felt a little bit of disobedience. But when she walked to the front desk, she completely accepted the relevant settings. She lowered her head and used the reflection on the water to understand her current situation. In addition to the lingering dream maker's gaze, she now has 2 special states: hot spring villa guest and refreshing 13 hours. Thinking of the staff's previous reminder, Chung Ting-yu completely understood why she had to soak in the hot spring on the first day. Otherwise she would have to wander around in the dungeon with her cognitive ability forced to be reduced by 10%. Refreshing is a buff with a clear time limit. Chung Ting-yu stayed in the hot spring for a while, and the number of hours in the bracket slowly increased until it reached 24 hours. And then it stopped completely. Next, she will have a normal day. Chung Ting-yu stood up from the hot spring. As the guests left, the water level of the spring began to gradually decrease, as if there was a hole hidden in the water. When she left the yard, the hot spring that was full a minute ago had become completely empty, and there was no trace of even a drop of water. The mist in the courtyard floated and dispersed, and the morning sun shone quietly. Today's hot spring service is over. Although she didn't sleep, the fatigue that Chung Ting-yu felt at the front desk had disappeared. She returned to the bedroom, found the luggage she had just left behind when she was confused, and picked up her phone to take a look. It couldn't be turned on. Of course, in the dungeon, this was not an unexpected situation. She put down her phone and carefully checked the luggage she brought. There was a lost and found office in the villa, which meant that the people inside might have lost their belongings. Chung Ting-yu had a good memory and observation. The clothes in her backpack were all there, and the things in the space props were not missing. However, even so, Chung Ting-yu still felt that something was missing. She unconsciously stroked the phone, and suddenly stopped. A familiar cool feeling came from the space prop. Lucky Decision Coin is a very professional prop. Even if Chung Ting-yu ignores it most of the time, it will still tempt the other party to use it when the owner encounters difficulties. However, it will take effect at this moment, which itself contains some meaning. If Chung Ting-yu had to say that there was something on her that she couldn't feel immediately even if it was lost, it would definitely be a piece of jewelry with no sense of existence. Chung Ting-yu had previously said a piece of jewelry with no sense of existence to be a mobile phone chain. When she looked down again, she found that there was indeed nothing on the mobile phone. Obviously, the prop had been lost without her knowing it. 7 o'clock in the morning. Chung Ting-yu, who had taken a hot spring bath, took her back to normal cognitive ability and reappeared at the front desk. The chubby water tadpole glanced at her, and his expression was surprisingly vivid, showing a hint of regret. Of course we know what guests have lost. Lost items within 3 days will appear on the lost and found list. Chung Ting-yu, what about things that are more than 3 days old? The water tadpole front desk showed a smile with a bit of excitement and expectation. Such creatures actually have sharp and thin teeth in their mouths. If you don't take the items back after more than 3 days, of course you don't want them. Even we can't keep the items for guests all the time. What it said was reasonable. But Chung Ting-yu still smelled an ominous smell from it. If there is no difficulty in getting back the lost property, there is no need to add a time limit. The tadpole front desk handed the lost and found list to Chung Ting-yu, and the latter found his things at the end. Room 104 guest. A jewelry with no sense of existence. Storage fee 5 yuan per day. Chung Ting-yu brought a wallet. She took out the banknotes and wanted to pay for the storage fee. But the tadpole front desk seemed to smile even brighter, as if she had been waiting for this moment. I'm very sorry. The hot spring villa does not accept outside currency. It lowered its head and pretended to be regretful. If you want to get back the lost property, of course you have to pay the money in the hot spring villa. Chung Ting-yu's expression remained unchanged. The other party's words were like the second boot finally falling to the ground for her. Then how can we obtain the currency of the hot spring villa? Tadpole front desk. It's not easy to explain the matter of making money. Employees like us can get a little salary regularly. As for the way for guests from outside to make money, who can know? It chattered about some irrelevant content, not really wanting to tell Chung Ting-yu valuable news. Chung Ting-yu's fingers tapped the front desk lightly. What if I choose to leave the hot spring villa? Tadpole front desk. Guests can check out at any time. Before checking out, you need to pay the 7-day room fee in one go. If you are satisfied with the service of the hot spring villa, you can also choose to continue renting. Compared with the hot spring villa, both the hypermarket and Sheen's house are particularly worth remembering. At least there is no room fee there. Chung Ting-yu's tapping on the table paused slightly. She lowered her eyes and looked at her left little finger. Just at that moment, Chung Ting-yu felt that something invisible fell out of her finger. And then the little finger turned into a piece of dead meat, hanging down softly, unable to move. At the same time, a new line of words was added to the end of the lost and found list. Storage fee for the little finger of the left hand of the resident in room 104 is 5 yuan/day. Chung Ting-yu raised her eyebrows. She was standing here, but her little finger on her left hand was inexplicably lost, and it appeared on the lost and found list at the same time. The tadpole front desk seemed to understand the guest's doubts and said slowly, "It seems that you have lost another thing. This is also normal. If you can predict what is lost and where it is lost, can it still be called lost?" Chung Ting-yu glanced at it and rolled up his sleeves. If a customer beats up the staff of the villa, do you need to pay extra? The tadpole front desk looked very easy to talk to. If you insist on doing this, we also agree. As employees of the villa, of course we need to serve customers wholeheartedly. Chung Ting-yu was silent for a moment, holding the lost and found list. This, I will take it away first. The tadpole front desk moved his round head up and down, without stopping, nor asking Chung Ting-yu to charge fees. Most of the lost items on the list actually came from staff. Some of them were work tools like towels, while others were arms, calves, etc., which made people wonder at first glance. How can this thing be lost? How can it be lost? Special items that are of doubt. As for the guest's lost items, in addition to her own 2 items, there are storage fee of 5 yuan per day for hairpins of guests in room 107, and storage fee of 5 yuan per day for surgical knives of guests in room 108. This means that in addition to Chung Ting-yu, there are other guests in the hot spring villa. Chung Ting-yu turned to the back of the list and found that there were many additional notes on the back, including but not limited to items that are not retrieved after the deadline will belong to the hot spring villa. If the lost items belong to part of the customer's body, After paying the storage fee, you can choose to purchase the villa's assembly service, and a series of cheating regulations and additional charges. And Hushin Hot Spring Villa covers a large area, and the accommodation areas are mainly concentrated on the east and west sides. Not long after Chung Ting-yu left the front desk, he met a man with sunken cheeks and a depressed look. Are you a new guest? Chapter 89. Chung Ting-yu was not the first customer to be cheated by an Hushin Hot Spring Villa. The man in front of her, named Chen Haizi, had stepped into the big pit of the villa before she came over. Chen Haizi's voice trembled. He sneakily pulled Chung Ting-yu to squat in the corner, posing a conspiratorial posture. Don't believe it. They are all liars. These monsters don't intend to let people go. Chung Ting-yu commented fairly. They should not hide this too much. Those tadpole-shaped monsters. Even if their behavior is moving closer to the staff, the happy malice in their words is still like the hot air on the hot spring, steaming and drifting out. Chen Haizi didn't pay attention to what the people next to him said. His facial muscles twisted into a ball because of excitement, and his hands tightly hugged his head. The things in the lost and found are not only props, but also our organs. This villa will slowly swallow the guests. Chung Ting-yu looked at his left little finger. This finger has lost all feeling, just hanging softly on the palm. She slowly moved her eyes away, glanced at Chen Haizi beside her, and said slowly, "How many days have you been here?" Chen Haizi's face turned gray because of despair. It's been 4 days. Only 4 days. In his mouth, it seemed like a century had passed. Chung Ting-yu could understand this feeling. Things that belonged to her would be lost inexplicably at any time. As for the water tadpole, who was responsible for the lost and found, although a notice was posted, it didn't seem to return the lost property to the customers. Instead, it just listed the spoils and watched the customers collapse and wail in the process of gradually losing their belongings. Now it's the little finger on her left hand that is lost. Will she lose the whole arm next time? Or if she's unlucky, she will lose a heart directly. Chung Ting-yu sighed softly. You have been in the villa for 4 days, and there is no obvious inconvenience in your movements. Either you are very lucky, or you have found a way to get back the lost items? Chen Haizi raised his head and whispered, I didn't find it, but the experience left by the previous guests. Chung Ting-yu's attitude made Chen Haizi calm down a little, and he told the information he had. The lost items are all stored in the lost basket. The front desk will not always be there. They also need to change shifts. During that time, the lost basket is unattended. Chen Haizi's voice became lower and lower, as if just saying it took a lot of courage. We can take the opportunity to get the lost items, but as soon as something is missing, the monsters will immediately notice it and come back to look for it. How good are your skills? Chung Ting-yu lowered his eyes and stared at Chen Haizi squatting in the corner, without any guilty look on his face. The skills of flesh and blood players are always not too bad. Chen Haizi raised his head and quickly turned his eyes to her face. He seemed to be relieved and said repeatedly, That's good. That's good. No matter what the result is, as long as someone touches the lost and found basket, the front desk will be under martial law for a while. So we only have one chance. At that time, my companions will delay the whereabouts of those monsters at the door. We must seize the opportunity. Chung Ting-yu didn't agree immediately. She leaned against the wall. Her sharp face was covered by the shadow, making it completely unclear. You already have 2 people. Chen Haizi hummed. Chung Ting-yu blinked. Then why do you still need me? Chen Haizi moved his head, but didn't turn around. He always felt that today's new resident had a terrifying look. This was not an illusion. Originally, under the cover of a jewelry with no sense of existence, Chung Ting-yu's abnormality was covered up. But after losing the masking props, the thick abnormality in her right eye seemed to have condensed into substance, and it might flow out of her eye socket at any time and anywhere. Chung Ting-yu, you didn't come in on the same day, so you have to consider who to cooperate with after someone leaves? Or? Her eyes swept over Chen Haizi's legs. What's the reason why you can't find the lost items independently? Chen Haizi's throat moved, and he stammered, This morning, I lost half of my foot. He hurriedly added, But I won't drag you down. Although Chen Haizi's mental condition was worrying, he had stayed in the villa for 4 days and accumulated a lot of information. According to him, the loss of items was somewhat regular. Usually, 1 or 2 items would be lost every half a day. The hot spring villa was not a copy that was done quickly, but rather liked to cut the meat slowly, torturing the participants trapped in it bit by bit. Chung, 2 things have been lost in you. She had reason to suspect that she was targeted by the copy. Chen Haizi took Chung Ting-yu to meet up with his other companion, who was called Du Yojia. He was shorter than Shinhaizi, with deep wrinkles on his lips that didn't match his age. And he looked like he was always angry with people. Seeing that Shinhaizi had found someone, Diojiao looked at Chung Tingyu quickly with caution. According to his previous habits, he had to observe her more. But at this moment, he was inexplicably unwilling to look at the person's face. He just nodded stiffly and emphasized to her, "Don't fail. You won't have another chance all day." Diojiao, the monsters change shifts at 10:30 in the morning. Shinhaizi interrupted. The time when no one was at the front desk was less than 3 minutes. Diojiao corrected. It was 2.5 minutes. To avoid arousing suspicion, Diojiao secretly hid in the yard. He would wait until 10:30 before coming out, and then pretend to be just passing by, trying to delay the tadpoles for more than 10 seconds, leaving Chung Tingyu and the others time to retreat. As for Shinhaizi, he hid in the corridor. Chung Tingyu's eyesight was really good. As soon as the tadpole receptionist shook his body and showed his intention to leave his post, she was immediately discovered. Chung Tingyu whispered, "Right now?" She was able to disguise herself as a flesh and blood player in front of the inspection team. Her physical fitness was indeed quite good. When Chung Tingyu wanted to be light, she could be as light as a thin blade. She approached the front desk at a speed as fast as a blade out of its sheath. Chung Tingyu did not forget her companions when she moved. Her right hand always held the other party steadily to prevent Shinhaizi from failing to keep up. Shinhaizi hurriedly, "Don't worry about me." "Hurry up." Chung Tingyu nodded. The color of her eyes was too dark, and there seemed to be a shadow in her eyes. Behind the front desk, there were 3 identical lost and found baskets. Considering that the hot spring villa would help preserve lost items within 3 days, it was reasonable to set up 3 baskets here. Each basket was not small in size, and looked very much like the large water tanks that Chung Tingyu had seen before he crossed over, which could be used to grow lotus flowers. At first glance, the material was wood, but upon closer inspection, it felt heavy beyond the material. From where they were standing, looking inside the mouth of the basket, all the light seemed to be swallowed up, and nothing could be seen. Chung Tingyu asked, "Which one is it?" "The last one." Shinhaizi was a little anxious. He pulled Chung Tingyu's sleeve, trying to pull her to the 3rd basket, but he pulled nothing. At the moment he stretched out his hand, the young man who was standing next to him had unconsciously taken a step back. A strange, waterweed-like chill rose up, and Shinhaizi's feeling appeared before his consciousness. After a huge fear emerged in his heart, he realized half a beat later that the speed just now was not the limit of the young man. He turned his head suddenly. Chung Tingyu had already stepped back gently. She stood behind Shinhaizi, stretched out her hand, and pushed him hard on the back. Shinhaizi turned around and only had time to see a smile on the young man's face. Shinhaizi was very close to the lost basket. When people lose their balance, they always have some subconscious reactions. In a flash, Shinhaizi stretched out his hand to hold the edge of the basket, hoping to use the force to stand firm. As long as he held on, he could stand firm. When his hand touched the lost basket, the force supporting his body disappeared. First the palm, then the forearm, and finally the whole person fell smoothly into the basket, and was completely swallowed up like other lost items. Another lost item was found. Oh! It turned out to be found by a customer. The tadpole who came to change shifts came over slowly. It first stretched its head to look into the basket. Soon, there was a line of words B138 cleaner to be appraised on the lost list. Chung Tingyu did not retreat. As a guest who did not steal lost items from the basket, she had no reason to avoid the staff. Chung Tingyu heard from Shui Tadpole that lost items would be put in the lost items basket. In other words, what was in the lost items basket should be lost items. So, what would happen if she put her hand in just now? Chung Tingyu was the kind of person who was difficult to let down her guard. Shinhaizi's obvious intention made her even more suspicious. If you want to get something, it is inevitable that something will be taken away. Since Shinhaizi hoped that she could put her hand in, Chung Tingyu used Shinhaizi's whole body to do this experiment. The current situation is the same as what she speculated. Chung Tingyu discussed with the front desk staff, since you helped the villa find the lost items, you should naturally give me some benefits. The hot spring villa will make the participants lose some items from time to time. Everyone is almost struggling on the line of life and death. Shinhaizi and the others have no energy to do things that harm others and benefit themselves. Since the other party would trick her into becoming a lost item, they must be able to benefit from it. The tadpole receptionist said a little unhappy, "We really met a smart guest. It used its tentacles to beat the abacus beads." And after a long time reluctantly said, "Well, You did find a particularly valuable lost item, which can be split into many charging items. It looked at Chung Ting Yu. Since you helped, I can give you a little commission. If you encounter a similar situation next time, you must remember to help us. In some cases, the tadpoles are still quite honest. It's really just a little commission. Chung Ting Yu held 2 dark green plastic discs with the words 1 yuan in his hand, and deeply felt the stinginess of the copy. This little money is not enough to redeem even one thing. The tadpole front desk also has its own reasons. This is also unavoidable. The lost item you found is an employee, and the storage fee must be discounted by 10%. We earn less, so of course the commission we give will not be high. Chapter 90. After receiving the commission, Chung Ting Yu did not leave in a hurry, but stayed at the front desk to observe the work of the tadpole. The dungeon monster was probably very bored and did not mind the customer staying by the side. Instead, it chatted with Chung Ting Yu. Although it is a new customer, you are also very cautious. Chung Ting Yu, I just came to a place, so I can't help but be a little cautious. But even if she hadn't heard the front desk talk about the lost property basket, she would not be deceived. As an appraiser with strength close to dusk, Chung Ting Yu can see more and more information. Since Chen Haizi appeared, he has been wearing a special status called intern employee of Hot Spring Villa. She is not blind. Before a thought was finished, Chung Ting Yu felt that the position of her right eye suddenly became lighter, and the originally clear vision seemed to be covered with an impenetrable thick fog. She gently touched her right eye, and the feeling of her eyeball became extremely numb, just like her left pinky finger. However, there was a difference between the two. At that moment, Chung Ting Yu seemed to have had a piece of her soul hollowed out. I never thought that I would get a new lost item today. The voice of the tadpole front desk suddenly jumped up. If it weren't for the identity of a staff member, it would have laughed out loud. However, as a copy NPC, the tadpole was equally sensitive. Before the customer started to beat him, he immediately made a supplementary explanation. There are always many people who pay attention to the lost and found office. But we are different from those interns. If we are attacked, the villa security will come to stop the bandits. Even though he had lost half of his eyesight, the young man still gave off a heavy feeling. After a moment, he said, in that case, you must keep the lost property well. The tadpole receptionist shook her round body. If no one comes to pay the storage fee within 3 days, we will of course keep it well. But if someone pays in advance, then there is nothing we can do. Chung Ting Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. Can someone not take back the lost property? The tadpole receptionist said confidently, since we are open for business, the villa can't be too unreasonable. We can't stop guests from staying in groups. Since we can't stop guests from staying in groups, we can't stop customers from paying for others. As for whether the person who paid for the lost property returns the property after getting it back, it is a dispute between guests. And Hush and Hot Spring Villa has not closed down yet. And every customer who comes here has a responsibility. Tadpole front desk, but you don't have to worry too much. The staff of the villa cannot pay for the guest storage fees. It was 4:30 in the afternoon when Chen Haizi opened his eyes. He was shrouded in a heavy feeling of fatigue. Participants who just came in are always easily panicked. In addition, the copy has an impact on people's cognition. It can be said that this is the time when newcomers are most likely to be led by the nose by the so-called seniors. Chen Haizi used the excuse of stealing lost items to trick many new guests into the lost and found basket, thereby accumulating his own commission. However, the money he earned was completely lost because of an accident. It's time for employees to redeem their belongings. Does anyone want to pay the storage fee? A voice from the water tadpole came from above his head. The voice was not very clear, as if it was separated by a thick layer of water curtain. When Chen Haizi heard this, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He straightened his neck and shouted with all his strength, I want to pay. Let me pay now. His voice was like the air leaking from the tire, with a very thin hissing sound. Fortunately, the water tadpole at the front desk did not ignore Chen Haizi, because his voice was not loud enough. Chen Haizi's heart was finally put down. Although the mechanism of the Hot Spring Villa copy is particularly inexplicable, it will not give people no chance at all. Even if he fell into the lost property basket, he could get a short communication permission when he could redeem his belongings. I have to pay my own storage fee. The tadpole said slowly, you have thrown away too many things. You have to pay for each item separately. Let me calculate it. After the discount, it is 64.60 yuan. Chen Haizi's heart seemed to be locked in a freezer, getting colder and colder, whether it is a copy or reality. The speed of spending money is always faster than saving money. The hot spring villa is obviously setting a trap for participants. But Shinhaizi also knows that as a human, he can't reason with the NPC in the copy. He gritted his teeth and had to agree to pay the bill. And then, he was finally picked up from the lost basket by the NPC. The feeling of getting out of the lost state is very strange. Just like a person in a half-awake state, who was slapped hard in the face by someone, and then woke up from then on. Pa. Shinhaizi couldn't stand firmly. As soon as he came out, he fell down. As for the reason for the fall, it was not difficult to figure out. The part below his legs was soft and soft. Unable to feel or exert force, he lost his feet. Someone redeemed Shinhaizi's limbs in advance. It turns out that people who enter the lost and found basket can still get out. A familiar voice sounded, and Shinhaizi suddenly looked up and saw the new guest he met this morning. The other party stood against the wall and smiled slightly. Shinhaizi, did you take my things? Chung Tingyu did not deny it. From the list, the storage fee is basically 5 yuan. But if the person who lost the item is an employee, the storage fee can be discounted by 10%. The villa has obvious differences in treatment between customers and employees. But there are also parts that she can use. Chung Tingyu spent 1 yuan to buy Shinhaizi's discounted feet in advance. Shinhaizi couldn't stand up straight. When he was trying to support himself, he heard the young man politely say to him, "It's not convenient for you to walk. Do you want me to help you?" As a player, Shinhaizi knows that seeking benefits and avoiding harm is the basis for living a long life. Some people can be deceived, but some people are better never offended. Shinhaizi's regret surged in waves. Walking too much at night was bound to encounter ghosts. He really shouldn't treat the other person as a lamb to be slaughtered just because he had the temperament of someone who grew up in a stable area. He lowered his head, like a balloon that had been deflated, and whispered, "If you want to know about the situation of the hot spring villa, we can talk." The player's physical fitness is generally good. Shinhaizi, who lost both legs, soon found a balance point and followed Chung Tingyu with a stumble. He left the front desk with great difficulty. "I have not been here for 4 days, but 40 days. Shinhaizi's voice was hoarse. "There are many hidden rules in this copy. I can tell you those I know." Chung Tingyu glanced at Shinhaizi and said in a gentle tone, "Then I am all ears." Just looking at her polite appearance now, Shinhaizi thought that the experience of being pushed into the lost basket before was an illusion when his mind was not clear. "Shinhaizi, the customer has no money. The only way to get money is to become an employee of the hot spring villa. There is no limit to becoming an intern. But if you want to become a formal employee, you must buy a formal employee suit worth 300 yuan. And formal employees." At this point, Shinhaizi's voice trembled, as if he could no longer contain his excitement. "Formal employees can choose to resign." There was a yearning in his voice that everyone could hear. Chung Tingyu smiled. "There is no limit to becoming an intern. So the limit is naturally in other places. The copy is full of malicious existence. The birth of the hot spring villa is obviously not for participants to get the working experience of frontline service staff. Chung Tingyu, I guess, while the number of interns increases, the number of jobs that can earn money in the villa should not change." Hearing this, Shinhaizi showed a fleeting surprise on his face. He nodded yes. "That's right. The copy will pay participants according to their work situation. Cleaning an empty room is 1 yuan. And cleaning a corridor is 0.5 yuan. We have to receive the next task every day. But it is very fragmented and simple. Jobs like guarding the lost and found basket will never come to us. If there are too many people, some interns will not receive it. This is also a very reasonable setting, since the identity of a formal employee is a precious resource. The copy will not be obtained smoothly by everyone." Shinhaizi, at the same time, "As interns, our daily food and lodging expenses are 5 yuan per person. If we don't get new tasks, we will become weak due to hunger until we die." As an experienced intern, Shinhaizi chose to trick customers into becoming lost items, both to obtain commissions and to reduce his future competitors. In addition to making money, the mechanism of the copy will be relatively gentle for employees. Chung Tingyu also noticed this. Whether it is Shinhaizi or Du Yojia, their thinking ability is normal. And, Chung Tingyu, before you fell into the basket, there was no employee's limbs on the lost list. Shinhaizi nodded repeatedly. Even if employees lose things, they will only lose some tools. I lied to you when I said half a foot was missing. He quickly looked at Chung Tingyu's face and made sure that the other party was not angry before continuing. Like a cleaner, if there is no towel, he can't take on the cleaning work. and it costs a full 10 yuan to reissue a towel. The hot spring villa copy almost seizes every opportunity to grab money from the participants. Chung Tingyu, except for you. I didn't see any other employees come to claim lost items. Before she finished her sentence, she reacted. Is it time for interns to claim their tasks now? Jinhaizi nodded helplessly. Employees can only take back their lost items during a specific time period. And the work task collection point is at the northernmost end. It takes at least a quarter of an hour to walk from the front desk to there. Continued. Whether it is to claim back lost items or accept tasks. It only takes 5 minutes in total. The hot spring villa is obviously forcing interns to spend as much money as possible. Chung Tingyu, in addition to resigning and becoming a regular employee, is there no other way to leave the copy? Jinhaizi's voice became lower and lower. I also found out unconsciously that if there is no customer in the hot spring villa, it will enter a state of suspension of business and dismiss all employees who have not yet become regular employees. Chapter 91. No wonder the woman with the internship reception badge was so excited when Chung Tingyu first entered the dungeon. Every new customer means they are one step closer to being collectively dismissed. A man of insight is a hero. Jinhaizi, who has just become a hero, is sitting next to Chung Tingyu with his head down, looking discouraged. A buzzing sound came from his pocket. It's a work badge. Jinhai reacted a little late, took out his work badge, and put it back on himself, and explained to the guest who controlled most of his ability to move. This thing is equivalent to a notification tool, which will tell us some work information. He pressed the work badge, and soon, a thin voice came out from it. B138 cleaner. Failed to accept tomorrow's work. After a while, the second prompt came out from the work badge. B138 cleaner. Failed to complete today's work. Deduct 200% of the income of the day. Chung Tingyu heard the content of the fine for working in the prompt, and once again deeply realized the maliciousness of the copy. She suspected that the mechanism of deducting money for work in the copy was actually based on the conception of some bosses about the workplace. Jinhaizi, who had suffered a setback, spoke up in time to help Chung Tingyu answer questions and resolve doubts. It's not that if you don't complete the task, you will definitely be deducted twice the income. It's just that I have been stuck in the lost and found basket today and didn't go to work, so I was punished. Chung Tingyu heard Jinhaizi's words and showed a hint of contemplation. Jinhaizi, who didn't wait for feedback, continued to hide honestly, neither saying a word nor daring to leave. Chung Tingyu, you are lucky. If it weren't for the information of the guests in rooms 107 and 108 on the lost and found list, it would be hard for new guests to believe your disguised identities. Jinhaizi, it's not luck. Interns and regular employees are all employees after all, as long as it doesn't benefit the customers. They don't mind adjusting the order of the lost items on the lost and found list to make some content more conspicuous. Chung Tingyu, who felt that she had entered a black shop, said, You have been in the villa for more than 40 days. Have you seen the guests in rooms 107 and 108? She saw the things these two guests lost on the lost and found list. The one lost by room 107 was a hairpin, and the one lost by room 108 was a scalpel. Jinhaizi nodded. I can see them occasionally. These two people have stayed in the villa longer than I have. They are definitely senior people, but the interns are not familiar with them. He said, I really want to talk to those two people, but you are all guests. If you ignore the staff's talk, we can't bother you. But guests always need to eat. When it's time to eat, sometimes you can see those two people in the restaurant. And 107 and 108 basically act together. As long as you see one of them, you can see the other. Chung Tingyu took out the lost and found list in his hand. You said before that employees only lose tools. But my list says that part of your body also appeared in the lost and found office. Jinhaizi explained immediately. He spoke very quickly, as if he was worried that if he paused too long, the other party would suspect that he was making up a story. We really won't lose our limbs inexplicably like guests. But if we touch the lost basket, the missing part will still be missing. Chung Tingyu nodded slowly and asked again, You mentioned before that there are no restrictions to becoming an intern. So what should you do to become an intern? Jinhaizi shuddered. I can't say this. He was worried that Chung Tingyu didn't believe him, and hurriedly added, If you doubt the truth of my words, you can ask those tadpoles. Chung Tingyu's expression was a little strange. She seemed to have thought of something, but she couldn't be sure for a while, with the current workload of the villa. How many interns will not get work? Jinhaizi, in fact. It's enough. Interns often lose their tools, and they have to pay for food and accommodation. Sometimes they will encounter accidents, When he said the word accident, he quickly glanced at Chung Tingyu. And after confirming that accident was not going to let himself continue to encounter any unfortunate incidents, he continued, so the number of surviving interns in the villa is not too many. And the daily tasks are enough for all of us to accept. This is not bad news. However, after hearing what Shinhaizi said, Chung Tingyu suddenly fell silent. If someone familiar with her was nearby, they would definitely notice that Chung Tingyu's eyes had a disturbing change. Because of his inconvenient feat, Shinhaizi had been sitting, feeling that he was shrouded by the shadows of the people around him. The dark and dead feeling was floating around, making his scalp numb. After a long time, he heard the voice of the new young man coming from above his head. So am I already turning into an intern? After a long time, Shinhaizi did not move. His eyes and neck seemed to be petrified, and he could not give any reaction. Chung Tingyu turned his eyes away from the other person and smiled slightly. I understand. After realizing that he couldn't type out more useful information, Chung Tingyu finally let go and allowed Shinhaizi to leave. At that moment, Shinhaizi fully demonstrated the physical fitness that a player should have. He dragged his 2 legs and quickly distanced himself from Chung Tingyu, almost crawling away. As for the feet, they were returned after Shinhaizi voluntarily paid a thank you fee of 20 yuan. However, he couldn't reinstall his feet for a while. Guests can ask the front desk to serve them at any time, but employees only have 5 minutes to come and pay the lost property storage fee, or ask the tadpole to help reconnect their limbs. Shinhaizi looked very depressed. The failure to successfully trick the new guest into the lost property basket was a huge blow to him. In just half a day, Shinhaizi lost most of the money he had accumulated, and his salary was deducted. The only thing to be thankful for was that he realized the abnormality of the new guest earlier than other interns. The hot spring villa became quiet again. She had already moved in, so there would be no receptionist to greet her. Chung Tingyu found that if she didn't look for it deliberately, she couldn't even see a tadpole or an intern. The young man stood silently in the yard for a while, and then returned to the lobby where the lost and found office was located. Although she got 20 yuan in villa currency, she didn't redeem her right eye for the time being. And Hush and Hot Spring Villa also set the storage fee according to the organ. The record related to Chung Tingyu said that the storage fee for the right eye of the resident in room 104 was 50 yuan per day. As a close pupil, it was not the first time that Chung Tingyu was suppressed by the power of the copy, but it was the first time that her entire eye was taken away. The invisible malice with a greedy breath surrounded her, watching all the moments when Chung Tingyu was negligent, ready to appear. The water tadpole front desk looked at the silent guest who seemed to be thinking, grinning. Its teeth were dense and sharp, like 2 rows of saws. The guest's choice is correct. There are many items in the villa that cost money. You have to be careful with your budget. The cost of a hot spring for a day is at least 5 yuan. If you want to continue to soak in the hot spring, you have to pay the previous fee first. Chung Tingyu thought of some newly opened stores before crossing. They would provide some free items to attract guests. If the guests are interested, they will find that there are a lot of paid items waiting to drain their wallets. The tadpole receptionist said excitedly, "Today is only the first day. We are the most enthusiastic and polite to the guests who come on the first day. Not only will the hot springs allow people to experience it for free once, but the restaurant also has free items. Of course, if the guests want to eat a second time, they have to pay for the first meal first." Chung Tingyu had a map of the hot spring villa in her hand, on which the location of each area was clearly marked. She walked alone in the corridor. The corridor had many turns, no windows, no lights, and dim light, although there were doors on both sides. All doors were closed. Chung Tingyu had that feeling again, as if she was the only one around. Mi Tong had excellent night vision. When she didn't lose her eyes, she didn't care about the surrounding lighting conditions. However, at this moment, the long-lost blurry feeling came. Chung Tingyu couldn't see the situation in the depths of the corridor. The places a little further away were covered with a layer of black shadows. She had to look carefully to see the number on the door of the room and determine her location. Villa Restaurant, room 172. Chung Tingyu looked at the closed door in front of her. She heard a rustling sound approaching her. The next moment, the door was opened from the inside, revealing a tadpole whose appearance was so familiar that it made people suspect that there was a mass production line of employees in the villa. The tadpole waiter shook his body. "It's a new guest. Please come in." The hot spring villa is indeed an employment-type copy that employs a bunch of trainee cleaners. At least the sanitary conditions are good. The floor and walls are so clean that they can reflect light. The moment the door of the restaurant opened, the bright light shone down unobstructed, belonging to the atmosphere of the restaurant, and instantly diluted the remaining darkness in the corridor. Chung Tingyu was not the first guest to come to the restaurant today. When Chung Tingyu saw the other two, she understood why Chunhai said that 107 and 108 always went out together. A beautiful girl with long brown curly hair and neatly dressed was sitting in her wheelchair, wearing a pair of sunglasses. Next to her stood a tall and handsome man in a white coat. If Chung Tingyu's sense of smell was not impaired, the smell she smelled from the white coat should be disinfectant. The pretty girl heard the noise and tilted her head in the direction of Chung Tingyu, asking, "Hey, is it a new guest?" There was a hint of curiosity in her voice. Even players who have entered the Twilight stage are always wary of dungeons. It is not common for participants to be so leisurely as if they are at home. "Yes," since the other party asked. Chung Tingyu also responded politely, "I just came today. And you have been here for quite a while, right?" Neither the people sitting nor the people standing showed obvious vigilance against the appearance of the new guests. According to the two people, the person sitting in the wheelchair is the resident of 107, named Kong Yushu, and the doctor standing is Shisihu. Ting Chunhai said that 107 and 108 don't pay much attention to the staff of the villa, but their attitude towards other guests is still good. Kong Yushu, I have indeed stayed in the hot spring villa for a long time. The conditions here are so good that I don't want to leave at all. She showed a bright smile to Chung Tingyu. As for the money problem, don't worry at all, there will always be some people in the world who can enjoy VIP treatment in the dungeon. Her voice was full of matter-of-factness. This is a dungeon that appeared in F0631 City. I am the niece of the city lord. If you are the niece of the dream maker, then all the dungeons in Endless City will not dare to let you spend money to experience it. Well reasoned and convincing. Chung Tingyu never expected that he would actually enter a dungeon with a realistic color. Chapter 92. Chung Tingyu didn't completely believe Kong Yushu's words. However, a thought still crossed her mind: what does a city really mean? And the other party's words revealed a message that the city owner has a certain influence on the copies under his jurisdiction. She tended to believe that this was true. Otherwise, if Kong Yushu met a participant who had a little knowledge of the secret, it would be easy to be found to be lying. The restaurant was bright, with more than 50 wooden square tables neatly arranged inside. Even if hundreds of people were dining here at the same time, it would not feel crowded. Kong Yushu and Shisihu were at the table next to Chung Tingyu. At this moment, Shisihu was holding the menu and patiently flipping through it. The two were in a very leisurely state, and they didn't seem to be in a hurry to order food. They had time to communicate their feelings about the food. In contrast, Chung Tingyu felt differently. She had been feeling hungry since noon. At night, her empty stomach seemed to be burning and twisted into a ball. Chung Tingyu had to control herself all the time to prevent her from suddenly lowering her head and taking a bite of food on the table. For a player with excellent physical fitness, who could stay awake and eat for 3 or 5 consecutive days, this was definitely not a normal phenomenon. If she still had the ability of closed pupils, she might be able to see a state similar to weakness or extreme hunger from herself. The tadpole with a waiter's work card had already handed over the menu considerately after Chung Tingyu sat down. The guests must want to eat. You can start ordering now. Chung Tingyu's eyes lightly swept across the menu, and then stopped. If she wasn't so hungry, she suspected that she would have slapped the menu on the tadpole's face. Rice. 3 yuan a bowl. This is still a relatively normal price. Fried rice with egg. 20 yuan. It's a little bit harder to accept. Green vegetables. 30 yuan a plate. Chung Tingyu pinched her forehead, feeling that she could feel her wallet wailing just by looking at it. Further down, the dishes were more expensive than one another, some of which could even be described as outrageous. Braised pork. 88 yuan. Tofu brain. 100 yuan. Roast goose. 150 yuan. Honey chicken nuggets. 88 yuan. Fried leek and eggs. 210 yuan. Beef. 250 yuan. Fish soup. 300 yuan. Meatball soup. 200 yuan per bowl. Ordinary vegetable salad. 300 yuan. Note, there are no other food sales points in the Hot Spring Villa. Please feel free to order. Chung Tingyu snapped and decisively closed the menu. She hated monopoly behavior. Kong Yushu had already made a judgment. She frowned in annoyance, and then said to the tadpole who was waiting beside her, just the same as yesterday. The two were regular customers of the restaurant. The tadpole waiter took back the menu and quickly served a plate of braised pork, a dish of roast goose, a dish of beef, and a bowl of fish soup. The aroma of the food slowly drifted away, more attractive than any smell in the world. Kang Yushu bit off a piece of shiny meat with his white teeth. I always eat very little at night, she added. The influence of VIP is limited. I can't invite other guests to dine together, and the waiters will also maintain order in the restaurant. She was obviously hinting to Chung Tingyu that fighting was not the right way to get food. Chung Tingyu didn't have the energy to fight with anyone now. She tried to look away and not look at the dishes on the next table. Although she had lost an eye, it was not easy to accomplish this task with a normal sense of smell. The two people at the next table didn't mind chatting during the meal. Kang Yushu swallowed the braised pork and said with satisfaction, "The chef's level is really good. The food is also very good. And the hot spring is also very good. I really want to stay here forever." The 4 dishes were all quite large, and Kang Yushu quickly ate them all up. While the Dr. Shisihu had just ordered a single portion of egg fried rice with no special features. Chung Tingyu noticed that all 4 dishes ordered by Kang Yushu were meat. Kang Yushu not only had obvious preferences in the type of food, but also had something worth noting about her body. The lines on her body are smooth and powerful. Although she is sitting in a wheelchair, her lower limbs do not look weak. The eldest lady is a flesh and blood player. Shisihu noticed Chung Tingyu's gaze and explained in a friendly manner. Kang Yushu, I am sitting in a wheelchair. Not because my legs and feet are in trouble, but because I can't see. Chung Tingyu guessed, your eyes should not have been taken away by the dungeon? Kang Yushu shook his head. It has nothing to do with the dungeon. I have always been a blind person. After just a few words, Chung Tingyu felt that her hunger had deepened. She hummed, ended the conversation with the next table in a hurry, and opened a pack of compressed biscuits. The swallowing action slightly calmed the hunger in the stomach. But Chung Tingyu also realized that the effect of the compressed biscuits was obviously discounted, as if they were digested as soon as they fell into the stomach. Tadpole waiter, our villa's catering service is very famous. Since you are here, of course you have to experience it. Otherwise, even if you eat more other foods, it is difficult to feel really satisfied. Chung Tingyu put the biscuit that he had only bitten on the table. The other party's words revealed another hidden rule. Guests can eat food brought from outside, but the effect of takeout food is very poor. Chung Tingyu suspects that even if he swallows all the compressed biscuits or energy bars he carries in one breath, it may not be enough for a meal in the copy the hot spring villa is forcing participants to consume. However, the meals in the villa are so expensive that even if Chung Tingyu gets a lot of money from Shanghai, he can only buy 6 bowls of the cheapest rice. Chung Tingyu thought for a moment and asked without hope, if I can't finish it, can I choose to pack it up? Tadpole waiter, of course you can choose to take away the food you ordered. But the guests should have noticed that there is no refrigerator in the room. Even if you take the food away, it will soon lose its fresh flavor. It's winter now. She seriously thought that even with a refrigerator, the temperature would not necessarily be lower than that outside. However, the Enhushan hot spring dungeon had obviously not been designed with the season in mind. Chung Tingyu seemed to sigh and said to the waiter, who had been waiting beside him, I want to order food. Please give me a bowl of rice. Hearing the guest's order, the smile on the waiter's face became deeper. Okay, I'll give you the rice. Chung Tingyu, then add a bowl of meatball soup and a salad. The tadpoles seemed to be stunned for a moment. What a generous guest. Chung Tingyu blinked at the tadpole. Anyway, even if you have to pay the bill, it will be the next time you dine. Shisihu was curious. Aren't you worried that you won't be able to pay for the last meal next time you come to the restaurant? Chung Tingyu, don't worry. I'm a very poor person. Even if I only order rice, I can't afford it at all. Shisihu probably rarely encounters such a poor and so righteous speech. After a moment, he bowed. I hope to see you again when I dine next time. He stood up, pushed Kang Yushu's wheelchair, turned around and left the restaurant. The restaurant waiter was very efficient. After Chung Tingyu ordered, the food she requested was placed on the table in less than 5 minutes. Steam was floating on the dishes. Chung Tingyu took a glance and made a judgment in her mind. For today's dinner, not to mention the rice, the remaining 2 dishes were very ordinary in appearance and quantity, and were completely unworthy of the prices marked on the menu. Hot meals always make people feel soothing. She clearly felt that her hunger was recovering. After drinking the last mouthful of soup, Chung Tingyu put down the spoon. Tadpole, really don't order more. Anyway, even if you have to pay, it will be next time. Chung Tingyu, overeating is not good for your health. She tapped the empty porcelain bowl lightly with a spoon, and the rejected tadpole waiter swayed to the edge of the table and took away the tableware on it with his tentacles. Wait a minute. The tadpole waiter turned around. You can change your mind at any time and continue to order. Chung Ting-yu flipped the menu in his hand. Think about it carefully. A bowl of meatball soup costs 200 yuan, which is really unreasonable. The tadpole waiter looked up and said softly, the transportation in the villa is inconvenient, and it is difficult to transport fresh food. You don't know how much trouble it takes for us, even if it is a little more expensive. The villa has clearly marked the price. Chung Ting-yu smiled slightly and looked down at the tadpole in front of him. Is it really not negotiable? Tadpole. So how do you plan to negotiate? Hearing the waiter's vague answer, Chung Ting-yu did not speak. She glanced at the tadpole lightly, stood up, and left the restaurant. After leaving the well-lit restaurant, she was once again shrouded in the darkness of the corridor. The shadowy darkness and blurry feeling made Chung Ting-yu wonder if her other eye had also lost its vision. She looked at the map of the villa, quickened her pace, and walked for about 10 minutes before finally returning to the door of 104. Even though she knew that the room was also part of the dungeon. After a whole day of tossing and turning, it was hard for the participants not to have some strange sense of security and belonging. Chung Ting-yu turned on the light switch in the room, then took out the lost property list she took from the front desk and looked at it carefully, confirming that the content on it was no different from when she left the front desk last time. Although it was late, it was obviously not a good idea to choose to sleep. The loss of items was irregular, and she could not guarantee that if she fell asleep, she would be able to open her only remaining eye the next day. Chapter 93. Chung Ting-yu exhaled lightly. She actually had a rough guess about the mechanism of the copy, but it still needed to be verified. So far, Chung Ting-yu is still a guest of the villa and can go to the lost and found office at any time. It should be quite late now, but in Chung Ting-yu's estimation, it should not be past 12 o'clock, and there is a shift system in the villa. Even at midnight, there will still be a tadpole, honestly stationed at the front desk. Chung Ting-yu, I'll come to pay the storage fee. The tadpole front desk stretched out its tentacles swayingly, ready to serve the guests. Which lost property do you want to pay the storage fee for? Your finger? Or the lost props? Chung Ting-yu's right eye was motionless, as if covered with a layer of gray gauze. She slowly said, before paying the storage fee, I need to confirm it first. How many lost and found lists are there here? Tadpole front desk. It's hard to explain. Some guests will take the list away, so we have to print more in case of emergency. Chung Ting-yu smiled, then I'll be more specific. She lowered her head, and her voice became unusually gentle and slow. Excuse me. Are the contents of each lost and found list the same? The dead silence when walking in the corridor suddenly came to my mind. The tadpole front desk was motionless, and all the expressions on her round face were completely frozen. After a long while, she slowly said, maybe, there will be some differences. Chung Ting-yu nodded and responded without surprise. I think so too. Water Tadpole once told me that the front desk staff knew what guests had lost, and lost items within 3 days would appear on the lost and found list. Just now in the restaurant, Chung Ting-yu specially put the biscuits she had eaten on the table. However, when she returned to the room, she did not see the corresponding content on the list. Obviously, the content in the list in her hand was not all the lost items of the customers. Chung Ting-yu said slowly, I am a little curious. If the guest intends to redeem his lost wallet, how much storage fee will he need to pay? Her voice rang in the front hall, and every word was extremely clear. When I just entered the villa, I was a little unclear and accidentally forgot where I put my wallet. Water Tadpole front desk. The chubby monster sighed. I really met an extremely perceptive guest. So how did you find this out? Chung Ting-yu. It's probably because the employees here always have some unnecessary movements. She clearly remembered that when Shinhaizi became lost, the front desk of Tadpole first looked into the basket, and then new content appeared on the list. At first glance, this scene seemed to confirm what the lost item was before the relevant information could be updated. Chung Ting-yu, there is something unreasonable. When the employee went to check, the lost item had actually been put into the lost basket. Under normal circumstances, the whole process should be to find the lost item, record the lost item information, and then put the corresponding item into the basket. That action seemed too redundant, more like a cover-up for the subsequent changes in the list content. The other party needed to make the information of the lost property appear on the list that the guest was looking at the moment, but did not want the guest to notice the purpose of its behavior. So it deliberately stretched its head to take a look. She was just a little suspicious at the time. But soon, Chung Ting-yu got confirmation from Shinhaizi. The front desk tadpole will take the initiative to adjust the order of the items on the list. There are multiple versions of the lost property list here, and each version is printed in many copies. And the one on the surface obviously does not include the wallet. The guests who come to vacation of course come in with money that can be spent in the villa. However, due to the fatigue of the journey or some other reason, the guests lost the key wallet after entering the door. Then, the villa staff put the wallet in the lost and found office, waiting for the guests to come and pick it up. This is a normal process. But the employee who has the power to adjust the order of the lost property has hidden the list with the wallet information printed on it. And the content on the surface is all irrelevant. Chung Ting-yu, when guests first enter the villa, there is a period of time when their brains are not working well. If they really lose something, I can't detect it. Moreover, compared with normal hot spring villas, the presence of the lost and found office here is too obvious. As soon as the voice fell, a line of words appeared on the list. Room 104 guest wallet storage fee 5 yuan per day. Chung Ting-yu took out a 5 yuan note and handed it to the tadpole front desk. The guest who lost his wallet should have been penniless. Fortunately, a bad guy came to deliver a wave of supplies in the morning. Chung Ting-yu thought that the players were generally too kind. If there were more people like Chen Haizi who were malicious to him, he might be able to save enough for 7 days of room fees without getting his wallet back. The outline of the tadpole's facial features seemed to become lighter when it realized that the guest had discovered the truth. The whole ball was listless, like a social animal who had stayed up all night. It reluctantly took the money and reluctantly put its tentacles into the lost and found basket to search and took out Chung Ting-yu's lost wallet. It was an ordinary dark blue wallet, filled with banknotes. She was originally troubled by the fact that she could not use outside currency in the dungeon, and the focus of her thoughts shifted. It was okay that the dungeon could not use outside currency, but it was a pity that the outside world could not use the currency in the dungeon. Chung Ting-yu was quite curious about the mechanism. If someone accidentally fell into the lost property basket, could they take other lost items with them when they came out? Water tadpole front desk, please rest assured. The ownership of lost items belongs to the hot spring villa before the storage fee is paid. Someone did use a space transfer prop to do this, but that person became lost again because he came into contact with the lost items. Good security measures can always make customers feel more at ease. Chung Ting-yu took out a 50 yuan bill, pay for the storage fee of the eyes. Water tadpole did not respond immediately, but smiled happily at her, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. The voice of the villa employee revealed an unbearable excitement, as if he had been looking forward to the scene in front of him for a long time. I'm very sorry. The one you lost has just been taken away by another guest. Chung Ting-yu raised his eyebrows slightly. There were not many guests in the villa, considering that one of them was not very convenient to go out. The identity of the person who took Chung Ting-yu's right eye was about to be revealed. Pa. 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 In the darkness of the corridor, there was a burst of applause. Shi Si, whose voice was full of sincere admiration. It's rare to meet a participant as calm as you. What I didn't expect was that you happened to be a close pupil. The doctor, who exuded the smell of disinfectant, walked over step by step. It didn't matter if I came later to pay the lost property storage fee, but I was worried that there would be more troubles at night. Now it seems that it was a wise decision. He was holding a black, constantly flowing spherical object in his hand. This was the first time that Chung Ting-yu observed his close pupil from an outsider's perspective. It seemed to be a mass of thick liquid, dark and not transparent at all. Just staring at it for a long time would make you dizzy. At the same time, the position of Chung Ting-yu's right eye became increasingly darker. What do you want that eye for? Chung Ting-yu was a little puzzled. Dense pupil is not a safe power. Shi Si, who, of course you don't understand. Different abilities have their own places, and the eyes that the young lady lacks can be compensated by it. Although the new guest keenly discovered the truth about the consumption of the villa, he was obviously not in a hurry, and was even willing to communicate with the other party patiently. After all, the eye has fallen into his hands. The hot spring villa is not a copy that advocates violence. If there is a serious conflict between the guests, the security force of the copy will naturally come to maintain order. To Shi Si-hu's surprise, the young man did not get angry. She was not panicked, and even showed a smile that made people want to hold the scalpel tightly. Chung Ting-yu took out the ID card that Bu Wushang gave her in preparation. Although everything except the 3 words Chung Ting-yu was blurred, it didn't matter. She knew very well what power she had. A layer of illusory drawing paper gently covered Chung Ting-yu, and she took the ID card and chose to use it on herself. The feeling of the prop taking effect was very strange. She seemed to have walked into another role. and it was as if she had embraced herself a few days ago again, and returned to a complete state. She felt the changes in her body, raised her hand smoothly, and followed the steps she wanted, and used her fingers to forcefully take off the right eyeball. At that moment, Chung Tingyu felt that her soul seemed to be empty. The negative feeling did not affect Chung Tingyu's next behavior. She threw the eyeball accurately into the lost and found basket. Warm blood flowed from her eye sockets, and the red was unusually bright. Chung Tingyu turned her head and approached the stunned tadpole front desk, and asked softly, "Have you received the new lost property?" The tadpole front desk nodded a little slowly, when she took the initiative to throw the eyeball in. The right eye of the resident 104 appeared on a certain lost and found list again. Chung Tingyu said slowly, "You just said that if a guest takes the lost property belonging to the hot spring villa, what will happen?" At this moment, a bug was stuck in the copy. The concept of the right eye of the 104th guest appeared in two places at the same time. There are two possibilities. Either the copy admits that the guest has two right eyes, but there are certain risks in this matter. The identity certificate can be lifted. After the effect is lifted, the secret pupil worth 50 yuan will disappear, which violates the rule of keeping the lost property of the guest within 3 days. Or the copy admits that she sees whose behavior of taking her right eye is a theft of lost property. Chung Tingyu is actually quite confident in the final judgment. The copy exists with malicious intent, and the result will most likely evolve in a direction that is more unfavorable to the guest. She sees whose reaction is actually not slow. The moment his eyeball became a lost property again, he immediately let go of his hand. But the thick, dark, glowing secret pupil did not want to separate from his palm immediately. It seems that there is an invisible monster in the air, starting from the place where the two touch. It swallowed Shisiho whole. On a lost and found list at the front desk, another line of information was refreshed. 108 guests, pending valuation. Chung Tingyu slowly removed the effect of the identity certificate, then took out another bill from his wallet and placed it on the front desk. "Now please help me install my eyeball." Although in Hushin Hot Spring Villa is full of various invisible pits, there is one advantage. As long as the money is in place, the service will follow. 5 minutes later, Chung Tingyu blinked, kept looking around, and readapted to the vision that appeared in his right eye. I don't know if this doctor she can pay his own custody fee. Tadpole front desk. The relationship between the two guests is really a bit bad. Chung Tingyu smiled at it. I just discovered not long ago that I really hate people touching my eyes. Chapter 94. When Chung Tingyu lost her pupil, she felt like a myopic patient who had his glasses taken away. It was not until this moment that she felt her vision was clear again, although she had previously complained that her ability as an appraiser was too useless, and that what should be displayed was either not displayed or displayed in mosaics. But now that she relied on a single lens to attack the dungeon, she still deeply missed the past life when she could see the text description of the items. Chung Tingyu scanned the wallet in her hand and understood the game mechanism of the current dungeon. Vacation wallet. Before the owner realizes its existence, it will always appear in the lost basket unknowingly. Chung Tingyu originally suspected that the wallets issued by the dungeon to the players had legs. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why they were lost so quickly. Now it seems that entering the lost basket should be considered an inherent attribute of such items, since she had sufficient funds. In addition to the eyeballs, Chung Tingyu also paid for the storage fees for her fingers and props. From entering the dungeon to now, she has finally assembled all the lost fragments. Chung Tingyu, who had both hands and eyes intact, did not leave in a hurry, but took out an extra 10 yuan and put it in front of the front desk staff. Tadpole front desk, is this a tip from the guests? Chung Tingyu smiled slightly, and showed the monster in front of him a look of "Are you dreaming?" No, it's to make up for the previous price difference. At this moment, the front desk tadpole was like an unlucky gambler who had hidden many cards, but when he wanted to use them, he looked up and found that those cards had been taken away long ago. A complex and indescribable expression flashed on his round face. If the tadpole front desk could ignore his code of conduct as an employee, he would probably start screaming or crying. A player who had just come to the dungeon for less than a day not only found his wallet, but also figured out the way the dungeon absorbed new employees, easily jumped over all the traps around him, and at the same time did not forget to push the enemies who pitted him into the pit. If the tadpole, as an employee, had not known that he had no good intentions at all, he would have thought that the hot spring villa was actually a hunting ground set by the other party. You can't know this. Interns are not allowed to reveal their transformation methods to guests. This is a compulsory force of the hot spring villa. Chung Tingyu looked down at it. His right eye was as dark as the deep sea, as if it could swallow all the light, and whispered, "Of course I can know. Thanks to the cannon fodder villain who came to deliver supplies and information. She has mastered a lot of copy situations. There have always been many interns who have been eliminated in the villa. But the work here is enough for all interns to receive. But the disadvantage is that the time period when interns can come to pay for the storage fees for lost items coincides with the time period when they accept tasks." Chung Tingyu's tone when she was talking was not hurried, and she seemed to be completely unaware that it was late at night, and patiently chatted with the front desk staff. As long as such information is obtained, there is actually a unique way for customers to make money in the villa. For example, if a cleaner wants to redeem a lost towel, it will cost 10 yuan. But if he pays for storage, it only costs 0.5 yuan. They can't take care of both the lost property and the work. But customers can. If I help redeem the items belonging to the employees and sell them to the corresponding interns, I can earn the difference. This method is easy to think of, and as long as it is done properly, it will benefit both parties. However, the interns finally chose to deceive the guests. Their starting point must be for profit. All Chung Tingyu could think of was that the other party intended to turn the guests into lost items to earn commissions, and also to prevent the guests from becoming interns and competing with them for jobs. She did the opposite at the time and decisively pushed Chenhaizi into the lost and found basket, and finally got a commission of 2 yuan. Considering that the storage fee for interns was discounted, the other party could only get about 20 yuan, just enough to buy 2 towels. A thought flashed through Chung Tingyu's mind. In this case, earning commissions may be part of the reason, but it should not be the biggest reason. Could it be to prevent customers from becoming interns? However, if customers can save enough for a 7-day vacation by earning the difference, there is no need to become interns. Chung Tingyu didn't doubt it too much until Chenhaizi told her that they could not reveal the way to become interns to customers. She was a person who easily overthinks, and this sentence immediately made her suspicious. Chenhaizi mentioned at the time that the customer had no money, and the only way to get money was to become an employee of the hot spring villa. Maybe Chenhaizi was lying at the time, or maybe this was the most real thought in his heart. It was too easy to accumulate money by earning the price difference. Even Chung Tingyu had done it once at the time. Chenhaizi, who was fleeced, still ignored the matter and chose to link making money with becoming an intern. Maybe his expression at the time contained 2 meanings: interns can make money, and those customers who accumulate money as a result will also become interns. Chung Tingyu thought that the premise for customers to earn high price differences was because the lost property custody fees related to employees were all discounted by 10%. The tadpole front desk told her that it was an employee benefit. Chung Tingyu spoke in a gentle tone, as if he was sighing. Employee benefits. Naturally, only employees can enjoy them. After customers obtain rights and interests that do not belong to their own identity, they will gradually transform into employees. Chung Tingyu thought that the initial customers might have accumulated the first initial funds by earning the price difference. But when they saved enough for the room fee, they found that they could no longer leave the villa. At that time, there were too many employees who completed the transformation, resulting in insufficient tasks to receive. So a large number of interns were eliminated. At this stage, the interns have formed a tacit understanding that once they find a new customer in the villa, they will solve the other party as quickly as possible to avoid another surge in the number of interns. The tadpole front desk stared at her, and after a moment, he said, "It is rare to meet a guest like you who is careful and does not like to take advantage in the villa. Chung Tingyu, I often meet copies similar to you," he said. "Excuse me, has Dr. Shi's valuation been completed? I want to pay part of his custody fee." Of course, she did not intend to redeem the other party as a whole person. At most redeem a brain or a heart to ensure that the other party can no longer retain the ability to move. Tadpole front desk, "I'm sorry. You are not a VIP customer, and you cannot pay the custody fee for the guest in room 108. Another hidden rule that is disadvantageous to ordinary guests." Chung Tingyu felt that the copy rules were like an old tube of toothpaste that was about to run out of content. He didn't know when he would squeeze out the end. But this is understandable. Just like ordinary customers can pay the custody fees of interns, interns cannot do the opposite. The rights enjoyed by participants in the hot spring villa are closely linked to their identities. The tadpole receptionist cheered up and comforted the customer, "Although I can't help pay the custody fees. This way, at least it can greatly reduce Dr. Shi's financial strength." Chung Tingyu smiled and shook his head. "Forget it. It doesn't matter whether it is redeemed or not. The tadpole receptionist folded his round body as much as possible, bent down to the young man in front of him, and bowed politely. Thank you for your support for the villa's work. It turned around and tried to contact Shisihu to let him pay. Inside the front desk, the place where the lost property basket was originally placed became empty. Behind the tadpole, Chung Ting-yu showed a slightly happy smile. Due to the high success rate of the dungeon, Chung Ting-yu has quite a few rare props, such as the real curtain she got from the hot hypermarket dungeon. The real curtain can change the space and turn the environment into a stage that better suits the user's wishes. This prop is not just a curtain covering the target object. All the details around it are real, although the original front desk area still exists. It is hidden like the stairs in the mall. The characters standing on the stage, including the tadpole front desk, and Chung Ting-yu herself can neither see nor feel it. And through this action, Chung Ting-yu has a new discovery. According to the rules of the dungeon, the lost items should appear in the lost items basket. But the real curtain was used normally after leaving her, at least in this small area. The priority of the prop effect prevails. Chung Ting-yu asked with a smile, if no one comes to pay the storage fee after 3 days, will the VIP customer also become part of the villa? The tadpole sighed, it has to be like this. We also need to abide by the rules and regulations. We should treat lost property equally. Sure enough, when the interests of the customer and the villa conflict, the judgment standard begins to shift to the villa again. Chung Ting-yu got the wallet and successfully recovered all the lost property, but did not rush to check out. Instead, he asked about the types of hot springs in the villa, obviously not intending to leave immediately. It's rare to come out for a vacation. I have to understand your service content. And if I go back too early, it will easily solidify other people's existing impression that I demolished the leisure venue again. Tadpole front desk. Don't guests worry about losing their belongings again? There seems to be some ominous meaning in its words. Chung Ting-yu glanced at it. Not in a hurry at all. It's your job to take lost property. I'm also curious. What will happen if the employee can't help me take out the lost property after the customer pays the storage fee? Tadpole front desk. I hope you won't lose anything during the next vacation. Chung Ting-yu accepted its blessing and sighed. Fortunately, you are not my neighbor. Tadpole front desk? Chung Ting-yu smiled slightly and said nothing more. Her ability as an appraiser has a prerequisite. The more she knows about a thing, the more she can identify the deep secrets of the target. Detecting the object to be identified. Chung Ting-yu blinked gently, just like the first time she observed cells on a slide through a microscope. Another face of the world gradually appeared in her eyes. Chung Ting-yu saw that there were countless thin, blood vessel-like threads floating in the air. Although she could observe, she could not touch. When Chung Ting-yu moved, it was inevitable that he would pass through those blood vessels, but he could not have a substantial impact on them. There were already several blood vessels stuck to her body, but fortunately they did not look strong. During the conversation, another one fell off. It seemed that as long as the account of the hot spring villa was settled, the relationship between the two sides would be cut off. The tadpole in front of her had thousands of blood vessels on its body. As a formal employee, its life had long been connected to the copy. Chung Ting-yu, speaking of which, have you ever thought about resigning? The tadpole front desk smiled and showed 2 rows of sharp and dense teeth. Guests, don't joke. The salary and benefits of formal employees of the villa are very generous. We are not like those interns who will lose their bits and pieces. We can also enjoy enough vacations and allowances. With such a job, who would be willing to resign? Chung Ting-yu, I think so too. Her eyes shifted from the smiling face of the tadpole to the dense and thin blood vessels around. Chung Ting-yu had reason to suspect that what was reflected in her eyes was the essence of the hot spring villa. Those blood vessels trembled gently, quietly hiding in the darkness. Chung Ting-yu closed her eyes. Perhaps because she had been staring for too long. She felt a burst of tingling and dizziness in her temples. Although what he saw was somewhat disappointing, it also allowed Chung Ting-yu to more fully grasp the surrounding situation. Once he saw that the blood vessels became dense, it meant that someone was nearby. Chung Ting-yu said softly, please prepare the hot spring for me today. Chapter 95. If you want to keep your brain in the villa, a refreshing hot spring is a must. In addition, the villa also has various themes including hair growth, stomach warming, nourishing, active thinking, steel and iron bones, etc. Most of them are related to health preservation, and it makes people suspect that customers have to drink the spring water instead of soaking in it. The villa has no limit on the number of hot springs that guests can soak in a day, as long as the customer can afford it. The copy is happy to provide the service. In the backyard of room 104, Chung Tingyu, who has abundant funds, sat in the hot spring again. The water vapor rose. She saw that the untouchable thin blood vessels in the air extended to her location. After leaving the spring, the blood vessels that had just been connected fell off again. She had a subtle feeling. The other party's state reminded Chung Tingyu of some marine creatures she had seen on the tree before crossing, which could catch passing food with slender whiskers. However, the blood vessels of the copy were more like a two-way circulation channel. When the participants met the requirements, they would also feed back some energy to the other party. Chung Tingyu tried to clench her fist. As a copy that set countless traps for the participants, the hot spring should have some effect. And she did gain some benefits from it. Strength increased 20%. With the reflection of the water surface, she saw her special state at the moment. Chung Tingyu relaxed her body and slid down slowly, letting the spring water cover her lips. All that was left was to use static to control dynamics and wait patiently. After sending the doctor into the lost and found basket, Chung Tingyu never saw Kang Yushu again. Instead, when she was strolling in the villa, she met the intern named Du once. The moment the other party saw Chung Tingyu, his expression instantly twisted, as if he wanted to run, but didn't dare to run. Chung Tingyu's lips curled up slightly. "Don't be afraid. I won't hit you." After the voice fell, Diojia didn't show any comfort at all, but became more frightened. It's not that he is too timid. It's just that when the other party was tricking Shinhaizi, he didn't beat the other party. "Chung Tingyu, I have a few questions that I need you to answer. Have your interns continued to throw things these 2 days? Since the other party did have something to do." Diojia relaxed a little and answered, "You asked if there were any interns who continued to throw things? It seems that there were none." Speaking of this, he sneered again. "There are fewer and fewer guests coming in, and the number of employees that can be hired is also decreasing. No matter what, the copy has to use us sparingly." On the third night, after renewing his brain, Chung Tingyu was waiting at the front desk early, ready to recycle the real curtain. A thing, whether it is from the customer's body or luggage, will start a 3-day storage period as long as it falls into the lost and found basket. Once the time is up, it will completely belong to an Hushin Hot Spring Villa. After the last friendly communication, the attitude of the tadpole front desk was much more cooperative. As soon as Chung Tingyu stretched out his hand, it handed over the lost and found list related to the 108th tenant. The tadpole receptionist said softly, "After you finish your business, you have to remove the hidden items on the front desk. Otherwise it will be difficult for us to carry out our work." Chung Tingyu nodded gently, and did not refuse. Being able to persist for 3 days without adding new lost items is probably the limit for the employees of the copy. If she refuses to remove it, the other party may get too excited and decide to resist the copy punishment to lose the important items on Chung Tingyu. She will eventually have to take back the props. "Please rest assured, I have always been sincere to my partners." Chung Tingyu finished her words carelessly. But suddenly, she was startled. She stretched out her hand and rubbed her forehead, revealing a trace of thoughtfulness. It was night when she designed the doctor into the lost basket. It was still late at night. Only the lights were on near the front desk, and other places were shrouded in the gloomy night. The price of Shisihu was marked in detail on the lost list in front of her. The total price for the 108th room is 2,314.5 yuan per day. Previously, Shinhaizi spent 64.6 yuan to redeem himself. Of course, this was the price after a 10% discount. According to the original price, it should be 646 yuan. When it was Shisihu's turn, the fee rose sharply and exceeded 2,000 yuan in one fell swoop. Chung Tingyu had long realized that the storage fee was closely related to the value of the item being stored. For example, the little finger was only worth 5 yuan, while the heart was worth a full 100 yuan. Apart from the importance of the organs themselves, the fundamental reason for the price difference between Shisihu and Shinhaizi was the difference in their strength. She then looked down at the details of Shisihu's valuation and scanned a line of notes, because the tenant of 108 adopted the latest technology blocked. The storage fee increased by 20%. Chung Tingyu flicked the paper in her hand. Why can the information on the lost and found list be blocked? So it is common to encode key content in this world full of copies. Looking at the text in front of her, she felt that she seemed to be a bit too harsh on her ability as an appraiser. The tadpole front desk explained, "The Hot Spring Villa is not a professional valuation agency. We can only make a rough judgment on the lost items. And of course, there will be some omissions." Chung Tingyu said nothing more. Suddenly, All the contents related to the 108th tenant on the lost property list seemed to be soaked in rainwater, becoming blurred, old, dim, and finally completely disappeared without a trace. Tadpole front desk. Congratulations, guest. It seems that your trouble has been solved. Chung Ting-yu stood up. It's not completely solved. She raised her hand gently, and the space around her was distorted. The next moment, 3 lost property baskets appeared next to the round employee. The surrounding lights were so weak. As a dense pupil, she rarely felt that light would affect her vision. But in this villa, when she looked at the darkness in the corridor, she occasionally felt that it was a thick fog that her sight could not penetrate. In the air, the thin blood vessels were floating gently, becoming denser and denser. The sound of a wheelchair rolling came from the end of the corridor. And Kan Yushu, wearing sunglasses, gradually revealed his figure. Kan Yushu did not talk to Chung Ting-yu, but approached Shui Tadpole directly. I want to pay the custody fee for the resident in 108. The space at the front desk was shrouded in an unspeakable silence. The Tadpole front desk. I made a mistake just now. It turns out that the storage time for the guest in room 108 has not yet expired. It smiled happily, revealing a mouthful of sharp and dense teeth. It has been confirmed. You are also a VIP customer. You can help pay the storage fee. If there is a conflict between customers, they will be blocked by the villa. Chung Ting-yu could only watch from the side. Her vision was obscured by the darkness, making it difficult to see clearly. Her lips seemed to be solidified, refusing to reveal the owner's emotions. After taking out such a large sum of money, Kan Yushu's wallet was almost completely shriveled. The Tadpole front desk collected the banknotes, and then reached into the lost and found basket. At this moment, the silent and solidified aura of Chung Ting-yu seemed to spread to this monster. It was motionless, as if it had encountered a completely incomprehensible problem. The lost and found basket that reappeared was empty, with nothing in it. It shouldn't be. It calculated the time and found that there were at least 5 minutes before Shisihu was confiscated by the copy. The Tadpole raised his head blankly and looked at Chung Ting-yu, who had not spoken since Kan Yushu appeared. The young man raised his hand and brushed the hair that blocked his vision to the back of his head, so that others could see her eyes that were darker than the night, and then said leisurely, "Who told you that I had just taken back the curtain?" Knowing that the staff of the villa could adjust the order, how could Chung Ting-yu take the changes in the content of the lost and found list lightly? She bent down slightly, approached the Tadpole, and laughed softly. "It's just a stage prop on the curtain. I sometimes wonder why Doctor She didn't just take the eyeball and leave, but waited for me to come over. Just like many criminals would return to the scene of the crime. Shisihu also wanted to appreciate his work, so even if he got the secret pupil, the doctor would deliberately wait a little longer to see Chung Ting-yu's reaction when he realized that money could not redeem his eyes." Chung Ting-yu rolled up his sleeves and said slowly, "It is indeed a very interesting thing to see others lose one step." Kan Yushu's face with sunglasses turned towards Chung Ting-yu. She stood up from the wheelchair. "Boom. There are indeed forces to maintain order in the villa, in order not to cause inconvenience to the guests. They will try to reduce their presence as much as possible. However, when they realize that a conflict has occurred, they still have to take the initiative to contact the colleagues who act as security." At this moment, the area around the front desk seems to be divided into 2 spaces. The protagonist of one space is the Tadpole. It slowly picked up the work card and slowly issued a contact instruction. It didn't look anxious at all. The protagonists of the other space are 2 people. Kan Yushu, who stood up from the wheelchair, completely got rid of the movement constraints brought by blindness. She was like a cannonball, bringing a swift and heavy gust of wind in the air. In a blink of an eye, a deep pit appeared where Chung Ting-yu was originally standing. The Tadpole showed an expression that could be called heartache. "We will send the bill to the guest room later." Chung Ting-yu, who hid her body in the darkness without lights, was trying to move her left shoulder. The numb shoulder joint immediately felt a pain, but it was not completely immobile. Her eyes did not miss any of Kan Yushu's movements, but in the end, she failed to dodge. Compared with when she just lost her memory, Chung Ting-yu has matured a lot. If she faces the inspector who assessed her again, she is confident that she can quickly defeat him. However, when facing Kan Yushu, she became the one who reacted slower. Flesh and blood ability users can easily become warriors, and their bodies can be harder than steel. The 2 launched attacks almost at the same time and separated at the same time. Chung Ting-yu's back fell to the ground, and her internal organs also fell heavily to the ground. She smelled a rusty smell. Kan Yushu's chest cavity was sunken, and when he moved, there was a strange sound of broken bones. But she seemed to feel nothing. Chung Tingyu's back was hit on the ground, and she jumped up quickly. She realized that she was facing an enemy who would not dodge. There weren't many decorations near the front desk, and it looked neat and empty. But now it suddenly became rich in content, with broken tiles and broken walls flying everywhere. Chung Tingyu never thought that someone would grab a whole heavy marble slab and swing it at her. Nor did she think that her first reaction would be to smash the slab together with the other person's ribs. Time kept going backwards. Adrenaline blurred the pain, and the blood seemed to burn. When the sound of breaking sounded, Chung Tingyu sometimes couldn't tell whose bones were wailing. She threw a heavy punch. Chung Tingyu didn't hit anything, and the other person's fist stopped in midair, only 1 millimeter away from her knuckles. It was like someone pressed the pause button, and all the noise stopped in an instant. The 3-day storage period finally ended. At the moment when the doctor's time was all used up, Kong Yushu also collapsed and completely lost all movement. Chung Tingyu looked down at the other person. This body is still alive, but all thoughts have been taken away. Chapter 96. Kong Yushu's sunglasses slipped off her face. When she fell, she looked as energetic as she was in the battle just now. Chung Tingyu exhaled gently, as if to let out all the questions hidden in her heart through breathing. Since her eyes came back, many things have become clear. Kong Yushu's body is connected to dense blood vessels, and the power from the copy is continuously nourishing this body. Chung Tingyu raised her hand again, and the smooth curtain was like a pool of flowing mercury, and was received in her hand. The custody time of Tenant 108 finally ended, and she officially took back the curtain. It's over like this. The tadpole looked a little regretful. It looked at Kong Yushu, and then looked away as if nothing had happened. Although it helped the doctor and the other two, it did not show too much regret after Kong Yushu failed. Just like the security forces in anime, the security personnel of the hot spring villa did not arrive until the battle on Chung Tingyu's side was finally over. And then, they were ready to maintain order on the scene. It was also a group of tadpoles. The only difference was that their color was darker. Chung Tingyu explained, just now, the other party took the initiative to attack me. He glanced at the broken bricks on the ground and said without guilt, I had to make necessary self-protection. The dark water tadpoles had already approached Chung Tingyu. After hearing her explanation, they paused again, as if thinking about the truth of her words, and finally nodded regretfully, which was considered to let her pass this level. As long as you grasp the context of the hot spring villa, survival will become less difficult. With sufficient funds, no worries about food and clothing, and good security conditions, it seems that choosing to live here for a long time is not a bad thing. Chung Tingyu closed his eyes, forced to suppress the abnormal thoughts that emerged in his mind, and said to the security staff, please stay first. The dark water tadpoles, who were about to run away, turned their heads and looked a little confused. Chung Tingyu, there were actually two unexpected events just now. One was that the guest in room 107 suddenly attacked me, who was innocent. The other was that the guest in room 107 paid the storage fee at the front desk. But the front desk staff did not give her the corresponding lost property. From Chunhaizi, Chung Tingyu has learned that employees will be punished for dereliction of duty. The subsequent performance of the tadpole front desk also proved this point. During the 3 days when the lost property basket was covered by the curtain, it did not dare to continue adding lost property, fearing that it would not be able to put its tentacles into the lost property basket after others gave it money. It was not until it thought the curtain was lifted that it took the customer's money for the first time. At the moment of being reported in front of colleagues, the round face of the tadpole front desk finally revealed what can be called intense emotions, as if the whole tadpole was trapped in a syrupy fear, unable to move. And then it let out a sharp scream, and the whole tadpole began to tremble wildly. And then, like wax oil after heating, it collapsed and melted little by little, and finally all flowed into the lost property basket. Employees can disappear, but positions cannot be vacant. 2.5 minutes later, a substitute tadpole was called over to negotiate with Chung Tingyu. Chung Tingyu said with interest, I originally thought that only customers and interns could become lost items. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed not allowed. Only when we have received the storage fee, but cannot hand over the lost items to the customer, we will become lost items in the name of accepting punishment. Chung Tingyu glanced at the lost items list and pointed to a message that just appeared and said, I want to pay the storage fee. Please give me its heart. The lost item she pointed to was the previous front desk employee. The new tadpole employee looked up. It seems that my colleague did not leave you with a very good service experience. The young man with dark eyes smiled and said in a gentle tone, not really. But it made no secrets that it should not know. So it is necessary to take precautions in time. She was actually not sure whether the secret she had mastered was correct. And she was even more unsure whether the tadpole front desk noticed something wrong. She just did the finishing work casually as if it was common. For a fresh graduate, this is obviously not a very common reaction. Chung Tingyu recalled her experience in her student days and felt that she should not be such a person who cuts with a knife. So what kind of memory did she lose? This question has troubled Chung Tingyu for a long time. Until just now, she felt that she seemed to have touched the edge of the answer. Chung Tingyu's eyes stopped on Kang Yushu. The other party's body contains powerful strength. And the attack before his death can be described as a storm. And she just withstood that wave of attacks. Chung Tingyu exhaled lightly, and had to seriously think about the conjecture that emerged in her mind. The inspection team had tested her ability type, and finally came to the wrong conclusion that she was a flesh and blood player. But what if it was not the inspection team that made the mistake, but Chung Tingyu herself? Chung Tingyu lowered his eyes, and tried to clench his fists. If her body, like Kang Yushu, contains a strong flesh and blood power, then it is not surprising that she could deceive the inspector at the time. A body made of flesh and blood, plus eyes with dense pupils. If the two were really perfecting it according to the same model, then Kang Yushu was still a semi-finished product in the process of surgery, while Chung Tingyu's own completion had reached a fairly high level. Chung Tingyu reached out and gently tapped Kang Yushu's skull, and an empty echo came from inside. This is a body. And it is just a body. She picked up Kang Yushu and threw him into the lost and found basket, and asked, "Do you have other VIP customers?" The substitute tadpole shook his head honestly. Chung Tingyu smiled, and then said to the other party, "I will check out. Guests staying in the villa can leave at any time, as long as they pay the 7-day room fee in one go. For guests who get their wallets, leaving the villa is not difficult at all." After receiving the money, the substitute tadpole almost couldn't wait to bow to Chung Tingyu. "Thank you for coming." Although they like to cheat people, when faced with a customer who can handle things so well on his first visit, even if they act a little humble, the tadpoles still hope that the other party will leave as soon as possible, even if it means a 10% discount on the room rate. After completing the checkout procedure, it was as if an invisible bondage was loosened, and the last few blood vessels stuck to her body also slowly fell. Chung Tingyu was not in a hurry to leave. "There is one more thing you forgot to give me." When her eyes fell on the front desk, her right eyeball came alive again, and a deep and dark feeling began to flow, almost breaking through the blockade of the eye socket and spreading to the water tadpole. "When I first came in, an employee told me that the hot spring villa was not really open." Chung Tingyu said slowly, "Since it is not really open, why are you receiving customers?" The new front desk employee fell into silence. Chung Tingyu did not need the other party to answer, and said slowly, "Just like some games have test servers, and Hush and Hot Spring Villa sent invitation tickets to the selected targets before the official opening, allowing people to come and experience the villa's services. So before leaving, I still have one last link of work to complete. That is to evaluate the service you have experienced." Chung Tingyu smiled at the water tadpole. "Please rest assured. Before leaving, I will tell the truth." She was very confident, and did not need to embellish herself. She just spoke her mind, and gave a real bad review. In addition, Chung Tingyu also had some guesses about the situation in the villa. There are 3 camps in the dungeon, namely customers, interns, and regular employees. Each camp has a way to destruction. Customers will be troubled by money. Interns will be busy making money and hurting people to make commissions. Regular employees seem to stand with the dungeon, but in fact they will be punished for not being able to complete their work. The substitute tadpole reluctantly handed over an evaluation form. The evaluation form is like a wallet. If the customer does not find it himself, the employee will never mention it on his own initiative. But as long as the participants find clues, the villa employees must deliver the things according to the dungeon rules. Chung Tingyu took the evaluation form and wrote quickly. I don't know how much dissatisfaction she had suppressed about the villa earlier, and she didn't just express her emotions when the front desk had already overturned. Chung Tingyu planned to give the restaurant staff a ride. She noticed on the first day that the prices on the restaurant menu were quite fanciful, except for rice, which was normal. Other dishes were obviously expensive. Customers who come to experience the service must help find some problems in the villa, and the menu price is obviously one of the problems. But there is a difference between expensive and expensive. Among them, meat dishes such as braised pork have a reason to be charged extra on cost. As for vegetables priced at 300 yuan. As for salad, The only reason she could think of for pricing was that the cafeteria staff did not intend to hide their intention to extort money from customers, which could be called a mistake. She had specially consumed the two most outrageously priced dishes at that time, just so that she could use her own experience to criticize the restaurant's business afterwards. As for the only rice with a normal price, it was not that the staff really had any good intentions, but more like a choice that was deliberately left. Customers with limited money are most likely to buy rice to fill their stomachs, so the service they experience is a normal item without any premium. Even if they choose to complain afterwards, they may be rejected. Tadpole. If the guest is willing to change the evaluation, we can issue you a VIP customer card and enjoy the best treatment of the villa. The other party's words made Chung Ting-yu dizzy. The yearning for comfort before reappeared, as if the refreshing effect brought by the hot spring was declining. She shook her head and relied on the experience accumulated from fighting wits and courage with various copies and props to quickly break free from the feeling of losing sanity. No, I am actually more interested in stopping the villa from opening. It's not that there were no people who resisted the temptation of copies before, but few people were like Chung Ting-yu, who could wake up in minutes. At this moment, the lucky decision coin in the mountaineering bag hummed slightly. If the two sides could communicate, they would realize that no matter who has to experience a mental attack every now and then, they will not take the low sand state seriously. When leaving the villa, Chung Ting-yu felt that the power behind her was collapsing. She was the last customer, and the only customer, who made a complete bad review. Until she left, the gray look on Tadpole's face remained in Chung Ting-yu's mind. Although full of malice, the dungeon still follows a certain logic and eventually fails to open after being interrupted by the players. Congratulations to the players for clearing the dungeon. And Hush and Hot Spring Villa is under renovation and temporarily closed to the public. She waited there for half an hour, but still didn't see any interns being dismissed. When they became interns, those participants had already embarked on a road of no return. The fog had dissipated, and the entire mountain was gone. Chung Ting-yu stood by the road, dialed the number given by Bu Wushang, and said gently, "You can come pick me up now." Chapter 97 High Morality. Outer City District. Inspection Team. Yu Zhisho walked into the office with a cup of black coffee and tapped his colleague's desk with a document in his hand. Something happened. Qin Luosong was surprised, but not because of the news Yu Zhisho brought. But when have we not had an accident? For the inspection team, accidents are daily events. If they live too comfortably, they will not be able to adapt. Yu Zhisho said, it was a serious accident in the Central City District. Not only Qin Luosong, but Zhou Jianyan, who was listening while working, also realized that something was wrong. Due to the existence of the huge buffer zone of the Outer City District, the Central City District is rarely associated with serious accidents. Zhou Jianyan, how could something happen in the Central City District? Qin Luosong was in a daze for a moment. It's not impossible. During the peak season, there will also be very difficult copies in the Central City District. At this point, she added, I heard from my elders at home. This elder, of course, is the late Grandma Qin. Zhou Jianyan murmured, it feels like the accidents in the city are like hair loss. They will appear when the time comes. Yu Zhisho, don't say such terrible things. Qin Luosong asked, what happened specifically? Have you found out? Yu Zhisho replied, it seems to be related to the inner city area. Even Qin Luosong was surprised by this news. In people's impression, the inner city area is an absolutely safe place. Someone ran out of the inner city area and encountered an accident in the dungeon while watering in the central city area. Yu Zhisho, do you think these recent accidents will make us work overtime? Qin Luosong had a blank expression. It doesn't matter to me. Anyway, we are either working overtime or on the way to overtime. It is really difficult to deal with changes in work with a better attitude. The inspectors who took time to exchange information did not know that their immediate superiors were also discussing the same thing at the moment. When Chung Ting-yu was picked up by the ghostly special car, it was already quite late. Fortunately, she went to the inspection team. Bu Wushang was still at work at the moment, and her attitude was so diligent that it made people doubt that there was no option of ending work in her dictionary. Listening to Chung Ting-yu's simple description, Bu Wushang said, the city lord does have a younger generation named Kong. I don't know too much about the details here. The inner city and the outside are basically not in the same system, and we can't see their resident information. Chung Ting-yu nodded slightly. She had some understanding of the central city and the outer city. The central city just didn't allow people from the outer city to go there casually. But there was little news from the inner city. Bu Wuxiang listened to Cheng Tingyu's description, and when he learned that the doctor wanted to take away the eyes, a strange shock flashed in his eyes. Cheng Tingyu was curious. Did the inspector think of something? Bu Wuxiang glanced at her. In fact, Cheng Tingyu's vacation was not long, and it had only been a few days since they last met. But when Bu Wuxiang looked at her now, he always felt that there was a hint of murderous intent on the young man's face, as if he had just killed someone outside and had not had time to control his emotions. Players can only awaken one kind of power. If other types of abilities are mixed in, they will begin to distort and fall into the abyss. When I was in school, I learned that in the early days of the 100 Years of Silence, there was an existence that mastered multiple high-level powers. It was two beech trees that grew close together and almost merged into one. It was called the Tower of Order. But later, the Tower of Order was directly shattered due to a conflict of power, and the wreckage became a rule book and a White Tower. The White Tower is now mastered by the White Tower Research Institute, and the rule book is integrated with the world in a special form, making the basic operating logic appear in many copies, which can be cracked by humans. This is definitely a very valuable piece of information. Bu Wuxiang told the secret to Cheng Tingyu, which was obviously a feedback to the information provided by the latter. However, Cheng Tingyu realized one thing. In the early days of the 100 Years of Silence, according to the information she had received before, humans began to awaken their powers after the 100 Years of Silence ended. Bu Wuxiang quickly understood Cheng Tingyu's doubts and explained, many of the rumors circulating outside are not accurate. In fact, when the abnormal phenomena just appeared, awakening powers appeared in humans. Cheng Tingyu, looking at the doctor, it doesn't seem like he wanted to deform Kong Yushu. Bu Wuxiang, perhaps? They have mastered the method of making different powers coexist harmoniously. A thought flashed through Cheng Tingyu's mind. She immediately held the thought tightly. Not allowing it to slowly disappear, she already knew that secret pupils could become the channel for the ancient source to descend. Just like the young man named G in apartment number 6. Compared with other powers, flesh and blood sounds healthier and stronger. If so, if a secret pupil has a body with flesh and blood power, can it carry more power from the ancient source? Cheng Tingyu stared at Bu Wuxiang. Due to amnesia, she did not have much information. If even she could think of this conclusion, Bu Wuxiang could naturally think of it. Kong Yushu is a relative of the city lord, a doctor. In order to create a container that can carry the power of more ancient sources, what do you plan to do? Will the ancient source not only create a family member, but can she really come to this world? Preparation of things? I have been to the Bida Research Association and bought a knowledge from there. At the beginning, the world of the ancient source was not so close to our world. As the distance between the two worlds shortened, the kind of thing will sooner or later erode to this side. As these things approach, the accidents in the world will gradually increase. It's not a good news. She stood up and nodded politely. I won't bother to talk about it. Bao Wuxiang also got up. I let people go back. Before Cheng Tingyu could be surprised, the internal phone on Bu Wuxiang's desk rang. The inspector picked up the phone, and after listening to the report from his subordinates, he said, Tonight, another person with ill intentions went to the ward where Miss Wei was registered, preparing for a second attack. She stared at him for a moment, then smiled. Since it's the registered ward, then her real residence should not be there? Bu Wuxiang nodded. Well, the person living there is Inspector Luo, whom you have met before. Cheng Tingyu. Inspector Luo is willing to take risks, which is really noble. Bu Wuxiang smiled a little. No, he didn't know about it beforehand. Cheng Tingyu. She lit a candle for Luo Zigui in her heart. Although there was a lot to talk about, both parties were efficient communicators. Cheng Tingyu only stayed in the inspection team for half an hour before being sent back to her residence. As early as this afternoon, the busy inspector received a report from his subordinates, saying that someone from the central district had been sent to visit Luo Zigui. Bu Wuxiang knew about this a long time ago. After all, a few days ago, many of the inspectors in the central district, led by Bu Chueming, had adverse reactions after experiencing the Qin's house dungeon. They could not return to their jobs for a while, and had to be sent to the hospital for recuperation. Luo Zigui was the last one to be sent here. He was affiliated with the security department and had a special status. Since something happened, it was highly likely that someone would come to visit him. But Luo Zigui, Captain Zhua? Sitting in front of him was the captain of the security department. Shua Luqing. Shua Luqing, yeah. The other party's attitude instantly gave Luo Zigui the illusion of returning to the workplace. He looked around and said disappointedly, "Just you?" "Xue Luqing, it seems that Inspector Luo needs a lot of people to visit." Luo Zigui smiled. "People who are sick are inevitably lonely. Captain Xue, please understand. Xue Luqing, I am in the team. And there should be others coming from the Central City District." A glance at the colleague who looked like even his hair was shining with healthy luster, and did not look like a bedridden person at all. "What's wrong with you?" Luo Zigui did not answer directly, but said sincerely, "It's 11 o'clock in the evening. For patients, it's rest time." As a lazy employee, he often felt that he was out of tune with those overtime colleagues in the inspection team. Xue Luqing said coldly, "If you continue to talk nonsense, you can go to work tomorrow while sick." Luo Zigui, after leaving the copy, "My mental strength was severely impacted. And Inspector Bu sent me here to recuperate. I just woke up a few days ago. And you came here?" What he meant was that he didn't know much about what happened in the outer city district. After reading other people's cases, Bu Chueming should have been manipulated by the playwright, and then used props to manipulate his subordinates, which led to the collective failure of the Central District inspectors to pass the level. Xue Luqing said, "You arrived later. Could it be that you also fell under the influence of the playwright? If this is true, the playwright must be very displeased with Luo Zigui." Luo Zigui, the dungeon not only has the power of the playwright, but also the power of the Lord of Dreams. Judging from the setting of the dungeon level, the two sides are not in a cooperative state. The rabbit doll in the warehouse has a clear playwright style, and the time clock is a product of the endless city. The playwright does not want the participants to enter the final level, but he cannot stop everyone from entering. Luo Zigui, and after waking up, I found that I was missing something. Xue Luqing raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Luo Zigui showed a trace of confusion on his face. "It's the hot spring invitation ticket I was going to investigate." As a member of the security department, he has a certain degree of independent investigation authority. But thinking back now, he always feels that the previous decision is too risky, even a little inexplicable. Why did he insist on going to investigate himself? And why didn't his colleagues stop him? Xue Luqing, "So?" Luo Zigui, "So I think that the Dream Maker wanted to take the invitation ticket. So he attacked me and caused me to be hospitalized." Xue Luqing, "Why did the Dream Maker take your invitation ticket?" Luo Zigui, "Many people think that the Dream Maker has fallen into madness. Since he has fallen into madness, his work style is certainly difficult to have the behavior logic of ordinary people." Xue Luqing closed his eyes and felt that he should not come to see Luo Zigui. The other party's statement is actually not impossible, especially according to the records. The higher the big figures who climb to the spiritual sea, the more inexplicable their work style is. For example, the manufacturer of screwdriver once did a feat of squatting on the roadside to sell props, and was invited into the team for tea as a suspicious person by the inspection team. But because of this, when encountering unexplainable problems, blaming the big figures has become a common excuse for some lazy people to get things done. Anyway, even if Luo Zigui said so, others couldn't go to Endless City and ask the Dream Maker about the truth of the incident in front of him. The two had been colleagues for many years. After Luo Zigui saw Xue Luqing, his attitude had always been very relaxed. But suddenly, his eyes flashed and he smiled. "It seems that I have more than one visitor today. Captain Xue." Chapter 98 Neighborhood Relationship. The pupils and the realm can easily sense the danger from the outside world. Luo Zigui sat up from the bed. It was as if a chill was spreading up along his spine. He felt that someone had sneaked into the vicinity of the ward. A vague but strong malice was approaching him. In order to ensure that the patient could get enough rest, the outer city inspection team arranged a relatively independent residence for Luo Zigui, which was quite convenient for him to fish alone, and even more convenient for someone to come and assassinate him. Xue Luqing's posture did not change at all, and there was a kind of relaxation that was enough to deal with any unexpected situation. Her ability is the Realm Guard Room. When the enemy approached, he had unknowingly fallen into Xue Luqing's control. Luo Zigui carefully looked at Xue Luqing for 10 seconds, then reached out and took out an A4 paper from the void and skillfully attached it to himself. For a powerful ability user, his identity certificate cannot be reproduced 100%, especially Xue Luqing, who can only get about 30% of the opponent's power. Luo Zigui smiled. "In this way, I can also be considered half of the realm, and you will definitely be more proficient when you join forces with your own abilities." Xue Luqing glanced at him and did not hold much hope for the results of the cooperation. When the two fell into silence, a twisted black shadow had silently infiltrated the ward. Where there is light, there will inevitably be shadows. Even if there are alert people, they will only focus on observing things in their field of vision. They will try to spy on things in the dark. But the darkness itself is beyond their field of vision. When they realized that the black under the bed was too thick, everything was too late. The first clue was the shadow of a living person. Zhuo Luqing just lowered his head casually, and then froze slightly. Her shadow was as black as a ball of thick ink, except for the flashing light at the position of the eyes. The rest of the area was dark. Two arms with twisted meanings had been quietly raised at some point and strangled at the throat, staring at the shadow on the ground. Zhuo Luqing seemed to be half bewitched, and slowly raised her hand. However, before her fingers touched her throat, she stopped all her movements without warning. The light shone on her wrist, and the silver color flashed. It was a handcuff. This is the guard room. Please obey the management of the guards when entering. First, we need to clear all the dangerous items on you. Listening to Zhuo Luqing's words, the light in the shadow's eyes dimmed a little, and finally turned into a numb peace. In the room, Captain Zhuo opened his eyes. Someone just sneaked into her guard room. The player's ability is very wonderful. Like Zhuo Luqing, she can replicate a guard room that is exactly the same as the real environment. Many people who think they are with Zhuo Luqing are actually just put into the guard room. We caught 8 people in total. Captain Zhuo of the security department did the whole thing herself. After 10 minutes of not so intense fighting, she trapped the attacker in her own domain. Then she raised her eyes and looked at her colleague, who said she wanted to join forces. Luo Zigui said seriously, I have properly protected my own safety. He added, since these people came for me, as long as I protect myself, their goal will have failed for the most part. Zhuo Luqing shook his head, not like that. As colleagues for many years, Luo Zigui quickly understood the unfinished part of Captain Zhuo's words. These people are full of twisted meanings, and their spirits exude the breath of the abyss. It really doesn't seem like they are coming for Luo Zigui. Ye Yusheng found that someone often called his boss's private phone these days. Sometimes the call came from Buchuaming, in which case just hang up or transfer it to subordinates for processing. Sometimes it came from an outside line personnel in a gathering place outside the city, reporting to the inspector the movements of the scavengers around. Sometimes it may come from Screwdriver to communicate about the cooperation between the two parties. Sometimes it comes from some ordinary people who have private contact with the inspector, such as Cheng Tingyu. Today, after Bu Wushang talked to Cheng Tingyu for a few more words, the phone was transferred to Nie Yusheng, who said politely, please rest assured, Miss Wei is admitted as a relative of the inspector. Outsiders will only think that she is someone close to Mr. Bu. The inspectorate will assign a field officer to take you to visit Miss Wei later. The information given by Nie Yusheng was correct. Cheng Tingyu paid extra attention and found that no one mentioned the real name of the patient living in the ward on the way here. And some people even thought that Wei Shigui was a Miss Bu from the Central City District. She knocked on the door of the neighbor's ward with a fruit basket and a piece of dried fruit. After the nurse left, she said to Wei Shigui lying on the bed, how come you are so seriously injured after just a few days of not seeing you? Wei Shigui leaned on the soft pillow and said calmly, I think there should be a law of conservation of troubles in the world. As long as people are alive, they will either encounter this kind of accident or that kind of accident. Cheng Tingyu smiled. Her intuition told her that she must occupy a place in the 2 accidents in the mouths of her neighbors. Wei Shigui rarely spoke a long paragraph like she did just now. Cheng Tingyu, who had long been accustomed to her taciturnity, brought a chair over and sat down very familiarly, and took an apple to peel. Cheng Tingyu's movements were brisk and skillful, and the apple peel was peeled into a complete long strip. With no signs of breakage from beginning to end, it is said that the longer the apple peel, the faster the disease can be cured. Wei Shigui had a blank expression. When I was 5 years old, Maya coaxed me with the same words. And now, she is already a reliable adult. Cheng Tingyu smiled. Then I will help you recall your childhood today. She cut the peeled apple into small pieces, inserted a skewer, carefully arranged it, and then, in front of Wei Shigui, she ate it bite by bite. Cheng Tingyu was gentle and friendly. You are sick now, so you should not work hard. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I will eat it for you to see. Wei Shigui. Wei Shigui held the water cup tightly. If Cheng Tingyu's goal today was to make the patient more energetic, then she has exceeded her goal. After eating the apple, Cheng Tingyu peeled another tangerine. This time, she did not just eat it for Wei Shigui to see, but handed half of it over first. Try it. Anyway, it shouldn't be a problem to work a little harder. Wei Shigue took half an orange, and when she bit off the flesh, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She had not planned to eat fruit today. Wei Shigue exhaled, feeling that life was full of routines. She was attacked when she was at home a few days ago. Fortunately, she had sufficient defensive and offensive props. After a battle, she finally took down the attacker. The opponent's failure was not unjust. The longer the player stays in the dungeon, the stronger his own power will be. It seems that the group of attackers had never been there before. How many times has Wei Shigue been to the dungeon during this period? If her neighbor had not suddenly gone out for vacation, she would have suspected that she would have to spend the night in the dungeon every day. Chung Tingyu, think about it carefully. You might as well go to the dungeon with me next time. Wei Shigue glanced at her. You have reduced my worries about unexpected attacks very well. Chung Tingyu, Screwdriver also sent you a message of condolence. Wei Shigue shook his head. I didn't receive it. Chung Tingyu, it was sent to my mobile phone. It said that there was no signal here, and it kept failing to send. It saved me effort and money to bring the message. She handed the phone over, and Wei Shigue looked at his neighbor's hand. Screwdriver. It's not that he came to express his condolences for being sick. Most of the content in the text message was congratulations on their finally finding the antique gloves. Thinking about what the gloves had experienced, Wei Shigue felt that he could understand Screwdriver's emotions. The two of them kept chatting casually, and it was mainly Chung Tingyu who talked. Wei Shigue listened. No matter who it was, no one asked the other person in detail about what happened in the past few days. In fact, Chung Tingyu had a good idea in her mind. Unlike her, Wei Shigue could not offend many people. At most, he was just a dangerous mask. Before, he was dormant temporarily, probably because he thought that there were other players living opposite Wei Shigue, and the people in Dangerous Mask could not figure out Chung Tingyu's background. So he was forced to be patient, until the latter went to the hot spring villa for vacation. And then he showed up again, wanting to kill and silence him. The inspection team probably discovered this. The reason why Bu Wushang personally arranged the place where Wei Shigue recuperated was probably to test it. She released false information to the outside world, pretending that Luo Zigue's ward was Wei Shigue's. If someone attacked Luo Zigue, it would prove that there was a hidden line of Dangerous Mask among the people who received the news. Chung Tingyu guessed that Bu Wushang was an inspector, and when she spread the news, she naturally went through the channels of the inspection team. This also means that there may be people with Dangerous Mask hidden in the inspection team. Chung Tingyu decided to help comfort his neighbor and sighed. In fact, it's not just you. I've had a rough time these days. Wei Shigue wanted to speak, but finally held back and didn't complain, although she didn't know the details. She always felt that it was not Chung Tingyu who had a rough time these days, but the unlucky people around her. After all, some people have that ability to bring accidents wherever they go. Chung Tingyu, I originally just wanted to go on vacation, but in the end, I had to work hard to help the hot spring villa correct the unreasonable pricing and inadequate service attitude of the employees. So I got out smoothly. Seriously? So the danger of wild copies is still quite high. They will trick people into working for free under the name of providing food and accommodation. Wei Shigue glanced at her, turned around and rang the bell decisively. Visiting hours are over today. Chung Tingyu smiled and stood up. Then I'll come to see you next time. Wei Shigue thought that even if it was just for the neighbor's words, she had to recover sooner. Chung Tingyu, by the way, I bought the fruit today, and the dried fruits were sent by Screwdriver, she said casually. In fact, you can give the dried fruits to Inspector Luo. Wei Shigue looked up at Chung Tingyu. Chung Tingyu's lips curled slightly. After all, Inspector Luo is a very upright person. Wei Shigue's mind moved slightly, and he immediately realized that there was some information hidden in the neighbor's words, and vaguely guessed why no one had disturbed him during his recovery. But then, Chung Tingyu showed a trace of hesitation on her face, and after a moment, she hesitated and said, and according to my experience, this kind of dried fruit is not very delicious. Wei Shigue. Wei Shigue closed his eyes. Goodbye. After successfully maintaining her neighborhood relationship, Chung Tingyu returned to her residence and began to organize her cheap and beautiful mountaineering bag. She would get rewards for clearing the dungeon. Although in Hush and Hot Spring Villa looked like it was about to close for rectification, she did not miss the prop she deserved. Recently, she has accumulated a lot of items, which has greatly reduced the available space in her mountaineering bag. Chung Tingyu plans to post a post on the forum to sell some of the unused free inspection passes. Similar exit props mean safety. But Chung Tingyu recalled her own experience and found that she basically chose to move forward courageously. Chung Tingyu complained in her heart, wondering if she was so reckless before she lost her memory. If so, how did she survive until now? The first thing she took out was not the reward she got from an Hushin Hot Spring Villa, but the things dropped in Chin's house she left in a hurry before, and she needed to maintain her strength. So Chung Tingyu didn't have time to carefully examine it. Chapter 99: An Unexpected Event in Sleep. There are multiple sources of power in the Chin's house. For example, Grandma Chin, the playwright, and the dreamer. Chung Tingyu had secretly hoped that each source of power would drop a few items for her, but the result was very realistic. This copy only dropped 4 items in total. The first one was the familiar inspection-free pass, which was said to be a rare item, but she had already accumulated a lot of them without realizing it. Chung Tingyu did not deliberately stock up, mainly because she could not use them much. The second thing was an envelope. Endless City Resume envelope. It is always difficult for job seekers in the labor market to deliver their resumes on time. In order to solve this problem, the city management team specially launched a prop, so that job seekers can successfully send their resumes to Endless City, no matter what environment they are in. Broken dial, a defective watch that has not been screened by the watch knights, can be traced back to no more than 1 minute, is not bound to the owner, and can only be used once. Peaceful sleep at night. Nothing can soothe the mind more than a peaceful sleep at night. After using this item, the physical and mental strength can be greatly comforted. 3 of the 4 items have obvious Endless City style. If F0631 City is still like a normal world, then Endless City is full of fantasy. Chung Tingyu put the 4 rewards she got in Chin's house aside, and began to identify the rewards she got from an Hushin Hot Spring Villa. She only glanced at it, and immediately pressed her forehead. The first one is still the inspection-free pass. In addition, there are 2 props related to the Hot Spring Villa. Lost and Found basket of mediocre quality, a basket that can trigger the Lost and Found effect. It can only be used once. When using it, you need to announce the type of Lost and Found and the storage fee. Lost and Found items that have not been redeemed for more than 3 days will be automatically digested by the Lost and Found basket. Customer opinion form. If you are not satisfied with the service, you can try to fill in this opinion form, and there is a certain chance of getting feedback. Chung Tingyu collected the reward and posted a message on the forum, saying that she had extra inspection-free entry and exit passes to sell. Just 10 minutes later, her phone rang. The caller was Xinxingliu. The other party came straight to the point and said, "I saw your post about selling props. Chung Tingyu, are you interested in buying?" Xinxingliu smiled. Screwdriver has always had a group of people responsible for purchasing props circulating on the market. Chung Tingyu, the inspection team must be broad-minded, so they didn't stop us. Xinxingliu, we are all the same, so we can tolerate each other. Chung Tingyu paused. This may not be good news for individual customers. Xinxingliu explained, the prop market outside has never been sound. Even if you get a copy reward, you don't know what it is used for. There are so many people who want to pick up leaks, but are afraid of being ripped off. In the end, it is better to sell it directly to large institutions. The cooperation between Screwdriver and the inspection team is very limited, and there will be no complete lack of competition. Finally, Xinxingliu gave her a number, saying that if she has extra props in the future, she can contact them directly. Screwdriver, willing to buy at a high price. Chung Tingyu responded casually with a few words. In the evening, she went back to look at the post she had posted before, and found a big 0 behind the number of replies. Maybe there are too many scammers on the forum, and posts like selling items are not popular. In addition, her user level is not high, and her forum nickname is too cheerful, which does not seem to be particularly reliable. So far, the number of views of the post has just reached double digits. 5 days later, Wei Shigui, who was almost moldy in bed, finally recovered and returned. She was seriously injured at the time. In order to increase the healing speed, Bu Wushang specially sent professional doctors. Each of them was a flesh and blood player, and they were born with kind eyes and strong bones. After not coming back for a long time, Wei Shigui felt a strange feeling in her heart when she walked into the rental building again. The old stairs. The walls were smeared with messy stains and small advertisements, and there were traces of chewing gum on the ground. However, this is already a relatively clean residential building in the surrounding area. Wei Shigui's eyes slowly slid down the corridor and finally stopped at the door of room 501 next door. In her opinion, the door next door had no security effect at all. The door lock had a layer of dust on it, and it was obvious that it had not been touched in recent days. Reason told Wei Shigui that normal people would not get into trouble so easily. But Chung Tingyu was obviously far from normal. She hesitated for a while, but still reached out and knocked on the door next door. 1 minute later, with a creaking sound, Chung Tingyu, who was wearing thick winter home clothes, opened the door from the inside. Except for the messy hair and a slightly depressed spirit, everything was not much different from usual. Wei Shigui, still alive? Chung Tingyu, who knew her neighbor's ability well, laughed. Thank you for using a question sentence. Seeing her expression of nothing happened. Just bored. Wei Shigui instantly realized the correlation between accidental constitution and personal character. Wei Shigui thought, maybe it wasn't the accidents that always chased Chung Tingyu, but the two of them were running in both directions. Chung Tingyu did feel a little dull, and was also guessing when the next excitement would come. The deeper she understood this world, the more her heart was filled with speculation and suspicion. Chung Tingyu's psychological preparation was not in vain. After returning from the hot spring villa, her actions were actually very low-key. She stayed at home and never went out. She never expected that after just a nap, she would have an extra glass of champagne in her hand. The light golden liquid swayed gently in the transparent high-heeled glass. The gentle fragrance permeated the air, and the surrounding sounds were not noisy. But there was a strange sense of excitement. Chung Tingyu had opened her eyes, but her mind seemed to be wrapped in an extremely soft silk, comfortable and peaceful, as if she was still immersed in a dream and had not woken up yet. This is a spacious hotel-style hall, with bright, but not dazzling light shining from the crystal lamp on the ceiling. Next to Chung Tingyu stood a waiter, wearing a white shirt and black vest. Noticing the guest's gaze, the waiter bowed to Chung Tingyu and said politely, "Welcome to Billion Casino." Chung Tingyu put down the goblet in her hand. If the surrounding decorations and sounds are trying to create an atmosphere of this place is normal, then the existence of the waiter alone can destroy all the sense of normality. Its body is completely made of a material similar to plasticine, which looks particularly slender and flexible. The waiter's face has no facial features, but when he speaks, a gap like a mouth will appear in the lower middle part. She stared at the waiter, and soon, a line of text appeared on his body. Waiter of Billion Casino. All casinos need enough service staff to operate smoothly, such as this one in front of him. It is loyal to the casino, considerate to customers, and sincerely believes that people go here because they have a yearning in their hearts and are willing to immerse themselves in it. Chapter 100 Billion Casino. Chung Tingyu did not rush to talk to the waiter. If most people enter a copy during sleep, their first reaction will be to doubt whether they are dreaming, and it is difficult to immediately devote themselves to the next activity. As for Chung Tingyu, she is used to all kinds of accidents, but the various projects around her obviously lacked the necessary attraction for her. She closed her eyes and felt that the scene around her was so brilliant that it hurt her eyes. The carved walls, the whole marble floor tiles, and the giant ornaments made of pure gold together set off a strong atmosphere of wealth. Chung Tingyu has good eyesight. She swept her eyes across the wall and was willing to admit that the carvings on it were elegant and beautiful. Compared with the casino lobby, it was more like an art exhibition hall. Waiter, as a customer who has just arrived in Billion, I will be your guide to lead you to experience the entertainment content in the casino. It bent down deeply again, motioning Chung Tingyu to look at the huge turntable in the center of the hall first. There are hundreds of grids on the turntable, and each grid has a reward content written in it. There is also a line of reminder printed at the bottom of the turntable. Dear customers and friends, welcome to try your luck on the prize plate in the center. This is a lottery pool called Hope. There are a wide variety of rewards on the plate. Billion Casino will update the prizes regularly, although there is an option to thank you for coming. It is rarely available. Note 1. When the customer's current chip count is -100 and -1000, he will automatically get a chance to draw a lottery. All new customers have a free chance to draw a lottery, which can be abandoned. Note 2. All lottery opportunities will automatically expire 1 day after they are obtained. It seems that the turntable in front of him is the last hope specially prepared for those gamblers who are not very lucky. If someone is in debt but lucky enough, he will have the opportunity to get useful rewards from it and win back all the chips he lost before. Chung Tingyu's excellent eyesight allows her to see the words on the turntable clearly. A considerable portion of the rewards on the dial are made up of casino chips ranging from 200 to 500, with the highest being 10,000 chips. It seems that in order to attract the attention of customers, the numbers in this grid are made of gold, shining with the luster of sudden wealth. In addition to the chips, there are also rewards such as 10 minutes of super luck and fingers kissed by dice that seem to be closely related to the current venue, as well as some things that can still be used outside. Mental nutrient, produced by the White Tower Research Institute. It can enhance the mental ability of the user and help improve the player's ability level. Chung Tingyu has never seen such a thing as mental nutrient before, and has never even heard of it. Obviously, this is not a very common potion. In addition, there are props such as exit and entry pass, and a successful ticket evasion in the crowd. Chung Tingyu glanced at them, and finally stopped at Dream Seed, unique. The waiter has been paying attention to the direction of the guest's eyes, and explained at the right time, some rewards are not available in the casino, so they are marked with the mark of unique. Chung Tingyu, Dream Seed seem to be a specialty of Endless City. Waiter, the Lord of Dreams will not notice the flow of each seed, and we also get the reward through formal means. It said politely. Do you want to try the lottery pool now? Chung Tingyu was not in a hurry to do it. She could feel that her mentality was actually in an unusually relaxed state, but deep in her mind seemed to hide a string that was taut. If she didn't experience it carefully, she would hardly notice that the tension actually came from herself. This casino is not as peaceful and happy as it looks, but it hides a very deep danger. Chung Tingyu just can't feel where the source of the danger comes from. Waiter, if you don't want to draw the lottery now, Billion has more entertainment options. Chung Tingyu interrupted. I don't know how to play cards. The smile on the waiter's face became stronger, as if to say this is why the casino invited you. It's okay. We have many other projects, such as Mahjong, Pai Gao. Chung Tingyu, yes. The waiter put on a gentle smile. Do you mean that all of these are okay? Chung Tingyu kindly corrected. It means none of them are okay. Although she was not a particularly serious college student back then, she was not so unskilled. Waiter, don't you have any projects that you are good at? When the customer refused, the clayman's gentle and almost sweet voice revealed a hint of danger. Chung Tingyu's voice was more confident. She glanced at the waiter and said, Of course there are. Such as turn-based combat, role-playing, simulation management, action shooting, strategic war. I am good at many projects, but the game categories you provide are not rich enough. She mentioned many projects, but they didn't feel like they should appear in a casino. The waiter paused for a few seconds, then bowed again. I will help convey your needs. Please wait for a while. The waiter quietly retreated, leaving Chung Tingyu where she was. Billion Casino provided guests with drinks and cold dishes in the form of a buffet. Chung Tingyu took a quick look and found that there was only lemonade and wine on the table, and not a bottle of juice. She felt that she did not fit in with the atmosphere of Billion Casino. As for the cold dishes on the buffet table, they looked quite delicious. But Chung Tingyu could not eat anything now. Her temples would throb from time to time, as if reminding her owner that something was wrong. About a quarter of an hour later, the rubberman waiter returned and said to Chung Tingyu, A new game has been temporarily opened in the casino, which is very suitable for you. Chung Tingyu did not hold a wine glass in her hand. She smiled and said, There are so many guests here. There will always be people who don't like the casino's projects and want to leave. Right? After hearing Chung Tingyu's words, the waiter's rubber-like face seemed to solidify. His tone was still so sweet, but it was so thick that it made people feel suffocated. Of course there are such people. But if you don't plan to participate in the casino project, you can't enjoy the casino's services. Moreover, we have a rule that only guests with a chip count greater than 0 can leave the casino. You can touch your pocket. The card inside indicates the number of chips you currently have. Hidden in Chung Tingyu's pocket was a rectangular hard card with a gold-plated surface. It was written on a current number of chips, -10. Next to the hard card, Chung Tingyu also found 4 obsidian chips, one of which was engraved with the number 5, one with the number 2, and 2 with the number 1. The waiter said, For guests who have just entered the casino, Billion will provide loan services. And of course the casino will also charge a certain fee. Chung Tingyu squeezed the chips slightly. The danger of the casino is like an iceberg under the sea. Until now, it has finally revealed a little corner. Unlike the previous copy, although Chung Tingyu lost her mind at that time, she remembered very clearly how she entered the villa and how she walked into the hot spring. However, when she arrived at Billion Casino, she had just realized where she was, and she had completed the entire process of borrowing and exchanging chips. She currently owes 10 chips, and has 9 chips in her hand. Even if she uses all of them to pay off her debts, she still lacks 1 chip, which does not meet the standard for leaving. The waiter, don't worry. Billion is very considerate of the guests. After the guests have experienced the first project, the chip mortgage window will be opened. You can use your own belongings as collateral to exchange for chips in the casino. After that, the waiter smiled at Chung Ting-yu especially enthusiastically, and the knife-like cut in the middle and lower part of his face curved, looking particularly kind. Chung Ting-yu rubbed his forehead, and after a moment, he slowly asked, "What is the little game you just mentioned?" She was taken to a box by the waiter. Chung Ting-yu felt like a ghost, passing through the noisy and boiling crowd. Those not loud but noisy sounds were like the fluffy feathers in the duck-down quilt. When she passed by, one by one flew up, and then one by one lightly swayed and fell to the ground. When the door of the box was closed, the sound outside was like a wave blocked by a dam, and it instantly became low. The room was quite spacious, with thick carpets on the floor. The host stood against the wall, wearing a formal dress, looking particularly gentle. But Chung Ting-yu felt that what they needed most was not to work hard on their clothes, but to take time to fix the plasticine SHL that made people wary. Because this is the first time for the guests. There will be no additional room fee for this service, the host said kindly. The gameplay here is Kill the Deadline. The name of the game successfully evoked Chung Ting-yu's memories of the experience of rushing to finish a big homework during his student days. Host, the historical odds of this room are 1 minute and 4.4 seconds. And the minimum bet amount is 5 chips. If the guests intend to start the game, please put the chips on the tray on the right. Chung Ting-yu acted as he was told. And at the same time when the chips were placed on the tray, a low voiceover floated out of the host's mouth. Without warning or overdoing it, she fell into the game. Egg only has 2 hours left before the deadline. After hearing the first background introduction, Chung Ting-yu felt relieved. In her opinion, since there are still 2 hours left, it means that there is still a little buffer before the real emergency. If she works hard, she may be able to. And she needs to rush a 10,000-word manuscript. Chung Ting-yu. She leaned back in her chair, and her expression clearly said give up. There is no hope. Every 10 minutes, H can add 300 words to the manuscript. As her editor, you can help her choose resources every 10 minutes. In this game, the editor has a total of 12 choices. The host patiently introduced, in order to help you better understand the game. We will try it next. Please rest assured that this attempt will not have any impact on the actual result of the game. There are 3 types of resource cards in the game, namely word cards, time cards, and inspiration cards. A waiter placed a pile of 5 cards in front of Chung Ting-yu, with the cards facing upside down on the table, so that the content could not be seen. Host, when selecting resources, 5 cards will appear in front of the editor, including all resource cards. But the editor can only choose 1 card for age. Editors can only flip the top card. Now, please start flipping the cards. Chung Ting-yu flipped the first card, which was a word count card, which read found 500 words of manuscripts in the waste paper basket. Host, editors can choose this card to add 500 words of manuscripts for age, or give up. The abandoned card cannot be selected and will be automatically given up if it exceeds 5 seconds, unless the turn card is the 5th one. Chung Ting-yu expressed his understanding. I understand. It's like a bear trying to break a stick. She sorted out her thoughts a little. Now Age has been working on the manuscript for 10 minutes and has accumulated 300 words. If she chooses the word count card, she can add another 500 words. The target of 10,000 is still very far away. However, Chung Ting-yu can make 12 resource choices, so she still has the possibility of success. Chung Ting-yu, give up the word count card and continue to turn over. Host, okay. Now let's turn over the second card. This is a blank card. It turned its face to Chung Ting-yu's position and showed her a happy smile. The game only guarantees that the 5 cards selected each time will contain all types of resource cards at the same time. But there is no guarantee that these 5 cards are all resource cards. Chung Ting-yu smiled. This is not a particularly unexpected setting. The 5 cards may all be resource cards, or they may contain resource cards and blank cards at the same time. At present, it can only be confirmed that at least 3 of the 5 cards must be resource cards. Chung Ting-yu nodded thoughtfully and said, continue to turn over. The third card is the time card. After the editor's plea, Party A agreed to give Age 1 more minute to finish the manuscript. In this game, Edgar is only allowed to write 30 words in 1 minute. Chung Ting-yu, this is actually not very reasonable. As far as I know, a qualified writer should be able to concentrate and burst out the number of words that would normally take a quarter of an hour within 60 seconds of the deadline. She felt that her conclusion made sense, and it was supported by many examples before the time travel. Unfortunately, The host refused to accept it. Host, unless inspiration breaks out. Age's basic speed of typing per minute is certain, and her creative speed is very uniform. Chung Ting-yu glanced at the host. Believe me, the deadline will be the best inspiration. After complaining, she no longer entangled in the distortion of the character creation in the game background, and signaled to the host, give up the time card and continue to turn. The next card is the inspiration card. Age has gained a little inspiration. In the next 10 minutes, her creative speed will increase by 20%. Increase by 20%. That is, an increase of 60 words. Chung Ting-yu exhaled. So far, she has turned over all types of resource cards. In other words, the fifth card is likely to be a blank card. Her tone is short and sharp. Continue. The host bowed. Follow your advice. Anyway, we are just trying now. Chung Ting-yu's luck is good. The fifth card is still an inspiration card. Age has gained a lot of inspiration. In the next 10 minutes, her creative speed will increase by 300%. The host applauded. Your persistence has brought you good luck. Now the experience is over. In 1 minute, the game will officially begin. The waiter in the box came up and said, Do you want something to drink? Chung Ting-yu shook his head and made a stop gesture. The waiter's service attitude was quite considerate. After being rejected, he honestly retreated to the corner, not speaking or making a sound, as if he had become part of the decoration of the box. 1 minute ended quickly. The narration sounded again, and Chung Ting-yu turned over the first card in the pile that was put back in front of him. Time card. After the editor's dark squirming, Party A agreed to give Edgar an extra 30 seconds to finish the manuscript. Chung Ting-yu. She originally thought that Party A, who was only willing to relax the time limit by 1 minute after pleading, should have a more severe personality. Now it seems that just from the point of not beating the dark squirming editor, he can be called gentle and generous. Being Party A is not an easy thing. Chung Ting-yu neatly gave up the first time card and continued to turn down. The second card was a word count card. I found 800 words in stock. Chung Ting-yu tapped her index finger on the table. I choose this one. According to Age's basic writing speed, she can save 3,600 words in stock within 2 hours. As long as Chung Ting-yu can ensure that Age can get 534 words of additional resources every 10 minutes, she can help the writer complete the work. According to Chung Ting-yu's instructions, the host took out the word count card and put it aside. The remaining 3 cards that had not been turned over instantly turned gray. The second resource selection begins. Please turn over the cards. Chung Ting-yu turned over the first card, which was a word count card. 50 words in stock. The second card was still a word count card. 200 words in stock. The third card was a time card. After the editor's twisted crawling, Party A agreed to give Age 2 more minutes to finish the manuscript. Chung Ting-yu didn't quite understand why twisted crawling would give more time than begging. Did Party A also lose sanity? The fourth card she turned over was the inspiration card. Age has gained a little inspiration. In the next 10 minutes, her creative speed will increase by 10%. Chung Ting-yu paused and also gave up the inspiration card. The fifth card was turned over, and it was a blank card. The host. It's a pity that your luck in this round doesn't seem to be very good. It was right, compared with the results of the first round. The best card in this round was the second card. Found 200 words in reserve. Chung Ting-yu's expression did not move, but he raised his hand slightly, signaling the host to continue. Okay. The third resource selection begins. Please turn over the cards. The first card Chung Ting-yu turned over was the inspiration card. Age has gained a lot of inspiration. In the next 10 minutes, her creative speed will increase by 200%. This start is not too bad. Chung Ting-yu already knows that it may not necessarily contain a resource card that allows her to obtain a large number of words. And it may be the best card. Leave this card, Chung Ting-yu said. Continue to the next round. The host smiled. The guest is very courageous. The fourth round of resource selection begins. Please turn over the cards. Chung Ting-yu gently turned over the upside-down cards. The first card was a word count card. I found a 400-word draft. Chung Ting-yu unconsciously tapped the table with his fingers and immediately chose to give up. The second card was a time card. After the editor's desperate request, Party A is willing to give Age 3 more minutes to finish the manuscript. Chung Ting-yu still gave up. The third card was a blank card. The fourth card was an inspiration card. Age got some inspiration. In the next 10 minutes, her creation speed increased by 50%. Chung Ting-yu was silent for 5 seconds, expressing her intention to give up. and turned over the 5th card at the same time. It was still a word count card. I found a 300-word draft. Chung Ting-yu, keep the 5th card. The host smiled and praised, you play really smoothly. The 5th round of resource selection will start so soon. Chung Ting-yu smiled without comment. By the time the 5th round of resource selection was over, Age's deadline had already reached the 50th minute. Chung Ting-yu sat in a chair, looking at a new stack of cards in front of her. The first card was a time card. After the editor's upside-down request, Party A is willing to give Age 5 more minutes to finish her manuscript. I can understand that standing upside down is better than being a jerk. Chung Ting-yu smiled, shook her head, and asked the host to turn over the cards. The second card was a word count card. I found a 666-word manuscript. I'll take this one. The host smiled sweetly. The guest's luck this time is better than the last time. The 6th round of resource selection begins. Please turn over the cards. Chung Ting-yu's movements became more and more skillful. The first card was an inspiration card. Age has gained a lot of inspiration. In the next 10 minutes, her creative speed will increase by 300%. Her eyes stayed on the cards. And then she smiled slightly. Host, what amazing luck. You? Chung Ting-yu, I don't want this card. The host was stuck. Its face without any features turned towards Chung Ting-yu, and it seemed to be full of confusion. It suddenly became much more lively. Chung Ting-yu, please continue to turn the page. Host, have you thought about it? This is a full 900-word improvement. Do you really not need to think about it carefully before giving up? 900 words. If Age gets it, it will be another step closer to the required number of words in the manuscript. Chung Ting-yu said in a gentle tone, I am sure. She turned over the second card, which was a blank card. The third card was the time card. After the editor enthusiastically turned it over, Party A is willing to give Age 4 more minutes to finish the manuscript. Chung Ting-yu smiled and said slowly, enthusiastic rolling. Okay. This is it. In the 6th round, I choose the time card. The host was silent for a few seconds, then sighed, and said with regret, it seems that you have mastered the game. Chung Ting-yu nodded slightly. After all, the name of the game is Kill the Deadline. And you have never said that you can win the game by accumulating enough manuscripts. Delaying the deadline is the correct way to kill the deadline. Chung Ting-yu, 5 cards are put together, and only the top card can be turned over each time, so why not spread the 5 cards flat on the table, and let the participants choose one to turn over at will? The host did not answer, and Chung Ting-yu did not need the other party to give an answer. Both parties knew that only the first method could ensure that the order of turning over the 5 cards was under the control of the casino. Which card to turn over first, and which card to turn over later is naturally particular. The time card usually appears in the front and middle positions, and the time that can be added each time is not much. Even if the participants turn it over, they will choose to give up with the idea of no need to make a decision in a hurry. There may be good cards later. This also means that if the participants in the game choose resource cards, with the purpose of accumulating as many words as possible in the manuscript, they will never choose the time card. Fortunately, this is just an experience project. The casino gives participants 12 opportunities to choose resources. As long as they study patiently, it is not difficult to find the rules. The host's face, which looked like plasticine, showed a smile that looked like a knife. And he said sweetly, congratulations to the guests for winning this game. Please keep the 22 chips you won. Chung Ting-yu took the chips, feeling a little regretful. Her initial funds were not sufficient. Otherwise she would have won the previous round. When she thought of this, she was slightly stunned, then closed her eyes and stood still, as if this could clear the thoughts that just came to her mind.